This time round, it was a woman with an almost perfect figure wearing a universal robe looking extremely heroic. However, she just happened to have a soft and delicate face which brought out some gentleness within the heroic vibes. Yet another true god stage expert, so Mo Wuji could only clasp his fist helplessly. Junior, Mo Wuji, greet Senior. The woman laughed slightly. That fella just now invited you to join his Northern Star Army, right? Listen to your big sister and not go there. Even though the Northern Star Army is the #1 army of the Universal Hall, a person with no roots or experience to join them would definitely not be able to shine there. Join our Star Sea Army and I promise you can become a 1-star commander the moment you join us. But yet another person came over to invite him, but Mo Wuji could only say respectfully, "Thank you, Senior, for your special regard, but I currently don't have any intentions to join any cultivator army." The woman looked as if she knew Mo Wuji would say this as she replied, "No worries, you can find me anytime you wish to join us. My name is Xu Xuanyu, don't forget ah." Mo Wuji could only say his thanks once again before he left. However, in his eyes, this Xu Xuanyu was clearly not as generous as Mao Lanhan. At least Mao Lanhan gave him an order flag while that woman didn't give him anything. If he really wanted to join a cultivator army, he would only join the Northern Star Army. Mo Wuji needed to hurry to the Universal Hall immediately because he agreed to meet Chu Qianlu and company. Half a year later, but a year and a half had passed already. He also wondered how the rest of them were coping over this whole time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Have You Asked Me? Chapter 305, Have You Asked Me? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the hall on the first level of the Universal Pier, Pang Qi's eyes were filled with disappointment. Rong He and Xiong Xingting, who were standing beside him, were equally feeling as inferior as the three of their bodies were filled with blood. They had clearly just returned from space. "Sister Chu, we clearly don't belong here, so we will bid our farewells here. If Brother Mo were to return, may I please ask Sister Chu to greet him on our behalf?" Pang Qi's voice turned coarse and was even more dispirited when compared to his trip to the Lost Swamp. Chu Qianlu bit her lips and said, "Since we came as a group, we should leave as a group. I still have some contribution points with me and I could lend you all some." Xiong Xingtung bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Sister Chu. We have already used too many of your contribution points and it already isn't easy for you to bring junior apprentice Sister Zihan around. Previously, we didn't know that we needed contribution points to survive in the Universal Hall because we would have made alternative plans if we had known." Pang Qi and the three others including Mo Wuji all had no idea that one needed contribution points to even rest at any place here in the Universal Hall, because they probably wouldn't allow someone to constantly walk around the Universal Hall so casually. Even if it was at the Universal Pier, one would need to pay contribution points if they were to stay for more than 24 hours there. As for finding good cultivation spot and residence here, one would definitely need an incredible amount of contribution points. However, the three of them were simply too weak, so every trip to the space, the contribution points they've collected were barely enough for a person to last a few days here. If they planned to stay here for the long term, perhaps even Chu Qianlu's contribution points wouldn't be enough for them. As to joining a cultivator army, the three of them didn't even dare to think about it. Given the fact that they were chased by the Jing clan, they would reveal themselves the moment they joined the cultivator army. With the Jing clan's abilities, it wouldn't take long to find the three of them. Chu Qianlu started to hesitate because bringing Pang Qi and company would definitely affect Zihan and her cultivation training. She didn't mind all these because it wouldn't only take a few days of cultivation to advance to the next stage. What she wanted more was to increase her own strength through battles in the Star Wars battlefield. It was only because of Mo Wuji that the three of them became friends with herself eventually. If the three of them wanted to leave, she had no means of forcing them to stay. In fact, she could understand the reason for their actions, because if she was in their shoes, she would definitely have done the same. "Pang Qi? A voice sounded all of a sudden, and it was brought along with a killing intent. Pang Chi and company immediately turned their heads as they saw 3 men and 1 woman walking in through the entrance of the Universal Pierce Hall. Pang Chi recognized the person who called him as he was Jing Clan's true late-stage cultivator, Jing Qiliang. Dan Wu. Pang Chi didn't even bother looking at Jing Qiliang as his eyes fell only on that woman and his entire body was trembling. His eyes were only filled with sorrows and even appeared slightly lost. In his heart, Jing Danwu was pure and innocent, but because she gave him Jing Clan's half-moon key as a token of love, she was locked up and tortured inhumanely by the Jing Clan. Even though he hadn't been caught by the Jing Clan, his heart was suffering from then on. Not for anything else, but he suffered so much just from missing Jing Danwu. But currently, there was no scars or marks of tortures on Jing Danwu's body, and she was full of smiles just like the old innocent days. As for her cultivation level, she had advanced through the Yuan Dan stage and her aura even surpassed his. Not only this, she appeared to be very intimate with a square-faced man beside her, and they seemed to be Dao companions. Jing Danwu furrowed her brows as she saw Pang Chi and company. "Who is that?" The square-faced man standing beside Jing Danwu asked as his face turned serious when he heard Pang Chi calling Danwu directly. Jing Danwu hurried to say, "Brother Yangdong, this man is called Pang Chi and he used to be a Jing Clan's guard. But because he had a poor character and stole something from the Jing Clan, he ran away and was chased after by my Jing Clan for a long time now." Who would have thought that he was this sly to have escaped to the Universal Hall with his accomplices? No wonder no one heard anything about him all these while. Pang Chi spat out a stream of blood as he felt as though his heart was broken into many pieces. Currently, he wasn't only a clown but an idiot with a wishful thinking. Brother Mo was indeed right. Xiong Xingtang clenched his fist tightly as he was reminding Pang Chi. Pang Chi was their big brother, so it's okay for him to misunderstand them. However, to treat Mo Wuji's kind words as mean words to Jing Danwu was indeed a bit too much. Back then Mo Wuji had already said that Jing Danwu had lied to him and the half-moon key in Pang Chi's hand was fake, but Pang Chi was adamant in his own thinking. Back then if it was not for Ronghe, Pang Chi might even have fallen out with Mo Wuji. Pang Chi took a deep breath before saying calmly, "Xingting, Hier, I've let both of you down." Brother Mo was indeed extraordinary and would definitely not lower himself to the same level as a pitiful worm like myself. I, Pang Chi, have wasted over 10 years treating an sh*t as the most important person to me and neglected the important people around me. Brother Chi. Roni felt that her eyes were started to blur out because this was the first time since she knew Pang Chi that he called her Hier. "Qilian, please go ahead to the Universal Hall of Affairs to make a report that my Jing Clan will be bringing away a clan slave who committed crimes," a plump cultivator, who was walking in front, suddenly said. Jing Qiliang hurried to bow and said, "Yes, Uncle San." After he finished saying, Jing Qiliang turned and dashed off. Just as Chu Qianlu was about to say something, Pang Chi stopped her. "Sister Chu, help me bring Hier and Xingting away. That person is called Jing Jiangsan, a Nihility God stage level 6 expert." Pang Chi was afraid Chu Qianlu might offer to help him, so he hurried to say what he felt was necessary as he didn't want to implicate Chu Qianlu into this. Chu Qianlu was stunned because a Nihility God stage level 6 was still stronger than herself. If she was alone, she wouldn't mind, but she really didn't dare to act with Zihan beside her. That plump cultivator called Jing Jiangsan appeared to have heard Pang Chi's words and laughed coldly. "You think you can run after stealing something from the Jing clan?" As he spoke, the plump cultivator had already blocked off Chu Qianlu and company's escape route. Before Jing Qiliang received his go-ahead report to capture the thieves, he really wouldn't dare to act. However, he believed that it would be easy for him to be approved. After all, Pang Chi and company were only a few tiny rogue cultivators, and the Jing clan had already hugged tightly onto the Yin clan's thigh because the person walking with Jing Danwu was Yin clan's young talent Yin Yangdong. The Yin clan was one of the 3 big clans of the Star King Mountain, and Yin Yangdong himself was already a genius, but his younger brother, Yin Yangnan, was even more capable than him and was even ranked number 1 on the mortal board. Indeed, within half an incense time, Jing Qiliang came back with a token in his hand. He handed over the token to the fatty. Jing Jiangsan, Uncle San, this is my Jing clan's warrant to catch the thieves, and it allows us to catch 3 people. Finishing, he said with a low voice, the other 2 are from the Chu clan and one of them is Chu Zhongshan's daughter, Chu Qianlu, so it would be wiser not to touch these 2, but... Jing Jiangsan nodded his head and said to Jing Qiliang, catch Pang Qi and the 2 others and bring them back to the Jing clan immediately. Sister Chu, you should bring Zihan and leave here now. When *T hits the fence, Pang Qi was even calmer than before. Chu Qianlu could only sigh because even if she didn't want to leave, she wouldn't dare to act too. The other party was a Nihility God stage expert who was clearly much stronger than herself. If she dared to act against him, Zihan and herself might not be able to escape even before she could execute half a move against him. There were battles and fights at the Universal Pier every day, so the most common thing would be all sorts of commotions. Now that the Jing clan was planning to arrest Pang Qi and company. On the first level of the Universal Pier, the surrounding cultivators all gathered to watch the show. Jing Jiangsan gave Jing Qiliang a glance to signal him to end the battle as soon as possible and not waste any time fooling around in front of so many eyes. Jing Qiliang nodded his head and took a step forward with his huge arm ready to capture Pang Qi. For a true lake stage level 3 cultivator like himself to capture a few Yuan Dan stage cultivators, it was as easy as breathing and eating. Pang Qi set his heart straight and was ready to fight for his life. He knew that if they were brought out of the Universal Hall, it would mean an extremely miserable fate that would lie ahead of them. Pang Qi and Xingting would probably just be sentenced to death, but the moment Ronghe was brought back to the Jing clan, he was afraid that Ronghe would rather die than live there. Who knows how many B***stars would Taruchuan ill-treat her before selling her to the double cultivator building for everyone there to use her indecently. However, Pang Qi realized very quickly that he was completely helpless against his opponent. Jing Qiliang was way stronger than himself, and even his strongest aura was immediately restrained by Jing Qiliang without any sweat. Pang Qi sighed because he had let down Ronghe. If he was able to move now, he would instantly kill Ronghe first to prevent her from suffering any inhumane tortures in the future. Creak! A bone-cracking sound could be heard, and Pang Qi no longer felt any restraint as his whole body started to loosen up, and before he understood what was going on, he heard a gentle voice, trying to capture my friend? Have you asked me? Brother Mo? Pang Qi looked surprisingly with his mouth wide opened at Mo Wuji, who was standing right in front of him. He had personally witnessed Mo Wuji fighting with a true lake stage elementary stage expert, and back then, Mo Wuji was able to kill him through his own personal means and tactics. But now, Jing Qiliang was choked by Mo Wuji as he carried Jing Qiliang by the throat. Evidently, the bone-cracking sound heard earlier on was from the cracking of Jing Qiliang's throat. Pang Qi was very sure that Jing Qiliang was in true lake stage level 3. How could it be possible that within a year, Mo Wuji's strength increased to such an incredibly high level and treated a true lake stage expert like a small chicken? Mo Wuji swung his hand and threw Jing Qiliang far away as he crashed into a round pillar in the hall of the first level of the Universal Pier. If this wasn't the Universal Hall, he would have immediately killed Jing Qiliang. Who are you? How dare you obstruct us, Jing clan, capture thieves? Jing Jiangsan looked at the menacing Mo Wuji as his surrounding aura charged towards Mo Wuji while taking a step forward, ready to not let Mo Wuji go anywhere. Mo Wuji shifted his step, swung his hand yet again, and Jing Jiangsan's aura that was charging towards him disappeared without a trace. Even though he was only in true lake stage level 4, it didn't mean that any Nihility God stage expert could restrain him using their aura. He could even easily kill an expert at the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage, so how dare a Nihility God stage level 6 cultivator try to restrain him? He was simply daydreaming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, you are ranked on the Universal Board? Chapter 306, you are ranked on the Universal Board? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. So you are the one who likes to falsely accuse people, a member of the Jing clan who used beauty to trick people? Mo Wuji said sarcastically. In his heart, he pitied Pang Chi because even though the things Pang Chi did seemed brainless, it was only because he went through all the emotions that he would do what he did. Back then, Mo Wuji was outstanding in everything he did, but when it comes to love, wasn't he as idiotic as Pang Chi? Regardless, he will never be able to forgive the fact that Xia Ruoyin acted against him. Even if Xia Ruoyin had perfectly legitimate reasons to have him dead, Mo Wuji should have the right to know. However, Xia Ruoyin chose not to tell him anything. Seeing how Mo Wuji broke his aura pressure so casually, Jing Jiangsan became much more explosive as his body flashed and his hand was already reaching out to grab Mo Wuji. In his eyes, Mo Wuji would at most be in the true lake stage, but to deceive him, he felt that Mo Wuji intentionally hid his Dao movement. Jing Jiangsan didn't believe he would fail to take down a mere true lake stage cultivator. Mo Wuji didn't move an inch this time as he threw a fist at Jing Jiangsan. He wanted to test how big a difference there was between himself and an Annihility God stage level 6. Bang! Elemental energy exploded and Mo Wuji was hurt by the incredible amount of elemental energy released at him. He was forced back about 10 steps before being able to stabilize himself as he felt a dull pain in his chest. Mo Wuji was not surprised but actually pleased. Even though he was still not a match against his opponent in terms of level of elemental energy, it was evidently not possible for the other party to kill him in space. Jing Jiangsan's heart was shocked, and at that moment, he was sure that Mo Wuji was an Annihility God stage expert. Even though his attack was not 100% of his strength, he didn't believe that a true lake stage cultivator would be able to defend against that. Who are the people who dare to fight in the universal pier? A strong surge of energy came flying over and a tall man landed in between Mo Wuji and Jing Jiangsan. From the man's token on his waist, everyone could tell that this was the Universal Pier's enforcer. Whoever dared to violate the rules here at the Universal Pier would be killed on the spot without mercy. Mo Wuji greets Lord Enforcer. My friends and I were simply gathering here, but this fella and his friends took the initiative to provoke us. Mo Wuji saw the enforcer and immediately showed his respect and explained the situation. This fella should be slightly weaker than Jing Jiangsan, but Mo Wuji was sure that he would not have a pleasant ending if he were to offend the law enforcer in this place. Moreover, he was clear that he was not at wrong because whether it's Pang Chi and company or himself, they weren't the one who started the fight. In this universal hall, you won't be in the wrong as long as you didn't start the fight. Jing Jiangsan also hurried to bow and pay his respects. Ardent Sun City Jing clan's disciple Jing Jiangsan greets Lord Enforcer. Hearing that it was a member of the Jing clan from the Ardent Sun City, there was a slight change in expression on the face of this enforcer. Evidently, in terms of status, the Jing clan from the Ardent Sun City would definitely be above a rogue cultivator. Since Mo Wuji didn't report his origin, the enforcer had already guessed that he was a rogue cultivator. Please state the specific reason, the enforcer asked in a faint voice. Mo Wuji knew that things would not end up well when he saw the enforcer questioning Jing Jiangsan with such a gentle tone. Indeed, Jing Jiangsan took a glance at Mo Wuji and said, answering Lord Enforcer's question, these few people were originally guards of my Jing clan. However, they stole some items of my Jing clan and ran away with it. It was only till today that I managed to get hold of them, and just a while earlier, I had already made a report for permission to capture them. After hearing that Jing Jiangsan had already made his report, this enforcer nodded his head and turned to Mo Wuji and company, the few of you follow me now. After saying that, he indicated to Jing Jiangsan and said, you follow us too. Mo Wuji knew that if he were to follow this enforcer, he might not be able to make it back anymore. Lord Enforcer, I believe that we can find out the truth of this situation in front of the crowd. The truth was that the Jing clan's members were lying. The Jing clan wanted a treasure which belonged to my friend, Pang Chi, so they let a woman named Jing Danwu to get close to him intentionally. Even before letting Mo Wuji finish his sentence, this enforcer grunted coldly, do I still need you to teach me how to enforce the law here? Follow me immediately or I will kill you without any discussion. Initially, Xu Qianlu was still relieved to see Mo Wuji arrived at the scene, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. She hurried to step out to say something. However, the enforcer didn't bother letting Chu Qianlu speak as he shouted, "Bring all those who are related to these people along too." Mo Wuji felt helpless because this fella clearly didn't want to offend the Jing clan, so he was resolute in taking down Mo Wuji and company to earn some favor from the Jing clan. But how can he simply follow this fella without any objection? "Your Excellency certainly has his way of threatening people. Try to take me away if you have the guts." Mo Wuji's aura was bursting as lightning bolts were starting to surround his body. At this point, other than exaggerating this whole issue in front of everyone, he had no other choice. This wasn't something that could be explained with logic and reasoning, so if he continued to be weak, the few of them could forget about leaving the universal pier alive. There were already a lot of bystanders to begin with, but now that Mo Wuji was ready to battle the enforcer here, it attracted even more onlookers to join the crowd. Jing Jiangsan revealed an expression of ridicule as he didn't believe that Mo Wuji dared to go against his Jing clan. In fact, he hadn't even started acting yet the other party couldn't hold it in anymore. "Ha, I do want to see where a rogue cultivator like you find your energy to go against me, a universal hall enforcer." As he spoke, he charged towards Mo Wuji just like Jing Jiangsan did earlier. Chu Qianlu was sweating nervously, but she didn't know what she could do to help. Since things had already turned out like this, Mo Wuji could no longer retreat, and his only way out would be to rush to the third level and escape into space through the spatial gates. Just as this enforcer grabbed Mo Wuji shot out an explosive lightning. Boom! The hand that reached out to grab Mo Wuji was blast broken by Mo Wuji's lightning because he was only in Nihility God stage level 2, which was not even as strong as Jing Jiangsan. However, he was too well taken care of in his position as an enforcer, because who would dare do anything to an enforcer of the Enforcer Hall? In front of an expert with a higher level of cultivation than himself, he just needed to lower his voice. In front of Mo Wuji, he was simply trying to show off his aura. Even if he didn't show off, he wouldn't even fear an immature young man like Mo Wuji. However, after Mo Wuji broke his wrist with just a lightning bolt, he realized that Mo Wuji was not any weaker than himself. The more shocking thing was that Mo Wuji actually dared to retaliate. Bang! This Nihility God stage enforcer shot out a light radiance without any hesitation. This was a signal to ask for help whenever the enforcer was met with a stronger cultivator than themselves. Everyone looked pitifully at Mo Wuji and company because they all knew that Mo Wuji and company would definitely have it worse than death. Boom! A terrifying aura came crashing down, and this was the first time Mo Wuji was forced a few steps backwards because of one's aura as he knocked onto Chu Qianlu. Chu Qianlu even reached out to make sure Mo Wuji don't fall any further backwards. This person must definitely be in the advanced stage of the True God stage, otherwise, Mo Wuji would not have experienced such a terrifying strength. In the very next moment, Mo Wuji confirmed the other party's strength and started to worry for himself. Under the watch of a True God stage expert, would he be able to make it to level 3 and escape into space? Even if he did manage to escape into space, what could he do there? If there really wasn't any other way, he would use the order flag that Mao Lanhan gave him. Honestly, Mo Wuji really didn't want to use this order flag because if he used it, it meant that he would owe him a favor in the future. Following which, a yellow-bearded man landed on the first level of the universal pier, and he swept his eyes across Mo Wuji and company as well as Jing Jiangsan and his gang before landing beside the enforcer who had his hand broken by Mo Wuji. "Speak!" The yellow-bearded man only mentioned one word. This enforcer immediately added a lot of extra details into explaining how Mo Wuji defied the enforcer's instructions. The yellow-bearded man glared at Mo Wuji once again before asking coldly, "Is that true?" But if it was a normal cultivator, why would the yellow-bearded man bother to talk so much? It was only because he saw that while Mo Wuji had not reached the Nihility God stage, he actually managed to injure Huangzhan. As to why his Tao was not obvious, there were far too many cultivators who preferred to hide their own cultivation level from the rest. It wouldn't even be easy for a true lake stage cultivator to break Huangzhan's wrist even if Huangzhan underestimated his opponent and lowered his guard. If Mo Wuji really did manage to hurt an elementary stage nihility god stage expert while only being in the true lake stage, then Mo Wuji simply wasn't just a rogue cultivator. There was one more issue, and that was the fact that the Universal Hall was still currently reorganizing their strength. In front of so many onlookers, if he didn't handle this situation well, it might have a great impact if words were to spread out. If he was not careful and made a mistake in handling this situation, he might not be able to lift his head ever again in the Universal Hall. Therefore, before asking and being clear of the situation, he wouldn't act recklessly. Mo Wuji cupped his fists and said calmly, that person was speaking rubbish, as he clearly wanted to secretly help the Jing clan, which was why he was biased towards them. The truth was that the Jing clan tried to snatch my friend's ancestral inheritance by letting the Jing clan's lady act innocent so as to seduce my friend. Now that they have taken the item, they want to silence him. Jing Jiangsan hurried to step forward and said, Senior Yu, the truth isn't. From Jing Jiangsan's words, others could tell that he recognized this true god stage expert. The yellow-bearded man grunted, I haven't asked you anything yet. He didn't really bother about a person who knew so much about the Jing clan. The Jing clan at best was only hugging onto the Yen clan's thigh to gain fame, so he didn't really need to care about Jing Jiangsan's status. Show me your universal token, the yellow-bearded man said to Mo Wuji in a serious tone. Mo Wuji took out and handed his universal token to the yellow-bearded man. Mo Wuji, universal contribution points, 26811, ranking 9951. This man looked at the words on Mo Wuji's token and asked shockingly at Mo Wuji, you are ranked on the universal board? Mo Wuji could tell that this yellow-bearded man had no intentions to betray them to the Jing clan, and it seemed like he would receive a different treatment just because he was ranked on the universal board, so he quickly clasped his fist and answered, in reply to Senior, Junior had just made it on the universal board. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, Jing Jiangsan felt a hum in his head and his entire body was dazed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Scram after apologizing. Chapter 307, Scram after apologizing. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A cultivator who could leave their name on the universal board was not someone his Jing clan could casually offend. Even if the other party was a rogue cultivator, they still couldn't afford to offend him. This was still not the most important reason why he was worried, because the most important reason was that the moment Mo Wuji was a ranked personnel on the universal board, it would simply be impossible for him to casually brush this incident aside. When the people all around them heard that Mo Wuji was a cultivator ranked on the universal board, all of them stared at Mo Wuji enviously. There were a total of 4 big boards in the Jinemo continent, and the most prestigious one was not the Heaven, Earth, Mortal board but the Universal board. Don't think it's nothing incredible just because there were about over 10,000 people on the main and secondary Universal board. When you spread this 10,000 people all around the entire Jinemo continent, they were as rare as the hair of a phoenix, and every one of them was well admired and respected by the majority of cultivators. Just imagine if there were only 10,000 university graduates on Earth, and if you spread them out, just how small would the density of graduates be? And if you were to throw Earth into Jinemo continent, you wouldn't even be able to find Earth because of its size as compared to Jinemo continent. Xu Qianlu was ecstatic when she heard that Mo Wuji had been ranked on the universal board. She knew that the Jing clan would no longer be able to pressurize them unless the Yen clan decided to act. Just as Xu Qianlu thought of this, the man standing beside Jing Danwu stepped forward, walked in front of Mo Wuji and clasped his fist before saying, Your name is Mo Wuji and you managed to ascend the universal board. Mo Wuji had no idea who he was, but he was already able to guess that the person beside him was the woman called Jing Danwu. Since he was standing beside Jing Danwu, Mo Wuji guessed that he should be Jing Danwu's lover. This fella should only be in the intermediate stage of the true lake stage, and for a true lake stage to step out to speak without the yellow-bearded man saying anything, Mo Wuji knew that this fella's origin must have been extraordinary. That's right, Mo Wuji said in a serious tone. He had even killed a member of the Xia clan, therefore, So what if the other party was a little stronger than the Xia clan? My name is Yin Yangdong and I come from the Star King Mountain. I have no issue with your disagreements with the Jing clan, but you shouldn't have insulted my woman. The shameless Jing Danwu you talked about, she is my woman. Yin Yangdong's tone was cold and brought along traces of killing intent with it. The yellow-bearded man sighed because since Mo Wuji had ascended the secondary universal board, an average clan like the Jing clan, without legitimate reasons, would not be able to do anything to Mo Wuji. However, the Yen clan was definitely not an average clan. Only a person ranked on the main universal board would be able to avoid being bullied by the Yen clan. There were a total of 1,000 people on the main universal board, in which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent of this world? There were a bunch of world immortals and even the existence of some earthly immortals. Even the lowest of them would be at least an expert in the great circle of the true god stage. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because this fella came from the Star King Mountain with the name Yin Yangdong and even dared to step in front of the yellow-bearded man to speak. Mo Wuji was 100% sure that this person was a member of the Star King Mountain's Yen clan. No wonder Pang Chi would be fooled till he lost his head by Jing Danwu, because this Jing Danwu must be something else to be able to climb onto a Yen clan's cultivator so quickly after kicking Pang Chi away. Before waiting for Mo Wuji's reply, Yin Yangdong continued, I won't bully you, so let's head to the Universal Hall's deathmatch battle stage and we would be responsible for our own death. Hearing Yin Yangdong's words, the crowd started to discuss enthusiastically as there were raging anticipations in many of the onlookers' eyes. Mo Wuji turned his head to Chu Qianlu and asked inquisitively, what is the deathmatch battle stage? Chu Qianlui whispered, in the Universal Hall, if two people held grudges against each other and as long as both parties are willing, they could battle at the deathmatch battle stage. There was this rule regarding the deathmatch battle stage, and that was once two people stepped onto the deathmatch battle stage, at most one person could come down from it. Which means that the battle would only end when both died or one of the two died. Other than the deathmatch battle stage, there was also a challenge arena. The challenge arena was a little more lenient because as long as one of the two admits defeat, they would be able to leave the arena. Mo Wuji nodded his head as he saw Yin Yangdong staring at him with traces of killing intent and disdain in his eyes. He knew that most of those people who came from prestigious clans had such haughty confidence in themselves. In terms of confidence, Mo Wuji would never lose to these fellas of the big clans, as he said calmly, you are not worthy to be my opponent, entering the battle stage would only cost you your life. Ha 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 ha. Yin Yangdong laughed out loud as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. Up till today, this was the first time Yin Yangdong heard someone of the same cultivation level as him saying that he was not worthy to be his opponent. Accept the deathmatch if you have the guts, if not, you can just plead for forgiveness. If you kneel down to apologize in front of my woman, I will let you off once based on the fact that you made it onto the universal board. Yin Yangdong was originally only haughty, but now, he was fuming. Even though he had never been ranked first on the mortal board before, he was still within the top 100 of the mortal board. After he advanced to the true lake stage, his strength increased explosively fast. So what if Mo Wuji entered the universal board? When he truly enters the space, the universal board would only be a backyard. Since you insist on the battle, we shall battle then, Mo Wuji said faintly. He didn't wish to offend members of the Yin clan, but if Yin Yangdong insisted on battling him to a deathmatch, he had nothing to fear. Since he had already offended the Xia clan, it wouldn't mean much to offend another Yin clan. You have guts, so I won't take advantage of you. I shall see you at the deathmatch battle stage 3 days later. Yin Yangdong laughed and said to Jing Jiangsan and company, let's go, I need to exchange some things on the second level. In his words, he simply didn't put the deathmatch 3 days later in his heart. After knowing that Mo Wuji was someone with a ranking on the universal board, Jing Jiangsan had long gave up on the thought of bringing Mo Wuji and company back to the Jing clan because he simply couldn't wait for Mo Wuji to stay far away from them. He was even rejoicing at the fact that Yin Yangdong had challenged Mo Wuji to the deathmatch because he would then be getting rid of a trouble for the Jing clan. Otherwise, it would definitely not be good for a universal board expert to be the nemesis of the Jing clan. It wouldn't be too late for him to wait for Yin Yangdong to kill Mo Wuji 3 days later, bringing Pang Qi and the rest away. Hold on, Mo Wuji called out to the rest. After waiting for the few of them to stop and look surprisingly at him, he shouted out to Jing Jiangsan, not mentioning the fact that your Jing clan framed my friend, but you even acted against the few of them. Are you just going to walk away like this? Mo Wuji could tell from Jing Jiangsan and the yellow-bearded enforcer's reaction that he had some power given the fact that he was ranked on the Universal Board. If he had power but didn't make use of it, he wouldn't be Mo Wuji anymore. Jing Jiangsan panicked because all he wanted to do was to leave early, but he didn't expect that even though he didn't find trouble with Mo Wuji actually bothered to find fault with him. Why? You want to find trouble with the Jing clan? Yin Yangdong frowned as his Yin clan had a clan rule which was to not be so arrogant openly. But now, he wasn't acting all arrogant in public, but this small rogue cultivator, after barely making it to the Universal Board, dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Mo Wuji looked at Yin Yangdong with a disdainful look and said, "If your excellency wants to challenge me now, I would welcome you with open arms. If your Yin clan wants to fight for Jing clan, just come at me. I, Mo Wuji, would accept it." If this Yin Yangdong wanted to challenge him, Mo Wuji would definitely kill him. Since this was the case, he wouldn't need to worry about how not to offend the Yin clan. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, the people around the area all breathed in cold air. This fella must be something extraordinary to be able to make it onto the Universal Board, but isn't this a little too insane? To challenge the Yin clan in public? However, this sentence from Mo Wuji actually made Yin Yang speechless. He wasn't afraid of Mo Wuji, but he was fearful of his Yin clan's clan rules instead. One of his clan rule was that they were not allowed to casually use their clan's name to avenge for other clan, even against a rogue cultivator. Now that Mo Wuji had openly challenged his Yin clan, if he were to talk back, it would mean that he was violating his clan rule by using the Yin clan's name to avenge for others. Fortunately, as Mo Wuji saw that Yin Yangdong didn't talk back, he didn't bother about him anymore as he stood in front of Jing Jiangsan and said, "Return what the Jing clan stole from my friend and then apologize and scram. You're simply being a bully. My Jing clan's Jing Qiliang already had his throat broken by you, so what more do you want?" Jing Jiangsan was enraged, so he could only look at the yellow-beard enforcer when he noticed that Yin Yangdong was not saying anything. The true God stage enforcer was not an idiot, so why would he say anything to help the Jing clan when he saw that Mo Wuji clearly didn't even put the Yin clan in his eyes? Furthermore, from the looks of their conversation and reactions, it seemed like the Jing clan really accused Mo Wuji's friend of theft. Mo Wuji laughed out loud. "Your Jing clan acted first, so can't we defend ourselves? I know your Jing clan had always been very overbearing, but however overbearing you are, you have to follow the rules here, right?" While speaking, Mo Wuji glanced at Chu Qianlu as he immediately prepared to fight. Jing clan acted first, but that yellow-bearded enforcer didn't say anything, so it proved that it would be okay for him to act too. In this place, one shouldn't be afraid to act, but be afraid to have no reason to act. In fact, one should be the most shameful if you had reasons but dare not act. If he had the upper hand today and not act against the Jing clan, he was afraid that he might need to lower his head as he walked in the Universal Hall in the future. Ha ha! Jing Jiangsan laughed. "You barely made it onto the tail end of the Universal Board and you dare to frighten us? My Jing clan has been living in the ardent Sun City for so many years and we've been growing through scares." Jing Jiangsan paused while speaking because Mo Wuji had already took a step forward and an octagonal steel hammer was already smashing towards him. People surrounding them were all staring shockingly at Mo Wuji because as much as Mo Wuji had his reasonings, it was simply too incredible for them to witness a true lake stage cultivator to act so willfully against an Nihility God stage level 6 cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Yin Yangdong's Strength. Chapter 308, Yin Yangdong's Strength. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. There were people from all over the region here, therefore, Mo Wuji didn't dare to take out his Tianji pole because Gu Shaohui recognized his Tianji pole. The moment he took it out to use, words might spread to Gu Shaohui very quickly. The octagonal steel hammer was the best spiritual item among his intermediate grade items in his storage ring, and it was equivalent to being half a top grade spiritual item. Since he didn't have any specific pole techniques, it wouldn't make much of a difference between using his steel hammer and Tianji pole. Bang! Before Mo Wuji's octagonal steel hammer could complete its full swing, it was grabbed with one hand. The Universal Pier is the most important place in the Universal Hall, so how can we fight here? Mo Wuji, given that this was your first offense, I will not fault you this time round. The yellow-bearded man released Mo Wuji's steel hammer and said calmly. Mo Wuji was naturally not that autistic to go against an advanced stage of the True God Stage Enforcer. His intention to make the first move was so that if this enforcer don't do anything to stop him, Mo Wuji would combine forces with Chu Qianlu to take down Jing Jiangsan. If this enforcer were to step forward to stop him, he would definitely not insist. Yes, Lord Enforcer. Mo Wuji kept the steel hammer in his hand and clasped his fist before saying, Lord Enforcer, the members of the Jing clan framed us and even took the initiative to attack us. How are you going to go about this? The yellow-bearded man furrowed his brows and said, the framing incident has nothing to do with my Universal Hall since it was your own personal issues. However, I will go investigate about your claim that Jing clan initiated the fight. 3 days later, I promise to give you an explanation. Many thanks, Lord Enforcer. Mo Wuji and company hurried to express their gratitude. Jing Jiangsan dared not say anything because Pang Qi and company ended up with no injuries while his Jing clan's men and even Jing Qilian was severely wounded. As for the fact that he did made his report first before attacking Mo Wuji and co., he kept silent over it. Such means were still possible to scare some rogue cultivators, but if he were to say such things in front of a True God Stage Enforcer, the enforcer might become enraged. This was because accusing someone of stealing here would be too apparent here. Yes, that's all. This True God Stage expert nodded his head and grabbed the enforcer with the surname Huang before disappearing into thin air. He didn't even mention anything about Mo Wuji injuring the enforcer with the surname Huang. Brother Mo, if not for you, we. Rongyi's tone was slightly agitated because she was clearer than all people that she would not have a pleasant treatment if they were brought back by the Jing clan. Pang Chu and Xiong Xingting didn't thank him any further because to them, Mo Wuji didn't only save their lives but also their pride. They vowed to give their lives to Mo Wuji if anything were to happen in the future, so any more appreciative words were simply unnecessary. Mo Wuji laughed. I was held up in space for a while, which was why I was so late. Let's go to a restaurant to sit down and discuss further. He wasn't the only one who was clear that what the yellow-bearded enforcer meant by giving him a detailed explanation 3 days later. Everyone else knew that there would not be an investigation going on and the explanation 3 days later would depend on who was the winner. If Mo Wuji lost, it would mean death and there would be nothing left to say to him. If he won, this would mean that Yen Yangdong died, and if this was the ending, even Mo Wuji had no idea how the enforcer was going to give him an explanation. He didn't believe that the yellow-bearded man would be willing to bear the consequences of offending the Yen clan by giving him a perfect explanation. To that yellow-bearded man, the best scenario would be that Mo Wuji was killed by Yen Yangdong. In the Universal Hall, there was the most number of hotels and inns. Universal Pier Hotel was one of the most renowned hotel in the Universal Hall. Not only was the atmosphere comfortable, but the things they sell here were also the best. Naturally, the price would be the highest here. However, Mo Wuji liked this place a lot because other than being able to talk over wine, they provided lodging as well. Even though the spiritual energy here was not as dense and pure as the one at the Thorny Windgate, it was much better than many other places here. Brother Mo, this time, I was the one who dragged you into this trouble. The moment they entered their private room, Pang Wei stood up and said. At this moment, they couldn't see any more sorrow on his face. Chu Qianlu said, earlier on, they insisted on leaving the Universal Hall for good, but I had no idea how to convince them to stay. Rongyi explained, I am simply too weak and had to constantly use Sister Chu's contribution points. Perhaps this place was not suitable for us, which was why Brother Chi suggested the idea to leave. Mo Wuji signaled everyone to take a seat before saying, "If the problem is the contribution points, it isn't a problem. I have a few 100,000 contribution points now, so it would be more than enough for all of us to stay here. Furthermore, if you were to leave now, you all would simply be like sheep entering a lion's den. My point is, after everything here is settled, we will form a group to collect points in space, and when all of your strength increased, we will leave this place. What do everyone think about this?" In Mo Wuji's eyes, there was only one motive for coming here, which was to collect contribution points relentlessly. The ranking on the Universal Board was dependent on the amount of contribution points collected, so even you spent all 10,000 contribution points, they would still rank you with the 10,000 contribution points. Everyone understood what Mo Wuji meant by "after everything here is settled." He was referring to his deathmatch with Yin Yangdong. From today onwards, the three of us would follow Brother Mo's instructions, alive or dead, Pang Wei said without any hesitation. Mo Wuji shook his hand. "Brother Pang is too serious, everyone here are friends, so it was only right for us to look out for each other." Xu Qianlu's face was filled with worry as she said, "Wuji, do you know Yin Yangdong's true strength?" Mo Wuji shook his head and asked in serious tone, "I need Sister Chu to enlighten me." Even though he didn't regard Yin Yangdong highly, it would still be crucial for him to understand his opponent. He would never bring contempt into a battle because he would simply be risking his little life. Xu Qianlu continued to explain, Yin clan's most talented rising star was Yin Yangnan, who was Yin Yangdong's younger brother. Yin Yangnan was ranked first on the mortal board, while Yin Yangdong was at most ranked number 76 on the mortal board. In terms of strength in the mortal realm, Yin Yangdong should not be stronger than his younger brother, Yin Yangnan. However, a few years ago, Yin Yangdong received a supreme inheritance which led to an incredible surge in his strength. When he just entered the intermediate stage of the True Lake stage, he managed to kill a Nihility God stage level 1 expert in a head-to-head battle. One could say that in terms of strength in the Earth realm, Yin Yangdong was already far more superior than Yin Yangnan. I guess that Yin Yangdong was no longer in the True Lake stage level 5 but level 6 instead. He was extremely secretive, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is in level 7 already. What I am surprised was that he actually challenged you for a woman, which was extremely unlike him. Mo Wuji was emotionless because he had killed a Nihility God stage expert before, and the one he killed was even in the great circle of the Nihility God stage. However, that all happened in the Thorny Windgate, and it was because he understood the wind escape technique and was able to become one with the wind, which was why his strength had no limits in an extreme realm like the Thorny Windgate. Moreover, the strength of his opponent would decrease tremendously against himself too. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to defeat an expert in the great circle of the Nihility God stage. Mo Wuji predicted that given his strength now, he should be able to use various means to severely injure an expert in the average elementary stage of the Nihility God stage. As to finishing the opponent off, he had to look at the circumstances. However, it didn't take Mo Wuji very long to realize that the Yin Yangdong could have used a variety of tricks to defeat the Nihility God stage level 1 expert too. Regardless the case, the fact that Yin Yangdong dared to challenge him to a deathmatch after witnessing Mo Wuji broke a Nihility God stage level 2 expert's wrist proved that this fella must be quite confident in himself. "Many thanks, Sister Chu, I will be careful," Mo Wuji said. He kind of understood that the yellow-bearded True Lake stage enforcer had given him a lot of face, because the truth was that he didn't think that Mo Wuji would be able to defeat Yin Yangdong. Mo Wuji sighed because he didn't think that what the yellow-bearded man did was wrong. If the Yin clan was truly that powerful, it was actually pretty incredible for him to do such thing. Borrowing the strength of someone else would always be a secondary mean because one had to depend on himself eventually. Mo Wuji was suddenly rejoicing that he didn't take out Mao Lanhan's order flag, because how sure could he be that the Mao clan would be willing to go against the Yin clan for a mere True Lake stage expert like himself? The incident at the Universal Pier made everyone in the Universal Hall excited in an instant. Whether it was the newcomers or experienced experts here at the Universal Hall, there was only one topic of discussion these few days, which was the deathmatch between a rogue cultivator, Mo Wuji, and the Yin clan's genius, Yin Yangdong of the Star King Mountain 3 days later. As rumors of this deathmatch spread even further, even cultivators of the Piercing Wind City and the 9Mo City heard of it, as many of them started to make their way to the Universal Hall. They wanted to see how fierce this rogue cultivator was to dare to act against an enforcer, and even accepted the deathmatch from Star King Mountain's Yin clan. The Universal Hall suddenly became overcrowded because, other than a few major Universal battle, there was seldom such a crowd at the Universal Hall. At this moment, 2 men and 2 women descended from the transfer array outside the Universal Hall. One of them used a veil to cover her face. Senior apprentice Sister Sutting, is that Mo Wuji really a member of the Heaven-Seeking Palace? The person speaking was a man standing beside the woman with a veil on her face. This man had a slender figure with a pretty face, and he looked extremely handsome. This 4 people came over from the Lost Continent too, and they were all disciples of the Heaven-Seeking Palace. The person standing in front was the woman with her face covered, as she was previously the Heaven-Seeking Palace number 1 Dean, Bei Sutting. Currently, she had already reached the True God stage level 8 and had stepped into the real realm of experts. The handsome young man asking Bei Sutting questions was the Heaven-Seeking Palace 2nd Dean, Feng Jinqiu's only son, Feng Luojin. Previously, he was only in the True Lake stage level 3, but after a few years, he had already advanced into the Nihility God stage level 1. The other person beside Bei Sutting was Pil Pagoda's Yen Air, and her cultivation level increased the quickest as she had already reached True Lake stage level 6. The last person was a skinny man called Go Zihan, who was previously ranked number 1 on the Heaven-Seeking Staircase, and his cultivation level was at True Lake level 7 now. After hearing Feng Luojin's words, Bei Sutting hesitated before saying, "I am not very sure, but since he's called Mo Wuju, we had to come and take a look, because what if it was really him?" As she spoke till this moment, Senior Apprentice Sister Sutting suddenly said, "Yen Air, after we settled down, come to my room for a while, as I have some things to say to you." "Yes, Sister Sutting," Yen Air replied respectfully. Mo Wuji, Universal Contribution Points, 26811, ranking, 9951, very powerful. Go Zihan stopped abruptly as he was reading. After being in the Jinemo continent for a few years now, the previous number 1 on the Heaven-Seeking Staircase clearly knew how hard it was to make it onto the Universal Board. The remaining 3 people stopped as they also saw the secondary Universal Board. Ranked 9951 on the secondary Universal Board was indeed Mo Wuji. Truly a rogue cultivator, Senior Sutting murmured to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, The Young Must Be Hot-Blooded. Chapter 309, The Young Must Be Hot-Blooded. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Let's quickly go in and take a look. Bei Sutting hastened her footsteps and headed towards the Universal Hall. At the True God stage level 8, Bei Sutting could be considered an expert here. However, the number of True God experts here wasn't as little as that in the Lost Continent. If you grabbed a group of people, there was likely to be a True God expert in the group. Thus, only those True God experts who have demonstrated their prowess, such as Mao Lanhen, were revered. Ordinary True God experts, who had yet to advance into the worldly immortal realm, were still low-profile existences. The Universal Pier Hotel was long filled to the brim, the rooms were all booked. Bei Sutting and company came relatively late, so they could only choose a resting spot within the main hall. At the very least, they could inquire more about Mo Wuji. When they arrived, they didn't even need to do any special inquiries. Almost 90% of the cultivators here were discussing about the deathmatch. That Mo Wuji fella is really... Aish, I really don't know what to say about him. Do you think it's easy to enter the Universal Board? But he chose to court his own death so soon. So young, so hot-blooded. A man with a goatee said, shaking his head. Why are you so sure that Yin Yangdong would win? Since it's a deathmatch, one would live while the other would die. No one could say for sure that Mo Wuji would be the one to die. What do you know? That Yin Yangdong is a genius from the Star King Mountain. At True Lake Stage Level 4, he killed a cultivator at Nihility God Stage Level 1. Even if Mo Wuji is strong, is he able to kill a Nihility God? Mo Wuji was able to injure Enforcer Huang, and that Enforcer Huang is at least at Nihility God Stage Level 2, right? As these people were discussing, a black-robed man with a slightly emaciated figure suddenly walled in front of them. These people who were still discussing the deathmatch between Mo Wuji and Yin Yangdong immediately stopped their words as they turned and faced this thin man doubtfully. Besides his thin figure, this black-robed man's entire body was like a sword, exuding a sharp killing intent. Behind him was a sheathless sword. His long hair was tied up and there was a red ribbon knotted on his right wrist. Just now, the Mo Wuji you were talking about, he really fought with a Nihility God Stage Enforcer? He even injured that Enforcer's wrist? This black-robed man's tone was very low. Yes, I saw it with my own two eyes. Then, that Enforcer acted against him first and he did not hesitate to resist. He even whipped out his spiritual equipment. Sensing that this thin man was not to be offended, one of the cultivators promptly replied him. The thin man nodded and unexpectedly turned and spoke to Goatee, "Your views are wrong, but one of your sentences is not bad. The young must be hot-blooded." With that, the thin man turned and left, soon disappearing from the bustling hall. Who was that fella? He looked so arrogant. Waiting for the thin man to leave, one of the cultivators finally spoke up. He only got to half of his sentence when he noticed Goatee's face turning pale. He immediately stopped complaining and asked quizzically, "Brother Jew, you know that man, Goatee slowly exhaled, then he said, "I believe all of you would have heard of him. He has a nickname, the Solitary Red Knot." The crowd let out breaths of cold air. Those that never heard of Solitary Red Knot really only numbered a few. It said that his cultivation was not high, he wasn't even in the Nihility God stage. But that man was a maniac. He was once surrounded alone by a horde of space beasts, and after a whole month of slaughter, he slashed himself a road of blood. If someone encountered the Solitary Red Knot, if he didn't eliminate the Solitary Red Knot immediately, he might end up getting eliminated. Because this man was too resilient, he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The craziest thing was, he accepted a mission at the Universal Pier, to find the irregular void fruit. Ultimately, he camped outside a Class 7 Space Beast's cave silently for 3 months, and finally took the opportunity when the Space Beast left briefly to sneak in and steal the irregular void fruit. He was different from other people. No matter the time or place, he would also have a red ribbon tied around his right wrist. That person looked like a woman, maybe he had disguised himself. Perhaps she's really a woman and she fancies Mo Wuji? Don't spout nonsense, otherwise you might just die without knowing it. Mo Wuji might have gotten some fame recently, but compared to Solitary Red Knot, he's still lacking. Mo Wuji already has a beauty, that Chu clan widow. Huio, so tender that you just want to squeeze her. Not far away, Bei Sutting frowned as she listened to the discussions. She started to suspect whether she had been overthinking things. The Mo Wuji she knew definitely wouldn't get together with a widow. He was someone who would exchange his life for a female slave's. He could endure all sorts of difficulties. From the little state of Chunyu, he went all the way to the 5 elements desolate domain. Was this something an ordinary human could do? If he had such strong willpower, how could be seduced by a widow? She subconsciously looked towards Yenair. Yenair's face was calm, without a hint of emotion. Bei Sutting sighed and stood up. Come, let's find a place to stay. She was still concerned about Xin Shuyin, there was still no news about her. Facing the juggernaut that was the Star King Mountain, even Bei Sutting wouldn't be able to protect herself, much less protect Xin Shuyin. The Universal Hall was also dearth of rooms. The four searched for a good half a day before finally finding a relatively remote small shack. Furthermore, they were only able to stay there on the account that Bei Sutting was a true God stage expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have gotten this small shack. Originally, they planned to each have their own rooms, but because of the limited space, Bei Sutting and Yen shared one room, while Gozihan and Feng Luojian shared another. Sister Sutting, did you want something from me? When they entered the room, Yen asked softly. Bei Sutting shook her head and sighed. At first, I did have some words I wanted to talk to you, but now, I also feel that it's nothing much. Let's just leave things be. After some time, we might have to separate. Yen, your talent is no less than mine. You definitely need to continue working hard in your cultivation and strive to be a worldly immortal. If you're not a worldly immortal, you'll never truly be able to stand up for yourself. Yes. Yen responded respectfully. 3 days passed in a flash. In these 3 days, Mo Wuji had always been in his room cultivating his revolving star passage technique. His revolving star passage technique had already been honed to the 4th level of the Zhuan stage, Shen Kuan upheaval. However, this 4th level was much more complex than the previous levels of the Zhuan stage. Even though he had reached this level, it didn't signify that he was familiarized with it. These few days, to Mo Wuji, was truly too short. Opening the door, Mo Wuji saw Chu Qianlu and company waiting for him. Where's Zihan? Mo Wuji did not see the Zihan who was always tagging by Chu Qianlu's side, so he prompted that question. Chu Qianlu shook her head and spoke a little despondently. She wants to undergo closed-doors cultivation. I'll let her do what she wants. Brother Mo, could you lend me some contribution points? Ronghee suddenly asked, but after she finished that sentence, her face swelled red in embarrassment. Over the past few days, she was staying here off Mo Wuji's contribution points, and now, she was even asking Mo Wuji for more. This was simply a bit too much. Mo Wuji stared curiously at Ronghee. He knew Ronghee, if it was nothing special, she definitely wouldn't ask him for contribution points. Pang Qi hurriedly explained, it's like this. Betting stands have been set up throughout Universal Hall on who's going to end up victorious in your match. The greatest odds is 1 to 3. Mo Wuji asked in astonishment, Brother Pang, you're saying, if I win, I will get 3 times the amount? He clearly injured that Nihility God stage level 2 cultivator's wrist, but yet he was still looked down upon. This was too exaggerated, right? Chu Qianlu said, Wuji, actually these odds are already very conservative. If you didn't rank in the Universal Board, and if you didn't injure that enforcer Huang, the odds wouldn't simply be 1 to 3, but 1 to 30. Then if I bet and win, would those contribution points be calculated into the Universal Board's rankings? Mo Wuji asked urgently. His main goal here was to get as many contribution points as possible. Chu Qianlu shook her head. No, the Universal Board only records the effective contribution points that was obtained firsthand. These contribution points obtained during the Star Wars and from missions in the Hall of Affairs. Contribution points obtained from secondary sources could only be used for transactional purposes and would not be counted into the rankings. Mo Wuji was a little disappointed as he passed his universal over to Ronghee. Take as much as you need. Ronghee hurriedly said, I only need 3,000 contribution points. Then you can help me bet the rest on my victory. It's also not bad to earn a little extra contribution points. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said. The Universal Hall had 2 competing stages, one was the Deathmatch Battlistage, the other was the Challenge Battlistage. When Mo Wuji was walking to the Deathmatch Battlistage, it was already filled to the brim with all sorts of cultivators. Luckily, Mo Wuji was a contestant so he could walk through a separate passage. Otherwise, if he needed to squeeze his way through to the Battlistage, it would be a little problematic. When Mo Wuji arrived, he saw Yen Yangdong slow walk to the Deathmatch Battlistage, with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm as though he wasn't going to fight in a life and death battle. Deathmatch did not have judges, because there was no need for judges. There was only one cultivator in charge, and that was the commentator by the side of the stage. This commentator waited for Yen Yangdong to stand up on the stage before loudly announcing, Star King Mountain Star Cloud Hall, Yen Yangdong enters the death stage. A flurry of cheers resounded, almost seeming to tear this deathmatch battlistage apart. You guys wait for me by the stage, I'm going up, Mo Wuji turned and told Chu Qianlu and company. Be careful. Chu Qianlu and company knew that things have already gotten to such a stage. It was already too late to retreat. Mo Wuji nodded and slowly walked up the deathmatch battlistage. Universal Board Rank 9951, Mo Wuji enters the death stage. The commentator announced once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, You'll only understand after experiencing it. Chapter 310, You'll only understand after experiencing it. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment Mo Wuji stepped foot on the deathmatch battlistage, Bei Sutting's gaze turned towards Yenair. Here, the only person who could recognize Mo Wuji was Yenair. Even though she had heard various things about Mo Wuji from Linglong, she had never personally seen him. Yenair calmly nodded. Sister Sutting, he is indeed Mo Wuji, and he is, in fact, from the heaven-seeking palace. The scene when they met each other appeared in front of Yenair's eyes. That's right, it's me. Yenair, you don't remember the past? Brother Mo, even though I may not remember what happened in the past, but my master told me to always remember your kindness. If you didn't save me, perhaps I might have long been dead. Brother Mo, this is a token of my appreciation. Even though it does not mean much in front of your kindness. I hope Brother Mo would not throw them away. Yenair, if you want to know about your past memories, I can tell them to you. Brother Mo, my senior apprentice sister told me, the reason why my cultivation is so much faster than other people is because my heart is pure, it's free from distractions and emotions. If I know too many things about my past, I might not be able to cultivate with such speed. But I'm still very grateful to Brother Mo. Thank you. Many thanks Lady Yenair for your gift, I will keep it. Actually, there's nothing much about our past, I've also forgotten most of it. How about this, if Lady Yenair encounters any sort of difficulties, you can find me Mo Wuji. In my heart, I will always be your big brother. An indescribable feeling flowed deep within her heart, it was as though a nail had been stabbed straight to her heart. However, she soon recovered her calm. Yenair, are you alright? Bei Sutting sensed the peculiarity within Yenair at that instant, and urgently asked. Yenair shook her head, it's nothing much, I suddenly had this strange feeling. Bei Sutting went silent, only after some time, she said, Yenair, perhaps you're right. Perhaps your cultivation is faster than others because your heart is free of distractions. However, cultivation isn't purely to raise your cultivation level. Yenair suddenly asked, Sister Sutting, my master told me, after I built my spirits, following the rise of my cultivation, my memories would gradually disappear. Now, I'm already at True Lake Stage Level 6, does that mean that I will completely be unable to recover my memories? She wasn't a fool, she naturally knew what Bei Sutting wanted to talk to her about last night. Even though Bei Sutting decided against it, Yenair knew what was on her mind. Bei Sutting shook her head, the universe is broad and vast, there's many things we don't know. There's no need to talk about your true lake stage, even if you really ascended to become a worldly immortal, or even an earthly immortal, as long as you have the determination, you will definitely be able to recover your memories. However, if you do not have that drive, even if you hadn't built your spirits, you would never be able to recover your memories. Determination. Yenair muttered that single word, she could feel her determination. When she was with her senior apprentice sister Jinwen, sure Jinwen would always tell her to forget the shackles of her past and focus on her cultivation. Cultivating without distraction, this was the idea that sure Jinwen had instilled in her. In reality, it was indeed because of this idea which caused her cultivation to swell rapidly. However, ever since she was together with Sister Sutting, she seemed to be affected by Bei Sutting's ideologies. Cultivation wasn't the only thing, there were many things more important than cultivation. Were her thoughts gradually changing because of Bei Sutting's influence? No. Yen'er was quick to shake her head. Her thoughts did not start changing after interacting with Bei Sutting, but when she first met Rogue Cultivator 2705. That rogue cultivator risked his own life just to protect her from harm. It slowly let her know, besides cultivation, there was still something else important that was hard to describe. That something was feelings. Remember to cultivate properly, work hard to live. His voice was hoarse and dry, like a nomad that had traveled alone in the desert for an eternal period of time. It was alone and lonely. For no particular reason, Yen'er's nose turned sour and 2 beads of tears appeared at the corner of her eyes. Ever since she started cultivation, this was the first time she ever felt such feelings. She recalled that rogue cultivator 2705, she didn't even know him, but he was willing to sacrifice his life for her own. Before he left, he even advised her to cultivate properly and to work hard to live. In the past, she didn't really understand his words. But now, after going through some close death experiences of her own, she finally understood that his words were based on the foundation of his blood, sweat, and tears. There was no doubt about it. When they met, didn't he just fight his way out the encirclement of 100 over alien cultivators? When he left, hadn't he risked his life and blood to save her? How long did she know Rogue Cultivator 2705? In that short period of time, he had already brushed the shoulders of death twice. Because of the obstruction from her tears, Mo Wuji's figure on the stage became a little hazy. The unfamiliar Rogue Cultivator 2705 was willing to exchange his life for hers. While she, just to raise her cultivation level, chose to be free of her heart's distractions, and was unwilling to accept her past memories, and was reluctant to even care what kind of person Mo Wuji was. Cultivation without distractions, was that so important? Then what about Mo Wuji's kindness to her? Compared to that courageous rogue cultivator 2705, she was just an ungrateful, unfeeling cultivation machine. Yen'er, are you really alright? Bei Sutting could feel that there's something not right with Yen'er. Yen'er shook her head, I'm really alright. Sister Sutting, if I want to recover my memories, what do I need to do? Bei Sutting was slightly startled, but she soon came to an understanding. She tousled Yen'er's hair. Yen'er, you wanting to recover your memories is the right choice. Ever since the ancient times, I've never heard of any experts choosing to seal their memories and could still reach greater heights. Whether your memories are good or bad, they are part of your cultivation. I call this cultivating the heart. If you didn't mention this, I wouldn't have said such words to you. Cultivating without distractions is fast, but I do not believe that a cultivator without inner demons could get far. Inner demons have always been necessary in the road of cultivation. Only when you overcome these inner demons, your understandings would improve and you would be able to progress further. I understand, Sister Sutting. Yen'er nodded her head. In the past, she didn't really understand Rogue Cultivator 2705's words. But now, after going through some close death experiences of her own, she finally understood what was meant by working hard to live. It's actually not difficult for you to recover your memories. Wait till I advance to the worldly immortal stage, I will bring you to the Valley of the Immortal Doctors to find San Yisheng. 1. I heard that he managed to treat many incurable patients. In the entire Zhenemo continent, he's the strongest medicine god, Bei Sutting said. Yen'er acknowledged with an N, then turned back towards the deathmatch battlistage. At the deathmatch battlistage, the commentators saw that Mo Wuji and Yen Yangdong had both stood upon the stage. He retreated out of the stage as he waved his hands towards the crowd. Let the battle begin. Yen Yangdong slowly turned the ring on his finger. A heavenly halberd, too, appeared in his hands. The moment the heavenly halberd appeared, the crowd screamed in excitement. In all honesty, the number of cultivators who used a heavenly halberd was not a lot. On the contrary, many mortal generals and martial artists liked this kind of weapon. Yen Yangdong had average looks with a square face. However, as he stood on the stage dressed in cultivator robes with a heavenly halberd in his hands, it did give him an oppressive aura. This look definitely incited the excitement the crowd. Mo Wuji opened his palm and an octagonal steel hammer appeared in his hand. He did not act immediately but waited for Yen Yangdong to make his move. Yen Yangdong also didn't start attacking, but stared at Mo Wuji and laughed. "You know why I would fight this deathmatch with you? For some cheap B***tch? Your death will help me. That's why I've decided to be more humane as I kill you." Mo Wuji sighed. As expected, not everyone was like Pang Chi. "I'm guessing you won't tell me the real reason. Because if you tell me, and if you die, I will spread it," Mo Wuji faintly said. Yen Yangdong chuckled and whispered, "Your taunting is not bad, I'll purposely fall for it. Let me tell you, the reason why I want to kill you is because your luck is not bad. You good King luck actually got you on the universal board. You know, if I rank in the universal board or kill someone on it, what would my clan reward me? You will never know. With that, Yen Yangdong transformed into 10 different figures. Boundless halberd shadows completely filled the deathmatch battlistage. Waves of halberd shadows surged over. It was like copious autumn leaves being blown by the autumn wind, bringing with it endless killing intent. The onlookers started to scream and cheer. This halberd art was truly worthy to be from the Yen clan. How could ordinary cultivators display such threatening and imposing halberd shadows? With the appearance of Yen Yangdong's halberd shadows, Mo Wuji could feel this fella's true power. He definitely wasn't in true lake stage level 4, nor was it level 5 or 6 as Chu Qianlu predicted. This fella definitely had the power of true lake stage level 9. This oppressive aura coupled with the halberd shadow seemed to transform this deathmatch battlistage to a place of death. People below the stage might not be able to feel it, but Mo Wuji could clearly feel how terrifying this space is. No wonder why this fella could kill someone at Nihility God stage level 1. Even if a cultivator was at Nihility God stage level 3, when surrounded by Yen Yangdong's halberd shadows, he wouldn't be able to display his true power. Yen Yangdong dared to challenge Mo Wuji, because he knew that he was definitely going to win. Mo Wuji coldly snorted. His octagonal steel hammer whipped up layers of elemental energy walls to protect himself. If Yen Yangdong wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. Boom! Boom! The waves of halberd shadow crashed against Mo Wuji's elemental energy wall, ripping space apart. Yen Yangdong's lips curved into a contemptuous smile. Mo Wuji was truly a rogue cultivator. He didn't even have a proper skill. Using this crude elemental energy wall to defend against his halberd shadow, if put nicely, was simply doing more harm than good. 1. This guy's name has the exact same Hanyu pinyin as Rogue Dr. Haha. 2. This is the same weapon which Lu Bu uses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Skills vs. Sacred Art. Chapter 311, Skills vs. Sacred Art. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Any cultivator who could spectate this deathmatch definitely had good eyesights. When Mo Wuji used an elemental energy wall to block Yen Yangdong's lethal halberd shadows, the crowd knew that Mo Wuji was going to lose. Even though an elemental energy wall was strong, its energy usage was extremely high. No cultivator could constantly use the elemental energy wall to protect himself. Thus, the elemental energy wall was like a bird's shit. It was hard on the outside, but after you take some time and delve into the inner layers, you would find that it's especially soft. Moreover, besides this elemental energy wall, Mo Wuji didn't have any sort of hammer arts. He only waved the giant hammer here and there. Could that even contest with the Yen clan's halberd techniques? Bang! Mo Wuji's octagonal steel hammer whirled out, smashing against the limitless halberd shadows on the deathmatch battlistage, immediately ripping those halberd shadows apart. Yen Yangdong's figure was now clearly within the strike zone of Mo Wuji's octagonal steel hammer. Yen Yangdong was momentarily stunned. Even after using an elemental energy to defend against his halberd shadow-killing stance, Mo Wuji was still able to conjure up so much power the hammer. Unless Mo Wuji was also like him, and had hidden his true power? Irregardless, when facing Mo Wuji's oncoming strike, Yin Yangdong could only choose to defend. Violent waves of elemental energy crashed against one another. Mo Wuji and Yin Yangdong were simultaneously blown away. The two crashed against the protective barrier of the battlistage and stood back up. Below the stage was a buzz of astonishment. After Mo Wuji displayed the energy-depleting elemental energy wall, many thought that Mo Wuji would definitely be suppressed and eventually be killed. However, the outcome suddenly changed. When the two collided, both of them were actually sent flying. Seemingly, they were evenly matched. You truly have the power to be on the universal board. You deserve to be killed using my full power. I hope that you didn't expend all your energy just now, or you'll regret coming up on this stage. Yin Yangdong wiped the blood trail off the corner of his mouth. His previous casualness and contempt had completely disappeared. He knew that Mo Wuji was very strong, but for Mo Wuji to be strong to such an extent had surprised him. After all, Mo Wuji had used an elemental energy wall and could still match him evenly during the following exchange. That showed that Mo Wuji's true lake of elemental energy was no smaller than his. This had thoroughly left him in disbelief. He had obtained numerous opportunities and was even in True Lake stage level 9. Facing others in the same stage, few should have an elemental lake comparable to his. Mo Wuji was some unknown bumpkin, yet could be comparable to him. How could he not be in disbelief? Even if Mo Wuji was also in True Lake stage level 9, it was something inconceivable. As Yin Yangdong spoke, he had already taken a step forward. Holding the halberd in one hand, his other hand continuously formed various hand seals. Even though he hoped that Mo Wuji had yet to display his full power, he believed that that was already the case. Even if Mo Wuji was any stronger, he definitely wasn't in the nihility god stage. Then, he definitely did not believe that a true lake stage cultivator would still have energy after surviving that all-out exchange with him. Yin Yangdong swung out his halberd, his hand seals getting increasingly complex. The originally clear battlistage suddenly seemed to have gotten hazy. It was as though a mist had descended upon the battlistage, and onlookers could only see the faint silhouettes of the two battlers. This is liquefaction of elemental energy, spatial saturation. Someone below the stage instantly cried out in shock. Following this cry of astonishment, more people started to reveal a glimmer in their eyes. Looks like they had made the right choice in coming to this match. They actually got to see a true lake stage cultivator liquefy his elemental energy, saturating space. Elemental energy liquefaction, spatial saturation. This wasn't merely a boost in strength when the elemental energy liquefies. More importantly, this liquefied elemental energy would start to diffuse and fill up the surrounding space, causing the space to turn heavy and viscous. It could be said that he had controlled this domain of space. This sort of spatial suppression and restrictions, in reality, could barely be exhibited by cultivators at the Great Circle of Nihility God stage. This was a measure used by true gods and worldly immortals. At the True Lake stage, one could only try to display a fraction of this power. To truly achieve spatial suppression, one must first liquefy his elemental energy and saturate space. But many cultivators, even after they advanced into the Nihility God stage, could not even attempt this killer move. As the two silhouettes got increasingly obscure, everyone knew Mo Wuji was done for. This spatial saturation, if it had reached such a stage, was equivalent to complete spatial control. Mo Wuji could only get ravaged. AI, what a pity, we don't get to see the battle. That would have made things really interesting. That rogue cultivator called Mo Wuji, at least he died with glory. He actually forced that Yin Yangdong to use spatial saturation. Kiki, why are you so sure that Mo Wuji would die? Just now, when he was enshrouded in halberd shadows and was forced to use an elemental energy wall, didn't you also think that he would definitely die? In the end, what happened? Spatial saturation and the halberd shadows are completely two different things. If it was you, would you be able to escape? I'm not able to, that's why I don't qualify to go up that stage. But the one on the stage now is a universal board expert. You think it's so easy to rank in the universal board? Not. So what? So many geniuses from the three great clans can also rank on the universal board. It's just that they are restricted by their clan rules. If they don't reach a certain cultivation, they aren't allowed to take part in the Star Wars. It was a buzz of discussions and arguments below the stage, but all this did not affect Mo Wuji. There's no need to even mention Yin Yangdong's spatial saturation. Mo Wuji had experienced true spatial locking techniques more than once. Yin Yangdong thought that he hadn't held back previously, and had exerted all his energy. In reality, Mo Wuji didn't fully exert all his power. At the very most, he only displayed 70% of it. Moreover, he had yet to reveal any of his hidden aces. Yin Yangdong's spatial saturation was just what Mo Wuji wanted. He continued to use his elemental energy to form a wall around himself, not doing anything to resist. He would definitely kill Yin Yangdong, and it would be best if no one could see how he did it. Since Yin Yangdong was courting his own death, he should not blame Mo Wuji. Yin Yangdong laughed coldly, using an elemental energy wall to deal with his space saturation? What a joke, Kiki. At this time, the entire stage was saturated with his elemental energy. Yin Yangdong was like a shark in water, charging towards Mo Wuji. The halberd in his hand shone with radiant light, shooting towards Mo Wuji's throat. The single radiant light suddenly transformed into 2, and from 2 it transformed into 4, then from 4 to 8. Within a breath's time, Mo Wuji was completely surrounded by beams of halberd light. From Yin Yangdong's perspective, this entire battlistage was a lake which belonged entirely to him, and he was like a shark in the lake, while Mo Wuji was simply a duck left hanging to dry. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was already a dead man. The halberd light completely surrounded Mo Wuji as they shot towards him. Just as the light touched Mo Wuji's clothes, Yin Yangdong suddenly felt that something was not right. Even if Mo Wuji was a noob, he wouldn't be completely unable to move due to the spatial saturation. At the very most, his movements would get slower. Just at this instant, Mo Wuji moved. He slowly raised the steel hammer, as though he was in slow motion. Yin Yangdong finally heaved a sigh of relief. Things went as expected. Wait, that's still not right. Yin Yangdong started in shock as his halberd light did not pierce through Mo Wuji as he predicted. The only damage it caused was towards Mo Wuji's clothes. Not even a drop of blood was shed. The elemental energy wall which surrounded Mo Wuji was now concentrated on Mo Wuji's head. A beam of halberd light which was aimed at Mo Wuji's head bounced harmlessly away from the elemental energy wall. Yin Yangdong could faintly see the elemental energy wall emitting a purple color, as though it was made out of purple energy. Yin Yangdong let out a breath of cold air. To continuously use the elemental energy wall to block against his halberd light would require dense amounts of elemental energy. At the present, or even after he advances into the Nihility God stage, he might not be able to compare to Mo Wuji. How were they evenly matched? The other party wasn't simply concealing his cultivation, he was doing so very complicatedly. Even though the octagonal steel hammer was slow, it still descended. Yin Yangdong knew that Mo Wuji wouldn't simply let him dodge it, but what else could he do but dodge from the hammer? As expected, just as Yin Yangdong avoided the hammer, 10 intense bolts of lightning struck against him. Boom! Crackle! The violent explosions ripped out several holes of blood from Yin Yangdong's body. At the same time, tremors could be felt from the ground. Yin Yangdong finally understood what was happening. The halberd light that he shot towards Mo Wuji did not even touch him. Besides the halberd light aimed towards Mo Wuji's head, the rest were all directed towards the ground. What skill was this? It could actually diver away his halberd sunderer? No, this was no skill, it was a sacred art. As he thought of this, Yin Yangdong suddenly felt faint. His Yin clan was one of the three major clans of the Star King Mountain, but it only had one sacred art. He was able to obtain countless legacies, but he had never obtained a sacred art. Mo Wuji actually had one. If he knew that Mo Wuji knew a sacred art, he would never have challenged Mo Wuji unless he was mad. Stop. I concede. The lightning brought about an intense burning sensation. As Yin Yangdong uttered each word, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Okay. Mo Wuji's one word let Yin Yangdong heave a sigh of relief. At least the Yin clan still had some oppressive power. Before that final thought could fully form within his head was smashed in by the giant octagonal steel hammer. Yin Yangdong was aggrieved. He never thought that Mo Wuji would say one thing but do another. Mo Wuji faintly said, "I said okay to your concession. But I didn't say that I wouldn't kill you. You think I won't kill you on the deathmatch battlistage? You think I'm an idiot like you? Honestly, with your halberd arts and spatial control skill, if you go train yourself in the Star Wars battlefield, it would not be easy for me to kill you. I might not even be able to kill you. You simply lack the tempering of life and death experiences." Yin Yangdong didn't even hear Mo Wuji's last words. He sank into boundless darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, The Yin Clan of Star King Mountain. Chapter 312, The Yin Clan of Star King Mountain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. With the spread of his palms, Mo Wuji kept the octagonal steel hammer into his ring. At the same time, he kept Yin Yangdong's ring. These were his rewards for emerging victorious. Yin Yangdong was indeed one of the best among those in true lake stage. However, compared to Mo Wuji, he was still slightly lacking. What's more, he had only gained his capabilities by winning battles. He definitely did not been training on his own. That much was apparent. If Yin Yangdong had truly been training at Star Wars battlefield, he wouldn't have managed to defeat his opponent so easily with the halberd technique. He hadn't even thought about letting Yin Yangdong off. Only one survivor was allowed to walk off the deathmatch battlistage. If he had allowed Yin Yangdong to walk away, Mo Wuji could wrongly be killed for breaking the rules of the deathmatch battlistage. Kiki, maybe he would no longer have to worry about the rules of battling in the Universal Hall when he became stronger. But for now, he wouldn't do anything silly. Since Yin Yangdong had already been defeated, the deathmatch battlistage began to clear up. When it sunk in that Yin Yangdong was dead and Mo Wuji remained standing, there was a moment of strange silence in the air. Once the moment passed through, the bustling noise and excited cheers filled the air. Mo Wuji was now famous in the Universal Hall. There was even more hype over him now than when he made it to rank 9951 on the Universal Board. Not every cultivator who could kill Yin Yangdong dared to do so. This unexpected outcome was exactly what the masses desired. Finally, the genius cultivator Yin Yangdong of the Yin clan had been defeated. The cultivator who was acting as the referee finally called out after a long time, "The winner of this battle is Mo Wuji." As for the loser, nobody would even remember his last name in time to come. "Brother Mo, you have won." Pang Chi excitedly came forward to hug Mo Wuji, before hurriedly leaving through the exit next to the stage. "Wuji, I think you lack a magic skill. No matter what type of spiritual item you use, if you don't have the right magic skill, you would still be much worse off than others. Your victory over Yin Yangdong this time had a great deal to do with their clan's rules. Otherwise, even if you would have won, you wouldn't have done so that quickly." Once they had returned to Universal Pier, Chu Qianlu pointed out Mo Wuji's flaws. "Sister Qianlu, what does this have to do with the Yin clan's rules?" Rong he asked, confused. Chu Qianlu explained, "The Yin clan does not allow anyone who has not reached True Lake Stage Level 7 to enter the Void battlefield. Yin Yangdong lacked actual combat training. Either he couldn't achieve his full potential during battle, or he had used the wrong techniques. If he were up against any ordinary opponent, this wouldn't have mattered. But he was up against Wuji, who just returned from Star Wars battlefield. He has even made it on the Universal Board. He's much more experienced in fighting than Yen Yangdong. Chu Qianlu knew in her heart that even if Mo Wuji hadn't come from the Star Wars battlefield, his fighting experience would still be much better than the ordinary man. She had seen for herself what he was capable of. Recovery simply wasn't good enough an explanation. Chu Qianlu had a sharp eye, she identified his problem easily. Of course, Mo Wuji knew what his flaws were. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, he would still have asked her where he could purchase the magic skills. He was not lacking in the hammer technique, but in the pull technique. Sister Chu, do you have any idea where I can buy better magic skills? Mo Wuji asked. Chu Qianlu replied, I was just about to discuss this with you. Not long ago, there was a Star War. I think you participated in it before. A large quantity of precious treasures appeared in that battle. The Universal Hall is organizing a sale to sell them soon. I suggest that you check that sale out. You might be able to find Earth-grade magic skills. Didn't you use the space contribution points to bet on yourself winning earlier? If the ratio is 1-3, you should have enough winnings to purchase some things at the sale. Mo Wuji turned to face Rongyi. At the mention of the space contribution points, Rongyi excitedly said, That's right. That's right. I'll go and collect the winnings immediately. Let's go together. Pang Qi stood up. Is Dao friend Mo in? Yu Qianni from the Universal Hall is here to pay him a visit. An abrupt voice seemed to come from right in front of them. Mo Wuji rose to his feet and met with a ball of fists at the door. Greetings, Elder Yu. Immediately, Mo Wuji recognized the voice as belonging to the law enforcer with the yellow beard in True God stage. This fellow was fast. Mo Wuji had just killed Yin Yangdong, and here he is now. He wondered what explanation this fellow would give him. I'll head over with Pang Qi and the rest, Chu Qianlu stood. Mo Wuji opened the door, and saw that the man with the yellow beard already stood at his doorstep. Chu Qianlu and the others greeted him, before respectfully taking their leave. Elder Yu, please come in. Mo Wuji invited Yu Qianni into his house. Yu Qianni did not stand on ceremony. He entered and sat down, saying, Little friend Mo, you were so lucky to rise to fame after just one battle. Mo Wuji impatiently said, Elder Yu, you have come to mock me. It's more fitting to say that I have attracted a lot of trouble with one battle. I don't believe that the Yen clan would not come after me. Yu Qianni burst into laughter. He changed the subject, I believe you will achieve extraordinary things in future. Today, I have come to discuss the investigation that took place 3 days ago. Mo Wuji cupped his fist and said, Elder Yu, please go ahead. Yu Qianni nodded. After further investigation, we discovered that it was indeed Jing Jingsan of the Yen clan who started the fight. However, Jing Jingsan is scheming. He has already escaped from Universal Hall. I've released a notice throughout Universal Hall. Jing Jingsan, Jing Danwu and Jing Qiliang are now on our wanted list. Thank you, Enforcer Yu. Mo Wuji cupped his fist once again. He smirked inwardly. This was expected and he didn't mind. He knew that Yu Qianni had come here because he knew how powerful Mo Wuji was. He did not want to offend him, so he had come as a sign of respect. Well, respect was to be earned. Since Universal Hall was unwilling to arrest people, Mo Wuji would catch them himself. If this law enforcer from the Universal Hall in True God stage thought that he had shown Mo Wuji respect by merely making a trip to his home, he was wrong. In that case, I'll take my leave. Yu Qianni announced. He turned to leave. Indeed, he was here to show some respect to Mo Wuji. Yet, Mo Wuji did not seem to appreciate his kindness. He, in True God stage, would not go so far as to placate someone in True Lake stage. At first, he was satisfied that Mo Wuji had referred to him as Elder Yu. Clearly, Mo Wuji took the opportunity to ensure he was on good terms with Yu Qianni and accumulate some goodwill. However, after he had explained the outcome of the investigation, Mo Wuji referred to him as Enforcer Yu. It was apparent that Mo Wuji was no longer concerned with accumulating goodwill with him. Since that was the case, why should he remain there? This type of cultivator would not survive long, no matter how great his potential was. It remained to be seen how he would get out of offending the Yan clan. Mo Wuji simply did not care about his attitude toward Yu Qianni. He understood that Yu Qianni was unwilling to offend the Yan clan. However, he mocked Yu Qianni for wanting to remain on good terms with both the Yan clan and Mo Wuji. The last thing he needed was a friend who was unwilling to help him in times of trouble, but who wanted to share in his future glory. He couldn't even be bothered to act courteous. To speak humbly to Yu Qianni, only to help him out when he became stronger? He, Mo Wuji, was not so despicable. In the Nebula Hall on Star King Mountain, Hall Master Yan Pingji frowned at the map of the universe that lay in front of him. Just then, a guard who stood at the door of the hall rushed to his side and bowed. "Hall Master, the Patriarch has just sent out a message, asking the Hall Master to return to the Yan clan meeting hall immediately." Yan Pingji finally withdrew his gaze from the map. He asked in a low voice, "Was it mentioned what for?" The guard nervously replied, "Your servant is unaware. Your servant only received instructions to invite Hall Master back." Yan Pingji nodded, "All right, I understand." Outwardly, it seemed as if this guard who stood by the doors of his hall was at his beck and call. However, in actual fact, he belonged to the Yan clan. He did not take instructions from Yan Pingji. As a result, he did not relay every single piece of information to the Hall Master. Yan Pingji left the Nebula Hall on Star King Mountain, and arrived at the Yan clan meeting hall in a matter of minutes. The three big clans all possessed a transfer array that allowed them to leave Star King Mountain directly. Most of the time, they didn't even have to report to the Star Lord before they left. Yan Pingji knew, the moment he entered the clan meeting hall, that something big had happened. The only other occasion where Yan Pingji had seen so many elders gathered together in the Yan clan was when they were making sacrifices to the ancestors. Greetings to the Patriarch. Greetings to Grand Elder. Yan Pingji only sat down at the front left of the table after he had bowed to the two seated at the head of the table. On Star King Mountain, Yan Pingji was one of the 10 Hallmasters. He was also the head commander of the Nebula Army, 6th of the 10 armies. However, in the Yan clan, he placed 3rd at most. On top of him on the hierarchy was the Patriarch, Yan Shiren, and the Grand Elder, Yan Yang. "Pingji, you are here. Please, take a seat." Patriarch Yan Shiren nodded warmly at Yan Pingji. "What has happened?" Yan Pingji questioned. He had been so absorbed in studying the map of the universe, he had hardly paid attention to Yan clan matters. Yan Shiren turned to the stubby, plump man on his right and said, "Gaokai, please explain the current situation to Pingji." But Yan Gaokai arose, bowed to Yan Pingji, and began, "Not too long ago, my descendant Yan Yangdong was beheaded on the deathmatch battlistage in Universal Hall." Yan Pingji's heart skipped a beat, not because Yan Yangdong was anyone important. In fact, even though Yan Yangdong was a descendant of the Yan clan, his death wouldn't be so high profile. The question was, who was so daring as to kill the genius cultivator of the Yan clan? Who did it? Yan Pingji snapped. Yan Shiren motioned for Yan Gaokai to sit back down. Then, he said, "The one who killed Yang Dong is a rogue cultivator who had just made it to the Universal Board. He's quite low on the board, rank 9951. But this isn't the main point. The main point is, does anyone here know what Yin Yangdong had on him? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 313, Yan Yangdong's Possessions. Chapter 313, Yan Yangdong's Possessions. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yen Shiren's eyes blazed as he said, "This rascal actually brought 3 half-moon keys." What? Most of the people seated in the Yen clan hall stood up in shock. Yen Pingji gasped. "Patriarch, has it been confirmed that the half-moon keys can be used in the half-moon immortal palace?" Yen Pingji tried to calm himself down, struggling to sound polite. Yen Shiren nodded. Yes, they were the half-moon keys from the half-moon immortal palace. In other words, those were the very keys that the Yen clan obtained 3,000 years ago. When he finished speaking, Yen Shiren addressed the now standing elders once more. "Everyone, please be seated. This concerns the future of my Yen clan. We must not panic." Even though they all followed his instructions, they continued to breathe heavily. Evidently, nobody was calm. How did the 3 big clans of Star King Mountain come about? They certainly didn't just appear out of nowhere along with Star King Mountain. They only existed because of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. The Half-Moon Immortal Palace appeared once every 3,000 years. It was said that there were 99 doors in the palace. Other than the last door, each one of the other 98 doors could be opened with a half-moon key. That was the reason that 100 half-moon keys appeared in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Any 2 of such keys could be joined together to form a full moon. But out of all of them, 2 keys in particular, when combined, would melt together to form a permanent full moon. No amount of strength could then force them apart. This key could then be used to unlock the last door in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Behind each door in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace lay valuable treasure. Sometimes it was 1 and other times it was many. 3,000 years ago, the Yen clan, the Xia clan and the Mao clan each obtained a half-moon key. They entered the Half-Moon Immortal Palace and each unlocked a door. The 3 clans of Star King Mountain formed because of those 3 half-moon keys. As the years went by, the number of doors that were unlocked in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace increased. There were fewer and fewer that remained locked. At the same time, fewer and fewer half-moon keys remained. That was the reason that everybody was so agitated upon hearing that Yen Yangdong had 3 half-moon keys. That was also the reason that Yen Shiren's blood was now boiling. Yen Pingji sucked in a breath, steadied his voice, and asked, "How did Yangdong obtain 3 half-moon keys? And since he had 3 half-moon keys, why did he want to go to Universal Hall so soon?" Only big clans knew of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Small sects and ordinary people would not have heard of such a place. Yen Pingji was confused. It would be years before the Half-Moon Immortal Palace would be opened once again. Even if Yen Yangdong wanted to keep those half-moon keys for himself, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Half-Moon Immortal Palace now. Yen Shiren exclaimed, "A few years ago, Yen Yangdong gained an excellent opportunity and inherited a considerable legacy. At the time, we didn't think much of it." Yen Pingji knew what Yen Shiren was referring to. Yen Yangdong had killed a rogue cultivator and had obtained a legacy place. However, the Yen clan hardly interfered in affairs like these. Their only rules were that these matters had to remain low profile, and that whatever treasures the Yen clan's disciples obtained belonged also to the clan. It was these rules that ensured the Yen clan's prosperity, and which allowed them to slowly rise to be top amongst the 3 clans. Other than obtaining the legacy from the legacy cave, Yen Yangdong also obtained a half-moon key. He obtained the other 2 half-moon keys from the Jing clan of Ardent Sun City. Yen Pingji was not surprised by what Yen Shiren was saying. There was a woman from the Jing clan, Jing Xiaoxiao, who married the Yen clan's Yen Yuyang. "You mean, Yangdong went to look for the rogue cultivator on the Universal Board to get to Yen clan's spiritual jade pool? That wouldn't have worked either. I remember Yangdong was only a true lake stage level 5. Even if he had managed to enter the spiritual jade pool, it would still be impossible for him to get to Nihility God stage in a mere few years, right?" Yen Pingji said, frowning. He knew that in order to get to the Half-Moon Immortal Palace, one had to leave his spiritual will outside of the doors. That meant that even if one possessed a half-moon key, he would still have to be in Nihility God stage to be qualified to enter. The Yen clan always took things step by step, they never rushed. No matter how much of a genius Yen Yangdong was, he would still need 2 to 3 years to get from True Lake Stage Level 5 to True Lake Stage Level 9. Moreover, someone like Yen Yangdong had to get to True Lake Stage Level 10 before he would be allowed to progress to Nihility God stage. This was to ensure that he would have a solid foundation. Using the Yen clan technique, it would take at least 3 years to progress from True Lake Stage Level 9 to True Lake Stage Level 10. For Yen Yangdong, this would have meant at least another 6 years. After 6 years, the Half-Moon Immortal Palace would have long been opened. That was why Yen Pingji felt so confused. Yen Qiren exclaimed, "You're right. There are only 2 chances to get into the Yen clan's spiritual jade pool. One is when a Nihility God has completely progressed to True God stage. The other is when one has made it to the Universal Board, or has defeated someone whose name is on the Universal Board." Yen Yangdong challenged that Mo Wuji because he had wanted to enter the Yen clan's spiritual jade pool and rush to Nihility God stage. His true level of cultivation wasn't the middle of True Lake stage. It was True Lake stage level 9. I know this only because Grand Elder's spiritual will once chanced upon him while he was training. Later, after he was beheaded, we looked into this and discovered that he had inherited a half-moon key. Together with the 2 half-moon keys from the Jing clan, he had a total of 3 half-moon keys on him. There was utter silence in the hall. Yen Yangdong was highly tolerant, he was indeed a rare genius of the Yen clan. It was a pity that he was so selfish. That was his downfall. He ended up dying at the hands of a mere rogue cultivator on the challenge battlistage. "Patriarch, our clan has to get those 3 half-moon keys back. Why don't I send some men out to search for it?" Yen Pingji suggested. He was sure that it would be a big blow to the Yen clan if other clans were to find the 3 half-moon keys. Yen Yang, the Grand Elder who was silent up till that point, suddenly said, "It will be enough to send a few Nihility gods and a true god to settle this issue. Remember not to send any earthly immortals. Otherwise, we might attract unwanted attention. Grand Elder, a genius cultivator from our Yen clan has just been murdered in the Universal Hall. It's perfectly reasonable to send people to investigate the matter," Yen Qiren explained. At that moment, a ray of red light shone upon Yen Pingji's hand. Yen Pingji frowned and, without waiting for Grand Elder to speak up, shook his head. "Patriarch, I agree with what Grand Elder said. According to the news I just received, the rogue cultivator who's rank 9951 on the Universal Board is not ordinary. He excelled in the recent Star Wars. He not only made it onto the Universal Board, but also obtained Mao Lanhen's order flag and invitation. Once he had learned that Yen Yangdong was beheaded, he immediately sent out an order to look into Mo Wuji. In that short time, a portion of the investigation outcome had returned to him." Yen Pingji's words stunned Yen Qiren for a moment. He was most afraid that Mo Wuji would collaborate with other clans. Now, his greatest fear was coming true. Yen Pingji continued, "This rogue cultivator Mo Wuji is extremely tolerant. He didn't use Mao Lanhen's order flag despite being challenged by Yen Yangdong. I presume the Mao clan knows of this. I'm afraid they would think even more highly of this Mo Wuji now. If I approach him because of what happened to Yen Yangdong, they will surely defend him." This realization left the entire hall in complete silence once again. Among the 3 major clans, the Yen clan ranked just above the Mao clan. However, everyone knew that the Yen clan had stronger cultivators. When it came to actual skill, the Mao clan was comparable to the Yen clan. Of the 10 space armies in Jin Mo, the Yen clan controlled the Nebula army, which ranked 6th place. The Mao clan, on the other hand, had some say in the Northern Star Army and the Star Trace Army. The Northern Star Army was 1st place. Even the Star Trace Army was close behind the Nebula Army at 7th place. The Universal Hall will be organizing a huge auction soon. I think we can use this as an excuse to go there. As for Mo Wuji, let's focus on getting him under control first. If this person can get his name on the universal board while in True Lake stage, and even defeat Yin Yangdong, who was at True Lake stage level 9, he could very well be as skillful as an Nihility god. We must not underestimate him, Yin Shiren concluded after listening to Yin Pingji. As if he wasn't satisfied, he said, even if we have to fight the Mao clan, we have to get those 3 half-moon keys back. Mo Wuji picked up Yin Yangdong's ring and studied it. However, he did not begin cultivating immediately. Instead, he kept it again. Yin Yangdong belonged to the Yin clan, and he was a genius disciple. The ring definitely contained many good things. Even if it contained nothing at all, Mo Wuji was still interested in his halberd technique. He decided not to cultivate now because he was afraid that the Yin clan would come after him. Once the Yin clan did come after him, he would have to escape to space. He was afraid that Yin Yangdong's ring had a spiritual will imprint. As for the fair law enforcers that Universal Hall apparently had, Mo Wuji paid no regard to them. He, a mere rogue cultivator, would not be able to deal with the Yin clan no matter what. The ban at the door shook. Opening the door, Mo Wuji saw that Chu Qianlu and the rest had returned. But he was puzzled. Following the group was a man that Mo Wuji had never met before. Brother Mo, here is your universal token. We also earn 9,000 contribution points. That would be useful for us. Rongyi grinned and handed the universal token over to Mo Wuji. Thank you, he chuckled and reached out for the universal token, hanging it around his waist. He had already swept up the contribution points on the universal token. The total amount of contribution points they could use now was over 90,000. He once again turned his attention to the middle-aged man behind Chu Qianlu. He looked friendly, and his eyes carried some humor. However, Mo Wuji had seen too many people and experienced too many things. He knew that this man was not as friendly as he seemed. Chu Qianlu quickly introduced him. Wuji, this is shopkeeper Pang from Star Searching Merchant House. Before Mo Wuji could speak, the smiling man greeted him. I am Pang Zimai, from Star Searching Merchant House. I heard that Dao friend Mo intends to go to the auction that Star Searching Merchant House will be organizing in about 5 days. Thus, I have come to discuss something with you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, The Underground Batlistages. Chapter 314, The Underground Batlistages. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Shopkeeper Pang, please come in and take a seat. Please, feel free to say whatever you have to. Mo Wuji extended his hand and invited Pang Zimai into the room. Chu Qianlu, worried that Mo Wuji would agree to Pang Zimai's suggestion, followed them into the room. Pang Chi and the others followed suit. Dao friend Mo, I'm sure you have heard of my star-searching merchant house. This time, many treasures will be available at the auction. Apart from Tier 8 spiritual herbs, we will also be selling high-grade spiritual items and top-grade techniques. Upon hearing about the top-grade techniques, Mo Wuji immediately questioned, may I ask if you have top-grade magic skills as well, Pang Zimai answered, of course. Although we won't have hammer techniques, we will have quality sword art and blade techniques. Pang Zimai had witnessed the battle between Mo Wuji and Yin Yangdong. Naturally, he could guess what Mo Wuji was after, good magic skills. Now, listening to Mo Wuji's questions, he was surer than before. Mo Wuji was not in the least bit disappointed upon learning that there would be no hammer techniques available. Instead, he perked up and asked, I would also like to know, what kind of top-grade magic skills will there be at the auction? Pang Zimai acted like he was being put in a spot. Although I know some of what might be available at the auction, you know that I'm merely a shopkeeper. I don't make the decisions for many matters in Star Searching Merchant House. Mo Wuji understood what he was trying to say. He straightforwardly asked, Shopkeeper Pang, please go ahead and discuss whatever you came for. Pang Zimai grinned, Dao friend Mo, you know that other than official challenges, the Universal Hall also organizes many underground challenges. Star-searching battlistage is star-searching merchant house's battlefield. I would like to invite you to accept the challenges of other cultivators. Immediately, Mo Wuji knew what he wanted. This Peng Zimai was so scheming. It was a true waste of talent that he didn't work as a shrewd businessman on Earth. Given that he was on the Universal Board, and that he had defeated Yin Yang Dong on the deathmatch battlistage, the cue to challenge Mo Wuji would surely go from piercing Wind City to 9Mo City if he were to fight underground. One only had to challenge him on the battlistage and emerge victorious to earn both fame and fortune, and even the Yin clan's favor and friendship. One would have equated defeating Mo Wuji with having the capabilities to be on the Universal Board, even if his name wasn't actually on it. This was every cultivator's dream. It didn't even matter if one could not defeat Mo Wuji. The underground battlistage wasn't the deathmatch battlistage, one only had to surrender when he knew that he was going to lose. Even losing was good for one's reputation. If word had spread that one challenged someone on the Universal Board, he would have risen to fame very quickly. Brother Mo, you must not go, Rome, he quickly warned. She knew for a fact that the underground battlistages were filled with desperate disciples, who resorted to all sorts of underhand methods to emerge victorious. They were willing to give all they had to ensure their opponent was seriously injured. Some were even willing to give their lives. At first, before they had contribution points, Pang Qi brought them to these battlistages. However, he backed out in the end, as usual. Behind every contribution point earned on the underground battlistage were blood, sweat and tears. It wasn't so bad if that were it. After all, Mo Wuji was no ordinary cultivator. However, there was another type of people who fought on those battlistages. Those people were highly skilled, and they were well-versed in a profound concealment technique. To fight on the battlistage and earn contribution points, they often concealed their skills. There were no severe repercussions for doing something like that. Brother Mo, you must not go to the underground battlistage. That isn't a place that normal people go to, Pang Qi worriedly stood up. Xu Qianlu more directly said, Wuji, regardless of capability, very few people actually walk off the underground battlistage. There are all kinds of people there. Some are low-skilled and only know one hand technique. That sometimes becomes their downfall. Mo Wuji nodded. He hadn't intended to go. Pang Zimai acted as if Xu Qianlu hadn't spoken. Still grinning, he said, my generation knows that cultivation is hard work. Brother Mo, your achievements today are definitely extraordinary. However, if you don't intend to improve any further, I will retract my invitation and take my leave. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. Shopkeeper Pang, be direct. I like to be straightforward. If I feel strongly for something, I will work hard at it once I find out about it. However, if I don't feel anything for something, I wouldn't waste any effort on it despite you spending a year or two trying to persuade me. I appreciate the thought, though. Pang Zimai understood what Mo Wuji was really trying to say. That was, don't try to be a smart ass with me. Whether I need something is not based on what you say, but based on whether it is useful to me. Within that short time, Pang Zimai knew the kind of person Mo Wuji was. He was a decisive person who wasn't easily bought over by pure advertising. At that, he simply retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to Mo Wuji, saying, Dao friend Mo, these are the magic skills that will be available at the auction. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. He was originally only going to show Mo Wuji this piece of paper under certain conditions. However, this method had not worked on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded. This was the right method to use to get to him. You should have done so earlier. What was the purpose of saying so much rubbish? Mo Wuji unfolded the piece of paper and saw over 10 different types of magic skills. And the poorest sword art among those was of premium earth grade. Air severing golden lightsaber, earth grade treasure. Yuan dispelling sword technique, earth grade premium technique. Yuan returning water blade, earth grade treasure. Thousand blade shadow radiance, earth grade treasure. Thoughtless light radiance, heaven grade. This didn't sound too bad. Mo Wuji's gaze landed on the next magic skill, Nirvana Pull Shadow, heaven grade. A pull technique, and a heaven grade one at that. Mo Wuji suddenly saw very clearly that what he lacked was a pull technique. Even though the heaven grade magic skills were not differentiated by normal, premium or treasure, heaven grade things couldn't be that bad. That was it. He had to get it. After a short while, Mo Wuji handed the piece of paper back to Peng Zimai. In a calm tone, he said, "Not bad, there are a lot of things on it. Has anything suitable caught your eye?" Peng Zimai cheekily asked. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. "Shopkeeper Peng, even if I do want something, I have enough space contribution points to purchase it." Peng Zimai shook his head. "Dao friend Mo, if you were purchasing ordinary items, 90,000 contribution points is indeed enough. However, I'm afraid that if you want to buy anything on that piece of paper, even the poorest one would set you back by more than 100,000 contribution points. This is because the people who will be competing with you are not individuals, but are major clans and sections. Mo Wuji shot a puzzled look at Ronghe. How did Peng Zimai know about his contribution points? Ronghe quickly explained, "Brother Mo, star-searching merchant house organized the bet this time." Without needing Ronghe to explain further, Mo Wuji understood. This star-searching merchant house was indeed successful. They even controlled a gambling den. "Brother Peng, may I ask, how many contribution points do I need for the thoughtless light radiance?" "At least over 500,000 points, Peng Zimai answered. He wasn't afraid that Mo Wuji would want what he had to offer. In fact, he was afraid that Mo Wuji wouldn't be interested in what he had to offer. "If I agree to get on the star-searching battlistage, how many contribution points would I get per battle?" Mo Wuji asked. "Every battle one would earn you 500 contribution points," Peng Zimai answered, raising one of his palms. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. Was he trying to pacify a beggar? At that rate, he had to fight over 1,000 battles in order to accumulate enough contribution points to purchase a heaven-grade magic skill. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would be dead beat. He could also forget about cultivating. He would have to spend all his days accepting others' challenges on the battlistage. If he had not made it onto the Universal Board, nor fought with Yin Yandong, 50 contribution points would have been sufficient, much less 500. However, to think that he would agree to fight for 500 contribution points per battle given his current reputation. Peng Zimai must have thought Mo Wuji was a clueless bird. He was sure that if he went to the star-searching battlistage, star-searching merchant house would make a windfall. Yet, despite risking his life, he would only be paid 500 contribution points per battle. "Shopkeeper Peng, I would like to propose something. If your merchant house loans 1 million contribution points to me, we can discuss me fighting on star-searching battlistage after the auction. What do you think?" Mo Wuji asked for 1 million contribution points in an instant. Peng Zimai, along with Chu Qianlu and the rest, were all shocked. "Dao friend Mo, I came with every intention to discuss with you, Mo Wuji interrupted him, "Shopkeeper Peng, I am sincere in discussing with you too. Let me ask you, how many people can your star-searching battlistage accommodate?" 10,000 people. "All right. If I participate in the battle, do you think the star-searching battlistage will be filled up?" "You don't have to answer, I know it will. If we organize 2 battles per day, and you charge 5 contribution points per person, you would earn 100,000 contribution points in 1 day alone. In 10 days, you would earn 1 million. Now, I am asking for 1 million contribution points on loan. And you still think it's not worth it?" Mo Wuji was grinning. Of course, Peng Zimai had thought of all of these already. It was precisely because he had thought of it that he came to look for Mo Wuji. He had actually planned to lend Mo Wuji some contribution points, but he had not expected that Mo Wuji would ask for 1 million. Since shopkeeper Peng sees a problem, I can look for other batlistages. Mo Wuji began to rise to his feet. There were indeed plenty of underground batlistages in Universal Hall. I agree, but surely you have to leave something with me as a form of security? Upon hearing that Mo Wuji was ready to approach other batlistages, Peng Zimai accepted the offer. He knew that Mo Wuji had purposely said that to test his reaction, but Peng Zimai was unwilling to take the risk and let him go. Mo Wuji took out his octagonal steel hammer and said, "This is a top-grade spiritual item, which I depended on to survive. I will leave this with you." It was clearly a mediocre spiritual item, yet Mo Wuji described it as a top-grade spiritual item. Peng Zimai did not bother to argue. In any case, Mo Wuji would not be able to default on his debt even if he had not left anything with Peng Zimai as security, unless he never wanted to show his face in Universal Hall again. Since Mo Wuji was on the Universal Board, it was absolutely impossible that he would not want to return to Universal Hall. Alright, but after the auction, Dao friend Mo must fulfill his promise to fight on the star-searching batlistage. Peng Zimai agreed to Mo Wuji's request. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, The Solitary Red Knot. Chapter 315, The Solitary Red Knot. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You've really promised him? But that underground batlistage is very dangerous, Xu Qianlu questioned Mo Wuji after they had seen Peng Zimai out. Mo Wuji nodded, yes. I desperately need a magic skill. I have a feeling that the Yen clan will not let me off so easily. If not for this auction, I would escape from Universal Hall now, and head to space. It was a last-minute decision on Mo Wuji's part to agree to Peng Zimai's request. Both Peng Zimai and Xu Qianlu were sure that the only reason Mo Wuji had agreed to fight on the underground batlistage was to obtain a magic skill. Only Mo Wuji knew that he had only agreed to Peng Zimai's request, on hardly any conditions at that, because he had his eye on the pole technique. However, there was a more important reason: to escape Universal Hall. Even though he said that the auction was the only thing keeping him back, he knew for a fact that he was not able to go to space now. If the Yen clan were really so slow to react, it would have been hard for them to become one of the 3 major clans in Star King Mountain. The Yen clan was obviously holding back because they were concerned about Star King Mountain or something else, and definitely not because they were worried about Mo Wuji. He was sure that as long as they could find any excuse, they would immediately hunt him down. Mo Wuji guessed that people from the Yen clan were watching every spatial gate that led out of Universal Pier. In this world, it was easy to find excuses to cause trouble for others. As long as the Yen clan wanted him to stay, they were able to find 100 reasons to prohibit him from leaving. Looking at things from a bigger picture, even if the Yen clan allowed him to leave Universal Hall, he wouldn't have dared to. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't follow him into space? He had been followed before. He was lucky that the fella underestimated his skills, and that they had met with the space scorpion. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape safe and sound. Since the Yen clan lacked an excuse, he was going to give them one. He had to go to the underground batlistage after the auction anyway. He believed that the Yen clan would receive information about where he was headed, and that they would be waiting for him at the batlistage. What confused him was that Peng Zimai did not seem in the least bit worried that the Yen clan would kill Mo Wuji in the first battle. If the Yen clan killed him in his first battle, Star-Searching Merchant House could forget about using him to earn contribution points. The only explanation was that the Star-Searching Merchant House was confident in keeping Mo Wuji safe from the Yen clan, so that he could earn sufficient contribution points for them. This wasn't strange. If the Star-Searching Merchant House did not have some kind of support, they would not have survived to this day, much less become so successful. Then you must be careful, Xu Qianlu said worriedly. Sister Chu, I will be fine. The Yen clan has not made any moves yet because they still don't understand me. I still need to go out to attend to some matters. After the auction, I might head straight to space. All of you have to take care of yourselves, Mo Wuji said, looking at Pang Chi and company. He believed that the yellow-bearded law enforcer would not spread rumors about him, and that the Jing clan would not dare to mess with Pang Chi and company. As for the Yen clan, Mo Wuji guessed that they would not do anything to anger Pang Chi and company. After thinking for a second, Mo Wuji retrieved an order flag and handed it over to Chu Qianlu, saying, "If the Yen clan or the Jing clan dares to cause trouble for you, take this order flag and look for Mao Lanhan of the Northern Star Army. You can even join the Northern Star Army." Even though he believed that the Yen clan would not provoke them, Mo Wuji was still worried. A clan like the Yen clan worked very differently in public and in the dark. He was afraid that they would try something funny in the dark. "You know Mao Lanhan of the Mao clan? Then you should go to Northern Star Army." The Yen clan would not dare to take action, Chu Qianlu rejoiced. Mo Wuji shook his head. "I might join them in future, but not now." He was definitely not going to look for Mao Lanhan now. He was unsure if he would become the bargaining chip between the Mao clan and the Yen clan. At least until he was in control of the situation, he was not going to join the Northern Star Army. Chu Qianlu and Co. were not the Yen clan's target, hence they could approach Mao Lanhan without these concerns. Moreover, if he were to look for the Northern Star Army's Mao Lanhan now, he would owe him a huge favor. It was likely he would have to risk his life to repay this favor. Mo Wuji did not want that. Of course, Chu Qianlu and Co. would also owe him a favor if they approached the Northern Star Army with this order flag. However, this favor was far smaller. At the most, Mao Lanhan would only be helping to hire them. He had been surviving on his own long enough to understand this. "All right. If we need it, I will bring Pang Chi and company to the Northern Star Army." Chu Qianlu accepted Mo Wuji's order flag. A few days passed. Chu Qianlu and company did not disturb Mo Wuji, as if they understood that he was preparing to enter space. They were 1 day away from the auction. Mo Wuji packed his belongings and left to attend to some matters. Mo Wuji now had close to 1,100,000 universal contribution points at his disposal. However, to him, this was still insufficient. At that moment, the ban at the door shook. Mo Wuji's spiritual will went through the ban. He saw a skinny man in black clothing. This man looked like a sword with no sheath. His entire being was exuding a sharp sword chi. In fact, he carried a no-sheath sword on his back and had a red ribbon tied around his wrist. From the looks of it, he had probably completed True Lake stage. Mo Wuji opened the ban at the door and asked, "Friend, what's the matter?" The black-clothed man eyed Mo Wuji up and down. Then, he nodded and said, "I'm here to look for you. Are you not going to invite me in?" Mo Wuji snickered. This person in True Lake stage was not going to be able to harm him. He was not afraid, even if that person was from the Yen clan. "Please come in." Mo Wuji invited the black-clothed man into the house and replaced the ban. "You're not bad. It's the first time I've heard of someone who dared to hit a law enforcer and yet remained safe and sound." "Kiki, never mind that. You even dared to kill someone from the Yen clan." The black-clothed man spoke without restraint after he sat down. "I will not be afraid to fight back if someone tries to kill me, even if he's the hall master of Universal Hall," Mo Wuji replied coolly. The black-clothed man clapped. "That's right, I appreciate people like you. I, too, will kill whoever wants to kill me, regardless of who he is." Mo Wuji remained still. He calmly asked, "My friend, you and I have not met before. Have you come here just to say these things?" "I am here to tell you that the Yen clan will come after you," the black-clothed casually answered while he tapped the table with his finger. Mo Wuji didn't care. So what? The Universal Hall has its rules. The black-clothed man did not react to this. Instead, he said, "I believe you understand that the rules of Universal Hall are rubbish. And I think you're guessing that the Yen Clan's people will kill you on the star-searching batlistage. Mo Wuji was shocked. Before he could ask, the black-clothed man continued, I received news. Based on my judgment, someone is planning to kill you just before you leave the auction. You won't be able to make it to the batlistage, so if you think you can leave Universal Hall under the guise of heading there, you're dreaming. Who are you? Why are you telling me this? After calming himself down, Mo Wuji realized that his plan was not going to work. He could not figure out one thing. According to logic, there was absolutely no loophole in his plan. It was most logical for the Yen clan to kill him on the batlistage. Why would the Yen clan choose to kill him just before he left the auction? Mo Wuji took the black-clothed man's words seriously, without regard for whether he was telling the truth. The black-clothed man smiled slightly and said, I have no name, but I do have a nickname, the Solitary Red Knot. I'm helping you because I appreciate you. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Mo Wuji had never heard of the Solitary Red Knot. However, he had to believe the Solitary Red Knot's words, whether or not they were true. You think I should leave now? Mo Wuji asked, without saying if he believed him or not. If the Solitary Red Knot said he should leave at that moment, he would chase this person out immediately. The auction was to be held the next day. Leaving at that moment was equivalent to courting death. Leaving now will be suicide. But I do have a plan to help you this once. Before that, I have to tell you something else. Star-searching batlistage actually belongs to the Yen clan. Not many people know this. Just like how not many people know that the single-horned batlistage belongs to the Xia clan, the Solitary Red Knot calmly said. What? Mo Wuji was suddenly agitated. Now, he finally understood why Peng Zimai was so willing to lend him 1 million contribution points without regard for whether the Yen clan would allow him to earn it back. I am helping you because my older brother was killed after fighting with a law enforcer. At the time, he was clearly the one in the right in his conflict with the Xia clan. Yet, the law enforcers mixed up good and evil and killed him without reason. Throughout all these years, I have seen law enforcers trying to pacify the three major clans, and supporters cowardly accepting the injustice that law enforcers do. They offer their right cheek after being slapped on the left. You are the first here who dared to fight a law enforcer, and yet remain safe and sound. The Solitary Red Knot sucked in a long breath after speaking. Maybe your luck is better. You only offended a small fry in the Jing clan. Or maybe Yu Qianni is a law enforcer who does not like making a scene. Have you stayed here all this time, waiting for a chance to take revenge? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. The Solitary Red Knot remained unmoved and answered, I don't only want revenge. I want to start a law enforcement organization here that does not belong to the three major clans. Universal Hall belongs to all the cultivators in Jinxing, not just the three major clans. Of course, before that, I have to kill many people. Mo Wuji felt the rage burning in the Solitary Red Knot's chest. Out of nowhere, he said, maybe I can help you in future. But for now, I have to make a trip to Single-Horn Batlistage. Star-searching Merchant House had always been one of the biggest merchant houses in Universal Hall. This merchant house remained low profile, yet they organized many of the large-scale auctions. It was the opening day of the biggest auction that Universal Hall had seen in 2 years. This auction was organized by the Star-searching Merchant House. Mo Wuji, disguised as a middle-aged man, hid among the crowd and entered Star-searching Merchant House's auction place. He was in awe of the Solitary Red Knot's disguising skills. Anyone who stared him in the face would not have guessed he was in disguise, unless they used their divine sense. Indeed, people who could survive in Universal Hall were not simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Auctioning for the Nirvana Pole Shadow. Chapter 316, Auctioning for the Nirvana Pole Shadow. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Universal Pier Hotel was where a man wearing a space hat was finding the star-searching merchant house's auction place anxiously. Whether from the front view, side view, or even from his aura, one could tell very clearly that it was Mo Wuji. Very soon, Mo Wuji had already sat on a seat that wasn't too obvious. He had long ignited the shield ban around his seat such that before he released the ban, nobody would be able to use their spiritual will to sense Mo Wuji. Peng Zimai's face was full of smiles as he walked to the middle of the auction place. Fellow friends, there will be many unbelievable treasures up for auction this time, which was why I will personally be hosting this auction. I hope that all my friends here would be able to purchase treasures that they like. We need to state beforehand that this auction will only accept the space contribution points. Alright, the auction shall begin now. The first item was a book, and this book was neither a technique book nor a magic skill book but a book of records. After flipping through, I noticed that there were all sorts of interesting sketches and explanations. For example, why the immortal road was cut off, why is it impossible to be immortal, the origins of the half-moon immortal palace as well as the half-moon key. Honestly, Peng Zimai was extremely against putting this book on auction because this book would definitely not bring any good to the auction and could even invite trouble. But since the Yin clan wanted this to be put on auction, he had no other choice because at least for now, the Yin clan had absolute control over the star-searching merchant house. Solitary Red not told Mo Wuji that the star-searching merchant house was a property of the Yin clan, but this wasn't completely accurate. The star-searching merchant house didn't belong to the Yin clan 100%, and as for the reason why Peng Zimai looked for Mo Wuji earlier on, he was simply trying to earn a huge profit of contribution points from Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji heard about the half-moon key, he immediately thought of the half-moon key that was stolen away from Peng Chi by the Jing clan. His first reaction was to think about whether he should buy it, but he dismissed the idea of bidding for it very quickly. He didn't know the relationship between the half-moon key and the half-moon immortal palace, and he didn't wish to know. Since the Yin clan was already dragged into it, it would be very hard to not get involved with the Yin clan if he went there. What he urgently needed wasn't some sort of book of records but a pull technique instead. Even though Mo Wuji wasn't interested, there were quite a number of people interested in getting it. Within a short period of time, the price of the book had already soared to 9,000 contribution points. On the second level of the auction place in cabin number 17, there was a gray-robed man staring at a massive array monitoring screen. This screen was different from the other cabins because for the other cabins' monitoring screen, they were all showing the bids of the auction as well as the introduction for the items that were being introduced. However, the array monitoring screen in front of him was showing every corner of this auction place. Investigate who was the one who just bought the book of records, the gray-robed man sounded out the moment the book of records was successfully purchased. Yes, a cultivator standing beside the gray-robed man said and left immediately. After a short while, this cultivator came back and answered. It was an old man with a very raw face. It looked like it is a disguise. The gray-robed man nodded his head. Include him in the list of people to take note of. And also, did that Mo Wuji do anything yet? This cultivator replied immediately. After Mo Wuji entered the huge cabin, he didn't do anything extraordinary up till now. Peng Zimai took out the second item for auction. The next item for auction would be a top-grade spiritual armor. The starting bid would be 5,000 contribution points, and every increment should not be lesser than 100 contribution points. The moment he heard it was an armor, Mo Wuji couldn't help but to bid. But when he remembered the situation he was in, he still controlled himself because he probably shouldn't bid too often because it might attract the attention of people. Very soon, this armor's bid increased to over 100,000 contribution points and was eventually purchased by someone. The third item would be a heaven-grade technique, Flowing Clouds Bible. Before Peng Zimai could finish introducing the item, the entire auction place was already filled with cheers because not everyone was like Mo Wuji, who ignited a shield ban around his seats to isolate himself from the rest. Peng Zimai used his hands to quieten the crowd. Even though the Flowing Clouds Bible might be a heaven-grade technique, it is incomplete, which is why the starting bid would be 50,000 contribution points and each increment would not be any lesser than 1,000 contribution points. Even though Pang Zimai had already mentioned that this was an incomplete heaven-grade technique book, the bid rose up to 100,000 contribution points very quickly and was currently still on the rise. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because he never expected a heaven-grade technique book to be this attractive to the crowd. He wondered if he would have as many competitors for his Nirvana Pole Shadow too. He only had about 1,600,000 contribution points, while 1 million of the points were from the star-searching merchant house. The other 500,000 points was from the Xia clan's single horn battlistage. To get this 500,000 contribution points, he even needed to sign a contract with the single horn battlistage, which was to challenge someone at the single horn battlistage after the auction ended, and he could only leave the single horn battlistage 10 days later. This contract was only known to the single horn battlistage and himself, so even the star-searching merchant house was not aware of it. Mo Wuji would naturally not tell the star-searching merchant house anything, and certainly not about the single horn battlistage. In fact, only the Xia clan's single horn battlistage would dare to do such things, because if it was any other battlistage, even if Mo Wuji signed a contract with them, they wouldn't dare to compete against the star-searching merchant house. 650,000 contribution points. If anyone dare to compete with me, please feel free to make your bid. A loud voice could be heard from one of the cabin on the second level, and very soon, the display screen displayed the bid of 650,000 contribution points. Pang Zimai waved the deal hammer in his hand excitedly. Anyone willing to bid higher than 650,000 contribution points? This is the first call. Even after Pang Zimai called out thrice, nobody offered a higher price than 650,000. Space contribution points and spirit stones were two very different things, as contribution points were worth much more than Earth-grade spirit stones here. Following which were all sorts of pills, spiritual herbs, spiritual equipments, and even some sporadic techniques and magic skills, but Mo Wuji was not interested in any of these. He didn't even bid for the top-grade armor, hence, he would naturally not bid for any of these ordinary items. Half a day had already passed at the auction place, and because there were constantly a lot of great items being put on auction, the atmosphere was finally reaching its climax. The next item up for auction would be a magic skill called the Nirvana Pole Shadow, which is a heaven-grade magic skill, and it is definitely complete without doubts. Pang Zimai got the crowd going crazy once again, because a heaven-grade magic skill, regardless of the spiritual equipment needed, was something countless of people would fight for. Without mentioning that it was a pole skill, even if it was an unpopular weapon, as long as it was heaven-grade and above, it would be extremely valuable. This starting bid would be 400,000 contribution points, and each increment must be at least 5,000 contribution points. "Let the auction begin now," Pang Zimai exclaimed. Mo Wuji's spirit was finally lifted as the thing he had been waiting for finally arrived. A starting bid of 400,000 contribution points was simply too high, and if he didn't make a visit to the Xia clan's battlistage, he really would not be capable to compete at all. In a split second, the Nirvana Pole Shadow's price surged to 500,000 contribution points, but Mo Wuji was not anxious to make a bid as he waited patiently. After half an incense worth of time had passed, the bid of the Nirvana Pole Shadow had increased by quite a bit to 900,000 contribution points. Mo Wuji was rejoicing at the fact that he had another hand ready, because if he were to just listen to this Pang Zimai, he might have to return empty-handed today. 960,000 contribution points. Mo Wuji added 60,000 points on his own bidding display screen. Mo Wuji's bid was very quickly overtaken, as the price of the item was already more than 1 million. 1,060,000 contribution points. Mo Wuji increased yet another 60,000 contribution points. Everybody wanted the Nirvana Pole Shadow, but once the price had exceeded 1,000, this was simply not something any ordinary person could afford. 1,100,000 contribution points. The bid in the cabin increased yet again. Mo Wuji sighed and immediately bid 1,350,000 contribution points, an increment of 250,000 contribution points. The crowd of cultivators here at the auction place all took in a breath of cold air, because an increment of 600,000 was already very ridiculous. One must know that these were contribution points, not spirit stones, and every single point was hard-earned, yet someone could actually bid 1,350,000 contribution points. Does he really have so much points to burn? Logically speaking, increasing another 50,000 points from 1,100,000 would already make people in the cabin give up, but this fool was actually so fired up and increased 250,000 in one shot. Even the host of the auction, Pang Zimai, could not believe the amount of contribution points he was looking at. This wasn't his first time hosting an auction, but this was the first time he had seen such a fired up fella. This wasn't simply a case of being rich and ostentatious, but pure stupidity. Indeed, after Mo Wuji called out 1,350,000 contribution points, nobody in the cabin continued to compete with him for it. However, Mo Wuji was not surprised, because he knew that after he bid 1,350,000 contribution points, it would definitely be too much for the fella who was competing with him. It was not that he was desperate to burn his contribution points like that, but because he needed to do so. According to his prediction, a bid of 1,350,000 contribution points should be able to purchase the pole skill. Concurrently, the gray-robed man in cabin number 17 on the second level saw the bid of 1,350,000 contribution points and asked, "Did that Mo Wuji do anything yet?" The cultivator beside him hurried to say, "No, he didn't have more than 1,100,000 contribution points with him, so he wouldn't even be qualified to compete for the Nirvana Pole Shadow. I've heard that he was interested in the Thoughtless Light Radiance." Alright, watch him closely when the Thoughtless Light Radiance is out. If I am not wrong, he would leave immediately after he managed to get the Thoughtless Light Radiance, the gray-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes, the cultivator by the side answered. Mo Wuji had already transferred 1,350,000 contribution points on the transfer platform in front of his seat and received the Nirvana Pole Shadow simultaneously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Leaving the Scene. Chapter 317, Leaving the Scene. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. While the auction was still going on, Mo Wuji had already started installing several array flags on his seats before leaving his seat unnoticed. There were over 100,000 people here for this auction held by the star-searching commerce, so no one would find it odd when someone left his seat. After leaving his seat, Mo Wuji didn't leave the auction place immediately but walked around the place for a while before returning back to the seat. The difference this time round was that he didn't return to his original seat but another empty seat elsewhere. For preventive sake, Solitary Red Knot and himself bought a total of 4 seats. After settling down at his new seat, the array flags he installed earlier on ignited themselves and the seat band was ignited once again. As the auction was still ongoing, Mo Wuji didn't bid for anything anymore. He didn't even take out his Nirvana Pole Shadow to take a look at it but chose to shut his eyes and rest instead. A day had finally passed by, and after day 2 was halfway done, Pang Zimai finally called out for the heaven-grade magic skill, Thoughtless Light Radiance. The starting bid of this magic skill was even higher than the Nirvana Pole Shadow, and even Mo Wuji was curious to know just how much contribution points would this magic skill be sold for eventually. Concurrently, the gray-robed man in cabin number 27 said coldly, "Watch that Mo Wuji closely, because he would definitely make his move for that magic skill." Indeed, even without the gray-robed man's reminder, the cultivator next to him knew that he had to watch Mo Wuji closely. This time, the Yin clan arrived at the auction place publicly just for that Mo Wuji. The Thoughtless Light Radiance's price had soared up to 1 million contribution points very quickly, and similarly, once it reached this price, the bids started to slow down. There were simply no many people who would be able to fork out 1 million contribution points just for one skill. Mo Wuji hadn't bid? The gray-robed man stared at the 2 monitoring display screen in front of him and said with a premonition, "He has yet to bid." After saying this, the cultivator seemed worried as he said, "Elder, I will go over and take a look." After just 2 minutes, the cultivator who left came back in a hurry and said, Mo Wuji was no longer in his cabin. He must have used a teleport talisman to leave the cabin at the crucial moment. I've just received news that he had left the auction place not long ago. Bang! The gray-robed man destroyed the monitoring display screen in front of him with one slap, block off the spatial gate. My Yen clan would definitely show Gong Bao that old fella our prowess someday. Even though the gray-robed man knew that even before he block off the spatial gate, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to leave, he was just unhappy. If not for Gong Bao's intervention, he could have even be able to monitor the situation in Mo Wuji's cabin and would have known whenever Mo Wuji left the cabin. However, that Gong Bao kept insisting that doing this would ruin the star-searching merchant house's reputation, hence, was absolutely determined to not do such a thing. The Yen clan was also helpless as they didn't have full control over the star-searching merchant house. As the auction drew closer to the end, the last item was auctioned out, and after the auction ended, the fact that there were still no news of Mo Wuji made the gray-robed man dejected. The Yen clan could block off the spatial gates and investigate cultivators who entered or left the door, but that would only be for specific individuals. The moment thousands of people entered the spatial gate, the Yen clan would simply be courting death if they dared to check on each and every one of the cultivators. The moment the auction ended, tens of thousands of people rushed out of the star-searching merchant house. As Mo Wuji left the auction place, he immediately spotted the solitary red knot from far away. The solitary red knot had already returned to his original state, which meant that his crucial period was over. Mo Wuji was no longer worried as he squeezed within the crowd and headed towards the universal pier. According to the solitary red knot's experience, every time a large-scale auction ended, there would be thousands of people leaving the universal pier into the Star Wars battlefield. Naturally, there would be even more people leaving the universal hall into the piercing wind city. No matter how strong the Yen clan was, they wouldn't dare to interrogate and examine when so many people were leaving the universal pier together. Furthermore, they would need to hold on to the cultivators heading towards the piercing wind city. It could be said that the split second that the solitary red knot had escaped the Yen clan's watch, the Yen clan's plan to capture Mo Wuji was a failure. Mo Wuji followed the crowd of cultivators into the universal pier, and when he arrived at the third level of the universal pier, he saw a familiar person, Yen. Under normal circumstances, Mo Wuji would not hesitate to greet her, but presently, he would bring harm to her if he went over to greet her. Moreover, Mo Wuji could tell that the female cultivator beside Yen was not weaker than Mao Lanhan and was definitely an extremely strong expert. With such a strong expert beside Yen, nothing should happen to her. Just like Mo Wuji in the solitary red knot's prediction, even though there was a Yen clan's member at every spatial gate, the members really didn't dare to interrogate anyone at this moment. Mo Wuji followed the rest of the cultivators and entered the vast universe from spatial gate number 7. The moment he entered the universe, he would instantaneously retrieved his round flying ship and flew into the depths of the universe. Yen, let's go, I doubt he will be coming. Or rather, he should have left this place long ago. The scarf-faced woman saw that there were lesser and lesser people at the spatial gate, so she dragged Yen to leave level 3. These two people were indeed Bei Sutting and Yen. Bei Sutting predicted that Mo Wuji would immediately leave from the universal pier after killing Yen Yandong, and the Yen clan would immediately stop him at the universal pier. She brought Yen here as they were prepared to help Mo Wuji, but their efforts came to naught. She didn't see both Mo Wuji and the Yen clan's members trying to obstruct Mo Wuji. Sister Sutting, where are we heading to now? Yen asked. Bei Sutting pointed to the huge hall in front and said, that is the turf of the Star Sea Army. Previously, General Xu Xuanyu invited us to join their Star Sea Army, and I felt that what she said made perfect sense. We should join the Star Sea Army, and after we earned enough contribution points from the army, we will enter the Star King Mountain to cultivate. Do not worry, I will definitely advance to the worldly immortal stage and help you. Invite San Yixing to help. Yen hesitated for a while but didn't say anything much. Bei Sutting laughed at herself before saying, Yen, do you think I changed my mind? Initially, I did have the intention to accept missions by myself to earn contribution points before heading to the Star King Mountain. By doing so, we would at least not be involved in the clash of interests between the 10 big armies. I suddenly realized that I am a little too inexperienced. Sister Sudding? Yennefer looked curiously at Bei Sudding. In her heart, the way Sister Sudding handled things were already mature enough. When the new heaven-seeking palace's disciples came over, they were all under the care of Sister Sudding, which was why their cultivation level could increase so quickly. If Sister Sudding was too inexperienced, then wouldn't Yennefer be worse than a random brat on the street? Bei Sudding used her spiritual will to scan the surrounding before whispering, "If I didn't guess wrongly, Mo Wuji had long left the spatial gate and the Yen clan had already sent people to block him off." However, since we knew nothing about this showed that Mo Wuji was much more experienced than the two of us, and even the Yen clan was not a match for him. I am sure that he had some experienced fellas help in the Universal Hall to be able to slip out of the Yan's clan watch and surveillance. No wonder he was able to be ranked on the Universal Board, because without mentioning his strength, even with this ability of his, he truly deserved this kind of honor. Perhaps he didn't participate in the auction and only left together with everyone here after the auction ended? Yennefer questioned. Bei Sudding shook her head and didn't answer. The Yen clan was waiting for Mo Wuji to join the auction, and if Mo Wuji didn't dare to join the auction, that Mo Wuji would have been taken away by the Yen clan long ago. At the Yen clan's encampment in the Universal Hall, Yen Pingji had already arrived here the moment he found out that they hadn't captured Mo Wuji. Currently, he felt a little regret now because he couldn't believe that to catch a small true lake stage cultivator. In fact, the Yen clan sent out several true god stage experts and actually failed to capture him. If he had known, he would have came over personally, and even if other clans were to suspect them, he shall not bother about them. Now that he was finally here, the pity was that Mo Wuji had already escaped. Yen Pingji sat emotionlessly on the seat in front as he stared coldly at a grey-robed man and said, "Yen Gaokai, please explain the situation in details." Yes, the grey-robed man bowed respectfully before saying, "The person I was watching from the start was the wrong person, as the real Mo Wuji actually purchased the Nirvana Pole Shadow for 1,350,000 contribution points. Previously, we thought that he had at most 1,100,000 contribution points on him, but the truth was that one day before the auction begun, he managed to cheat another 500,000 contribution points from the Xia clan's single horn battlistage before intentionally purchasing the Nirvana Pole Shadow for 1,350,000 contribution points to mislead us. After I realized the person we have been stalking disappeared, I reacted, and found out that he had long left his seat and the ban on his seat was ignited by an ignition array." Yen Pingji didn't continue to rage because he knew this wasn't Yen Gaokai's misjudgment but a problem in capability. Why would a truly capable person only put his attention on one spot? Yen Gaokai was still in the state of panic because he had to ask about Mo Wuji from the single horn battlistage to know that he had cheated another 500,000 contribution points there. After entering the universe, Mo Wuji had been continuously traveling, and after a total of tens of days, he finally came to a stop. It was not that he wanted to stop, but it was because an old, broken flying ship was blocking his path. On the bow of this flying ship was a woman wearing a linen cloth robe. This woman's face was free of makeup and looked clean and pure. The small portion of neck which was revealed was extremely fair. Her long hair was tied neatly behind her, just like the princess of a kingdom. A simple look with a pure set of eyes made everyone feel better just by looking at her. "I am really sorry because I shouldn't be obstructing you. However, I am lost now and the ban on the flying ship was destroyed in space." The linen-robed woman saw Mo Wuji walked onto the deck before saying in a hurry. Her voice was very soft, and before she could speak, her face had already turned red. Mo Wuji laughed slightly. "No problem, I can give you a lift, but I am not headed towards the Universal Hall, but..." This woman should be in the Nihility God stage, slightly higher than his in terms of cultivation level. Ah! This woman was shocked when she heard that Mo Wuji was not heading towards the Universal Hall. She only swallowed her saliva after a while before saying, "Then I..." After saying the two words, even she appeared to be speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, I wanna say something too. Chapter 318, I wanna say something too. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji laughed out loud. You can keep your flying ship and board my flying ship first. I can help you keep a lookout for flying ships heading towards the Universal Hall on the way to my destination. Thank you. The linen-robed woman smiled shyly as she kept her flying ship and carefully landed on the bow of the Mo Wuji's flying ship. She looked as though she was afraid of dirtying Mo Wuji's flying ship. Who wouldn't have their difficult times out in this real world? However, from the looks of it, you really didn't look like you belonged here. Mo Wuji laughed as he spoke. The woman smiled shyly again and looked like she didn't know how to reply. She evidently didn't seem like a talkative person to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's 4 limbs did shiver a little but managed to recover very quickly later. Even though he was still smiling, a killing intent grew in his heart. This shy, innocent-looking woman actually poisoned him the moment she got on his ship. Moreover, even Mo Wuji was unable to detect what poison it was. It could be said that if he didn't open his detoxification meridian, he would have fell into the hands of this woman. This rang an alarm bell in Mo Wuji to never drop his guard no matter how innocent or harmless the other party looked. The poison that entered the detoxification meridian would turn into a surge of spiritual yuan, and Mo Wuji was astonished. The stronger the surge of spiritual yuan, the stronger the poison was. Mo Wuji looked subconsciously at his surrounding and he couldn't tell anything suspicious. However, Mo Wuji was still sure that his surrounding air had already been filled with toxin. This was the first time even Mo Wuji felt that he was against a terrifying poison expert. Mo Wuji wasn't even sure that an expert in the great circle of the true God stage would be able to take this. What about a worldly immortal? Mo Wuji tottered for 2 steps before using his hand to support his forehead and sat down cautiously. Big brother, are you okay? The linen-robed woman hurried to ask concernedly. Mo Wuji shook his head. I am fine, just that my body is feeling a little uncomfortable. I should be fine after sitting for a while. Oh yes, how do I address you? The linen-robed woman shifted her gaze from Mo Wuji's body towards the vast universe outside his flying ship and sighed before saying, I have no name, but if I had to say a name, that would be a name someone once gave me, Poison Fairy. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of his conversation with the solitary red knot and realized that the solitary red knot said he had no name too, and his solitary red knot was a name given by others. In comparison, both the Poison Fairy and solitary red knot were similar but completely different. Because even a worldly immortal will be poisoned to death by me, and because I looked very kind and friendly, a lot of people called me the fairy. Poison Fairy's tone was gentle and one simply couldn't hear any traces of killing intent in her voice. This was indeed the voice of a fairy, but the thing she did was actually very vicious. Furthermore, she even looked kind and friendly. Seems like this woman knew herself well. Poison Fairy? Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at this innocent-looking woman in the linen robe before saying, you should be called the Mortal Fairy instead. Why are they so wicked to call you the Poison Fairy? You're so beautiful, one look and people will like you. So do you like me? The Poison Fairy suddenly asked Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded his head. I have already treated you as the second woman I liked. Then I am truly honored. Oh yes, if I said that I was the one who poisoned you earlier, would you like me any lesser? Poison Fairy kept staring at Mo Wuji with a pair of large innocent. Mo Wuji sighed. Compared to this woman, the Oscars award winners were really nothing more than slags. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to produce such innocent eyes that was capable of touching one's heart. Perhaps this was a technique, and it was even stronger than an illusion array, because even illusion arrays had traces to look out for. You poisoned me? Why did you want to poison me? Mo Wuji suddenly asked with a change of expression. He realized that he had the potential to progress far in the media industry because regardless the world they were in, people put on masks when interacting with other people most of the time. just like himself, and this poison fairy in front of him. Because you killed number 731, Poison Fairy replied. You are a member of the broken sect? Mo Wuji finally understood what happened. Initially, he thought the Yen clan could recognize him, which was why they stopped him. He was still wondering how they found him. Now that this woman talked about number 731, he finally got a grasp of things. The white-faced man without beard in the great circle of the Nihility God stage which he killed previously, wasn't he the number 731 of the broken sect? He was indeed correct, because even though he didn't find any spiritual will imprint, the number 731 expert must have placed imprints on his own body. The broken sect said that they will find him within 3 months, and it had only been a while and they've already found him. You are very calm. No wonder you were able to kill number 731 despite only being at the true lake stage. If I were to fight you face to face, I wouldn't be strong enough to win you too, Poison Fairy nodded her head and said while acknowledging Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath before staring at Poison Fairy and said, I would be willing to even die at the hands of a beauty like you. There was a saying about dying under a peony arachii and one would be merry even as a ghost. I only couldn't understand how you were able to find me? This last sentence was what Mo Wuji wanted to ask, because no matter how hard he tried previously, he was unable to find the spiritual will on his body. If this Poison Fairy was able to find him in the vast universe, it would mean that there was in fact a very clear spiritual imprint on himself. He was someone who couldn't be exposed, so if he were to walk around the universe with a broken sect's spiritual imprint on him, it would be equivalent to him carrying a large light bulb on his back, impossible to go unnoticed. Mo Wuji didn't wish for such thing to happen. Do you think I'm beautiful? Poison Fairy suddenly asked. Mo Wuji nodded his head and said truthfully, you are indeed very beautiful and innocent looking. The truth is that I am very toxic, right? Poison Fairy laughed and then shook her head. Sorry, I won't tell you. You are quite a decent person and I could see a type of purity in you, but I still had to kill you. Therefore, I will accompany you as I watch you fade away. If you are reborn, please remember to not go against the broken sect. Mo Wuji revealed a smirk. I want to say something too, and that would be that if the broken sect was reborn, please don't go against me too. Remember my name, Mo Wuji. You? Poison Fairy felt something was amiss, because the moment she murmured the word you, her entire body was restrained. One of Mo Wuji's hand was already grabbing her wrist. A large surge of elemental energy started flowing in and restricted all her spirit channels from circulating, which made her completely immobile. You are not afraid of my poison? Poison Fairy glared shockingly at Mo Wuji, as this was the first time she saw someone not fearful of her poison. All these years, she had even managed to poison a worldly immortal expert to death, so how could this true lake stage cultivator in front of her not be affected? Mo Wuji laughed faintly. If even you could poison me to death, I wouldn't have lived till today. This sentence was just Mo Wuji bragging, because if he didn't manage to open his 103rd meridian, he would have died 10,000 times because of this poison. You are an outstanding person. The broken sect might regret going against you. As she spoke, her mouth had already started vomiting black blood. Mo Wuji's elemental energy hurried into within the woman's body, but the opponent was not willing to cooperate with him, so he could only watch this woman's face turn darker and darker. I didn't say I will definitely kill you, so why kill yourself? What's wrong with leaving the broken sect? You might even enjoy more freedom. Mo Wuji was anxious, not whether this woman lived or died, but where the spiritual imprint was on his body. Once you've entered the broken sect, freedom turned into ashes. Poison Fairy revealed a self-deprecating smile, and after she said this sentence, she suddenly asked, why did you say you had treated me like the second woman you love? What did the first woman did to you? She wasn't a fool, because she knew that Mo Wuji didn't really treat her as his second favorite woman. Mo Wuji smiled bitterly. The first woman I loved stabbed me from the back and killed me. Killed you? Poison Fairy struggled to open her eyes. You were already dead, you are. Mo Wuji nodded calmly. You are right, I have already died once and this was my second life after being reborn. Therefore, I would never let anyone assassinate me easily, not even the broken sect. Quick, save me, save me. Poison Fairy suddenly revealed a strong thirst to live, and even though he had revealed his own identity, Mo Wuji was still hoping to save her for a while to find out where on his body was the spiritual will imprint hidden. The pity was that the poison in the body of Poison Fairy was simply too horrifying, as with every passing minute, the skin on her body started to shrivel. Imprint, your spiritual circulation technique. Poison Fairy barely managed to say these few words before she fell onto the ground. Before half an incense could finish burning, she disintegrated into a void in front of Mo Wuji. There were not even any water stains left behind, let alone clothes. Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air. What a strong poison! This woman's name, Poison Fairy, was really not just for show. Eventually, Poison Fairy seemed to wish to plead for her life as she imprinted on his spiritual energy circulation technique. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji seemed to have understood something as he hurried to cross his legs and sat at his original position. All 103 meridians started their spiritual circulation technique simultaneously, and his spiritual will was also continuously scanning through his spiritual circulation. After just half a day, Mo Wuji could feel something different. Within his spiritual circulation technique, a trace of elemental energy was infected with some sort of obscured aura, and this aura was even more evident within his elemental energy that was being circulated. Given his experience and ability, he had completely no clue what this trace of obscured aura was. Mo Wuji was secretly astonished because he was pre-convinced that the imprints were placed on their body to serve as a marking, so who knew there was still an imprint within his spiritual circulation technique? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Next Poll. Chapter 319, Next Poll. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After an incense's time, Mo Wuji purged out the elemental energy which contained the poison from his meridians. Before this strand of elemental energy could disperse, his scholar's heart burst out, evaporating it into nothingness. Mo Wuji's face was slightly pale. Purging out his elemental energy was also cutting off his strength. It would cause a definite harm towards his body. However, he was ecstatic and relieved. He also felt his mind clearing up as he slowly came to understand the situation. The decision he made previously at Universal Hall was a little hazy. Luckily, the solitary red knot helped to perfect his plan, allowing his escape from the Universal Hall to be successful. As the flying ship continued to sail, Mo Wuji fetched out Yen Yangdong's storage ring. Whether he took this storage ring or not, he had already offended the Yen clan. Mo Wuji was not a fool to just leave it behind. Yen Yangdong was not an ordinary true lake stage level 9 cultivator. There's no need to mention that he was a Yen clan disciple, just his halberd Sunderer alone made his storage ring worth checking. Yen Yangdong's restrictions on the storage ring were easily broken by Mo Wuji. Piles of stuff appeared in front of Mo Wuji's eyes. Mo Wuji marveled inwardly. Yen Yangdong had more fortunes than an average true god stage expert. Besides the piles of spirit stones, the lowest tier spiritual pills were tier 3 spiritual pills, and most of them were tier 4 and above. Mo Wuji simply flitted by the spiritual herbs and smithing materials. His gaze then turned towards the few technique scrolls and 4 jade boxes. Typically, the jade boxes would store the most valuable items. Mo Wuji first glanced through those technique scrolls, but he was soon to be disappointed. These scrolls were not of low grade, they were all at least treasured Shen grade. However, they weren't very useful to Mo Wuji. He wanted that halberd Sunderer, but he didn't manage to find it. However, he did find consolation in the flying ship within Yen Yangdong's ring. The flying ship was no worse than the round flying ship he was currently in. Mo Wuji could only divert his hope towards the jade boxes. He opened the first jade box. 2 heaven-grade spirit stones lay quietly within the jade box, giving Mo Wuji a refreshing surprise. He really liked what he saw. each heaven-grade spirit stone extremely valuable, and its value did not lie in cultivation alone. After carefully keeping the 2 heaven-grade spirit stones for himself, Mo Wuji opened the second jade box. Within it, he saw a familiar half-moon key. Mo Wuji immediately picked up the half-moon key. He finally understood why Yin Yangdong would be together with Jing Danwu. He was even praising Jing Danwu's ability in hooking a rich husband. But from the looks of it now, Yin Yangdong was only with her for the half-moon key. Jing Danwu, this foolish woman, kicked away the Pang Qi who loved her with his life, only to be used as a pawn by Yin Yangdong. Mo Wuji suddenly felt that he did not have the rights to say that Jing Danwu was foolish. If Jing Danwu was foolish, then he was foolish too. Back on Earth, didn't he also avoid the woman who competed with Xiao Ruoyin for his love? Mo Wuji shook his head, chucking these thoughts aside. He still didn't know whether the half-moon key in his hand was from Pang Qi's family, but either way, he would give it to Pang Qi. He then opened the third jade box, and to his astonishment, there was another half-moon key within. It looks like the Jing clan's half-moon key and Pang Qi's half-moon key were both here. From the looks of it, these 2 keys were not fake goods. With Mo Wuji's spiritual will, he wasn't even able to delve into the enigmas within. Putting the 2 half-moon key together, they indeed formed a full moon. However, Mo Wuji somehow felt that this full moon wasn't perfect. Why was that so? He couldn't really tell. Mo Wuji then directly opened the 4th jade box. As the jade box opened, a familiar full moon appeared in front of Mo Wuji's eyes. Mo Wuji hurriedly put those 2 half-moon keys back together. Wasn't this full moon the fusion of 2 half-moon keys? Mo Wuji soon confirmed his thoughts. This full moon was indeed formed from 2 half-moon keys. And it was an extremely compatible fusion at that. There weren't any bit of flaws and imperfection. If placing those 2 previous half-moon keys together didn't feel perfect, then this was what a perfect fusion felt like. After playing around for a while, Mo Wuji placed these stuff aside. He suddenly understood why the star-seeking merchant house would first auction a book of records. Because the book of records contained information on the half-moon immortal palace and the half-moon keys. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that the book of records was put on auction. The Yin clan must have wanted to verify whether he had obtained the half-moon keys. In other words, the half-moon keys were very important to the Yin clan. It was very possible that these half-moon keys were related to the half-moon immortal palace. Luckily, he didn't open Yin Yangdong's storage ring previously. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have given up that book of records. The Yin clan was, after all, one of the 3 great clans of Star King Mountain. If they viewed the half-moon keys so highly, it would mean that these keys weren't simple. The more important they were, the less Mo Wuji would want to give them to the Yin clan. Mo Wuji decided to place the matters of the half-moon immortal palace aside. His weakest point was that he didn't have any pole-related skills. Now that he finally got himself a pole technique, he definitely had to take a look at it. The pole technique Mo Wuji bought was not a skill transfer crystal ball, but an ancient diagram booklet. The diagram booklet had been sealed and only 3 words could be seen on the exterior: Nirvana Pole Shadow. After carefully breaking the restrictions on the diagram booklet, Mo Wuji cautiously flipped it open. He was instantly shocked, speechless. How was this a heaven-grade skill? This was simply a rip-off. He spent his contribution to buy a heaven-grade skill, but there was only one move inside. And this move only had one name. This move's specific means and attack methods were all not mentioned. Besides the name, there were only the methods of using elemental energy and cultivating the skill. That means that this was simply a book of tips which taught you how to use elemental energy. Furthermore, the name of the move wasn't even related to Nirvana, it was called Next Pole. 1,350,000 contribution points, and he only got this kind of thing. Mo Wuji was speechless. And he couldn't even go back to cause trouble for the star-seeking merchant house. There was not a problem with the authenticity of the thing. From the looks of this thing, he could tell that it had passed through the vicissitudes of time. It was indeed an ancient booklet. If this was bought using 10,000 contribution points or less, Mo Wuji could simply throw it away in anger. But for a thing which costs 1,350,000 contribution points, he really couldn't bear to throw it away. Mo Wuji relented and went back to study it. In half an incense's time, he was drawn in. This definitely wasn't some book of tips, this was the supreme method of handling poles. It could even be said to be the supreme method of handling elemental energy. Just like his revolving star passage technique's Qian Kuan upheaval, which could shift a force in an instant, this pole technique could strike from unimaginable angles through various kinds of methods. In other words, you could clearly see the pole descending down towards your head, but just as the pole appears in front of your eyes, you would discover that the pole did not even exist, it was just a pole shadow. The real pole would strike you from some unfathomable angle. The next pole. So that's the meaning behind its name. You would never know when my next pole would come from. You would always be guarding yourself against my next pole. No wonder why there weren't any specific means of attack, because even the next pole user himself would not know where the next pole would appear from. Mo Wuji's heart pounded wildly. At this instant, the Nirvana pole shadow had already exceeded the revolving star passage technique's position in his heart. Even though the revolving star passage technique was a sacred art, it was incomplete. On the other hand, the Nirvana pole shadow was complete, and the next pole was a pole technique suited Mo Wuji's taste. He did not like skills that told you to move step by step. Those moves could be anticipated and tracked. However, this next pole was simply untraceable. As long as he could understand the methods of using elemental energy from this skill book, he would be the next pole user. At the same time, in the Star King Mountain Star Lord Hall, a middle-aged man was ruminating on a chair at the center. There was an elder standing below him. This man was the Star King Mountain Star Lord Qitong. Even though there were several powers and factions in Star King Mountain, but as the Star Lord, no one dared to disrespect him. After some time, Qitong opened his eyes and asked, "You say that the Yin Clan Patriarch Yin Shiren and the Star Cloud Hall Master Yin Pingji have gone to the Universal Hall?" "Yes, Star Lord." The elder nodded to respond. "You think that Yin Shiren and Yin Pingji would appear in front of the crowd for a clan disciple?" Qitong asked calmly. The elder bowed and answered, "This old servant thinks it's definitely not possible." So this old servant went to investigate. Yen Yangdong had obtained Taoist Sanping's legacy. Taoist Sanping, the originally calm Qitong, suddenly stood up, repeating the elder's sentence before recovering his countenance and slowly sitting back down. The elder responded, "That's right. It's the same Taoist Sanping who disappeared after obtaining a half-moon key 1,600 years ago. But Yen Yangdong's halberd Sunderer has nothing to do with Taoist Sanping." This matter was revealed from the Yen clan itself. After Yen Yangdong perished, the Yen clan searched through his immortal cave, then they discovered that he had succeeded Taoist Sanping's legacy. That means that he has a half-moon key on him? Qitong's eyes shone with blue light. The elder shook his head, "I'm afraid it's more than that." After Yen Yangdong was killed, the Jing clan was also investigated and it was found that he had at least 3 half-moon keys on him. Besides the one from Taoist Sanping, there's one from the Jing clan, and another one the Jing clan robbed from a rogue cultivator. That means, after Yen Yangdong was killed, those 3 half-moon keys ended up on that Mo Wuji who just entered the Universal Board? As Qitong spoke, his brows were furrowed deeply. That's indeed the case. Now, the Yen clan isn't the only one cognizant of this fact. The Xia clan, Mao clan, various sects, as well as the Star King Mountain's 10 halls basically know of this matter. When the elder got here, he sighed, "That's why everyone and every power are searching for Mo Wuji." Their excuse is that Mo Wuji had cheated 500,000 contribution points off the Xia clan, betraying the Universal Hall's principle of trust. Now, reporting the whereabouts of Mo Wuji would garner a reward of 1 million contribution points. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, The Undefendable Bloodsword. Chapter 320, The Undefendable Bloodsword. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What a group of hypocrites. Shi Tong sighed and turned his gaze to the entrance of the hall. It looked a little bleak. The elder bowed. Star Lord, what should we do? Shi Tong did not answer this elder's question, but contemplated in silence. Only after some time, he retracted his gaze and said, I'm also a hypocrite. Go issue Star King Mountain's wanted order. Yes. The elder responded and started to retreat out of the hall. Wait. Just as the elder reached the entrance, Shi Tong suddenly called him back. Don't announce it under the Star King Mountain's name. Do it under the 9th hall, the Stargazing Hall. Also, if Mo Wuji is discovered, or if anyone obtains the half-moon key, they are to ensure his life. Being able to rank within the Universal Board at the True Lake stage, he is definitely a genius of Jinemo continent, Shi Tong said slowly. Yes, Star Lord. The elder still responded without question. Hung, a bunch of shameless **stards. In a room in the Universal Pier Hotel, even the honest Rong he was slamming the table in anger. Besides Pang Chi and Xiong Xingteng, Xu Qianlu was also present. Pang Chi bemoaned, I never thought that the half-moon key was actually a treasure used to open the doors to the half-moon immortal palace. This time, I've really swept Brother Mo into this, it's truly AI. Xu Qianlu said, you can't be blamed for this. I'm afraid Mo Wuji still might not know what the half-moon key is for. He probably wouldn't even know why so many powers have listed him as wanted. So that's why what we urgently need to do now, is to hurry inform him of this matter. Pang Chi and company sank into silence. If the Yen clan didn't want to have a feast alone, the matters of the half-moon keys and the half-moon immortal palace might not even reach their ears. The half-moon key had dwelled within the Pang clan for countless years, but he only knew of its function today. Shall we go into space to find Brother Mo? Xiong Xingteng said. Xu Qianlu shook her head, we're not to make a single move. It might look like no one is looking for us, but the moment we enter the starry skies, we will immediately be stared at. Us finding Mo Wuji would be equivalent to helping others. And if we don't find him, then we might die without a complete corpse. After speaking, Xu Qianlu paused for a moment, before continuing, we'll first join the Northern Star Army. But the Mao clan is also looking for Brother Mo? Pang Chi furrowed his brows and said. Xu Qianlu said coldly, it would be weird if they weren't able to find Wuji. However, the Northern Star Army is not completely under the Mao clan. Only the Star Trace Army is controlled by the Mao clan. We will continue living within the Northern Star Army, otherwise, we will be unaware of important matters and we would still eventually get affected. In a small shack slightly far from Universal Pier, Yen Er was sitting uneasily. Sister Sutting, do you think we should tell Mo Wuji about this? Yen Er finally thought of a puerile idea. Bei Sutting shook her head, don't do such childish things. We might not even be able to find him, and even if we do, it will be in vain. I will soon be able to break through into True God Stage Level 9, and I intend to find Go into closed cultivation and charge into the worldly immortal stage. You also need to take this time and cultivate. Wait till I become a worldly immortal, then we might be able to help him. Senior apprentice Sister Sutting is right. Without power, we don't have the rights to even speak. Go Zihan and I decided to take part in the Star Wars. Only through the Star Wars can we improve more rapidly. Feng Luojian's voice sounded from the door. Go Zihan was standing behind him, the two were staring expectantly towards Bei Sutting. In name, Bei Sutting was their senior apprentice sister, but in reality, she was still the first dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace. Their cultivations were not considered high, so if they wanted to go to the Star Wars battlefield, they needed the recognition from Bei Sutting. Bei Sutting stood up and nodded, I agree. From today onwards, everyone will work hard to raise your cultivation. Whether it is for ourselves, or for the future of the lost continent, this is necessary. At the beginning, Mo Wuji still remembered to control the direction his flying ship was going in. But half a month later, Mo Wuji was fully engrossed within the Nirvana pole shadow. From his initial feelings of betrayal, to his eventual glee, to his current completely immersion, Mo Wuji spent a total of half a month. The Nirvana pole shadow, in his eyes, wasn't some simple tricks, nor was it some simple method of utilizing elemental energy. It was a broad and profound theory. Not only did this theory teach him how to utilize elemental energy, it allowed him to integrate it with his skills. Previously, he was like an explosive door. He held a vast sea of consciousness, and within his sea of consciousness was a violet elemental lake. Whenever he fought, he only knew how to burst out with elemental energy. Thus, every time he struck out with his pole, the more elemental energy he used, the more powerful his strike would be. But now, he knew that true power wasn't able how strong his strike was, but how effective his pole would be on his opponent. If his reversed immortal technique was a method to earn money, then this Nirvana pole shadow was the best method to spend money. A month passed. On this day, Mo Wuji suddenly stood up. He raised his hand and kept his flying ship. With one step, he entered into the starry space. The Tianji pole in his hands was also whipped out. Boom! The violent elemental energy teared space apart. Boundless pole shadows filled the entire space, but Mo Wuji was staring the space behind the pole shadows. Suddenly, another burst of elemental energy exploded. This sudden explosion of elemental energy was exactly at where Mo Wuji was staring at. Mo Wuji forcefully shook his Tianji pole in excitement. Unless his opponent was far stronger than him, he didn't believe that anyone would know where his next pole would come from, or when it would appear. A flying ship whistled by not far from Mo Wuji. As Mo Wuji saw the rapidly departing flying ship, his heart suddenly surged with excitement. If he could find a place like the thorny Windgate and cultivate into the true God stage, who would dare challenge him? Before Mo Wuji could decide on where he would go, that ship which had already passed by suddenly flew back. The flying ship stopped not far from Mo Wuji. Opening the door, 3 people appeared within the flying ship, 1 male, 2 females. One of the 2 females looked cute and petite. She was actually a little girl. The other 2 looked like a couple. The man was tall and handsome, the woman looked gentle and calm. From Mo Wuji's perspective, this man and woman were far above the true lake stage. They were even very close to the true God stage. Big brother, may I ask, have you lost your way? Why don't you follow us? We're on our way back to Universal Hall. The little girl innocently stepped out of the flying ship, and within a few steps, she had arrived by Mo Wuji's side. Mo Wuji did not dare relax because of the little girl's words. Not only so, his heart was sounding with alarms. He had the example of the poison fairy to remind him, and the poison fairy looked even more innocent and innocuous than this little girl. Didn't she also inflict him with a terrifying poison? Moreover, this little girl's cultivation seemed to also be at the true lake stage. A petite little girl who didn't look more than 10 years old, was already at the true lake stage. This was a little too fast, isn't it? Thanks, I'm just hanging around here. You guys can carry on. Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept towards the apparent couple. Their eyes were filled with love as they looked at the little girl. Mo Wuji could not help but feel that he was looking at 2 nutcases. And then I'll go first. The little girl flashed a cute smile before instantly turning around. At almost the same instant the girl turned around, Mo Wuji whipped out his Tianji pole. The Addison Co pole smashed against this little girl's skull, exploding a whole mist of blood. The moment the Tianji pole appeared, that couple pounced towards Mo Wuji from the left and the right. Mo Wuji snorted and threw his entire body out. Blood spurted out of his chest. He was stabbed by a broken sword. Just a little bit further and it would have penetrated his heart. Unfortunately, his eyes and spiritual will wasn't able to see this broken sword. He could only feel the existence of the broken sword, which now seemed to be gradually disappearing. The little girl had already been killed by him, but he still didn't understand how she did it. If he didn't just learn the next pull, then he wouldn't even have killed the little girl at the same time as he retreated. That little girl was at least at true lake stage level 9, or even in existence half a step into the nihility god stage. Before this girl died, she also didn't understand where did Mo Wuji's pull come from, or how it hit her. She didn't even see Mo Wuji swing his pull, but that pull had actually crushed her brains out. Before sinking into darkness, the little girl didn't continue dwelling on this matter. Didn't her broken blood sword also strike her enemy? In this world, anything can happen. Just like that sudden pull, or just like her blood sword. Mo Wuji stopped and swallowed a pill. He found the broken sword that pierced through his chest. It was a blood sword. This blood sword could be said to be form a poison. The user would only cultivate this skill for his entire life, fusing this skill together with his blood energy. The moment the blood energy seeped into the user's opponent's body, it would immediately form a broken blood sword. This sword didn't come from the outside, but burst out from the inside. Mo Wuji's 103 meridians rapidly went into reverse circulation. Since this blood energy was also a poison, his detoxification meridian would be able to handle it, albeit at a slower pace. You even dared to kill a little girl who offered help, you emotionless beast. If we don't kill you today, then we aren't men. The gentlewoman raised her hand, a skeletal plum blossom bloomed and flew towards Mo Wuji. The man didn't even speak, directly hurling his magic treasure towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't know whether this too were like the poison fairy and came from the broken sect. But after he got injured, he wasn't intending to battle with them. A tiny breeze swept by him, and at the very next instant, Mo Wuji disappeared. That's the highest grade wind escape technique, the man said towards the woman in shock. The woman stared at the direction Mo Wuji vanished and slowly said, with this escape technique, the two of us aren't enough to catch him. Let's send out the message that we tracked him. At least we earned that 1 million contribution points. All right. The man nodded. Following which a blinding light sailed into the vast space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Pursuing Mo Wuji. Chapter 321, Pursuing Mo Wuji. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks. His spiritual will no longer detected the pursuit of that couple. Even Mo Wuji himself could not sigh in amazement. His wind escape technique was truly amazing. Even though this e-space technique depleted a lot of elemental energy, Mo Wuji didn't really mind. Not only did he have the vast violent elemental lake, he also had 103 meridians, 3 of which were elemental storage channels. With such a vast elemental energy store, even if he consecutively used the wind escape technique, it would not be of a great impact to him. The only thing now which confused Mo Wuji were those 3 people from the broken sect? Supposedly, he had already destroyed the imprint on him, so the broken sect shouldn't be able to track him. Mo Wuji soon chucked this thought aside. It didn't matter whether they were from the broken sect, the key thing he needed to do now was to find a place to cultivate. After roaring his round-shaped flying ship into action, Mo Wuji took out his space positioning ball. He needed to determine his current location. He searched around for 2 whole hours but Mo Wuji still couldn't verify his location. In the Universal Hall, spatial positioning was relatively complete. However, a high-grade space positioning ball was considered a strategic resource, so it was difficult to procure. The only way to get one would be through an auction, to bid for it at high prices. Even though the grade of Mo Wuji's space positioning ball was not low, it only contained the rough positioning of the various planets. He had already ventured out for more than a month, so it was expected that he couldn't determine his rough location. At this moment, two flying ships were rapidly approaching Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji immediately gave up on searching within the positioning ball and turned his attention towards these two flying ships. He soon discovered that these two ships were charging towards him. Unlike the previous ship, each of these ships only had one person. Mo Wuji's spiritual will swept across them as he determined that they should be in the nihility god stage, so he decided not to run away. He was truly very curious. Was it the broken sect or the Yin clan who instigated this pursuit? Logically, the Yin clan shouldn't be this powerful, right? But the broken sect wouldn't do things so openly? At the very next moment, the flying ship in front had already raced to his front, while the flying ship at the back seemed to want to directly collide against his ship. Mo Wuji hurriedly shifted his flying ship. Just as he avoided that collision, someone jumped out from the first flying ship. That person didn't even keep his flying ship as he formed a radiant blade in his hand, shooting towards Mo Wuji's flying ship. He didn't even say anything and just attacked? Mo Wuji's heart sank. Exactly which power was doing this? To fill this starry sky with so many interceptions? And at such fast intervals? Even though Mo Wuji's round-shaped flying ship was not bad, its defensive capabilities was nearly average. Mo Wuji still had to depend on this round-shaped flying ship in the future, so naturally, he would not let the other party's radiant blade hit his flying ship. As his opponent's radiant blade sailed through the space, Mo Wuji kept his flying ship, shooting multiple electroballs towards the oncoming cultivator. From Mo Wuji's perspective, this fella was only at nihility god stage level 2 or 3. A kid at the nihility god elementary stage dared to attack him with such unscrupulous actions? This kid clearly wasn't putting Mo Wuji in his eyes. If not for the fact that Mo Wuji had to keep a lookout for the fella on the other flying ship, he would have directly pounced over to attack this kid. Boom! Bam! The multiple electroballs exploded, but they were avoided by this nihility god stage cultivator. This nihility god elementary stage cultivator seemed to know that Mo Wuji had such hard to avoid electroballs, so at the instant Mo Wuji shot these electroballs out, he had already started moving away. Mo Wuji immediately knew that this men were not from the broken sect. Even though the broken sect might be able to track him, they didn't know of his electroballs. These fellas must definitely be from the Yin clan. He had truly underestimated the Yin clan. Their forces were actually so large that they could casually intercept him in space. Ka! 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 Mo Wuji flashed out a long sword, slashing against the opponent's radiant blade. However, the radiant blade did not completely dissipate, but reformed again at another location, flying towards Mo Wuji's waist. Mo Wuji's entire body seemed to be like a leaf flying in the wind. It was swept up by the energy from the radiant blade, barely brushing against the blade. From afar, it really looked like he was blown by the energy from blade. That nihility god elementary stage cultivator was dumbfounded by Mo Wuji's actions. Only he knew exactly what Mo Wuji had done. Mo Wuji had used the wind escape technique to avoid his radiant blade, but this was his first time seeing it used in such a way. He had never seen someone display the wind escape technique to such an extent, and to actually use it as a skill in battle. At this instant, his heart was burning with fervent fire. He definitely had to obtain this wind escape technique. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji had honed the wind escape technique to such an extent, he still didn't think much of Mo Wuji. It looked like Mo Wuji had easily dodged his radiant blade, but what comes afterwards? Mo Wuji had lost the initiative, and he would suppress Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was able to kill Yen Yangdong, so he had never intended to get rid of Mo Wuji was a single move. In the instant Mo Wuji floated away from the radiant blade, another one condensed within this nihility god elementary stage cultivator's hands. It then transformed into a 30-meter-long blade rainbow. The killing intent within the blade rainbow shrouded the entire space. Mo Wuji was right under this blade rainbow. Even Mo Wuji could not help but be impressed at his opponent's attainments in the blade. It was definitely superior to average cultivators. The cultivation world truly had many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were more experts than he could count. If he didn't have the next pole, he could only choose to retreat from this battle. It would be completely useless for him to entangle himself with this nihility god elementary stage expert, because he wasn't able to kill him. The blade rainbow surged, blocking out the entire sky. Even the other nihility god stage cultivator was at a loss for words. When seeing this sort of attack, he could not help but be shamed. The blade rainbow started to shrink and concentrate, but before it could lock itself towards Mo Wuji, this nihility god elementary stage cultivator suddenly felt like something was amiss. A sense of impending doom loomed over him. That's impossible. Mo Wuji was right within his palms. If Mo Wuji tried to sneak attack him, he would definitely be able to detect it at the very first moment. However, he did not feel that Mo Wuji had done anything. The only thing he felt was the sense of impending doom. Even though he clearly knew that if he sent his blade rainbow descending downwards, Mo Wuji would definitely be within his control, this nihility god elementary stage cultivator didn't dare gamble with his life. If he lost his life, even if he obtained all the riches in the world, he wouldn't even be able to spend them. The beautiful blade rainbow which previously ran through space had instantly dispersed. But before the nihility god elementary stage cultivator could use the energy from the blade rainbow to protect himself, a violent burst of elemental energy exploded behind his skull. Boom! In that single breath of time, he sank into perennial darkness. Right at instant before he died, he only knew that he had been struck by a long pole, but he didn't even know what angle that pole even came from to reach him. There weren't even any ripples formed in the space around him, so he had no means of knowing. His blade rainbow had yet to completely dissipate. This mist of blood within the rainbow seemed to make it more beautiful. The other cultivator immediately stopped in his tracks. He even controlled his flying ship to reverse by a few meters as he stared at Mo Wuji from afar, his face trembling in shock. In one breath, he raised his hand and shot out a beam of bright light. The light beam sailed through space. It was incomparably eye-catching. He didn't choose to fight Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's power left him cowering in fear. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji was merely in the true lake stage while he was in the nihility god stage, he didn't dare to fight. Mo Wuji looked up and saw that coruscating light. His heart turned slightly cold. The light which the couple shot out was exactly the same. Mo Wuji stepped into his own flying ship. This nihility god stage cultivator did not choose to fight him, so he didn't intend to fight as well. The reason why the previous nihility god was killed by him was because the next pole came completely unexpectedly. However, this cultivator had already seen what happened clearly. As long as this cultivator was careful, Mo Wuji guessed that it shouldn't be possible to kill him within a short time. Since he couldn't do that, then he had to hurry and make himself scarce. As Mo Wuji ignited his engines, he saw multiple ships racing over from the distance. Furthermore, one of those ships directly shot out a light beam. It was the same one as Mo Wuji had seen. Mo Wuji pushed his ship's speed to the maximum, but he could still see flying ships pouring in from all directions, and all sorts of light beams were being shot into space. Against expectations, Mo Wuji was completely calm. He didn't know who had such power, to actually be able to control so many cultivators to surround and intercept him in this vast space. But he knew that it definitely wasn't the Yen clan. If the Yen clan was that amazing, then back at the Universal Hall, they didn't even need to care about anything and just directly grab him. There was also another thing he was sure of: if he was surrounded, then he would be completely screwed. Within the hall on the first floor of the Universal Pier, a black-robed man with a red ribbon tied around his right wrist was standing without saying a word. In front of him, rows of cultivators were queuing up to get a radiant sword signal, before flying off to space from the third floor. His heart was frozen. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to escape from such a terrifying pursuit. 5 of the 10 halls, the 3 great clans of Star King Mountain, multiple sects within Jinemo continent, and even the Universal Hall were together in this movement. This radiant sword signal was distributed by the joint alliance of these powers. No matter who, even if they weren't able to catch Mo Wuji, they would be able to get huge rewards if they shot out this radiant sword signal at where Mo Wuji appeared. This reward would be accorded in the order of who shot it first. That means that if you discovered Mo Wuji, you only needed to record down Mo Wuji's location and fire out this signal and you would definitely be rewarded. The one who shot it earlier would have greater rewards. Even if Mo Wuji was any stronger, under such pursuit, he definitely didn't have any hope of survival. These rogues. So many powers were cooperating to gang up against Mo Wuji, and they even had such an amazing reason that Mo Wuji had cheated 500,000 contribution points from the Xia clan. Shameless people could truly do anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Obstruct and You Die. Chapter 322, Obstruct and You Die. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The black robe man with a red ribbon on his wrist was indeed the solitary red knot who helped Mo Wuji escape the Universal Hall. Ever since his brother had been killed by the Universal Hall's enforcer in Xia clan, Mo Wuji was considered to be the fella he admired the most. To dare act against an enforcer from the enforcement hall, this was the first guy he met after his brother. Furthermore, he felt that Mo Wuji was much more intellectual than his brother because at least Mo Wuji gave himself space and opportunity to turn the tides in his favor. Perhaps if he wanted revenge, Mo Wuji would be his best person to partner. However, the pity was that even before this partnership could be established, Mo Wuji already surrounded by such strong forces. Even if he was the one who was surrounded like that, he would have no chance of surviving. I think it's a little too much? I mean, 500,000 contribution points was indeed not little, but to cause such a commotion. One look and I could tell that you know nothing at all. Go and find out what is the Half Moon Immortal Palace. Those who went out to search for the 500,000 contribution points thief all had over a few millions contribution points themselves. Only you would believe such things. I have no idea what the Half Moon Immortal Palace is, but I know that the single-horned Batlistage all along had a great reputation in the Universal Hall. Now that they were cheated off 500,000 contribution points, how can they just let it go? This wasn't about the 500,000 contribution points but the reputation of the Universal Hall itself, so why would I not believe? I think I've heard that, whoever can bring Mo Wuji back to the Xia clan, they will reward 1,000 contribution points and also recommend him to enter the Star King Mountain's Warring Star Hall. The person would also be given an opportunity to enter Xia clan's secret domain to cultivate. The solitary red knot heard the discussions of the crowd and his heart turned even colder, not only for Mo Wuji but himself too. Even the Star King Mountain was controlled by the three big clans, so how would he have his chance to avenge his brother? He had even heard that the Stargazing Hall joined in and the stargazing was under direct orders from the Star King Mountain's Star Lord. Even the Star Lord had already made his move, so why would there be any more Pure Land on the Star King Mountain? At this moment, a man wearing a golden robe walked down from the space and suspended in midair before shouting, "Fellow friends, I believe a lot of people recognize me, so I will not hide the fact that I belong to the Yen clan." Back when Yen Yangdong and Mo Wuji were having their duel on the deathmatch Batlistage, Yen Yangdong was plotted to death by Mo Wuji. I didn't think much about it because one could use any method to kill the opponent, so even if Mo Wuji managed to kill him using dirty techniques, that's his capabilities and my Yen clan would definitely not be after him because of this. But now, even if my Yen clan was exterminated by Mo Wuji and was wrongly accused by everyone, my Yen clan had to capture Mo Wuji and burn his bones to ashes. Does everyone know what kind of person was that Mo Wuji who just ascended the Universal Board? I don't know how to say it, but perhaps everyone would understand when they look at this visual recording. The golden robed man waved his hand after he finished and a huge array display screen appeared in front of everyone. The display screen showed Mo Wuji standing in the universe and a flying ship stopped not too far away from him. There were 3 people on board the ship and everyone could guess that there should be a couple bringing a young girl. The girl was extremely cute as she jumped out of the ship and walked towards Mo Wuji with her parents watching her caringly. Big brother, may I ask if you lost your way? Why don't you follow us, because we are on our way back to the Universal Hall? The innocent and naive young girl lifted her head and asked. Mo Wuji didn't even look at that young girl as his face remained emotionless. The young girl saw that Mo Wuji didn't reply, so she continued, "Then I shall leave now." After finishing, this girl turned around and walked off. At this same moment, Mo Wuji acted and smashed this little girl's head into pieces behind her back. After which was the devastating cry of the young girl, and the recording ended. The golden-robed man's eyes were filled with despair. Does everyone understand why my Yin clan had to kill him? He isn't human but an animal. That's right, this young girl was a disciple of my Yin clan, and it was a pity that she was so innocent and naive to go out with her parents to gain universe experience and was met with such tragedy. My Yin clan shall vow that whoever could bring Mo Wuji back to the Yin clan shall be granted the opportunity to cultivate freely in my Yin clan's spirit jade pool. The remaining rewards would also be 10 times the reward now, as well as the chance to enter the Star King Mountain's Star Cloud Hall. Kill him now. The asterisk starred. How could such a person still be alive? Kill. We won't be pleased till he's killed. After the visual recording was released, more and more cultivators at the first level of the Universal Pier became enraged. Initially, there were already a lot of cultivators who retrieved the Universal Radiant Sword signal, but there were even more now. The moment this recording was released, there was an increased surge of cultivators who wanted to capture Mo Wuji in just half an incense's time. Out of the 10 big halls in the Star King Mountain, 8 had already joined, and even more big sects were starting to join. Very soon, over tens of big or small sects who wanted to capture Mo Wuji had reached. Additionally, even very small sects and some family clans had joined the gang to capture Mo Wuji. The solitary Red Knot let out a long sigh as he turned and walked out of the Universal Pier. He knew that Mo Wuji would certainly be meeting his doom. He had already done what he could, but at this point, there was simply nothing he could do. His cultivation level might only be in Great Circle of the True Lake stage, but his true strength was not in terms of his cultivation level but his ability to disguise and create space portraits or visual recording. The tape that the golden-robed man took out was indeed real, but he could tell that there were traces of it being cut short. Even though he had no idea why Mo Wuji would act against a small girl, deep in his heart, he believed that Mo Wuji was not such a person. A person who was willing to act against the Universal Hall Enforcer for a friend naturally valued emotions and friendship, hence, he didn't believe that a person like Mo Wuji would be so brutal. Moreover, he understood Yin Clan's meaning behind this, which was to tell everyone to bring Mo Wuji to the Yin Clan after capturing him. Yin Clan was willing to reward so handsomely so as to tell those who captured Mo Wuji that even if they were to get the Half Moon Key, they wouldn't be able to enter the Universal Hall, so they might as well exchanged it with some valuable treasures instead. Grandfather, this person is too brutal. I want to join the rest to enter the universe and kill this scumbag. At a corner of the Universal Pier, a young girl, who was about the same age as the girl in the visual recording, was enraged as she watched the tape with her fist clenched. Standing beside the young girl was an elder with a ricketts back. The elder touched this girl's hair lovingly before saying, "Your grandfather is old, shall we head back first? We can come back when your cultivation level is higher." "Yes, I will definitely work hard to cultivate so that I would be able to kill that scumbag as soon as possible," the young girl said each word very clearly. The elder didn't reply the young girl but only thanked the continuous playing of the visual recording. Others might not recognize the young girl that Mo Wuji killed, but he would never forget. This girl was called the Hell's Angel, and even though she looked like a young child, she was already over 100 years old. Because this woman specialized in using the fresh blood of young, immature girls in addition to her extraordinary technique, she was able to maintain her 10-years-old girl appearance. This technique allowed one to extend her youth, but the only drawback would be that the cultivation progress would be extremely slow. Over 200 years ago, his daughter was sucked dry of her blood by this demon. Even though this Hell's Angel looked different every time she appeared, he would never forget her demeanor movement, as it would forever be etched deep in his heart. The Hell's Angel cultivated a type of blood aura sword, and coupled with her looks of a small girl, an average person would not be able to escape her clutches. Back then, he was indeed shot by the blood aura sword, and if not for San Yisheng's aid, he would have ceased to live on this world. He knew that the scariest thing about this young girl was not her methods of killing someone but her method of escaping. He was unable to help avenge his daughter, hence was extremely thankful for Mo Wuji's help to kill her. In actual fact, he still had no idea how Mo Wuji was able to kill this Hell's Angel. This was because this Hell's Angel only needed a split moment to escape. Additionally, the Hell's Angel had an incredibly powerful force backing her. As much as he was appreciative of Mo Wuji, he didn't dare to tell her granddaughter the truth. Mo Wuji's flying ship speed was already at its limit, but he soon realized that he had a decreasing amount of space to escape. It was like everyone in this universe knew that he was escaping, so all of them came to chase after his head. There were countless of radiant sword signals being sent out every moment, and a continuous flow of people appeared in front of him to obstruct him. If he continued to escape with his flying ship any further, he would soon be trapped and with nowhere to run anymore. Mo Wuji was always very straightforward and direct, so he would do things the moment he thought of it. He immediately kept his flying ship and his entire body assimilated into the wind and escape out of the crowd like a space shadow. He is using the wind escape technique. Those after Mo Wuji didn't take very long to recognize his technique. In less than half an incense worth of time, there were radiant sword signals shooting out into the universe again. The brilliant radiance and positioning of the flying ship made everyone charge towards Mo Wuji. The majority of people here knew that they wouldn't receive much credit even when Mo Wuji was eventually captured. However, the 8 big halls of the Star King Mountain, 19 big sects of the Jin-Mo continent and the countless smaller sects had already announced to reward those who participate in trapping Mo Wuji. Whether the reward was big or small, it was dependent on how effective or useful each individual was in trapping Mo Wuji. Even if you didn't make any attack, you would be making a contribution just by standing there to block his way. With his Tianji pole tightly in his hand, Mo Wuji knew that he might not be 100% sure that he could escape all these with his wind escape technique. His wind escape technique was not that strong to be able to bring him out of the vast universe in one move, and everyone here was out to catch him, so anywhere he appeared, signals would be sent out. 2 true lake stage cultivators and 1 nihility god stage cultivator saw the appearance of Mo Wuji and signaled to each other immediately before charging towards Mo Wuji simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with excitement, just like a shark smelling the scent of blood. The trio knew clearly that as long as the 3 of them could exchange one blow with Mo Wuji face to face, even if Mo Wuji managed to escape, they would still be rewarded handsomely. Kill. Mo Wuji's entire body was enshrouded with killing intent as he charged towards the 3 people who were also charging at him. He need not feel hesitant since everyone around him wanted to capture him. Presently, there were only 4 words in his heart: obstruct and you die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Exchange it with your lives. Chapter 323, Exchange it with your lives. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As he whipped out his Tianji pole, Mo Wuji was only facing the nihility god stage cultivator, and he didn't even take a glance at the 2 true lake stage cultivators. A fierce, murderous-looking Mo Wuji begun his charge towards him. The nihility god stage cultivator grinned as he held his 1,000-layered gong and charged towards Mo Wuji too. I will hold him back. Kill. Bang. Boom. Mo Wuji's lightning flash went up against this nihility god stage cultivator's 1,000-layered gong as an intense explosion of elemental energy continuously exploded in space. This nihility god stage cultivator could feel a surge of elemental energy, which was certainly not any weaker than his own, coming back at him, which made his heart turn cold. No wonder he could kill Yen Yangdong, because his strength was simply unbelievable for his cultivation level. Wait. Didn't he use a steel pole just now? How did it become a series of exploding lightning? Boom! Boom! 2 continuous blood fog appeared, and this nihility god stage cultivator's body gave a violent shudder. There was suddenly an indescribable fear in his heart, and this fear was actually towards a true lake-stage cultivator, which made him extremely embarrassed. Previously, the rod was clearly directed at him, yet it landed on his two partners instead. Moreover, during this period of time, he didn't feel any elemental change of the surrounding air. What ability is this? At this moment, if he still didn't know that Mo Wuji had already planned to kill the two cultivators first, he was really an idiot. Mo Wuji had long planned to kill the two true lake stage first before fighting him seriously. The pole shadow instantly killed two elementary true lake stage cultivators, yet Mo Wuji maintained his serious face. The killing intent around his body was even sharper as his Tianji pole struck again, this time towards the Nihility God stage cultivator. Dang dang dang. This Nihility God stage cultivator could not hide but could only use his 1,000-layered gong to fend off Mo Wuji's Tianji pole forcefully. Waves after waves of insane elemental energy gushed over, and it made this Nihility God stage cultivator furious at himself, because he was after all still in the Nihility God stage. How could he be afraid of a true lake stage? After he eradicated his fear from his heart, the 1,000-layered gong turned into an illusionary gong shadow covering the sky and locking Mo Wuji as its target. Mo Wuji's Tianji pole acted like it split up, because wherever the opponent's gong shadow was, the Tianji pole would always seem to be able to strike the heart of the gong. Initially, Mo Wuji was still worried that his pole technique might not be sufficient, but afterwards, he was totally indulged in the carefree swaying of the pole. The Tianji pole in his hands was almost like another life. He was able to use the most simple method, most frugal amount of elemental energy to sway his Tianji pole. He felt like he wasn't in a battle but creating art on a piece of white paper. Perhaps, this was the true essence of the Nirvana pole shadow. Under the effects of the Nirvana pole shadow, the opponent's technique was almost like a toddler learning how to walk. Bang bang bang. Elemental energy was exploding in the universe continuously, and Mo Wuji was fighting with even greater ease, while the opponent seemed like he was trapped within his pole technique, unable to help himself. As long as he caught hold of the opportunity, Mo Wuji would be able to catch the opponent off guard and strike him where he was the most vulnerable. So what if he was in the Nihility God stage? Mo Wuji was still able to use a pole technique to trap him. However, this Nihility God stage cultivator, who was fighting Mo Wuji, was feeling more fearful as the fight dragged on. At the start, his 1,000-layered gong shadow was still able to completely envelop Mo Wuji, and he thought that Mo Wuji would be bounded by him as time passed. But now, the one bounded was himself, and as time passed, the space he could control was getting smaller and smaller. It was like an invisible hand that was trying to grab tighter onto him. Hurry up and leave. The moment this thought developed, it extended and spread across his mind like a wild vine. However, he didn't expect that the moment he made his decision to leave, he was already a dead man. Once the Nirvana pole shadow was executed, it would not miss even the smallest of space. The next moment, the Tianji pole broke his defense and pierced through his forehead just like a long lethal sword. This was neither Mo Wuji's first time killing a Nihility God stage nor his last time killing one, so his heart didn't feel anything. Presently, he was just standing in the universe, staring at the increasing number of cultivators surrounding him. The time he spent killing the two true lake stage cultivators and the Nihility God stage cultivator was not too long. However, in this short period of time, he was already surrounded everywhere as more beams of universal signal sword radiance was shot out and more individuals started to join the crowd. Initially, Mo Wuji was resolute on escaping no matter what. However, he had calmed himself down and there was only dense killing intent in his heart. In fact, it wasn't just too long ago that he depended on a pole technique to kill a Nihility God stage cultivator. Mo Wuji, I used to admire you for being able to ascend the universal board despite being only a true lake stage, and I thought you were a true warrior. However, I've misjudged you, because not only did you not hold any regards for the laws of the universal hall, you actually acted against an innocent, young girl. I, Shuizhou, swear that if I didn't kill you and avenge the little girl, I would stop cultivating for the rest of my life. Everyone help me control the array, as I must personally kill this animal. a man filled with beard said as he rushed out of the crowd and charged towards Mo Wuji. This Shuizhou fella said his piece so gloriously as if he wanted to finish Mo Wuji personally. However, at the moment he charged towards Mo Wuji, there were already over hundreds of cultivators charging over. Help Shuizhou hold the array? Who did he think he was? Mo Wuji was like a treasure chest and everyone wanted to kill him so much so that even landing a strike on him would be an honorable act. To be able to kill a cultivator ranked on the universal board, could you guess how big an honor it would be? Injuring a scumbag who killed a small girl mercilessly, how big a glory would one receive? As long as one could kill Mo Wuji, he would be removing harm for all the cultivators, gaining recognition for the universal hall and getting fame for oneself. Only idiots would let this opportunity slip away after knowing the benefits of killing or injuring Mo Wuji. Behind the hundreds of cultivators charging towards him were another few hundred more, but Mo Wuji chose to shut his eyes, and at that moment, his heart was at peace. It was just like the time he was at his research lab as he was only focused on his channel opening solution with no sound and nobody around to disturb or interrupt him. Even if a few million more people were to charge at him now, he was still alone at this moment. Tranquility could only be achieved in an indescribable realm, and at this moment, a mad amount of killing intent was constantly emitted from Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji didn't choose to continue escaping because he knew that it would be extremely difficult if he were to depend on his wind escape technique to escape the mass surrounding from all four directions. The moment he appeared, someone would send out the signal, so no matter how strong his elemental energy was, there would still be the moment he would exhaust all of it. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. When his first step landed successfully, the boundless lightning rain covered the entire sky and fell on his enemies. His Tianji pole also turned into a pole shadow as it was swung against them. After his Nirvana pole shadow killed the Nihility God stage cultivator, it reached yet another sublimation, and every strike if the pole shadow managed to emit a fierce killing intent. Kill! The same moment Mo Wuji charged towards the crowd of cultivators, his killing intent completely expanded outwards. As the lightning bolts fell, those enemies below the True Lake stage were all struck by these lightning bolts and very few survived. After the True Lake stage cultivators were struck by the lightning bolts, Mo Wuji's Tianji pole seemed to have came to life by backing up the lightning bolt with another strike of the pole. Mo Wuji's entire body and the Tianji pole had already merged into one to kill a lot of enemies under the aid of boundless lightning rain. No matter who or how many people wanted his life, they had to exchange it with their lives. As he took away a person's life, countless of attacks would land on his body simultaneously. Even though his revolving star passage technique had already reached the Zhuan stage, his injuries were still accumulating. The more people he killed, there would be even more injuries on Mo Wuji's body, and his heart would be even heavier too. Out of those that were surrounding him, there were almost no true God stage cultivators around, and most of them were True Lake, Nihility God, and even some below Yuan Dan stage. Only these low-level cultivators would be scurrying everywhere in space waiting for their opportunity to strike. For the stronger True God stage cultivators, they would come over immediately after they locked their target. Now that he was this target, just because there were no True God stage experts yet didn't mean there would not be any True God stage experts coming over later. If a worldly immortal were to arrive, he might not be able to make his move before being killed. This man is inhumane and vicious, his elemental energy would eventually have a limit. Let's work harder and kill him together. Within the crowd, a Nihility God stage cultivator was struck on the head by Mo Wuji's lightning and cried out instantly. Bang! Just as he finished the sentence, Mo Wuji's Tianji pole had already struck the back of the cultivator's head from a bizarre and unexpected angle. Even though this cultivator was killed, his words were put to effect as even more cultivators came charging forward at him, and Mo Wuji finally felt the strain. He wasn't a god but only a True Lake stage. No matter how strong his violet elemental energy lake was, it belonged only to the True Lake stage only. Some experts in the elementary stage of the True God stage just arrived, only made one move and was able to create 2 more blood holes in his chest and broke a few more bones in his body. Mo Wuji, whose entire body was covered in blood and several broken bones, suddenly let out a devastating cry like a wolf's howl. If he were to die today, Mo Wuji had to find a bunch of scapegoats. The scholar's heart was swaying slightly in his sea of consciousness and its insane temperature was about to explode out. He knew that he was still unable to use his scholar's heart to kill because if he were to release the scholar's heart completely without fear, the scholar's heart might eventually return to the wild before covering the sky and behave bestially. Everyone here, including himself, would disintegrate into ashes under the rage of this scholar's heart. Some experts in the advanced stage of the nihility god stage could feel the threat from Mo Wuji's body as they subconsciously took a few steps back. Mo Wuji's glare turned ice cold, and even some experts in the elementary stage of the true god stage who just arrived here could feel their imminent death from Mo Wuji's glare. They initially wanted to capture Mo Wuji and leave, but now that Mo Wuji was emitting such terrifying aura, even they were a little hesitant now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, that is love. Chapter 324, that is love. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When even the true God stage experts were subconsciously taking a few steps backwards, the cultivators in the lower level obviously wouldn't dare to step forward as they all took a step back. Cultivators would always have an intuition in front of death. Mo Wuji, whose entire body was filled with wounds, emitted out a determined aura, and at this moment, other than using his scholar's heart to annihilate everyone here, including himself, he had no other ways to get himself out of here. Mo Wuji's surroundings started to open up, and the countless of cultivators in space were evidently shocked as they saw this piece of open land. At the same moment, the universe started to act crazily, and as Mo Wuji lifted his head curiously, a familiar voice was heard, "Don't move, just follow me." Sin Shuin? Mo Wuji immediately knew who was the one who came as he stopped swinging his Tianji pole. Just as he was about to shoot out his scholar's heart, he stopped just in time as well, because if he were to shoot out his scholar's heart, Sin Shuin might not be able to escape as well. Following which, the insane wind carried his body up and rushed out of this suspicious open space. Someone used the wind escape technique to bring him away. A cultivator reacted in time as he shouted out to everyone. Chase, using the wind escape technique would be hard even for one person to escape here, let alone two people. The remaining cultivators didn't even speak as they simply followed to chase after them. Didn't Mo Wuji knew how to use the wind escape technique too? He was still trapped and had to eventually fight for his life. So what if it was the wind escape technique? In the face of enemies' attack from all four directions in space, even the wind escape technique was not formidable. A familiar gentleness and fragrance made Mo Wuji's heart warm. When he was surrounded and faced with such terrifying danger in space, only Sin Shuin would still risk her life to come and save him. It's pointless. You should let me go and then escape yourself first. After your wind technique was completed, just remember to avenge me. Mo Wuji sighed, because even if he used his wind escape technique, he wasn't able to escape. Sin Shuin's wind escape technique was slightly weaker than Mo Wuji, so it would be even harder for them to escape. Indeed, just as Mo Wuji finished his sentence, a few signaling flying swords were shot out by two people not too far away, and the shadows of a few cultivators were soon rushing towards them. Sin Shuin didn't bother replying Mo Wuji and was only focused on escaping. What made Mo Wuji shocked was that Sin Shuin's wind escape technique was cast upon fierce wind and was nothing compared to his light wind. It was simply at the end of two extremes. Logically speaking, because Sin Shuin was a girl, her wind escape technique should be more gentle than his. In the next moment, Mo Wuji could feel the intermediate level heat emitted from Sin Shuin's skin, and he immediately knew what was going on. "Sister Shuin, let me down immediately. If we carry on like this, none of us will be able to get away at all." Sin Shuin was burning her life to ignite the wind escape technique, which explained the crazy surge of wind. This could be related to her cultivating her typhoon formula. Typhoon formula, one could tell that this was definitely not a gentle technique just by listening to its name. Sin Shuin's smooth voice turned coarse and dry, but her words were like from the other universe, evidently ethereal and calm. When I was young, I had a wonderfully complete family. My father and mother loved me dearly, and at that time, I felt like the most fortunate person alive. Back then, I was only 6 years old and someone came to my house. After he laid his sight on my mother, he never left. Afterwards, he had a long conversation with my father in the room, and not long later, my father came out to talk to my mother. Sin Shuin was like an outsider narrating a story to Mo Wuji with her warm, calm, and slightly disappointed voice. My mother then nodded to my father, and even though she said that I was young, I should know the truth. My father agreed, and my mother brought me to my room and said. Sin Shuin paused for a moment, and a sword radiance pierced through the space and was headed towards Sin Shuin's back. Mo Wuji managed to struggle and shifted his body while supporting himself with his elemental energy. This sword radiance pierced through Mo Wuji's back instead, and Mo Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood onto Sin Shuin's shoulder. However, under the support of Mo Wuji's great elemental energy, the sword radiance disappeared within Mo Wuji's body and didn't touch Sin Shuin. Sin Shuin's body trembled a little as her body temperature continued to increase, which caused the surrounding wind to be even greater, increasing their speed. Mo Wuji knew that Sin Shuin had sped up the burning of her life, and he didn't continue persuading Sin Shuin because he knew it was all too late to say anything. If he was able to survive this crisis, he would never let the true God stage cultivator who tried to attack her from the back off, no matter who he was. My mother told me, if I want to marry someone one day, I cannot trust the other party's sweet talks. I had to make sure how many things the person I'm marrying could give me. Mo Wuji kept silent because he knew that before Sin Shuin started cultivating, she should be from the mortal world. When mortals got married, they naturally had to look at the betrothal gift. My mother said, if he was a prince, he had to at least make me his legitimate wife. If he was a businessman, he had to at least put half his assets under my name. I was young and clueless, so I asked my mother, what if he was an ordinary person like my father? My mother smiled mournfully, and she said that my father would immediately not be an ordinary person anymore, and he would immediately turn into a wealthy aristocrat. She suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed her own chest as I cried out for my mother. My mother used her hand to wipe my tears before saying, Enin, what I've just said was wrong. No matter who he was, if he couldn't sacrifice his life for you when you needed help, you must not marry him no matter what he has. Remember to never marry such a person. If there was a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for you, remember well that when he needs help, you have to sacrifice your life too, that is love. If you're not marrying the person, remember to never take advantage of a person, not even a little. Listen to your mother will be leaving now. Mo Wuji remained speechless because he had just heard a depressing, heart-wrenching story. A man actually gave his wife away for honor and riches. His wife had a strong will to rather die than agree to such a dirty transaction. This is a true scumbag, and this scumbag was actually Sin Shuin's father. The reason Sin Shuin was all along focused on cultivation and was never interested in a romantic relationship could perhaps be because of her own experience. As for Sin Shuin's habit of not taking advantage of people, was probably influenced by her mother too. At this moment, Mo Wuji heard someone shouting from his back, they're escaping to the extreme frost sea, hurry up and block them. Extreme frost sea? Mo Wuji shivered as he had heard of this place before. It was a place similar to the piercing wind gate, one of the 9 extreme realms. Mo Wuji immediately understood why Sin Shuin was willing to burn her life to increase the speed of the wind escape technique. She had planned from the start to escape into the extreme frost sea. Mo Wuji scanned the surrounding using his spiritual will and instantly saw an eye-catching aperture shining brightly in front of himself. Before Mo Wuji could ask anything, Sin Shuin had already brought him into the aperture. Following which, waves of bones-piercing coldness spread across his entire body, and in a split second, his flesh started to show scars. This coldness was actually not any warmer than the coldness he experienced back when he was retrieving the immeasurable soul-forging flower. Mo Wuji hurried to use his spiritual circulation technique, but this didn't stop his body from slowly tearing apart. He instantly sent his scholar's heart into spiritual circulation, and indeed, he could just barely withstand the extreme coldness. Since Shuin was still running non-stop, and Mo Wuji hurried to shout out, "Senior Apprentice Shuin, you can stop for now." Mo Wuji was confident that even though Sin Shuin possessed ice attributes spirit roots, she couldn't hold on for any much longer in this coldness. Sin Shuin stopped, but it wasn't because Mo Wuji asked her to, but because she fell down. Mo Wuji flipped his body over and hugged Sin Shuin so that his body's warmth would be transferred over to her. Sin Shuin's face turned pale and her hair had already turned white as she stared at Mo Wuji with her warm eyes. "It's okay, I know I've reached my limit. I also know that you definitely would have your way to survive here. I was indeed right, but... Senior Apprentice Sister Shuin, I will definitely save you." Mo Wuji popped a few pills into Sin Shuin's mouth. Sin Shuin blocked his mouth just as he was about to continue speaking. "Wuji, actually, I didn't listen to my mother and I took advantage of you. My flying car should never be worth your lightning flash, and I was just lying to myself and everyone else. Also, it wasn't my heartfelt truth when I said that you aren't the rogue cultivator 2705 that day. I know that you are him." Mo Wuji looked at Sin Shuin's state and his heart felt horrible because whatever methods he used now, he would have no way of saving Sin Shuin. Back then when Sin Shuin said, "You are not him," he didn't feel much, but now that Sin Shuin said, "I know that you are him," Mo Wuji's heart felt like it was smashed broken. That feeling of having a severely wounded heart was felt by Mo Wuji once again. "I know the relationship between Yin Er and yourself. You are willing to risk your life to save your female servant and enter the Five Elements desolate domain when you're only in the channel opening stage. I knew from then that you and my father were two different types of people. When you knew that I had a lot of enemies in the piercing Wind City, to risk your life to save me, you are the only one. You are the one my mother told me about, someone whom I like so much I could sacrifice my life for. However, I could only love one person because my heart is too small, so I can't and I won't fight with another girl for a guy, regardless who he was. Now is good. I don't have to go against my own will. I really wanted to know how it feels to have a Tao companion. My mother said, that is love. Wuji, is this true?" Sin Shuin slowly reached out her hand to feel Mo Wuji's cheek, but before her hand could touch him, it fell to the ground. Following this, her head fell from Mo Wuji's arms to the side, breathless. 2 teardrops fell from Mo Wuji's eyes onto Sin Shuin's face, and Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. Compared to himself, Sin Shuin was the one who led a miserable life and had never known how it felt to be loved. He gently grabbed Sin Shuin's icy cold body and placed it on his face, as he knew that Sin Shuin had really fallen this time round. Even if the white-bearded fishing elder were to be here, he might not be able to revive her again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, Raging Fire in His Chest. Chapter 325, Raging Fire in His Chest. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji lowered his head to look at Sin Shuin's pale face, and even though she had burnt her life away, it wasn't enough to hide her stunning beauty. After being stabbed in his back by the woman he loved, Mo Wuji thought that it would be extremely hard for him to fall in love again. Even if it was Yin Er, he was sure it wasn't love in the romantic way, and it was at most a type of trust and family affection. Yin Er was the only girl who didn't give up on him and was willing to give up everything for him when he was at his lowest. He once thought that, whether or not he was able to cultivate, as long as he was together with Yin Er, he would eventually end up falling in love with her. Until one day, he decided to give up his life to head towards the Five Elements desolate domain to find the immeasurable soul-forging flower so that he could pass Yin Er and the flower to Granny Linglong. From that day on, he knew that Yin Er had become a treasure of his memory, the closest person to his heart. The moment he let go of Yin Er, he knew that Yin Er would have nothing to do with him anymore, and he also swore that in the future, Yin Er would live her life for herself and not for Mo Wuji. Even though he couldn't bear and even tried to remind Yin Er of her past, he slowly accepted the truth when Yin Er rejected him. But today, his still heart was actually moved by Sin Shuin. For a 6-year-old to lose both her parents and her mother killed herself in front of her while her despicable father left her, how could her childhood be any worse? Even though he had no idea how she made it into the immeasurable learning palace, Missouri Wuji could imagine how deeply etched the words of her mother would be in her 6-year-old's heart. Seemed like deep within her heart, she wasn't like her external appearance, cold and calm. Regardless which world he was in, the thing one couldn't retrieve would be regret. If he could turn back time, if Shuin wanted the lightning flash, he would have given it to her immediately. Why would he even ask for the magic flying car? Even as Mo Wuji continuously sent an elemental energy, Sin Shuin's body still grew colder and colder. Mo Wuji hugged Sin Shuin tight as he grabbed her closer to his body, which was filled with the scholar's heart heat. In such a terrifyingly cold place, the moment he let go, Sin Shuin would be disintegrated by the cold. No matter what happened, he would never let Sin Shuin's body disappear. What he owed her was not just his life, but a love that he could not repay. Mo Wuji hugged Sin Shuin and stood up slowly as the broken bones in his body was swiftly recovering because of the flowing of his elemental energy. He raised his head and looked at the vast and boundless zone of extreme frost, just like the ocean as waves and waves of ice waves from far away looked stunningly beautiful. Mo Wuji knew that beyond the waves would be even more terrifying coldness. If not for his scholar's heart, perhaps even a true god stage expert would face imminent death here. As for a worldly immortal expert, he might not even survive long in the depth of the extreme frost sea. Mo Wuji let out a long sigh before spitting out the burning flame as he hugged Sin Shuin and entered the depth of the extreme frost sea. If he couldn't escape, he shall stay in the depth of the extreme frost sea with Sin Shuin. If he could escape one day, he would definitely get back at those who took his blood. Mo Wuji was like a crazy man rushing into the depths of the extreme frost sea. His scholar's heart surrounding him had already become like a layer of shield, but even so, he could still feel the bone-piercing coldness in his bones. Mo Wuji didn't care about all these as Mo Wuji used almost 80% of the scholar's heart here to protect Sin Shuin's body while he constantly circulate the elemental energy in his 103 meridians. He was cultivating as well as running at the same time. Continuous running was the only way to go. There was only this scary coldness from the extreme frost sea. I could only cultivate endlessly. Only these thoughts could calm his raging heart, because if he couldn't control himself, he would rush out to kill everyone, but he knew that it was simply impossible. Even if he had laser guns, the moment he exited, he would have been killed by experts before he could take out his laser guns. This was the difference in strength, and he was simply helpless against this difference. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy rushed over and directly merged together with Mo Wuji's spiritual circulation technique as the elemental energy around himself suddenly increased tremendously. Mo Wuji had almost no resistance as he advanced straight into the true lake stage level 5. Arg! Mo Wuji came to a halt and he acted like a lone wolf, roaring his lungs out towards the sky in the middle of the vast and boundless extreme frost sea. There was a surge of coldness and a surge of flame in his heart. Only after a short while did Mo Wuji stop his roar. He lowered his head and looked at his legs, because this was the place where he could feel an extremely dense spiritual energy which made him advance to true lake stage level 5 in an instant. Mo Wuji took out his Tianji pole and struck against the ground. An oppressive sound could be heard, and there was not even a single crack on the white layer of ice underneath his foot. Over the thousands of years, any softer thing would have disintegrated into a void because of the coldness. Those that were left behind were the accumulation of ice. Perhaps if he used his scholar's heart to burn, he could burn a hole here. However, Mo Wuji definitely dare not touch his scholar's heart, because that was the thing that was protecting Sin Shuin's body. The moment he took the scholar's heart away, Sin Shuin's body might vanish from this extremely cold place. Mo Wuji kept his Tianji pole and started setting up defensive array around this place. The defensive array was not for himself but to defend Sin Shuin's body. As long as he continued circulating his 103 meridians with a slight trace of scholar's heart continuing its spiritual circulation, he would not face any life-threatening harm. He would at most suffer some tearing of the skin, but Mo Wuji was already numb to such pain. This was the depth of the extreme frost sea, so even an expert of the true God stage might not make it this far in without the aid of the scholar's heart as well as the circulation of over 100 meridians. The moment the defensive array was set up, Mo Wuji took out a huge pile of jade to help Sin Shuyin refine a jade coffin. Following which, Mo Wuji placed Sin Shuyin in the middle of the defensive array as he even crafted out all sorts of defensive ban on the coffin itself. Even the scholar's heart was temporarily placed on top of the jade coffin. After preparing this, he engraved an inscription on the jade coffin which showed, "Wife Sin Shuin's coffin, erected by Mo Wuji." The once extremely bustling Universal Hall had finally recovered its original state after a year had passed since the incident of trying to catch Mo Wuji. Despite there were still some people who refused to give up and still head towards one of the 9 extreme realm, Extreme Frost Sea, to take a look, but everyone knew that Mo Wuji was definitely not be able to come out alive. There had not been a case where a true lake stage cultivator entered the Extreme Frost Sea and came out alive. It was still impossible no matter how talented Mo Wuji was to make it onto the Universal Board. The truth was that ever since Mo Wuji entered the Extreme Frost Sea for a month, his name had already fallen off the Universal Board. There were currently no more Mo Wuji on the Universal Board. The genius that once caused such an uproar and commotion had long been obliterated from the crowd's discussion. Star King Mountain's Yen clan. Ever since the incident 1 year ago when Yen Yangdong was killed, this was the second time the Yen clan held such a solemn clans meeting. To be specific, this was to welcome a Yen clan's grand elder out from his closed-doors cultivation. Yen Tongxue was the first-generation experts of the Yen clan, worldly immortal stage level 2. Even though Yen Tongxue was not the strongest in the Yen clan and was in fact even slightly weaker than Yen Pingji, Yen Tongxue was the Yen clan's only water-attributed worldly immortal expert. In the Yen clan's strongest spiritual energy place, an immortal cave was opened up. After an incense worth of time, a skinny man walked out of it. He nodded at the 2 disciples at the entrance of the immortal cave before suddenly appearing in the Yen clan's discussion hall in just 1 step. Everyone in the hall stood up immediately, including the highest cultivation level Grand Elder, Yen Yang. Yen Tongxue bowed to everyone before walking to the second seat from the left to sit down. "I've already been made known of the incident and I'm willing to go to the Extreme Frost Sea." Yen Shiren sighed and said, "The coldness in the Extreme Frost Sea was simply too terrifying and Mo Wuji's body would have disintegrated by now. To be able to find the 3 half-moon keys there would not be so simple." Elder Tongxue's closed-door cultivations came to naught, and because he has not stepped into worldly immortal stage level 4, I am strongly against Elder Tongxue to head towards the Extreme Frost Sea alone. Everyone was clear that even though the water spiritual root and the ice spiritual root were from the same source, their difference were still almost as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Perhaps the water spiritual root would be more suitable to enter the Extreme Frost Sea than the other attributes, but there would certainly be a limit to how much cold he could withstand. Ugh, it's a pity my Yen clan didn't have a higher cultivation expert with a water spiritual roots. Otherwise, why would we need Elder Tongxue to risk his life? Another elder sighed out loud. Yen Pingji, who was by the side, sounded out, "Even though we say that the risk is huge for Elder Tongxue to go to the Extreme Frost Sea, this was an opportunity for the Yen clan. If my Yen clan was able to find the 3 half-moon keys, no need for 3, if we could find just 1 half-moon key, our Yen clan would not fall even after passing down to our descendants for over 1,000 of years. If my Yen clan could produce an earthly immortal because of this, it would not be completely impossible for us to stay in the Star King Mountain." Yet another Yen clan's elder stood up and said, "Xia clan, Mao clan, and even some other sects have already sent people into the Extreme Frost Sea, and their purpose would be to find the half-moon keys. This half-moon keys originally belonged to my Yen clan, so if my Yen clan didn't enter as well, we would simply be making the wedding dress for the others." 1. The crowd were all discussing, and it was a difficult choice to make now, so the first Grand Elder Yen Yang waved his hand to stop all discussion before saying, "Tongxue's cultivation was still slightly too low, let me go over instead." Yen Tongxue was kept in closed doors for 200 years and Yen clan was preparing to let him out as a worldly immortal stage level 4 expert. A worldly immortal stage level 4 expert with his water attribute spiritual roots was definitely considered to be qualified to enter the extreme frost sea. Who would have thought Yen Tongxue was not hard-working enough, and after cultivating gore so long behind closed doors, he was only a worldly immortal stage level 2 expert when he came out. Yen Tongxue took the initiative as he stood up and said, "No matter what, the first Grand Elder must not go to the extreme frost sea. The first Grand Elder is the Yen clan's stabilizing force, and if anything were to happen to him, it would be hard to predict what would happen next. I have enough opportunity to advance with not a lot of years left, so I would be the most suitable to enter the extreme frost sea." 1. Making the wedding dress for others is the direct translation from the raw, and this means doing all the work for others but not actually benefiting from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Worldly Immortal Lightning Calamity. Chapter 326, Worldly Immortal Lightning Calamity. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even though Yin Shiren didn't fully agree with Yen Tongxue going to the extreme frost sea, but he was helpless on the matter, thus he could only say, "How's Yang Nan's cultivation?" This time, the Star King Mountain is fostering the next heir to the Star Lord. My Yen clan might not be the biggest, but if Yang Nan can push himself, he should be much better than that Xia clan Xiamu. Answering the Patriarch. Ever since Yang Dong had been killed by Mo Wuji on the deathmatch battlestage, Yang Nan had cultivating in the spiritual jade pool. He vowed that if he didn't help take revenge for his bigger brother, he is not a man. 1 month ago, he just broke through into the true lake stage. A Yen clan deacon stood up and answered. Hearing that Yen Yangnan had advanced into the true lake stage, even Yen Pingji nodded his head. Yen Yangnan had specially entered the spiritual jade pool 1 year ago. During this time, he had advanced from the Yuan Dan elementary stage to the true lake stage, which was already pretty amazing. Boom! A bolt of lightning sent tremors to seemingly the entire Mo continent. After this lightning exploded, boundless spiritual energy started to surge violently towards a certain location. Someone was undergoing tribulation. Such a strong lightning calamity definitely wasn't a simple ascension into the true God stage. Within the Star Lord Hall, a gray figure flashed out, landing on the peak of the Star Lord Mountain, overlooking the place where the tribulation was taking place. The lightning calamity got increasingly dense, descending down in huge strikes. Spiritual energy was also flooding towards the lightning calamity like a whirlpool. Could it be that some sect has a person advancing into the worldly immortal stage? Star Lord Qitong observed for a moment, before furrowing his brows and muttering to himself. This lightning calamity was staggering. It was at least a 7-9 lightning calamity. Ostensibly, the person undergoing tribulation wasn't simply advancing to be a true god, but a worldly immortal which stood on top of the world. In the Mo continent, almost all the worldly immortals were from the Star King Mountain. The rest were either from the 3 great clans, or some sects with a strong background. And now, the tribulation wasn't over some sect, nor over the 3 great clans, but some remote wilderness. Could it be a rogue cultivator? Such a talented rogue cultivator, why didn't he join the Star King Mountain? At almost the shortest time possible, every clan and sect, including the Star King Mountain's various halls, had sent people over to the Tribulation Lands. A rogue worldly immortal, whose eyes wouldn't turn red at that. If they could get this rogue cultivator to join their ranks, their power would definitely rise by more than a single level. Moreover, the Half-Moon Immortal Palace was going to open, so a huge battle was bound to happen. With an additional worldly immortal, their foundations would be a lot stronger. Don't think that there were many worldly immortals in Mo continent. In fact, there weren't actually a lot. Even in the 3 great clans, each clan only had around 5 to 6 experts in the worldly immortal stage and above. The person currently facing the lightning calamity was the Heaven-Seeking Palace's base setting. There was only one person protecting her, Yenair. Even though Yenair's cultivation speed to meteoric, she was still only in true lake stage level 9. Now with so many experts coming over, she was slightly at a loss for words. This little girl, is the senior undergoing tribulation your master? A heroic-looking and pretty woman landed by Yenair's side. When she spoke, she sounded like a friendly neighborhood big sister. Yenair shook her head. No, she's my senior apprentice sister. Boom! At this instant, the final lightning descended. Bei Sutting's body exuded with white brilliance. That lightning bolt barely broke through that white brilliance before waning down. Bei Sutting had successfully passed through the tribulation. With her greatest speed, she grabbed a set of clothes, put on a veil and landed beside Yenair. Star King Mountain's Mao Zhong greets this Dao friend. Congratulations Dao friend on ascending to become a worldly immortal and attaining your own grand Dao. True Martial Docs Yuing greets Dao friend. Congratulations Dao friend on advancing into the worldly immortal stage. Bei Sutting had just succeeded her tribulation, and many people came over to pay their compliments and invited Bei Sutting over to be their guest. Bei Sutting hurriedly said, "Many thanks various Dao friends. My junior apprentice sister and I have some business to attend to. If we're free in the future, we'll definitely visit." Sister Sutting, congratulations. Yenair was overjoyed as she walked over. Bei Sutting had advanced into the worldly immortal stage. Even though she wasn't the strongest person here, she had the ability to protect herself. Even the 3 big clans couldn't do much towards a worldly immortal. Could you be Senior Sutting who came over from the Lost Continent? The heroic-looking woman that previously spoke with Yenair had already recognized Bei Sutting and asked eagerly. Bei Sutting nodded, "That's right. I'm the Bei Sutting who came from the Lost Continent. May I ask who this junior is?" The heroic-looking woman hurriedly said, "I'm the Starcy Hall Shu Xuanyu. Before I came, I was instructed by the Hall Master, if Senior is willing, you can immediately be an elder at the Starcy Hall." Seeing that Bei Sutting was about to leave, Shu Xuanyu did not beat around the bush and immediately extended an invitation. Bei Sutting laughed gently, "Many thanks Junior Xuanyu for your invitation. As a person rejected by the Star King Mountain, I truly don't intend to go to the Star King Mountain." Shu Xuanyu's mouth went agape. She didn't know what was appropriate for her to say. She was cognizant of Bei Sutting's situation. Honestly, not only Bei Sutting, a majority of the people from the Lost Continent qualify to enter the Star King Mountain. But because of the Xia clan Xiamu's prejudice towards Bei Sutting, coupled with Bei Sutting's complete ignorance of him, resulted in the Xia clan prohibiting Bei Sutting from entering the Star King Mountain. Even a majority of the Lost Continent talents were implicated. If they wanted to join the Star King Mountain, they needed to earn their way through battle in the Star Wars. Otherwise, they had to choose to join the Xia clan. Since these people were brought from the Lost Continent by the Xia clan, the 10 Halls and the other clans weren't willing to offend the Xia clan for them. Now that Bei Sutting had advanced into the worldly immortal stage, she no longer had any interest with the Star King Mountain. That's also logical, as a worldly immortal, the help that the Star King Mountain could offer was truly limited. As long as Senior wants, you can always come to my Starcy Hall. Since Bei Sutting had already rejected her, Shu Xuanyu could only beat around the bush with some courtesies. She couldn't say that the Starcy Hall was part of the Star King Mountain, but weren't aligned with the Star King Mountain, right? Even though the 10 Halls and the Star Lord were different powers, this matter wasn't really public knowledge. From an external perspective, the Star King Mountain was the Star King Mountain, and the 10 Halls were part of the Star King Mountain. Many thanks. Everyone, will now take our leave. Bei Sutting clasped her fists, holding Yenair beside her. She disappeared in an instant. The crowd had failed in inviting Bei Sutting, and could only disperse in their separate ways. Yenair, you know anything about Mo Wuji? On the flying ship, Bei Sutting asked Yenair this serious question. Yenair nodded. Even though the two didn't especially went to look out for Mo Wuji's news, ever since they left the Universal Hall, rumors on Mo Wuji were numerous. Mo Wuji had flouted the Universal Hall's rules, then he murdered an innocent little girl. This had incited the rage of the crowd, and he had been forced into one of the 9 extreme realms, the extreme frost sea. What happened to him thereafter was unknown. Then you still want to recover your memories? If you change your mind, I intend to bring you to the Star Wars battlefield to temper yourself. Bei Sutting raised this topic again. Yen'er calmly said, Sister Sutting, over this past year, I have been thinking about this for a long time. Even if Brother Mo had changed, I still need a full set of memories. Cultivating till now, Yen'er had long understood the true meaning of cultivation. Choosing to ignore and forget would not help bring her closer to the Grand Tao. Even if you have forgotten your memories, or you choose to ignore it, you couldn't deny that it had happened. If it happened, then it happened. Just because you felt that it didn't happen didn't mean that it didn't happen. Regardless of how she viewed Mo Wuji after she regained her memories, she needed to recover her memories for the sake of her own Tao. What Mo Wuji had done previously, she could feel grateful, she could choose to remember, but she couldn't choose to forget. It's true that Mo Wuji did not hesitate to cruelly murder an innocent girl, but that shouldn't be the previous him. People would eventually change. Mo Wuji, her, Sister Sutting. Wasn't everyone slowly changing? Previously, Sister Sutting said that she would go to the Star Wars battlefield to earn some contribution points, then enter the Star King Mountain. Eventually, they didn't go take part in the Star Wars, but chose to cultivate in the Jin Mo continent. After ascending into the worldly immortal stage, Sister Sutting no longer wanted to enter the Star King Mountain. Wasn't this also a change? Alright, then we'll go to the Valley of the Immortal Doctor and find San Yisheng and request for his help. Bei Sutting nodded his head, activated the flying ship and sped away. Deep in the extreme frost sea, Mo Wuji seemed to completely merged within the frosty waves. At this instant, he was a part of the extreme frost sea. Over this 1 year of cultivation, he had advanced from True Lake Stage Level 5 to True Lake Stage Level 11. Spiritual energy violence surged outwards, leaving behind a calmness in its wake. Boom! The icy space around Mo Wuji suddenly emitted with waves of tremors. The elemental energy within Mo Wuji's body seemed to have found a new opening, directly perforating a new meridian. As his 104th meridian got perforated, Mo Wuji stepped into True Lake Stage Level 12. Mo Wuji was still calm and silent. He had finally opened his 104th meridian. This meridian was the breath-scattering channel. With this channel, he could blend into any environment at any instant. After a year of cultivation, he had already blended in together with the frost waves around him. Now with his breath-scattering channel, he was even more fully integrated into his surroundings. If not for that strand of scholar's heart circulating within his meridians, even if a worldly immortal came, the worldly immortal might not be able to discover him with spiritual will. 104 meridians simultaneously started reverse circulation. Without any other living things obstructing his cultivation, Mo Wuji's cultivation was very swift. In merely a month's time, all the meridians in Mo Wuji's body started threshing around, as though it was being struck by waves. Boom! The shackles of True Lake Level 12 had been shattered. With the surging force of his elemental energy, Mo Wuji had broke through the True Lake stage, advancing into Nihility God Stage Level 1. His sea of consciousness expanded by multiple folds, his spiritual will became increasingly sensitive in this extreme cold. Following this, Mo Wuji could feel that there were many more people here in the extreme frost sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Take Revenge for My Wife. Chapter 327, Take Revenge for My Wife. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. For an extreme realm which didn't have any treasures like the extreme frost sea, except for a few ice affinity spiritual roots cultivators, few would come here. However, a whole group of people had actually arrived. As he recalled what happened 1 year ago, when he was pursued to such an extent, even if Mo Wuji was retarded, he knew that this definitely wouldn't do to the individual strengths of the broken sect or the Yin clan. It should be because he had obtained some treasure. Before he ventured into space, he killed Yin Yangdong on the deathmatch battle stage. If it was a treasure, he must have obtained it from Yin Yangdong. If his guess was right, these people must be here for those half-moon keys. 1 year ago, those people must have been chasing him for those half-moon keys. However, these people were pretentious and hypocritical. They couldn't publicly claim that they were robbing him of the half-moon keys, and had to find an excuse. Mo Wuji coldly snorted and stood up. Previously, his energy had completely synergized with the icy cold energy of the extreme frost sea. Even if a worldly immortal brushed by him, the worldly immortal might not be able to find him concealed in the frosty waves. However, he did not intend to hide from these fellas. The fire in his heart had already burned for over a year, and during this whole time, he desperately wanted to go out and kill himself a river of blood. Now that people had come to the extreme frost sea to find him, if he let them go, he wouldn't be Mo Wuji. Whether it was due to his own hatred, or for revenge for Shuin, he would start to settle this debt. He turned towards the extreme frost seaside, killing intent flooded into his eyes. These fellas who could come here definitely weren't weak. They were at least in the great circle of true God stage, or even the worldly immortal stage. If this was in outer space, he would have let it go. But now, the extreme frost sea was his territory. Since they had come, then they will stay here forever. Mo Wuji took out his best array flag and started to prepare a wild spiritual swirling array. For an array like the spiritual swirling array, besides Chuxingzi, this board master array master who was willing to research on it, few others would bother installing this useless array. This magical array only had one function, that was to suck all the surrounding spiritual energy over, to form a whirlpool. But this whirlpool was destructive and it wasn't suitable for cultivation. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji had prepared the spiritual swirling area, and he left behind an inscription with a strand of scholar's heart within the array. Then, he hurriedly left, hugging Xin Shuin's jade coffin. When he reached a few miles away from the spiritual swirling array, Mo Wuji placed Xin Shuin down and fetched out a laser cannon. He had seen the destructive power of the laser cannon. He was sure that the laser cannon was not a treasure used to deal with worldly immortals, but things more powerful than worldly immortals. As for the ammunition, even if he had the smithing formula, a master smith might not even be able to forge it. The cannon was powerful, but it had a flaw. The installation took too slow. If he was fighting an expert, before he could fetch his laser cannon out, that expert might have already eliminated him. After properly framing the laser cannon, Mo Wuji took out an ammunition shell and stuffed it in. Then, he waited. He had cultivated in the extreme frost sea for over a year and had opened the breath scattering channel. Not even a half bit of his breath could be heard. A few minutes later, Mo Wuji's spiritual swirling array was activated. The boundless spiritual energy of the extreme frost sea transformed into a destructive whirlpool, violently surging towards the array core. Actually, at the same time as when Mo Wuji detected that he had visitors at the extreme frost sea, the worldly immortal experts also detected a few hints of life deep within the extreme frost sea. Even though they had been here for quite some time, they weren't like Mo Wuji who had integrated into the frosty waves for over a year. After all, Mo Wuji had been cultivating here, and he had been cultivating with his own modified cultivation technique. His main aim was to blend himself with the surrounding icy cold spiritual energy. 1. This was to defend himself the cold. 2. This could increase his cultivating speed. On the other hand, these people were only here to find something. They used their techniques merely to defend themselves against the biting cold. Thus, their sensitivity in this extreme frost sea was naturally far from Mo Wuji. So even though they detected Mo Wuji's life energy, they weren't able to connect it to anything at the first moment. In the extreme frost sea, their spiritual will was largely limited, and they weren't able to scan at Mo Wuji who was hidden deep on the extreme frost sea. If anyone said that Mo Wuji was cultivating deep in the extreme frost sea, none of the worldly immortals here would believe it. Even though they didn't know what exuded that life energy, these worldly immortals still chose to slowly approach in Mo Wuji's direction. When Mo Wuji's spiritual swirling array activated, horrifying spiritual energy came whirling over. These worldly immortals no longer moved slowly. Almost all of them flashed into a shadow, charging in the direction of the spiritual swirling array. Boom! The first one to arrive was a red-faced worldly immortal. He did not even hesitate as he punched out, destroying the outer shield of the array. Xiaoguang Yuan, everyone came here together, it's not good for you to enjoy this feast alone. At the back of this red-faced expert, multiple shadows also came racing over. The red-faced worldly immortal called Xiaoguang Yuan didn't immediately charge in after destroying the array. Instead, he spotted a stone inscription and cried out in exclamation. There's a strand of flame energy of the scholar's heart. One of the worldly immortals following at the back uttered. Scholar's heart. Everyone's heart started beating with desire. If they could obtain the scholar's heart, won't their powers increase by more than a fold? Even though they knew that there was the scholar's heart below this stone inscription, no one dared to recklessly charge over. As a worldly immortal, they knew clearly how powerful the scholar's heart was. Once they triggered the scholar's heart, even if it was a worldly immortal, they couldn't leave till they had completely refined it. Moreover, each of them wasn't here alone, there were 6 worldly immortals altogether, and they all wanted the scholar's heart. This place seemed to contain the traces of an array. Who would place the scholar's heart here? Yan Tongxiu asked doubtfully. Wait, there are some words. They're a little blurry. It says, from today onwards, I will slowly kill all you dogs, to take revenge for my wife. One of the worldly immortals from the Star King Mountain read the words and shook his head. It was true when they say that the ignorant truly didn't know fear. There were 6 worldly immortals here, and someone actually carved such foolish words for them to read. The other worldly immortal experts also followed him and shook their heads. That's not right. At almost the same instant, the 6 worldly immortals reacted. These carven words of revenge, coupled with the fact that the array traces were still fresh, meant only one thing. That fella with the half-moon keys was still alive. Mo Wuji was actually still alive. Ecstasy flashed within the 6 eyes. At this moment, some recalled that besides the half-moon keys, Mo Wuji also had the scholar's heart. To think that Mo Wuji wanted to use the scholar's heart to plot against them. From afar, Mo Wuji turned to the jade coffin beside him and muttered, Shuin, see how I help you collect some interest. When he finished that sentence, he pressed with his friend, firing off the laser cannon. A blinding white light caused the 6 people to pause speechlessly. At this moment, they couldn't even see what was ahead of them clearly, but they could clearly feel the oncoming enshroudment of death. Not good. The 6 worldly immortals reacted at almost the same time, as they all tried to retreat. As worldly immortals, even though they didn't know what the danger was, they would still choose to escape first. At the very next instant, a force which seemed capable of extinguishing the heavens could be seen. What on earth is that terrifying thing? This idea only barely flashed through their heads. Boom! An explosion which seemed capable of ripping the heavens and earths devoured the 6 within. A gigantic ice crater formed at where the 6 were not long ago. The frosty waves around the area were completely razed to the ground. Mo Wuji kept his laser cannon, hugging Xin Shuin's jade coffin. He calmly walked over. The 6 worldly immortals had been shot by the laser cannon. Their skeletons had long been decimated, and not even a shadow of their storage rings were left behind. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered about those 6 worldly immortals he killed. He was only staring blankly at the gigantic ice crater in front of him. This was exploded out due to his laser cannon. Dense spiritual energy exuded from the crater, leaving Mo Wuji a little breathless. Mo Wuji stared downwards in shock. What sort of place was this? Previously, when he was cultivating, he could already feel the boundless spiritual energy. But now, after his laser cannon destroyed this place, the spiritual energy was actually more staggering. His 104 meridians simultaneously started reverse circulating. What they liked most was spiritual energy. The richer the spiritual energy, the faster his cultivation. Mo Wuji hesitated for a brief moment, before jumping straight into the gigantic ice crater. Minutes later, Mo Wuji was completely stupefied. In front of him were rocks which shone with spiritual brilliance. The suffocating spiritual energy he felt was emitted from these rocks. He actually recognized these things. These weren't spirit stones, nor spirit veins, but spirit piths. In front of him, it wasn't a mere spirit pith pool, but a spirit pith mountain. Mo Wuji lightly caressed the jade coffin beside him. Even in the afterworld, Shuyin was still blessing him, allowing him to find this cultivation utopia. Universal Pier was always the most crowded place in the Universal Hall. Cultivators would come here to accept missions, form groups to go into space, or head up to the second floor to exchange for items they needed. But today, cultivators were forming their own small groups, engaging in their own discussion. Did you know? Recently, 6 worldly immortals perished in one of the 9 extreme realms, the extreme frost sea. A yellow-robed cultivator said with an exaggerated expression. Stop bullshasterisk ting. It's true that the extreme frost sea is one of the 9 extreme realms, but for a worldly immortal, if they didn't stay there for long, it definitely wouldn't be life-threatening. Kiki, it's fine if you don't believe me, but my source is definitely reliable. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the Star Lord who restrained the 3 great clans and some experts, perhaps. The yellow-robed cultivator saw a few cultivators from the Star King Mountain, and promptly decided to shut his mouth. What he says is true. I heard that a few worldly immortals had fallen in the extreme frost sea. The extreme frost sea seems to be more dangerous than before. Let me tell you, Yin Clan's senior Yin Tongsu, who just emerged from closed doors, went to the extreme frost sea and never came back, another cultivator said hushly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, You Are My Life. Chapter 328, You Are My Life. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The matter of the 6 worldly immortals perishing in the extreme frost sea was originally a hushed discussion among groups of cultivators, but soon, it had already become a public secret. Almost everyone knew that 6 worldly immortals had died, and one of them was even an expert at worldly immortal stage level 5. Eventually, someone even spread the news that these 6 experts had gone to the extreme frost sea to find that rogue cultivator called Mo Wuji. As to why they wanted to find Mo Wuji, many of the cultivators were aware of the reason. Anyone that could mix within the Universal Hall definitely wasn't a fool. Bei Sutting and Yen Er stared at the bare mountain valley in front of them, and they even suspected whether this was truly the valley of the immortal doctor. Even if it was a rogue cultivator, he wouldn't build his immortal cave here, right? Here, besides yellow sand, there were only crushed rocks. Even though it's called a valley, it actually seemed more like the Gobi Desert. Heaven-seeking Palace's Bei Sutting has come to pay respects. Is Immortal Dr. San here? Bei Sutting said whilst clasping her fists towards the valley of the immortal doctor. Even though San Yisheng wasn't a worldly immortal, he was a highly revered existence in entire Mo continent. Some might say that his temper was weird, but he would extend his hand to save a mortal's life. Others might say that he was kind and compassionate, but he set down a rule that unless they encountered him on the outside, those that visit him at the Valley of the Immortal Doctor for help must at least be a worldly immortal. The Mo was so huge, and San Yisheng didn't leave his valley regularly, so how difficult would it be to encounter him on the outside? As for being a worldly immortal, even in the Mo continent, how many could reach that stage? Moreover, even if it was a worldly immortal who came to visit, he would only help once. This would mean that if San Yixing agreed to save Yen Er this time around, he would no longer help Bei Sutting the next time she came to pay respects.
My master welcomes you. 2 Dao friends, please enter.
A child came out to greet them, and spoke with a respectful tone.
Many thanks. Bei Sutting brought Yen Er and followed this child into the desolate valley of the immortal doctor.
It was already bad that the exterior was desolate, the interior, not the valley, was incomparably desolate. If not for the fact that they knew San Yixing was here, Bei Sutting and Yen Er might have thought that they were trekking in the desolate wilderness. After walking for a whole incense of time, Bei Sutting and Yen Er finally saw 2 huge gates. Among the 2 gates, one was a black stone gate, the other was a white stone gate. Bei Sutting only hesitated momentarily, before bringing Yen Er to enter through the black stone gate. Inside, there was a stone room which was a few meters wide. Within the stone room, there was a long bearded man sit on a yellow stone stool reading a book. In front of his stone stool, there was a stone table. And opposite the stone table, there was another stone stool. Even though she knew San Yixing's cultivation was below hers, Bei Sutting still stopped and clasped her fists. Heaven-seeking palaces. Bei Sutting greets immortal Dr. San. The long-bearded man put down the book scroll in his hands and chuckled, "Those who visit are my guests. Come, please take a seat." After he said that, his gaze landed on Yen Er. "You're here to seek treatment, right? Come sit in front of me." Without any conditions, without any questions, he directly offered Yen Er a diagnosis. This caused both Yen Er and Bei Sutting to heave a sigh of relief. The 2 were afraid that San Yixing might raise too many conditions that they wouldn't even be able to uphold. "Yes." Yen Er bowed, walked over to the stone stool opposite San Yixing and sat down. "Place your wrist on the stone table." San Yixing gestured to the stone table in front of him. Yen Er lifted her arm and placed her wrist on the stone table. San Yixing didn't measure her pulse, but placed his 2 arms around the stone table and held it tightly, and at the same time, he closed his eyes. After some time, San Yixing opened his eyes and nodded towards Yen Er. "You gain fortune from disaster, obtaining mutated wood affinity spiritual roots. This type of spiritual roots are even rarer than unique roots like wind, ice, and lightning. If I'm not wrong, you should also be a pill refiner, right?" Yen Er hurriedly answered, "Yes." Junior followed her master to learn cultivation and pill refining. "It's just that I'm not very talented, I'm barely a tier 4 pill refiner." San Yixing laughed gently. "You spend 90% of your time on cultivation, and only 10% of pill refining. Still, you managed to become a tier 4 pill refiner in a short period of time. In terms of alchemy, your talent is the best I've seen. What's your name?" "Junior has no name, I'm only addressed at Yen Er." Yen Er replied respectfully. San Yixing suddenly said, "Do you have any interest in being my disciple?" Yen Er stood, bowing once more. "Junior already has a master, I don't dare casually have another one." AI. Pity. San Yixing sighed and continued, "Because the person who treated you is limited in his capabilities, all your memories before you cultivated have vanished. You have come to me to seek treatment, it should be because you wish to recover your memories, right?" Yen Er eagerly said, "Yes, Junior wishes to find her memories." "Senior, please help fulfill this wish." San Yixing shook his head. Yen Er heart tightened. "Senior immortal doctor, could it be that my memories can never be recovered?" San Yixing laughed proudly. "To a charlatan, wanting to recover your memories would be akin to seeing a flower through a fog. But to me, San Yixing, finding your memories is as simple as drinking water or breathing air." Joy immediately emerged within Yen Er's eyes, but before she could ask anything, San Yixing continued speaking. "If you're willing to listen to me, I would suggest that you don't search for your memories. Recovering your memories will not do you any good." Yen Er said resolutely. "Junior has already made up her mind. If Senior can help Junior recover her memories, please help. Junior will be immensely grateful." San Yixing softly said, "For a pill refiner, even if his achievements in the pill Dao is high, it would be hard for him to recover your memories. But I don't merely cultivate the pill Tao, I also research on the medical Tao.
You should consider once more, do you want to be my disciple?
Yan Er determinedly replied, Senior, many thanks for your appreciation. But Junior's heart is firm, Junior will not take another master. San Yisheng's suggestion was rejected twice in a row. He no longer gave any advice but said, From the ripples in your pulse, I can feel that there is an incredibly important person deep in your memories. This person could even be said to be your life.
Once you recover your memories, it might adversely influence your cultivation. If that person is kind and compassionate, then it would be fine.
But if that person had done you harm, then you would be shackled by this past, forever unable to progress, and you might even end your own life.
After hearing all this, you still insist on your idea? Yan Er let out a self-deprecating laugh. She knew who San Yisheng was talking about. Even though she knew he was extremely important in her memories, but would such a devious man who could murder an innocent little girl be her life?
Bei Sutting saw Yan Er's self-mockery and she said by the side, Immortal Dr. San, please carry on.
She will be fine.
Before seeing that visual recording, she might have believed San Yisheng's words.
Because Mo Wuji could ignore his own safety, to venture into the Five Elements' desolate domain just for his female slave.
Even though she wasn't a recipient of his act, she would also remember it. This sort of thing was not even a deed of legends, much less reality. However, that visual recording had filled their hearts with indignation.
Bei Sutting and Yan Er became sure that some things were merely hearsay. Even Granny Linglong's recount of Mo Wuji's selflessness was only hearsay. Mo Wuji cruelly murdered a little girl who extended an invitation to him.
Even though she had a favorable impression of Mo Wuji, she couldn't help but feel infuriated with his actions. Thus, like Yan Er, she did not believe that such a person could actually be Yan Er's life as San Yisheng had said. But what they saw was not what happened. Albeit Yan Er or Bei Sutting, they didn't have the same sort of experience as the solitary red knot. San Yisheng continued looking at Yan Er, only if Yan Er herself agreed, then he would act. Yan Er nodded, Senior, please treat me.
All right.
After San Yisheng obtained Yan Er's response, he only said a single word.
He lifted his hand and multiple white threads shot out.
These threads seemed to pierce through Yan Er's brain, but they also seemed like they were revolving around Yan Er's head. San Yisheng continuously displayed hand seals, and after an incense's time, he coldly ordered, Open your mouth. Yan Er subconsciously opened her mouth, a green pill entered in it. When the pill entered her mouth, it was like it melted into a thick ice strips, instantly freezing her brain.
Another hour passed. San Yisheng's two hands moved rapidly to form increasingly complicated hand seals. Yan Er cried out in agony.
Bei Sutting subconsciously stood up. Immediately, she saw that the white threads on Yan Er's head had gradually turned black, then they were slowly brought by San Yisheng to one side. Yan Er seemed to have entered a long, long dream. She dreamed of the old master's death and her young master's gradual loss of his mind in his attempt to retake his prefecture. Every night, she would go out to set up the nightstand, and she would earn some copper coins which she would use to buy food for the young master. If she had excess copper coins, she would go to buy some cheap sweats for her young master's game. She dreamt of herself waiting for her young master to sleep, then she would add water to the bowl her young master ate from, and she would drink it. She would not waste even a single bit of food. She dreamt that her young master had suddenly turned better. That day, her young master didn't eat that bowl of rice without a care in the world as usual. Instead, he put down his bowl and found the rotten, hard, black bun which she hid under her pillow. That day, her young master grabbed her rough hands and said, Yan Er, in the future, if Big Brother gets to eat, you wouldn't starve too. Listen to Big Brother, from now on, Big Brother will take care of you. That day, her young master's eyes were a little red. Ever since that day, she was the luckiest girl in the world. Her young master brought her shopping, he brought her to find work.
All till she was taken away by that evil woman.
To find her, her young master, despite being a mere mortal, sailed across the vast Tianluo Sea.
He finally found her at Changluo City. To heal her, her master thought of ways to enter the formless blade sect, and had eventually become an outer disciple. Thereafter, he completely ignored his low cultivation, to enter the five elements' desolate domain, to find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, then to plead heaven-seeking Palace's Granny Linglong. All just to save her. Perhaps the heavens decided to take pity on his determination, allowing him to find the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, allowing him to meet Granny Linglong, and allowing him to persuade Granny Linglong to save her. Yenair used to be my female slave, but in my heart, she is the only person close to me. These were the words he told Granny Linglong, but now, they appeared again before her eyes. Perhaps, in the entire lost continent, he was the only one who would risk himself in the five elements' desolate domain just for his female slave. Regardless of what happens, you should not forget him. Remember, his name is Mo Wuji. He has average spiritual roots, but he would risk his life to save you. Furthermore, he doesn't even need for you to remember him, he just wants you to live on. Granny Linglong's words seemed to sound in front of her eyes. But she had already forgotten Mo Wuji, she had already forgotten the man who was willing to risk his own life just to save her. In my heart, I will always be your bigger brother. These were the words uttered by that man after she rejected him, the man who her master told her to never forget. Yenair finally couldn't hold back her tears. So the two words big brother could be so heart-wrenching, so the two words big brother could be as heavy as a mountain. I will definitely find you. Even if you're wicked beyond redemption, you're my only young master. In my heart, you are my life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Troubles Lie Ahead. Chapter 329, Troubles Lie Ahead. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In this world, besides her young master, who would risk his life to save a female slave like me, another figure appeared in Yenair's fogged eyes. It was a black-faced monk, his face had a knife scar across it. In the thunder fog forest, when that beam of black light was about to pierce through her throat, he charged over and pushed her away. Then he used his body to help her block that black light. That black light didn't manage to pierce through her throat, but it had pierced through his chest. At this instant, she finally realized who that black-faced monk was. She also realized who Rogue Cultivator 2705 was. It was her young master, that was her young master. Because in this world, besides her young master, no one else would risk his life to save her. Remember to cultivate properly, and work hard to live. Those words rang beside her ear, then he brushed by her and left. During those days, she had treated her young master as a stranger. How pained must her young master's heart have been? If she could redo things, she was willing to lose her own life, so that her young master wouldn't endanger himself for her, so that the young master wouldn't block that light beam for her. When her young master was heavily injured, and left while dragging that steel pole, how lonely was he? He had treated her as his closest kin, but she only treated him as a passerby in her life. During that instant, her young master had asked her to work hard to live. His voice had been hoarse and fatigued, like a nomad traveling alone in the desert for his whole life. That sentence was earned by her young master through several life and death experiences. How much difficulties did her young master go through by himself? If death could help turn back time, then she would willingly die. If wasting her cultivation could help bring her back to her young master, then she would willingly become immortal. Young master, as long as I'm alive in this world, Yenair will definitely find you. It doesn't matter if you're at world's end, or if you're dead or alive. Yenair will be your servant. Forever. Yenair, are you alright? Seeing Yenair, who had a face full of tears, Bei Sutting hurried over to support Yenair. Yenair suddenly snapped back to reality. Her dream had vanished without a trace. No, that was not a dream. That was her memory. Sister Sutting, I need to find my young master. Yenair didn't even wipe the tears off her face. She stood up resolutely and said, "Ah." Bei Sutting could never have fathomed the importance Mo Wuji had in Yenair's heart. To think that the first thing Yenair wanted to do after she recovered her memories was to search for Mo Wuji. Yenair kowtowed towards San Yisheng. "Many thanks Lord San for helping me recover my memories. Otherwise, Yenair would just be an empty shell. Even if my cultivation got any stronger, it would still be useless. I had already lost my most important person." Previously, because she wanted to cultivate without distractions, she did not want to listen to Mo Wuji's stories about the past. Now, she was willing to ignore her cultivation, just so she could find her young master. Compared to her young master, nothing else was important. San Yisheng sighed. He knew that Yenair had some sort of indescribable determination, and now, her determination seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. "Go on then. This is your life, no one can help you. Only you can make your own decisions. But I still need to offer you a piece of advice. Sometimes, you need to have a strong foundation of cultivation before you can achieve your goals. So before anything, it's still best to work hard to raise your cultivation." Seeing that San Yisheng had picked up his book, Bei Sutting hurried to express her thanks. Regarding compensation, she didn't mention it. Among all the worldly immortals who came to San Yisheng for helping, few would mention compensation. But one day, if San Yisheng needed these people to help him, they definitely had to lend a hand. After she brought Yenair out of the Valley of the Immortal Doctor, Bei Sutting immediately asked Yenair, in that visual recording, Mo Wuji, he? Yenair shook her head. "No matter what young master does, he must be right. I now need to find my young master. Sister Sutting, I don't think I can continue on with you." Bei Sutting could never have imagined the indelible position that Mo Wuji had held in Yenair's heart. He was so important that no matter what he did, was right in Yenair's eyes. Bei Sutting helplessly said, "Yenair, you need to cool down. You know where Mo Wuji is? It's one of the 9 extreme realms, the extreme frost sea. You know what kind of place the extreme frost sea is? Even if I went there, it would hard for me to ensure my own survival." After spurting all that in a single breath, Bei Sutting slowly toned down, "I'm not saying this to scold you, I'm just telling you a fact. If you go to the extreme frost sea now, you will definitely vanish without a trace. That sort of biting cold will definitely kill you within moments. When that happens, there's no need to talk about finding your young master or helping your young master. I'm afraid that the moment you enter the extreme frost sea, you will lose the opportunity to even see your young master." Yenair startled, but immediately calmed down. She was not afraid of death. But if she entered the extreme frost sea now, was it even useful? No. It wasn't even a half bit useful. Besides sending herself to death, she wouldn't even see her young master. It was as Sister Sutting said, she would also lose all her future opportunities to find her young master. If her young master had died in the extreme frost sea, then she was willing to die together with her young master. But what if her young master didn't die in the extreme frost sea? If he came out and she wasn't there by his side, who would take care of him? At this moment, Yenair had completely forgotten that it was Mo Wuji taking care of her over the past few years. After she recovered her memories, in her eyes and heart, her young master still needed her to wait after him. When she saw that Yenair had calmed down, Bei Sutting heaved a sigh of relief. "Yenair, it's hard to say whether Wuji survived in the extreme frost sea. But he's an extraordinary man. He was able to enter the 5 elements desolate domain and obtain the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower at the channel opening stage, and he was also able to enter the universal board at the true lake stage. He was even able to come from the lost continent to Jin Mo continent by himself. He definitely has his own secrets. So, for other true lake stage cultivators, they would be no doubt that they will die in the extreme frost sea, but it might be possible for him. If Wuji survives, but you perished in the extreme frost sea, your soul might not rest easy." Bei Sutting's words reached Yenair's heart. Yen'er turned expectantly towards Bei Sutting. Sister Sutting, then what should I do? How can I see my young master? How can I return to my young master's side?
Bei Sutting grabbed Yen'er's hand and spoke warmly. You need to work hard in cultivate. If someday you advance to be a worldly immortal, or even an earthly immortal, then would you have the chance to enter the extreme frost sea to find your young master? Only if your cultivation is higher, then would you have the opportunity to help your young master. I believe you also know why your young master was forced into the extreme frost sea. He was forced there due to the pursuit of countless experts. If your cultivation is low, and if Mo Wuji had yet to perish, who will help him if he gets encircled by countless experts again?
I understand, Sister Sutting. Yen'er's voice turned cold and serious.
Those people that forced her young master into the extreme frost sea, she won't even forgive a single one of them. Senior San Yisheng and Sister Sutting were both right. Only if her cultivation gets stronger, then could she be qualified to help her young master. Ever since 6 great worldly immortals perished in the extreme frost sea, the 3 clans toned down in their actions. On the contrary, the Universal Hall became increasingly lively with activity. All sorts of experts would leave from here to space.
Sometimes, groups of cultivator armies would enter into space from the Universal Pier.
The atmosphere in Universal Hall, however, had been greatly repressed. Still, many rogue cultivators throughout Mo continent would come to the Universal Hall, then went towards the Star Wars battlefield through the Universal Pier.
Many others wait in the Universal Hall for opportunities.
Even though the Universal Hall didn't make an open announcement, many people had already engaged in their own private discussion. They were discussing about the re-emergence of the half-moon immortal palace, which only came out once every 3,000 years. The half-moon immortal palace had a total of 99 Dao gates. Each Dao gate would contain a supreme treasure. The only pity was, each Dao gate required a half-moon key to open it.
Who would know whose hands these half-moon keys would end up in after 3,000 years?
It was rumored that Yen Yangdong managed to obtain 3 half-moon keys by himself.
Who knew, perhaps among the many that head towards the Star Wars battlefield, there might be a second Yen Yangdong? Moreover, there was another theory.
The greatest treasures of the half-moon immortal palace did appear within the 99 Dao gates. But it were also treasures that did not reside within those gates, but at various corners within the half-moon immortal palace. So that's why this re-emergence of the half-moon immortal palace was highly anticipated by all. Not only the Mo continent cultivators, but even the higher-class space beasts and alien cultivators would venture here. At that time, a great war could not be avoided. During this war, much contribution points could also be obtained. Universal contribution points, this was also something coveted by every cultivator. Acting differently from other cultivators, a young man with a long sword on his back entered the Universal Pier from space. He went straight to the second floor of the Universal Pier and flashed his Universal token and said, "Help me exchange for 2 grade 7 wind escape talismans."
"Alright, please wait." The attendant casually received the Universal token from the young man.
When he saw the words on the Universal token, his hand trembled, almost dropping the Universal token on the floor.
Star King Mountain Lei Hongji. Contribution points, 29151. Ranking, 9964.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 330, Lei Hongji's Secret. Chapter 330, Lei Hongji's Secret. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The attendant quickly retrieved 2 wind escape talismans and respectfully placed it in the hands of the young man. "Senior Lei, I'm handing to you Grandmaster Minghe's talismans. They are definitely the best wind escape talismans."
The young man nodded and received the talismans.
He had heard of Grandmaster Minghe, the talisman grandmaster of Mo continent. Seeing that the young man had accepted the talismans, the attendant carefully withdrew the contribution points for the grade 7 talismans from the young man's universal token.
He then returned it to him.
The young man kept his universal token and said to the worker, "Thank you.
Don't mention it, don't mention it. I will still sell the best things to Senior the next time you come over." Only after the young man had left the second level did the worker exclaim to the others, "Do you know who that was?"
It was Lei Hongji, the Lei Hongji who just made it onto the Universal Board not long ago.
Space contribution points, 29151, rank 9964.
I never knew that Senior Lei was so handsome, and so young, but...
He's Lei Hongji?
I heard before that with one of his palms and a clap of thunder, all of the space beasts in the area were killed.
That's right.
I heard that the Mo Wuji who made it on the board earlier is also a cultivator with lightning spiritual roots. The lightning bolts that he casts are comparable to Lei Hongji's.
How can you compare Mo Wuji to Lei Hongji? Mo Wuji could only kill space beasts and accumulate space contribution points because he was hiding behind a space army general.
Although Senior Lei Hongji is from Star King Mountain, he depended on nobody but himself to battle in space. I heard that he even helped some space army generals a few times.
You can't put it that way. Why don't you try to tag behind a space army general and see if you can get your name on the Universal Board? Mo Wuji is a bastard, and a lunatic. How can he compare with Star King Mountain's Lei Hongji?
Only a childish talent like you would say something like this.
Do you think that nobody could tell there was something wrong with that video? Everyone's only concerned with their own interests. Mo Wuji killed that little girl indeed, but the video did not show the full story. Learned people could tell with one look.
You're right, we're only discussing the strong people on the Universal Board.
All this about character, what is character?
Speaking of character, that Lei Hongji got involved with the Xia clan when he had just arrived. Later, he even offered his services to the Star Lord.
His character is not that great. Lei Hongji couldn't hear others' discussions. At that moment, he arrived at level 1 of the Universal Pier.
He was happy to be in Jinmo continent, in Star King Mountain. This was a place suited for him to cultivate.
He was going to rise here.
Just a few years ago, he progressed from Yuan Dan stage to Nihility God stage level 1. It could be said that among the geniuses from the Lost Continent, no one was as fast as him in terms of cultivation. One day, he was going to kill his way back to the Lost Continent and take revenge for the Lei clan. As for that Tianji sect, Kiki, if he had not gone to even things out with them, his surname was not Lei. He believed that he could do it. No matter how strong Bei Sutting was, she would not be as successful as him in future.
As for that Xia Mu and the Xia clan's Yin Yangnan, Kiki, they weren't even important enough for him to bother.
This was because he had his own secret which nobody knew about his spiritual roots.
Everyone knew that he had lightning spiritual roots, but they did not know that he had mutated lightning spiritual roots. Moreover, his mutated lightning spiritual roots were different from others' mutated spiritual roots. His could progress infinitely.
When he was at the Lost Continent, his mutated lightning spiritual roots were only at grade 2. At that time, his cultivation speed was frightening, yet he couldn't defeat the geniuses. After he entered Jinmo continent, under the excellent cultivation conditions, his cultivation speed became even higher.
Not only that, as his spiritual roots became stronger, his understanding of cultivation deepened and his skills improved.
At that moment, his lightning technique was not what he inherited from his ancestors. Instead, he developed it himself, following nature's changes.
His lightning spiritual roots had already progressed to grade 3.
Maybe when he entered True God stage, his mutated lightning spiritual roots would upgrade to grade 4. When that happened, he was sure he would be more sensitive toward the lightning element, and the lightning techniques he developed would be even stronger.
Others' lightning spiritual roots could only be described as supreme. Those supreme lightning spiritual roots were only as good as his grade 2 lightning spiritual roots. How could they compare to him now?
If he were allowed to climb the heaven-seeking staircase at that moment, he could possibly make it to the level 108. On the first floor of Universal Pier, the ambitious Lei Hongji was stopped in his tracks by a squinty-eyed man, before he could even hand over the space contribution points.
Greetings to my Dao friend. May I ask if this Dao friend would allow me to take a look at the sword on his back? The squinty-eyes man asked, unknowingly displaying his grandeur. He was definitely an expert in mid-nihility god stage. Lei Hongji's gaze landed coolly on this squinty-eyed man, as he curtly spat out one word, scram, but. You're courting death. The man in mid-nihility god stage was infuriated by Lei Hongji's arrogance. Killing intent emanated from every pore on his body, enveloping Lei Hongji. If not for the fact that they were at the Universal Pier, he would have taken action. The way he saw it, faced with his marvelous display of strength, Lei Hongji was sure to retreat. As long as he did, he was going to teach Lei Hongji what elder meant. However, he was taken aback. Lei Hongji did not retreat even half a step, but instead, stepped forward. A killing intent, strong as if it had come from the land of the dead, rolled over. The squinty-eyed man felt as if his skin was being sliced away by a sharp sword. He quickly backed away. He took more than 10 steps back before the pressure from the frightening killing intent weakened. He looked at Lei Hongji in fear and subconsciously retreated once more. Even an expert in late nihility god stage was unable to oppress him with such frightening killing intent. Thankfully, they were at Universal Pier. Otherwise, he would have likely lost his life to this opponent. The man realized that Lei Hongji was not in the least bit intimidated by him. He quickly turned his back to leave, and swore that if he saw that fella again, he would surely avoid him. Sister Sutting, it's Lei Hongji. His cultivation level is almost the same as mine now. Outside the first floor of the Universal Pier, Yenair saw for herself how Lei Hongji had chased away an expert in mid-nihility god stage with his ferocious killing intent. She felt uneasy. The animosity between the Lei clan and rogue cultivator 2705 was known to everyone, even her, who was so focused on cultivation. This was indicative of how huge the animosity was. After finding out that rogue cultivator 2705 was her young master, she set her mind on looking for a way to save him. Now, Lei Hongji's cultivation level was not far from hers, however that grandeur was not something that she could match up to. They were both early in nihility god stage, yet she was sure that she would not be Lei Hongji's match. Bei Sutting nodded. Earlier, this person made it to level 99 on the heaven-seeking staircase. At the time I already knew that he was not so simple. From the looks of it now, he is indeed formidable. His cultivation speed is even higher than yours. This is despite the fact that you have mutated wood affinity spiritual roots, which are most easy to cultivate. After she finished speaking, Bei Sutting paused for a moment. She continued, Yenair, do you know about Tianji sect? Yenair nodded. The sect head of Tianji sect was murdered, and Tianji sect was wiped out by the Lei clan. She had heard of this before. The sword on Lei Hongji's back is Tianji sect's Tianji sword. He is blatantly carrying it on his back now. Clearly, the Lei clan indeed murdered Tianji sect's sect head, Bei Sutting said. Sister Sutting, I want to go to Star Wars Battlefield alone, Yenair announced resolutely. Seeing the confused look that Bei Sutting was giving her, Yenair warmly explained, Sister Sutting, if I got to Star Wars Battlefield with you, I will be safe for sure. But that would be of no use to me. If I want to improve my skills, I cannot hide behind you. I have to experience the struggle to survive on my own before I can truly grow. Bei Sutting saw Yenair gazing at the spot where Lei Hongji disappeared. She understood what Yenair was saying. Indeed, if she wanted to be as strong as Lei Hongji, Yenair could not constantly be under the protection of Bei Sutting. Yenair, since you have decided, I will not try to persuade you. However, you must be careful. Before you become a worldly immortal, do not try to go to extreme frostsea. Bei Sutting knew that her persuasions would have no effect, so she immediately agreed to Yenair's request. Yenair rose to her feet and bowed to Bei Sutting. Sister Sutting, please do not worry.
Before I am done with helping young master sort out some matters, I will not go to extreme Frost Sea. Apart from helping her young master take revenge, she also wanted to go to the Lost Continent to help him get Northern Qin Prefecture back. No matter what, this was something her young master could not let go of. Northern Qin Prefecture had to return to the Mo clan. Yen'er was so focused on cultivating in the Lost Continent that she did not know Mo Wuji had already gotten Northern Qin Prefecture back. Not only that, but the princess of Northern Qin Prefecture was a relative of the Mo clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Shuaigua. Chapter 331, Shuaigua. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Kacha, Kacha. The spirit pit stone mushrooms around Mo Wuji continuously disintegrated. 104 meridians simultaneously reverse circulated, drawing in an intense whirlpool of spiritual energy. A whirlpool of this size was still a first for Mo Wuji. From Nihility God level 1 to level 3, he only spent 3 months of time. After he reached Nihility God level 3, his cultivation speed gradually slowed down. But his violent spiritual energy whirlpool still constantly shattered the surrounding spirit pit stone mushrooms. Advancing from Nihility God level 3 to level 4 was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days. Thus, Mo Wuji temporarily stopped his cultivation. At regular intervals, he would stop cultivating and checked up on Sin Shuin's jade coffin. Even though the jade coffin was protected by his array and the scholar's heart, this place was still the extreme Frost Sea. If anything happened, he would never be able to forgive himself. Sin Shuin might already be dead, but he didn't want to place her into his storage ring. The ring only contained lifeless objects. He was afraid that placing Sin Shuin inside there would make her feel lonely. Even though it was cold outside, at least he was there to keep her company. Mo Wuji sighed, sending his spiritual will into his storage ring. No matter how big his storage ring was, it was merely a space to store items. Within his storage ring, there were huge piles of spirit stones and spiritual pills, and he already had enough spiritual equipment and various materials to form a mountain. At this moment, he really wanted to exchange his pile of storage rings and everything inside for a little world which could hold life. However, such a treasure was only a thing of myths. If only Sin Shuin was still alive. Cultivating at this sort of place, with Sin Shuin's talent coupled with her typhoon formula, her cultivation would definitely be even higher than his. A fist-sized khaki-colored egg appeared in his spiritual will. Looking at this egg, Mo Wuji recalled that he once ventured out into Chang Luo Sea with Ji Guang and company to hunt for winged sea leopard eggs. They managed to find a total of 5 winged sea leopard eggs, and in the nest, there was also this unusual egg. Because he had contributed the most, this egg had been given to him. As he retrospected about his past, Mo Wuji thought about Ding Buer, Yuanjini, and 11 and company. He didn't know how was Ding Buer doing. Previously, he was constantly running for his life and madly cultivating. Even after he became the Alliance head, he still didn't have the opportunity to see Ding Buer. There was still Aunt 11. How were she and Mo Xiangtong doing? Then, there's Yen'er. Back in Formless Blade sect, she would stroll around the Blood Lotus Lake hugging this egg. Now that Yen'er's with Bei Sutting, she should be alright, right? The past was like smoke, it wasn't permanently there. Mo Wuji sighed, and subconsciously held this khaki-colored egg in his hands. Kacha. Mo Wuji just brought the egg out, and a tiny fracture actually cracked out from its outer shell. Mo Wuji stared at the egg in astonishment. He could feel the egg trembling lightly. He hurriedly circulated warm elemental energy around this egg. Ecstasy filled his heart. He never thought that there would be a day that this egg would hatch. But in these horrifyingly cold places, if the cold air invaded in, then this egg would be done for. Kakaka. Under the envelope of Mo Wuji's elemental energy, the crack got larger and larger, and eventually, a sharp mouth could be seen. The sharp mouth looked like a bird's beak, but the creature also had huge, round eyes. Its huge, round eyes circled around, then its sharp beak started pecking around, directly devouring the eggshell around it. Mo Wuji stared blankly at this small creature, sharp beak, huge eyes, and there were actually 3 horns on its head. Correspondingly, it also had 3 legs. Looking at the wings with some straggly feathers, Mo Wuji could guess that this was a bird-type creature. Besides the pair of large eyes which looked quite human-like, this bird was simply too ugly. The moment this ugly bird emerged, it started chirping excitedly, as it wanted to immediately jump straight towards the spirit pith stone mushrooms. Luckily, this fella had some intelligence. As it extended its head, it knew that if it left Mo Wuji's palm, it would immediately die. GG. The ugly bird continuously used its beak to peck at Mo Wuji's palm, seemingly saying, "Hurry, let me eat some spirit pith." Mo Wuji signed, "You're so ugly, I'll call you Little Ugly then." The ugly bird seemed to understand Mo Wuji's words, and started to chirp at a higher volume. "You understand my words?" Mo Wuji stared at this ugly bird in surprise. He knew that, even if the ugly bird was a demonic beast, for it to understand his words, it needed to at least be in the late Class 1, or even Class 2 to do so. This little bird had just hatched, and it could already understand his words. This intelligence was simply no different from the American president. "Then why don't I call you Schweigwa?" Mo Wuji asked in a playful tone. This ugly bird did not seem to understand what Schweigwa meant, as it stared innocently at Mo Wuji with its big eyes. Mo Wuji could only explain, "It means handsome. And not just handsome, it also signifies that you're tall and well-built." The ugly bird seemed to really understand Mo Wuji's words as it jumped excitedly on Mo Wuji's palm, seemingly very contented with this name. Mo Wuji stared speechlessly at the ugly bird in his hand, truly a Schweigwa. This was his first time seeing such a shameless bird. "Do you even care about your face?" Mo Wuji stared at the ugly bird excitedly dancing in his palm, and was unable to bear it as he asked exasperatedly. The ugly bird seemed to not understand Mo Wuji's words again, staring at Mo Wuji with its huge, innocent eyes. Mo Wuji was still suspicious. Was this little thing acting? Exactly what ancient beast lay this egg? To actually have such thick skin even at birth. After it grew up, its skin would probably be thick enough to defend against this cold, right? Mo Wuji shook his head. He couldn't possibly constantly hold this bird in his palm. Thus, he sent the little bird into Tsinshuin's array. This array was bolstered with the scholar's heart, so the cold air would not seep in. Even though Schweigwa was ugly, Mo Wuji didn't want it to freeze to death. Within the array, there were stacks of spirit pith stone mushrooms. The moment Schweigwa entered the array, it immediately pounced on a spirit pith stone mushroom and started chewing it with a jizha sound. Mo Wuji very seriously and solemnly looked towards this ugly bird and said, "Schweigwa, this is your female master's resting place. You have to carefully protect it. If you eat the spirit pith stone mushrooms and accidentally deactivate the array, the cold air will invade your female master's coffin. Even though you're pretty ugly, I will still cook you into soup. You only have one mission here, to protect the female master." Schweigwa was once again no longer able to understand Mo Wuji's words. It picked up another spirit pith mushroom stone and revealed an innocent and imploring expression. Mo Wuji could no longer be bothered with it, continuing in his attempt to rush into Nihility God Level 4. Since the half-moon immortal palace was so important, he needed to ascend to a true god in the shortest time possible. Thereafter, he would need to find ways to enter the half-moon immortal palace. In the cultivation world, time passed like a flash. Unintentionally, in one closed-door cultivation, many years might have already passed. In Universal Pier, a woman with a face veil entered from space. The surrounding cultivators saw this woman and they all respectfully moved to the side. In Jinemo continent, each worldly immortal was a well-known existence. Even though no one especially went to check, everyone knew that this veiled woman was a worldly immortal expert. Moreover, she ranked within the Universal Board a year ago, entering the top 5,000.
This woman was Bae Sudding.
Previously, when Yen Er left for space alone, Bae Sudding felt unsettled, so she went off to space too. However, she trained in space for a total of 3 years, but she didn't get a single news about Yen Er. Over these 3 years, she had accumulated quite an amount of space contribution points and had reached the top 5,000 in the Universal Board. For a worldly immortal, ranking in the top 5,000 didn't mean much. Her ranking actually seemed very incongruent when compared to her cultivation. However, Bae Sudding did not mind. She had never really cared much about these boards. Arriving at the first floor of Universal Pier, Bae Sudding subconsciously looked for Mo Wuji's name on the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal boards. She wanted to know whether Mo Wuji's name was up there. In her perspective, Mo Wuji was able to rank in the Universal Board at the True Lake stage, so if he was still alive, he might also be on the Jinamo Continent's Earth board. She saw Lei Hongji's name on the Earth board. Lei Hongji was already at rank 16.
In Jinamo Continent, there were as many talents as there were clouds. For Lei Hongji to rank 16 was already an incredible feat.
Even Bae Sudding herself knew that when she was at the Nihility God stage, she wouldn't be able to rank 16.
Besides that, she also saw the Yen clan's Yen Yangnan. Yen Yangnan's brother, Yen Yangdong, was killed by Mo Wuji. This Yen Yangnan was actually also on the Earth board. He was ranked 384. The 3 boards, Heaven, Earth and Mortal, each had 10,000 people. Whether it was rank 16 or rank 384, they were both heaven-defying talents that could easily defeat other geniuses at the same realm. Unfortunately, she searched through the entire board but she didn't see Mo Wuji's name.
Bae Sudding sighed. During her latest venture, she specially made a trip to the extreme Frost Sea. But after she entered it, she could not stay for long before she rushed out. Even with her cultivation, she couldn't stay at the extreme Frost Sea for long.
Mo Wuji had already been there for several years.
The probability that he was still alive was infinitesimally close to 0. 1. Shuaigua means pot thrower. It's an LOL term in China, where a player just throws the blame to the rest of team when they lost instead of blaming himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 332, Shuaigua's Idea. Chapter 332, Shuaigua's Idea. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's surrounding spirituality was agitated and the inner marks of spirituality could be clearly seen even on the outside. The spirit pit stone mushrooms around him had already been fragmented into pieces, which evidently showed how great Mo Wuji's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was. Boom! It felt as though his entire body exploded when Mo Wuji's 105th meridian suddenly flowed through.
Nihility God stage level 12, the elemental energy within his body increased as his sea of consciousness expanded yet again. The huge violet lake in his sea of consciousness didn't disappear but enlarged once more. Not only this, but the violet energy in his huge violet lake was also getting increasingly dense.
Mo Wuji knew that normally after reaching the Nihility God stage, one would be able to condense out some blurry primordial spirit.
However, even after reaching Nihility God stage level 12, he didn't condense any blurry primordial spirit, and other than the increase in elemental energy and the violet energy lake, there wasn't really much difference from previous advancements. Despite so, Mo Wuji didn't mind, because when others were in the Yuan Dan stage, they condensed their golden core while he condensed purple energy in his Yuan Dan stage. Since this was the case, it would be perfectly normal even if he didn't condense any illusionary primordial spirit while in his Nihility God stage. After he modified his immortal mortal technique, he was already reversed cultivating, so even if there was any difference, he wouldn't mind at all. As long as he could continue advancing and his cultivation level kept increasing, nothing else mattered. He spent a total of 3 months to advance from Nihility God Stage Level 1 to Nihility God Stage Level 3, but from Nihility God Stage Level 3 to opening his 105th meridians and then to Nihility God Stage Level 12, he spent a total of 3 years. This was with the help of the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms, because he predicted that he would probably need many more years to reach the same level if he were to cultivate outside. If he were to spend over 10 years to progress from Nihility God Stage Level 3 to Level 12, by the time, let's not talk about the half-moon Immortal Palace, even the full-moon Immortal Palace might not be there anymore. So after advancing to the Nihility God Stage Level 12, Mo Wuji didn't stop but continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy from the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms at an insane rate because he wanted to rush into the True God Stage. Only after reaching the True God Stage would he be able to gain a foothold to stand in space. In this piece of space, there were not a lot of worldly immortals, as most of them would not be wandering around in space. These experts normally went into closed doors because they would always want to advance to a higher cultivation level. Therefore, whether it was at the Star Wars battlefield, Universal Hall, or in space, a True God Stage could truly dominate the area. If one wanted to protect himself, he had to advance to the True God Stage. As all 105 meridians underwent the spiritual circulation simultaneously, the increase in speed of engulfing spiritual energy was simply not as simple as just having one extra meridian. The fragmenting sound of the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms was even more compressed and frequent, but Mo Wuji didn't move an inch as he continued sweeping up the spiritual energy to cultivate without getting distracted. Hiding on the periphery of the defensive array was the ugly bird, Shuaigua, as it opened its beak widely while staring in awe at the way the spiritual energy of the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms were being absorbed and then destroyed by Mo Wuji. Only after a while did it lower its head to look at the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms around itself. A lot of these Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms were the remains after being bitten by it. As compared to Mo Wuji, it was simply too lousy. Even a bird like himself felt too infuriating to look at how Mo Wuji was sucking up the essence of the spirit pith while it was only eating the crumbs of it. However, this would not stump it, as it quickly mimicked Mo Wuji's actions by sitting on the Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms so that it could absorb the spiritual energy at an insane rate too. As 3 of its legs rested on the floor, it looked a little comical, but for Shuaigua, who was insistent on copying Mo Wuji, it wasn't a problem no matter how comical he looked. A couple of hours passed and Shuaigua realized that there was no change to the surrounding Spirit Pith Stone mushrooms, and it didn't even absorb any spiritual energy. It could only widen his mouth and swallow a large piece of Spirit Pith Stone mushroom helplessly as it continued to stare at Mo Wuji. Shuaigua always thought that it was an intelligent bird that was able to understand situation very swiftly. It was only capable of eating the spirit pith, but this daddy here was actually able to use an unknown method to absorb all the spiritual energy within the spirit pith. How should it get this daddy to pass on his cultivation technique to itself? Shuaigua's eyes wandered for half a day before it thought of the jade coffin which it was protecting. My matron must be inside the jade coffin, because daddy seemed very concerned over it. At the thought of this ugly bird praised himself for being smart as it started to use these spirit pith stone mushrooms to build a small altar in front of this jade coffin. In addition to that, it built a spirit pith futon for kneeling in front of this altar. After doing this bird still felt like it was missing something. Following which, it plucked out 3 strands of feather from its fluffy wings and then stuck these 3 strands onto the altar. This was finally more like it as Shuaigua walked over shakily onto the spirit pith futon to try paying its respect, just that it wasn't too convenient for its 3 legs to kneel down. However, it was okay because its daddy was still in the midst of his cultivation. It would act properly when he came out of his cultivation. As for the 3 strands of feather, Shuaigua tilted its head to think for a while before suddenly spitting out flames. From his legacy memory, it seemed like the 3 sticks must be lighted up to be sincere. Wrong, as it looked over to Mo Wuji, who was still cultivating. Shuaigua swallowed back the flame. Even if it needed to light up the 3 joss sticks, it needed to wait for its daddy to see. Otherwise, he would need to pluck another 3 feathers, and its feathers were simply too precious to keep burning. Mo Wuji didn't seem bothered by whatever Shuaigua was doing, and even if he knew,
he wouldn't pay much attention as well.
At this moment, all he wanted to do was to step past the nihility God stage into the heaven realm's true God stage. Therefore, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy increased yet again as it continued to grow crazily. Following which was the continuous fragmenting of the spirit pith stone mushrooms around him. In a blink of an eye, Mo Wuji had already cultivated for a year. The day Mo Wuji opened his eyes, his heart let out a long sigh. A year ago he stepped into the Nihility God Stage 12, but a year later he was still at the Nihility God Stage 12 and had not even reached the Great Circle of the Nihility God Stage. Given his progress now, he might not even reach the True God Stage in another 10 years here. This was definitely not due to the lack of spiritual energy here, because there were spirit pith stone mushrooms all around here. In other words, there simply wasn't too many places with spiritual energy comparable to here. It seemed like this place was not suitable for him to advance into the heaven realm, and if he wanted to advance into the true God stage, he had to leave this extreme frost sea. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji stood up. He made a stunning discovery when he saw Schweigwa spitting out flame to light up the 3 strands of feathers and then kowtow in front of the jade coffin in a serious manner. Looking at how he was kneeling with 3 legs, it was simply too comical. "Ugly bird, what are you doing?" Mo Wuji asked. After over 4 years, Schweigwa was no longer very ugly. At least it was fully filled with feathers, and the 3 horns on his head made him look like a bird with personality. Its beak was still a beak, its round eyes were still round, and it was still not missing any of its 3 legs. "Daddy, I am respectfully devout in paying my respects to matron. To pray that my matron could bless me so I may soon." Schweigwa eventually swallowed the words "have a cultivation technique" forcefully. Mo Wuji was confused. "Ugly bird, what did you call me? Who allowed you to call me daddy? Call me that once more and I will roast you." "Wait, since when can you talk?" "Dad, my name is Schweigwa, so you can't call me ugly bird. You only tasked me to take care of my matron, yet didn't give me any cultivation technique, so how would you know I could talk?" Schweigwa still said what he wanted to say from the start. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows. "You can call me whatever you want, but just not daddy." He was thinking in his heart that this bird had 3 legs and could even spit fire, so he wondered if this bird had anything to do with the 3-footed golden crow. The 3-footed golden crow was an ancient spirit beast, however, there was still 3 horns on Ugly Bird's head, so even if it was a descendant of the 3-footed golden crow, it would not be its direct descendant. "Then I will call you old man? Could my old man give me one of your cultivation technique?" Schweigwa couldn't forget about the cultivation technique, and it was only because of the cultivation technique that he plucked out his feathers, kneeled and waited for almost a year. Mo Wuji took a step into the defensive array and immediately grabbed Schweigwa's beak before throwing it to the side. "You are the old man, do I look very old to you?" Schweigwa noticed that Mo Wuji wasn't feeling very pleased, so it didn't nag anymore, as it didn't even dare to mention anything about the cultivation technique again. Mo Wuji walked over to Tsin Shuin and felt that the jade coffin was still safe and sound. He checked Tsin Shuin underneath the layers of defensive arrays band he put in place and saw that there was no new scratches on her, but his heart still felt heavy once again. After a long sigh, he thought that he should return to the lost continent. He wanted to bury Tsin Shuin near her mother and let her be closer with her family again, no matter what. Perhaps in Tsin Shuin's heart, her mother was her only blood-related relative that she was close with. After a while, Mo Wuji turned toward Schweigwa and said, "My cultivation techniques are meant for human cultivators to use. What use would it be for a bird like you to cultivate using my technique? I want to be useful as a bird." Schweigwa shrugged as it replied with one sentence while feeling discontented. He knew that it would be useful as a bird, but he still refused to let it cultivate this daddy. No, this old fellow was simply too petty. Mo Wuji stopped talking momentarily as he looked speechlessly at Schweigwa. Schweigwa wanted a cultivation technique, wasn't it, so it could be useful as a bird? "Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explain. I will unearth a pile of spirit pith stone mushrooms and then we will get ready to head out." After we leave, I would find a way to help you create a bird technique for cultivation. Mo Wuji waved his hand at Shuaiguo as he didn't wish to speak too much to this mystical bird. When it heard that Mo Wuji wanted to help it make a bird technique, Shuaiguo's eyes lit up and its heart was as sweet and comfortable like it just drank a cup of honey. Half a month later, Mo Wuji stopped digging. After cultivating for years, the number of spirit pith stone mushrooms were already getting much lesser. Now that he had unearthed so many more, there was only a pathetic few spirit pith stone mushrooms left. Shuin, let's go. Mo Wuji walked to the front of the jade coffin and reached out his hand to carry the jade coffin up. Shuaiguo saw the opportunity and flew to the shoulder of Mo Wuji because it knew clearly that the moment he lost Mo Wuji's protection, it would disintegrate because of the biting cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Heaven Calamity Stone. Chapter 333, Heaven Calamity Stone. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji hung his Tianji pole behind him as he dragged the jade coffin out of the aperture of the extreme frost sea. The matured scene of the universe made Mo Wuji recall the scene when Xin Shuyin was carrying him into the same extreme frost sea's aperture as she narrated her childhood to Mo Wuji. After all these years, Xin Shuyin and himself finally made it out again. The difference this time round was that Xin Shuyin was inside this jade coffin. Shuyin, I will quickly find a smaller world and bury you with many fresh flowers around you. In the future, I will definitely bring you next to your mother so you will never be lonely again. Mo Wuji gently stroked against the jade coffin as he murmured to himself. Only after a while, Mo Wuji kept the jade coffin inside his storage ring because while traveling across space, he would meet any type of space beasts at any moment, so it would be inconvenient for him to be holding the jade coffin like this. There was no life in the storage ring, no flowers or trees, and this was why he was unwilling to put the coffin in the storage ring from the start. After letting out a sigh, Mo Wuji finally took out his round flying ship. Shuaiguo could sense that Mo Wuji wasn't feeling very happy, so it didn't speak much as it hid in a corner of the flying ship alone. Mo Wuji was not in the mood to bother about Shuaiguo, so he retrieved his spatial positioning ball and ignited the flying ship towards the aperture to leave the extreme frost sea. The grade of his spatial positioning ball was not high, so it still couldn't display any positioning. Back then, when he killed all 6 of the worldly immortal stage experts, they must have had a truckload of good items, but the pity was that the moment the laser cannons were shot, even he couldn't control the extent of its power. All 6 worldly immortals were already burnt till even their ashes were no longer around, let alone the storage rings on their body. After flying in space for another 2 consecutive days, Mo Wuji finally came to a halt. If he wanted to advance to the true God stage, returning to the Jinamo continent would still be the best option available. The space might be vast, but the Tao rules here were extremely blurred, so it might not be that easy if he wanted to advance into the true God stage here. However, returning to the Jinamo continent would definitely entail a huge war. The moment he was recognized, someone would definitely find trouble with him. Given his strength now, he was indeed a lot stronger as compared to when he was chased after previously. However, if a real expert came along, Mo Wuji's strength would still be a distance away. After all, Mo Wuji hadn't even stepped into the true God stage. When he was in the true lake stage, he was able to kill a nihility God stage expert because these 2 stages belonged to the Earth realm. Being in the nihility God stage himself didn't mean that he could kill a true God stage. Perhaps he could defeat a true God stage expert, but for him to kill one, it was simply too hard for him at his current stage. After all, the true God stage belonged to the heaven realm and one had to go through the 6-9 lightning calamity to reach that stage. Just when Mo Wuji was trying to find someone in space to get a more complete spatial positioning ball, a dazzling light radiance was shot out from far away. It looked like a round ball but also looked like a piece of massive shining stone. What made Mo Wuji surprised was that this light radiance that shot through the space brought along an indescribable Tao aura. Mo Wuji looked suspiciously at the round ball which disappeared far into the space as he was wondering what exactly could that be. Because even if a meteorite had some radiance on it, it would never emit a Dao aura. That was an occult aura that he knew he would never be able to grasp hold of, yet a strong desire to obtain it. Mo Wuji sensed the shadows of flying ships flying by using his spiritual will, and these flying ships were evidently headed towards that brilliant stone that pierced through the space. That must a treasure. Mo Wuji confirmed that in almost an instant, because if it wasn't a treasure, others wouldn't fly towards it in a hurry the moment they saw it. Could this be the Heaven Calamity Stone? As he thought of the Heaven Calamity Stone, Mo Wuji became excited. Even though he didn't receive much resources during his time in the sects, he had acquired quite a bit of spoils. There were a lot of victory goods, including the various heaven and earth grade treasures, and the Heaven Calamity Stone was the one treasure almost everyone yearned for. Heaven Calamity Stone usually appeared in space or the endless void space, as its entire body would emit light radiance of spirituality. However, Mo Wuji wasn't too sure that the white light he saw earlier on was the same spirituality. If that was truly the Heaven Calamity Stone, it would definitely be what he needed desperately. The Heaven Calamity Stone was able to allow cultivators to undergo tribulation and even received sufficient pure spiritual energy to advance. This was actually not the Heaven Calamity Stone's most important usage, because things like heavenly tribulation could occur even without the use of a Heaven Calamity Stone, as long as one was strong enough coupled with a change of venue to undergo tribulation would usually suffice. The reason why the Heaven Calamity Stone was highly sought after was because after the Heaven Calamity Stone was used for tribulation, the stone would perish and the user who underwent tribulation would be able to gain insights of a sacred art. Having something like a sacred art was like having a great killing machine of the legends. Even the highest grade of magic skill would not be comparable to the sacred art. How did the three big clans of the Star King Mountain start it up? Wasn't it because they received sacred arts from the half-moon immortal palace? Rumors were that what they received were pseudo-sacred arts. If pseudo-sacred arts were able to allow the three big clans to gain a foothold in the Star King Mountain and become a top-grade force in the Zhenamo continent, what would happen if one were to receive the real sacred art from the Heaven Calamity Stone? Heaven Calamity Stone had existed in space for an extremely long time, and its spirituality aura was formed by absorbing and condensing the spiritual energy from both heaven and earth. Something like this must be used immediately at sight and must not be kept in the storage ring. The moment it was kept in the storage ring, that heaven and earth spirituality would immediately dissipate, and it would be equivalent to obtaining a piece of trash. Moreover, there weren't a lot of storage rings which were capable of storing a Heaven Calamity Stone. Therefore, cultivators who had yet to undergo lightning tribulation could only stare at this Heaven Calamity Stone. The Heaven Calamity Stone was most suitable for cultivators in the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage or the Great Circle of the True God stage. If a worldly immortal were to undergo tribulation with the Heaven Calamity Stone, it would awake the use of sacred art for the worldly immortal expert too. However, there were already extremely little experts in the Great Circle of the worldly immortal stage, and even if there were these few, they would be in closed doors performing their own Tao technique. How many of them would actually have time to wander in space? Only the Nihility God stage and True God stage cultivators would have the highest possibility to see the Heaven Calamity Stone. After guessing that the stone that flew by could be the Heaven Calamity Stone, Mo Wuji immediately turned the direction of the flying ship and headed towards that direction in the greatest speed possible. He definitely had to get the Heaven Calamity Stone on his hands. After several days, Mo Wuji knew that his current prospect of obtaining the Heaven Calamity Stone was not great at all. The Heaven Calamity Stone was not only spotted by himself but by almost everyone here in the space too. There were even some cultivators from other places who had received the signals and hurried here. Mo Wuji kept his flying ship immediately and said to Shuaigua, "Hold on to my shoulder because I am about to increase my speed." Shuaigua heard and immediately threw its body onto Mo Wuji's shoulder. Mo Wuji kept his flying ship, and as a slight wind blew past him, they immediately disappeared from their original position. Mo Wuji's wind escape technique was at the pinnacle of level 6, and he was also at the peak of the Nihility God stage. Even though his wind escape technique had to drop one level to be used in space, his speed was still incredibly great. Eventually, there were automatically some faint wind blowing from his back to ignite his technique as he no longer had to use his elemental energy to do so. Was he about to break into his wind escape technique level 7? AF the thought of this, Mo Wuji felt weightless and he felt like he had turned into a blanket of indistinct smoke as he fluttered away. He really did break through into level 7 of his wind escape technique, and Mo Wuji's long-term frustration of not being able to break into the true God stage was finally relieved by a little. Since he was not able to step into the true God stage, it was fantastic news that his wind escape technique was able to advance. After he reached level 7, Mo Wuji's speed was even quicker, so much so that he flew past flying ships after flying ships. However, no matter how many flying ships he flew past, there was always another flying ship in front of him. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan the surrounding, and he realized that most of the cultivators on board the flying ships were in the Nihility God stage level 9. There were even some Nihility God stage level 8 cultivators increasing their speed to go ahead. There was still one more benefit to undergo tribulation on the Heaven Calamity Stone, and that was even if one hadn't undergo the lightning tribulation, as long as his cultivation level was not too far away, you could induct the lightning tribulation on the Heaven Calamity Stone too. Simultaneously, one's cultivation level would progress into the advanced stage of the Great Circle in the shortest possible time. The only thing Mo Wuji could rejoice about was the fact that he hadn't seen any experts in the Great Circle of the True God stage. There were in fact 2 True God stage experts, but both of them only just stepped into the Heaven realm not too long ago. The reasons why these fellas would be looking for the Heaven Calamity Stone was definitely to gift it to more suitable people to use as stepping stone for further cultivation. The Heaven Calamity Stone in space was naturally for people to use for tribulation, so as long as the person chasing it had reached a certain level of cultivation and speed, the Heaven Calamity Stone would naturally slow itself down intuitively. This slowing down didn't mean a complete halt, but it would be a speed which many average cultivators would still be unable to catch up with. After executing his wind escape technique for 3 consecutive days, Mo Wuji could finally see the Heaven Calamity Stone from far away. Now that his wind escape technique was at level 7, Mo Wuji's speed had already exceeded the Heaven Calamity Stone's speed. Seeing Mo Wuji getting closer and closer to the Heaven Calamity Stone, and just as he was near to the stone, an extremely dark voice was heard, "The small kid in front, stop right there for master. The Heaven Calamity Stone is not for an ant like you to mess with." Shuaigua, which was standing on Mo Wuji's shoulder, heard this and his eyeballs were rolling everywhere. This fella addressed himself as master, he should be pretty strong to address himself like this? Mo Wuji appeared as though he didn't hear anything as he took a step forward, ready to step onto the Heaven Calamity Stone. Just as Mo Wuji was about to step onto the Heaven Calamity Stone, a cold radiance pierced through space and was shot directly through Mo Wuji's back. A type of killing intent diffused with death immediately invaded Mo Wuji's spiritual will, and as much as Mo Wuji wanted to step onto the Heaven Calamity Stone, he had no choice but to stop in his tracks. His Tianji pole turned into endless pole shadows to clash with that cold radiance. There was a violent explosion of elemental energy, and the space was temporarily blasted into shadows of radiance by the clash of elemental energy. As if it could sense Mo Wuji's sudden decrease in speed, the Heaven Calamity Stone actually stopped all of a sudden. When a massive stone with a 3 meters radius was suspended in mid-air and emitting faint spirituality aura, even a clueless person would be able to tell that this was definitely a great item from heaven. Obstructing Mo Wuji was a fellow who was also in the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage, and he looked incredibly strong too. Mo Wuji knew that if he wanted to undergo tribulation on the Heaven Calamity Stone peacefully, he had to first get rid of this guy. This Nihility God stage cultivator actually had the same thoughts as Mo Wuji, as both of them drew out their spiritual weapon and charged towards each other almost simultaneously. Translator's thoughts. Sparrow translations. We see many appreciative comments in the previous chapters, but we are the ones who should be thanking all of you for supporting us till over 300 chapters. Mo Wuji can't stop growing stronger. Hint hint. Leave us more positive reviews and 5-star ratings on our main page so more people would read this amazing novel on Qidian. Smiley face. The more the merrier. Thanks everyone. Hope everyone had a great day. Laughing face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 334, Earthboard Rank 1. Chapter 334, Earthboard Rank 1. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
This was actually Mo Wuji's first time seeing the weapon this great circle of the Nihility God stage expert was using. It was a tower-like object, but calling it a pagoda would feel like the name lacked the prowess it displayed.
Boom!
The elemental energy between these two spiritual equipments were constantly exploding, and as Mo Wuji's Tianji pole continued to strike against this pagoda-like spiritual equipment, each strike was more crazy and vicious than the previous one. Fortunately, this battle was in space, otherwise, the surrounding would have been blasted into a huge, deep gully.
Shuaigua had already escaped and hid in a corner far away to observe this incredible fight.
Mo Wuji was actually shocked, even though he wasn't having a battle with a true God stage cultivator. He had opened 105 meridians and was in the Nihility God stage level 12, yet not a single blow was capable of holding this same stage cultivator back.
Just how strong was this cultivator?
There were indeed countless of capable people appearing in this vast universe every moment of the day, so even if he were to open 108 meridians in the future, he must not look down on anyone.
The truth was that while Mo Wuji was busy feeling shocked, this fellow Mo Wuji was feeling even more astonished.
Where did such a strong Nihility God stage cultivator appear from?
One move and he was sent flying away.
Mo Wuji had no idea that the name of this fella fighting against him was Gong Yijian, and he was a top-class expert of the Star King Mountain, ranked number 6 on the Earth board. Gong Yijian knew that in the entire Xinxing, no cultivator below the True God stage would be able to send him flying in one move, not even the rank number 1 on the Earth board. Mo Wuji didn't care much as he saw by the corner of his eye that the Heaven Calamity Stone was getting further away with even more cultivators chasing after it. At this point, if he didn't get rid of this obstacle in front of him, he would have made a wasted trip. The Tianji pole turned into a sky full of pole shadows as they pierced through space towards Gong Yijian.
Gong Yijian no longer treated Mo Wuji as a normal Nihility God stage cultivator, because the moment he swung out his pagoda, the pagoda soared up immediately and countless of light beams were shot down from the pagoda.
Mo Wuji could instantly feel the pulling force in space as Gong Yijian's pagoda beam could not only control the space in the universe but also brought with it a force to pull the opponent's elemental energy towards him. This didn't affect Mo Wuji much, and because Mo Wuji wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, his body swayed with the wind past the pagoda's beam. He swung his Tianji pole once again, and this time, even the 4th level of the Zhuan stage of the revolving star passage was activated. Gong Jianye was feeling pleased as he saw Mo Wuji actually dared to charge directly into his own pagoda's beams. He enjoyed fighting enemies as arrogant as Mo Wuji was, because the moment he charged into his pagoda's beams, Gong Jianye would have already had control over half of Mo Wuji's little life. Even if his opponent was too strong for him to kill, he would at least be able to injure him heavily. His pagoda's beams were capable of directly restraining the opponent's elemental energy, and even a higher cultivation level expert would not dare to barge into his pagoda's beams so recklessly without any precautionary measures.
However, he was completely stunned in the very next moment.
Mo Wuji was completely unaffected by the beams of his space pagoda, as his Tianji pole had already turned into millions of pole shadows in front of him. Following which, he could feel that his space beams within his space pagoda was being manipulated by this man in front of him as it immediately disappeared into the universe. Gong Yijian had no idea what methods Mo Wuji used, but he was sure that it was definitely not a normal technique, and it could even be a type of pseudo-sacred art.
Hurry up and run! Just as Gong Yijian wanted to dodge Mo Wuji's Tianji pole and retreat immediately, he suddenly couldn't see the Tianji pole as it disappeared.
Not good. Gong Yijian had many years of fighting experience, and he even grew up in places often filled with many dead bodies. Presently, he didn't care where Mo Wuji's Tianji pole would land, as he quickly recovered all his space pagoda's beams to protect the vital parts of his body first.
Bang!
As the Tianji pole struck against the pagoda, a large amount of elemental energy surged through and Gong Yejian instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The severely injured Gong Yejian no longer dared to continue fighting Mo Wuji as he turned around instantaneously and was soon over 10 feet away from Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't expect Gong Yejian to be able to block his pole at the most crucial moment, so he concluded that this fella was rather decent. After he successfully cultivated his next pole technique, this was the first time it was blocked by someone. If Mo Wuji wanted to kill Gong Yejian, he could just do it immediately, but his focus now wasn't on Gong Yejian as he charged directly to the Heaven Calamity Stone that was getting even further away from him. There were even more cultivators coming in from all 4 directions towards the Heaven Calamity Stone, and Mo Wuji's level 7 wind escape technique was put to good use here. Just like an arrow of wind, Mo Wuji flew past everyone in front of him as one of his legs landed on the periphery of the Heaven Calamity Stone. Yet another blade radiance flew through space towards Mo Wuji, and Mo Wuji had no choice but to withdraw the leg that was so close to the Heaven Calamity Stone as he turned and stared at the fella who shot out that blade radiance. Because the moment one of Mo Wuji's leg was on the Heaven Calamity Stone, it came to a complete stop. The person who ambushed Mo Wuji was a slender youth with beautiful features. This youth hung a long blade on his back, and because the blade wasn't in his hands, it appeared as though he wasn't the one who acted against Mo Wuji. What made Mo Wuji suspicious was that after the tens of cultivators saw this man, they were no longer interested in chasing after the Heaven Calamity Stone. In fact, they went subconsciously retreated far away before coming to a halt themselves. At this moment, yet another shadow flew by. This person was clearly using a wind escape talisman, and his speed was not any slower than Mo Wuji's wind escape technique. Mo Wuji knew that this was yet another Nihility God Stage level 9 expert just by looking at his aura. At the moment Mo Wuji was ready to block against this incoming Nihility God Stage cultivator, yet another blade radiance was shot out. A stream of blood splattered out, and very soon, 2 cultivators that were initially rushing towards the Heaven Calamity Stone finally stopped as they were turned into corpses. Mo Wuji knew that it was an attack from the slender young man and that this fella should be in the Great Circle of the Nihility God Stage, but he couldn't tell specifically if he was in the Nihility God Stage level 10. This was because the spirituality around him was not very evident. At this moment, this fella's long blade was still on his back, and just like before, it didn't look like he was the one who made the move. Mo Wuji grew suspicious and confirmed that this man would make a decent rival. This Nihility God Stage cultivator didn't even glance at Mo Wuji as he said coldly to the tens of incoming advanced stage of the Nihility God Stage cultivators, "I, Li Shiran, am using the Heaven Calamity Stone. Wherever you came from, please head back there." As he spoke, an intense surge of aura filled the entire place, and even Mo Wuji was entangled within it. He was sure that this fella's aura had even reached the realm of the true God Stage. Arrogant speech coupled with his insanely arrogant display of aura made the surrounding Nihility God Stage cultivators took many steps back. The numerous cultivators who knew that they no longer had any hope of getting the Heaven Calamity Stone turned and left immediately. There were still some cultivators who retreated but didn't leave as they stood and watched the Heaven Calamity Stone from far away. Perhaps they wanted to see how Li Shiran was going to undergo his heavenly tribulation and could use him as a reference for the future. Yet another group of cultivators came and stopped at the sight of Li Shiran. Li Shiran then turned his head slowly and glared at Mo Wuji. "On the fact that you could dodge my blade, I will have mercy on your little life, scram. You are the little one, my house's master only need one strike of his pole to kill you." Shui Gua, which was watching from afar, saw Mo Wuji's pole against Gong Yejian, so it started to speak arrogantly like Li Shiran. As for the term master, didn't this bird learn it from Gong Yejian's mouth earlier on? It saw that Gong Yejian addressed himself as master, so he assumed that Mo Wuji might like this address too. Otherwise, why would that fellow address himself like that? From this moment on, it not only decided to address Mo Wuji as master, it made his decision to stay with his big master in the future. The surrounding cultivators were all just preparing to watch Li Shiran undergo his heavenly tribulation on the Heaven Calamity Stone, so they were also astonished to see someone actually have the guts to fight against Li Shiran for the Heaven Calamity Stone. In actual fact, many years ago, even though a lot of people chased after Mo Wuji, the number of people who had actually seen him was not that many. Furthermore, after cultivating in the extreme frost sea for all these years, Mo Wuji had already grown an extra beard. Li Xiaoran was ranked number 1 on the Earth board, so his strength would naturally be able to go against a true God stage expert. One example would be how he killed an expert in the Great Circle of the Nihility God stage earlier on. Additionally, backing Li Xiaoran was an even more formidable source of support. His mentor was someone even the Star Lord of the Star King Mountain had to give some face to. In other words, it could be said that in this place, nobody ever dared to attack Li Xiaoran. Hearing Shuaige's cursing and remarks, Li Xiaoran's face turned ugly as the long blade on his back immediately landed in his hand and shot out a blade radiance. Boom! The blade radiance didn't split the arrogant Shuaige into two but was blocked by a normal, ordinary-looking metal pole. Mo Wuji landed in front of Li Xiaoran and said in a cold tone, "Your opponent shall be me, do not bully my pet." As he spoke, Mo Wuji's Tianji Nirvana pole shadows had spread across and covered the entire sky. After acquiring his Nirvana pole shadows, Mo Wuji no longer simply relied on his brute force to use his pole. Every shadow of his Nirvana pole shadows was capable enough to restrain the other party, and his real killing strike would be the next pole, which even Mo Wuji had no idea when it would appear. The fact that Mo Wuji only needed one strike of his pole to break his blade radiance made Li Xiaoran shocked and mad. He was shocked that Mo Wuji was actually so strong to be able to destroy his normally sure-kill blade radiance in one strike of his pole. He was mad because he had lost count of the number of years since a cultivator of the same stage dared to go against him. The instance Li Xiaoran mentioned his name already proved his existence as the ranked number 1 on the Earth board, and even a true God stage expert would need to be polite to him. Presently, Li Xiaoran didn't know where this fella had come from, and without mentioning the fact that he dared to snatch the Heaven Calamity Stone, this fella was simply courting death to actually dare to attack him. Li Xiaoran didn't even bother to ask where Mo Wuji was from as his body shifted and the long blade in his hand was swung head first at Mo Wuji. Others might think that this strike was very simple, but this blade brought along a tremendous amount of force that it could potentially split the space into two. Mo Wuji pulled his gaze back because he knew that no matter how strong Li Xiaoran was, he wouldn't be able to split the space into two here while being at Nihility God stage. Perhaps, this was because his blade force had already advanced into a type of blade ethereal stage, capable of elusively penetrating the opponent's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, I don't care who you are. Chapter 335, I don't care who you are. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If it were against any other cultivators, Li Xiaoran's space-splitting blade force would have directly affected the other party's mind and could even cause his primordial spirit to enter a trance and eventually injuring him. However, Mo Wuji had a vast sea of consciousness and a solid state of the huge violet lake. Ever since his first meridian, Mo Wuji had been through countless of life and death incidents, and most importantly, Mo Wuji had yet to cultivate his primordial spirit. Even though he was in the Nihility God stage, he only had the huge violet lake as well as violet elemental energy. Without his primordial spirit, even if his mind entered a trance, it wouldn't blur out much of his spiritual will. Despite the strong force from Li Xiaoran's blade, it could only sway his mind slightly. As he brandished his Tianji pole, it struck directly against Li Xiaoran's sharp blade force. Boom! Insane amount of elemental energy from both parties continued to clash against each other as the onlookers were getting even more astonished by the minute. This fella, who wanted to snatch the Heaven Calamity Stone, could actually match Li Xiaoran and was not any much weaker than him. Where on earth did this Nihility God stage cultivator appeared from? The majestic elemental energy surged over like waves in a stormy sea as Li Xiaoran could only watch blankly at his own blade force being countered back at him. Presently, Li Xiaoran was feeling astonished because there was actually a Nihility God stage cultivator capable of matching him evenly head-on. Moreover, the opponent didn't even wait for his blade force to split anything before destroying it. It was only till this moment that he realized how true his mentor's words were. Back then his mentor once told him, "There is bound to be someone stronger than you out in space and you simply haven't met him." He was initially still doubtful over the sentence, but it seemed like this was the case now even before he could leave this piece of universe. Mo Wuji's Tianji pole shadows continued its motion, and just as it was about to strike, Mo Wuji realized that the previously stationary Heaven Calamity Stone started moving again. The moment the Heaven Calamity Stone moved again, this would signify that it would move even faster than before and not stop for him anymore. Mo Wuji's main purpose here was not to kill Li Shiran but to step onto the Heaven Calamity Stone. Now that the Heaven Calamity Stone started moving again, why would Mo Wuji continue to care about Li Shiran as he shifted his body and immediately turned into a strong wind, landing on the Heaven Calamity Stone? Just as Li Shiran was getting hold of the situation, he wouldn't just let Mo Wuji go when he saw Mo Wuji heading away. Sure enough, Li Shiran followed Mo Wuji onto the Heaven Calamity Stone. The second Mo Wuji stepped onto the Heaven Calamity Stone, he could feel the surge of dense spiritual energy flowing into him. The cultivation level which he spent a year trying to improve immediately rose. The spirit ring within his body became clear and the violet spirituality within him even seeped out to his body. This was the first time Mo Wuji felt the true strength of the Earth realm. At the same time, Mo Wuji realized the use of his 105th meridian, which happened to be a spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji had no idea that spiritual will could even be stored within his meridian. Even though Mo Wuji had no idea how useful the spirit storage channel would be, he guessed that it wouldn't be any weaker than his previous few meridians. An enormous aura rushed over and there seemed to be a shackle within his Dao insights waiting for him to unlock. As long as he could unlock that shackle, he would be able to step onto a new stage and face a brand new world. Mo Wuji let out a breath because he knew that this shackle was the Heaven Realm shackle and he was about to step into the true God stage. In the Lost Continent, countless of cultivators were constantly looking for the flower of the true gods so they could step into the true God stage. Even though he didn't have any flower of the true gods, he met the Heaven Calamity Stone. The Jinemo continent's induction towards Heaven Realm was much clearer than the Lost Continents. You are indeed in the extreme Earth Realm. There were traces of violent killing intent in Li Shiran's eyes after he landed opposite Mo Wuji. His heart was shocked because not only was Mo Wuji in the extreme Earth Realm, his extreme Earth Realm spirituality was extremely clear and there was even more hidden strength within his spirit rings. Li Shiran was not a newbie who knew nothing at all because he was clearly aware of Mo Wuji's strength that the extreme Earth Realm could even be stronger than his own extreme Earth Realm. Ever since he started cultivating, this was Li Shiran's first time seeing someone on the same cultivation level as himself restrained him for a few consecutive moves. Mo Wuji was about to undergo his heavenly lightning tribulation, so why would he have the time to bother about Li Shiran's rubbish? This Heaven Calamity Stone was meant for him to use and he initially didn't bother killing Li Shiran, but since the other party was so willing to die, he could just go and die. Tianji pole brought about a sky full of pole shadows as it charged towards Li Shiran. Boom boom boom. Multiple electroballs were shot out towards Li Shiran at the same moment the pole shadows descended. Mo Wuji made his decision to land the death blow because there was no longer any reason for him to give chance. This concerned his future achievements and furthermore, Mo Wuji didn't really like this guy. You actually possess lightning affinity spiritual roots. Li Shiran could only say halfway as he realized that Mo Wuji became much stronger than before once again. Previously, his opponent was only slightly stronger than himself and if Mo Wuji dared to come up to him, Li Shiran would still be able to kill him with his blade technique. However, he was even suspicious and worried that his blade technique might not be able to kill Mo Wuji now. This was also the first time since he started cultivating that he suspected his own strength in killing a same-stage cultivator. He had even won a battle with true God stage experts and it wasn't even as tough as this one against Mo Wuji. Boom boom boom. The space-engulfing blade screen continuously clashed against Mo Wuji's Nirvana pole shadows on the Heaven Calamity Stone as elemental energy and blade radiance couldn't stop exploding. The crowd of cultivators outside the Heaven Calamity Stone were all astonished and discussing who on earth was this Mo Wuji and why wasn't there a character like him on the Earthboard yet. After another 10 breaths, Li Xiaoran knew that it would be difficult for him to rely on his strength to kill Mo Wuji. Even though he still had a few killer techniques which he hadn't execute, he was afraid that the moment he used them, he might not be able to finish Mo Wuji off and could even fall in Mo Wuji's hands. At the thought of this, Li Xiaoran swung his blade and with one touch of his storage ring, he managed to grab a talisman. In just half a breath worth of time, this talisman was ignited by him into a white fog swarming towards Mo Wuji. The surroundings started to turn cold as this cold increased in intensity by several folds the very next moment. In just a few seconds later, this entire place was almost frozen by this terrifying cold. Mo Wuji's Tianji pole shadows stopped momentarily and Mo Wuji seemed to be locked in space with a face full of fear. Li Xiaoran sneered because with his grade 8 frozen domain talisman, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would end up crawling at him. This one talisman was worth half of Li Xiaoran's entire net worth. The strength of this one move was equivalent to a earthly immortal stage level 1 expert's frozen domain technique. Even though Li Xiaoran's frozen domain talisman had already froze the entire space, Li Xiaoran's long blade was still able to swing out blade radiance as it pierced through the frozen domain talisman towards Mo Wuji's forehead. Mo Wuji was too incredibly strong, so Li Xiaoran's heart won't feel at ease if he didn't finish him off properly. If he could be this strong at the Nihility God stage, what would happen if he reached the true God stage? Gotcha! The blade radiance shadow sliced Mo Wuji's forehead into two, but Li Xiaoran's heart felt cold. He had killed countless of people, but the feeling was definitely not the same as killing Mo Wuji. Indeed, when the shadow moved, it fell onto the ground like crushed ice. Not good. When Li Xiaoran thought of this, he could hear a bone-crushing sound behind his back. The Tianji pole struck the back of his chest and his entire backbones broke into pieces. All his organs were severely injured too. If he wasn't wearing an armor, his waist would have broken into two. He had zero clue when this pole approached him. You? Li Xiaoran looked horrifyingly at Mo Wuji as his grade 8 frozen domain talisman was actually not able to restrain him. Exactly which realm is that fella in? Could he be in the Great Circle of the True God stage? Not possible. If he was in the Great Circle of the True God stage, Mo Wuji should have crushed him from the start. Even though Li Xiaoran was ranked number 1 on the Earthboard, he wasn't strong enough to actually go against a real True God stage expert. Mo Wuji laughed in his heart because if it was any other grade 8 talisman, he could really have been stuck and killed by this fella. Frozen domain talisman, an ice attribute talisman, was actually the last thing he would be afraid of. After being stuck in the extreme frost sea for 5-6 years, what coldness had he not experienced? His scholar's heart allowed him to move freely even in the frozen domain talisman. This fella was so strong that if he didn't use the talisman, Mo Wuji would actually need quite a fair bit of time to settle him. Now that this fella was courting death, Mo Wuji couldn't stand on any ceremony. He swung his Tianji pole towards Li Xiaoran once again. Li Xiaoran took out his long blade in a berserk manner and said, "I am the disciple of Master Wu Xiang and you dare to kill me. You have to die." At this moment, Li Xiaoran was full of regret because if he didn't use the frozen domain talisman and used Wu Xiang's blade technique, he might have a chance against Mo Wuji. However, it was all too late as he even suspected if his frozen domain talisman was truly at grade 8. Boom, gotcha. Tianji pole landed directly on Li Xiaoran's long blade as it swept it off the Heaven Calamity Stein. Following which, the Tianji pole landed on the top of Li Xiaoran's head as blood splattered everywhere. Li Xiaoran simply didn't wish to resign to his fate like this. He was ranked number 1 on the Earthboard, a genius among geniuses with Master Wu Xiang as his mentor. As long as he could step into the Heaven realm, his potential would be limitless. However, it was simply too infuriating for him to die in the hands of this nameless cultivator today. Mo Wuji killed Li Xiaoran with the strike of his pole and immediately retrieved his storage ring before kicking him off the Heaven Calamity Stone. So what if you're the disciple of Master Wu Xiang? Even if he was the disciple of the Star Lord, Mo Wuji would kill mercilessly as well. Furthermore, Mo Wuji had no idea who on earth Master Wu Xiang was.
Boom! Ka! 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 Ka!
It was at the same moment when Mo Wuji killed Li Shiran that Mo Wuji underwent his heavenly lightning tribulation as he kicked Li Shiran off the heaven calamity stone. The onlookers, who were observing the intense fight between Mo Wuji and Li Shiran, ended up with wide-open mouths as they couldn't believe that the ranked number 1 on the Earth board actually lost to a same cultivation-level cultivator. Not only this, after being killed, Li Shiran was thrown away like a rubbish. Shuaiguo was calling out in a pompous manner, "You are one dead person if you dare to fight with my house's master." Even though everyone knew that Shuaiguo's class was low, some people could tell that Shuaiguo was not that simple. Presently, nobody dared to have the thought of attacking Shuaiguo because nobody was foolish enough to mess with a person who had the guts and abilities to kill Li Shiran over a bird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 336, Mo Wuji's Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 336, Mo Wuji's Lightning Tribulation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Before the first lightning bolt could land on him, Mo Wuji already shot out multiple electroballs. Since the time that he opened his first meridian, he had survived many hits from such lightning bolts before. But even though he did not fear lightning strikes, this was a heavenly tribulation after all, so who knew how strong the lightning bolts would be? He did not make any preparations for this heavenly tribulation, even not possessing a single decent piece of defensive spiritual equipment.
Moreover, he had witnessed a Class 6 demonic beast undergoing a real lightning tribulation in the 5 elements desolate domain.
That scene remained fresh in his mind even till this day.
Crack, crack, crack.
Mo Wuji's electroballs collided with the falling lightning bolts, causing flashes of light to explode out. The lightning bolts from above immediately blew Mo Wuji's to bits, and landed on him without being obstructed at all.
Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of Mo Wuji's bones breaking could be heard.
One of the lightning bolts even created a wound that ran from his forehead all the way to his chin. Facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation, Mo Wuji's heart sank. How would he survive this? This was just the first round of lightning bolts, and who knew how many more awaited him. The Heaven Calamity Stone gave off a glow of spirituality, and with the lightning tribulation's explosions added on top of that, Mo Wuji, who was undergoing heavenly tribulation on the stone, was completely concealed. All of the people outside did not know what Mo Wuji's situation was, and if they knew that he was blown half to death by the first lightning bolt, some of them might have prepared to take action against him.
Boom! Crack! As he just took a few healing pills, the second wave of lightning bolts came pouring down.
Mo Wuji clenched his teeth, and produced countless pole shadows to form a blockade while he tried to use the reverse circulation technique to the maximum for absorbing the lightning essence within. There was no escaping the lightning tribulation. One could only endure through it.
Boom, 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 boom.
Dense flashes of lightning landed on Tianji Pole's pole shadows, causing the pole shadows to instantly fade into smoke. A large swath of lightning bolts landed on Mo Wuji's body once again, which put his bones through another round of breaking. However, Mo Wuji was using all 105 meridians to execute the reverse circulation technique at once, and focused on absorbing the lightning essence, hence the damage from the lightning tribulation, while still quite great, did not threaten his life anymore. A mere 10 breaths' time later, the third wave of lightning bolts rained down. The Tianji pole swung out for the second time, forming endless nirvana pole shadows, and at the same time, Mo Wuji wobbled his way up. If he just sat on the floor and allowed the lightning tribulation to carry on striking him, even if he succeeded in it, death definitely would be waiting for him. At this point he was keeping his body up just based on his elemental energy and spiritual will, as the bones in his legs were practically gone.
Thick lightning bolts continued to strike the Tianji pole's pole shadows, which caused them to break down even faster than before.
Mo Wuji did not care about the lightning bolts that fell, creating various seals with his hands, and activating his 105 meridians for reverse circulation to the extreme. It was surely impossible to fight such a lightning tribulation head-on, so the best option was to absorb the lightning essence in it. Mysterious hand seals flashed by like a shiny illusion array, forming circle after circle of ripples around Mo Wuji. These ripples eventually formed the rough figure of a giant dragon. At this moment, he had already unleashed the revolving star passage technique to the first level of the Xing stage, the Dragon Rising Star Shift. Crack! With Mo Wuji's hand seals, the lightning bolts that broke Tianji Pole's pole shadows suddenly changed direction, directly impacting the ground at his feet. The strength of these lightning bolts were reduced to a minimum, which made it the most ideal point for absorbing the lightning essences. All of the lightning bolts surrounding Mo Wuji's body began being soaked up by him like rainwater on a sponge, ceaselessly flowing into him. This sort of lightning bolt brought with it spiritual energy of a higher quality that in his spirit pith, and Mo Wuji could clearly feel an insane rise in his cultivation level, and the shackles that held him back began to crack. At the same time, his broken bones rapidly healed under the nourishment of this spiritual energy. Seemingly sensing that Mo Wuji had diverted the lightning bolts away, the lightning tribulation became even stronger. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in space, and the fourth wave of lightning surged at him, like an ocean sweeping over the heaven calamity stone. At this moment, all cultivators standing around the heaven calamity stone were stunned. What kind of lightning tribulation was this? Why was it so extreme for someone merely advancing to true God stage? This guy shouldn't be in the great circle of nihility God stage, right? Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying lightning tribulation? I've seen the lightning tribulation of a worldly immortal before, and it wasn't much compared to this, but I also think that this person doesn't seem like he's in the nihility God stage, since Li Shiran was rank 1 on the Earth board. Li Shiran defeated a true God stage level 1 expert before, and no matter how strong a nihility God stage cultivator might be, he would not be a match for such a fierce man. Now the number of cultivators that came crowding around to watch Mo Wuji undergo tribulation kept growing and growing, and their discussions became increasingly intense. As for the matter of Mo Wuji snatching the Heaven Calamity Stone, no one cared about it anymore. Even if the Heaven Calamity Stone were in one's possession, who would dare to step forward in the face of such lightning bolts and seek almost certain death? No, I dare say that this man is not undergoing a worldly immortal lightning tribulation, but an authentic true God lightning tribulation. A different voice in the crowd spoke out. Why do you think so? Have you seen such an extreme true God lightning tribulation? Immediately, someone retorted. Another long-haired man spoke in a low voice. I don't know what lightning tribulation he is undergoing, but I definitely would not be able to take one like this. Many people recognized this long-haired man, who was a real true God stage level 2 expert. A true God lightning tribulation that even a true God stage level 2 expert could not bear with. As such, this could really have been a worldly immortal lightning tribulation. The cultivator that previously confirmed that Mo Wuji wasn't going through a worldly immortal lightning tribulation shook his head and said, because I know who this person is. Who is he? Upon hearing this, almost everyone asked frantically. The whole crowd stared at this cultivator, obviously waiting to find out who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that this was the person that had killed Li Shiran, so if he was really in nihility God stage, then he would definitely be rank 1 on the Earth board after that. I'm not sure what his name is, but I know that he should be Rogue Cultivator 2705. Seeing that the surrounding people looked upon him with confused looks, he added on, I believe that everyone should not be unfamiliar with the past mortal board rank 1, Gu Shaoyi. Naturally, Gu Shaoyi was not a stranger to anyone, as he was once considered only second to Li Shiran. It was a pity that he was actually defeated by a cultivator of the same level after making a trip to the Lost Continent, and gave away his title of rank 1 on the mortal board, returning shamefully. Wait, wasn't it Rogue Cultivator 2705 that defeated Gu Shaoyi? Could it really be this guy? That's not right. How long has it been since Rogue Cultivator 2705 defeated Gu Shaoyi? No matter how fast he cultivates, he can't really be undergoing the true God lightning tribulation this quickly, right?
Who says that it's not possible?
Can you remember that some time ago, rogue cultivator 2705 actually went onto the Earthboard, and also killed Fuji's, taking over rank 9831?
Something like that actually happened? Could this really be rogue cultivator 2705 that came from the Lost Continent?
Alright, how are you so sure that this is rogue cultivator 2705? This last sentence was directed towards the cultivator that claimed that Mo Wuji was rogue cultivator 2705. The cultivator stared at the flashes of lightning around them and Heaven Calamity Stone where the lightning never stopped, before saying, because he was using a metal pole, and Gu Shaohui was defeated by one. That's right, rogue cultivator 2705 indeed uses a metal pole. Hearing this cultivator's explanation, everyone immediately felt that this made perfect sense. Someone continued, Gu Shaohui never recovered after his defeat by rogue cultivator 2705. If he finds out that even Li Shiran has been killed by rogue cultivator 2705, it would probably be a piece of comforting news. Who knows, he may even revert back to his original genius state. Haha, a cultivator that can't even accept a single defeat won't amount to much even after recovering. The person that comes to mind is the Yen clan's Yen Yangnan though, who exclaimed that he regretted not being able to fight rogue cultivator 2705 when he obtained rank 1 on the mortal board. Once he finds out that rogue cultivator 2705 killed Li Shiran, and had such a terrifying lightning tribulation, he would probably secretly celebrate that rogue cultivator 2705 never crossed paths with him. Even though the cultivator with the lowest cultivation level here was at the advanced nihility god stage, but rank 1 of the mortal board was still something they took note of. Mo Wuji could not hear any of the discussions that happened on the outside, and before the fourth wave of lightning landed on him, he could feel a strong sense of impending danger, as the thick lightning bolts actually carried killing intent with them. Before he could react, large swaths of lightning bolts had already struck him. Even though Mo Wuji's revolving star passage technique had already reached the Xing word's first level, Dragon Rising Star Shift, the recently healed bones in his legs tore apart rapidly. To his surprise, he could not feel the lightning essence within the lightning bolts, and only boundless killing intent from them flowed into his body. Even his meridians showed slight cracks. This riled him up. How was this some lightning tribulation? It was simply an attempt at his life. All of the elemental energy stored in the 3 elemental storage channels were drawn out at this instant, forming elemental energy shields one after another, trying to block out the killing intent that was tearing his meridians apart. Those lightning bolts seemed to possess a will of its own, and actually circumvented Mo Wuji's elemental energy shields, continuing its assault on his meridians. As Mo Wuji had 105 meridians, even if a few were torn, it would not cause his cultivation to drop by much. However, it was not easy to open all 105 of them, so how could he allow the lightning tribulation to destroy everything? He had never heard of lightning bolts from tribulations that specifically targeted meridians, so thankfully he still had a spirit storage channel. The spiritual will in the spirit storage channel was mobilized, and the elemental energy shields came alive in all of the meridians, constantly blocking off the killing intent from the lightning bolts, not allowing a single meridians to be destroyed. To Mo Wuji, he would rather have all of the bones in his body shattered and regrown, than to allow any damage to his meridians. For someone like him that did not have spiritual roots, the meridians in his body was his foundation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 337, Consecutive Changes to Earthboard's Rank 1. Chapter 337, Consecutive Changes to Earthboard's Rank 1. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. When all of the killing intent of the lightning bolts that entered Mo Wuji's body had been blocked off, he was already paralyzed on the ground, with no way to stand up. The only upside was that he could finally feel the top-quality spiritual energy, and at this moment, even without cultivating, his cultivation level was increasing wildly. At the same time, his broken bones were healing rapidly.
This was the benefit of enduring the fourth wave of lightning tribulation, and Mo Wuji took this chance to suck in all of the spiritual energy he could grasp at an insane rate. The spiritual energy was brought down by the lightning tribulation, hence it was not something that Mo continent and the surrounding space could compare to. Such spiritual energy could not only cleanse his body, but his meridians too. A mere 10 breaths later, Mo Wuji could barely stand up. The fifth wave of lightning tribulation also came pouring down. However, he felt as though his body had just freed itself from some sort of restraint. His meridians were bursting with elemental energy, like a volcano about to erupt. A strong sense of determination welled up from within, as Mo Wuji's spiritual will spread out, covering a radius of many kilometers. At this point, his sea of consciousness was growing wildly, and his violet energy lake was expanding, while the elemental energy within it kept condensing. The reverse circulation of 105 meridians formed a solid major circulation, allowing him to feel as though his strength improved by leaps and bounds every second. What was different from other true God stage cultivators was the absence of condensing a primordial spirit, but Mo Wuji was feeling very emotional. He knew that he had just crossed over from Nihility God stage to True God stage level 1. Now was the time for him to consolidate his cultivation, and to steadily raise it. It didn't matter if he didn't have a primordial spirit, as long as he was strong. Following Mo Wuji's crazy increase in strength, the Heaven Calamity Stone at his feet began to break apart. The fifth wave of lightning tribulation was no weaker than the fourth, just that Mo Wuji was now much stronger than before, so he could effortlessly withstand this wave of lightning tribulation. Boom boom boom. Mo Wuji just underwent the fifth wave of lightning tribulation, and the sixth arrived, but this wave posed no threat to him at all. He did not even bother wielding the Tianji pole, simply using the reversing circulation technique to attempt to absorb this sixth wave. Crack! The Heaven Calamity Stone completely cracked into pieces, while a sort of mysterious aura hung about Mo Wuji. Immediately, he closed his eyes, allowing the sixth wave of lightning to strike his flesh. At this moment, he saw a world much wider than before. At the same time, on the large plaza of 9Mo City, a 12 to 13-year-old girl stared at the heaven, earth, and mortal boards with her eyes and mouth wide open, as though she saw something mysterious. Even though the volume of human traffic flowing through 9Mo City was rather large, but as the three boards had been there for too long a time, most people would simply walk past them without taking a look. On top of that, the half-moon immortal palace was about to appear, hence most of the cultivators passing through 9Mo City were on their way to Piercing Wind City, then from there traveling to Universal Hall. So who would bother with the three boards? Moreover, one could see the three boards in Universal Hall too. There was only one person that stared at the heaven, earth, and mortal boards like that, the little girl. Xing'er, let's go, we're going to Piercing Wind City now. Two women walked over from afar. One of them was a young lady with an aura of nobility, and the other was a young girl. The young girl wore a green dress, which accentuated her curvaceous body. The few flowers decorating her hair drew out a refreshing aura from her too. Her porcelain white neck attracted the gaze of many, and once anyone's laid their eyes on her beautiful face, even the wisest cultivator would exclaim uncontrollably. What an impeccable beauty this was! Master, Sister Siye, do you know what I just saw? The Earth Board, rank 1 on the Earth Board. The girl named Xing'er exclaimed. Rank 1 of the Earth Board is no longer Li Shiran, but Lei Hongji. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? The noblewoman said surprisingly. The pretty young girl spoke excitedly, Master, I heard that this Lei Hongji is from the Lost Continent. He is also an expert on the Universal Board, already at rank 7,000 plus on it. The noblewoman nodded her head, and her eyes were filled with fire. Siye, do you know which sect this Lei Hongji is under now? The girl in a white dress replied, I heard that he's under the tutelage of the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, and he possesses lightning affinity spiritual roots. His progress in cultivation is extremely fast. Good, good. The noblewoman spoke a few words, before smiling. Originally, I wanted to introduce you to Li Shiran, but that old monk, Wu Xiang, is simply too difficult to speak with. On top of that, Li Shiran has always been rather arrogant, and since he's no longer on the Earthboard, he probably advanced to True God stage. This Lei Hongji seems quite good, to actually be able to get to rank 1 on the Earthboard. This is a very impressive feat indeed. Master. The girl in a white dress immediately protested softly after hearing the noblewoman speak, before lowering her head once more. Patting the girl's hand, the noblewoman carried on, "Listen to Master, as women of Tianqi Manor, we must get married to only the most outstanding of men." "No, no." The young girl at the side began waving her hand as she spoke loudly. "Xing'er, what do you mean by that?" The noblewoman gazed upon the girl with a puzzled look. "What I'm saying is that the rank 1 person is not Lei Hongji, but someone called Rogue Cultivator 2705. The funny thing was that his name was not there for very long before it disappeared." That's right, before Rogue Cultivator 2705's name went up, Li Shiran was rank 1. The young girl quickly clarified. After finishing her explanation, she felt that it was not very complete, and added on, "This means that the position of rank 1 of the Earthboard changed hands 4 times within a short span on time." What exactly is going on? What did you just say? Xing'er? The noblewoman frowned. She liked this disciple the most, but why was the young girl's words so confusing today? She was on the way to visit 9mo City's Castellan, and intended to do some shopping in 9mo City. However, Xing'er wanted to stay in 9mo City's plaza to look at the 3 boards, so she let Xing'er go as she pleased. How could Xing'er be spouting nonsense upon her return? The beautiful girl at the side also pulled at the young girl's hand and asked, "Junior apprentice Sister Xing'er, there's no rush, explain it to us slowly." At this point, Xing'er had already calmed down, and slowed down her speaking tempo. "Master, Sister Xia. When I just arrived, rank 1 on the Earthboard was a guy named Li Shiran. But not long after, Li Shiran's name disappeared, and was replaced by someone named Rogue Cultivator 705. However, around an hour later, Rogue Cultivator 2705's name disappeared as well, and changed to someone called Wang Er. But when she reached this point, Xing'er thought that her master did not know who Wang Er was, and made a clarification. Wang Er was previously rank 2 on the Earthboard, he only remained at rank 1 for a short period of time. Within half an instance's time, his name disappeared too, and was replaced by Lei Hongji's. Originally, Han Yumu was rank 2, and now she has become rank 2. Finally, both of them understood what Xing'er meant, and they stared at each other in disbelief. Let's go to Universal Hall quickly. While this was too weird and coincidental, the noblewoman did not even think that Xing'er would lie to her. On the Universal Hall Challenge battle stage, Lei Hongji stood calmly in the center with a few wounds on his body. Wang Er's corpse lay at Lei Hongji's feet, and even though he was not a disciple of Star King Mountain, he had a very intimidating title, Earthboard rank 2. By then, he had already challenged and killed Earthboard's rank 2 on the challenge battle stage. Even though Wang Er surrendered in the end, Lei Hongji did not give him a shred of mercy. In his eyes, the strong reigned supreme. Anyone that stood in his way would be eliminated without exception. His next step would be to challenge Li Shiran. As long as he could reach rank 1, he would immediately start advancing into True God stage. The moment that Wang Er was killed, the whole challenge battle stage erupted into cheers. At this place, there were only champions, no losers. So strong, yet so young, and he's able to reach rank 2 on Earthboard, only second to Li Shiran. On top of that, he's also ranked 214 on the Universal Board. This guy is probably going to be the next leader of Star King Mountain, I'm afraid. That's not confirmed. If I'm not wrong, the next leader of Star King Mountain should be chosen from the 3 main clans. Who knows what would be the outcome when Lei Hongji clashes with Li Shiran? Lei Hongji might be strong, but he's still not up to Li Shiran's standard. You must know that Li Shiran is the most outstanding person from Star King Mountain in the past century, so I believe that he will not be Li Shiran's match. As the crowd indulged in their discussion, Lei Hongji slowly descended from the challenge battle stage. Regardless of other people's comments, he was never affected. The only thing he cared about was standing at the peak of whichever cultivation level he was at. One day, Li Xiaoran would become another corpse at his feet, and that would convince others much better than any words. Earthboard's rank 1 is Lei Hongji. I just received the news. Indeed, this is as I expected. It seems like Li Xiaoran has advanced to the heaven realm. What a pity, now we can't watch the battle between Lei Hongji and Li Xiaoran. Mo Wuji suddenly closed his eyes and withdrew his spiritual will. A wave of wavering spiritual energy condensed at an area around a meter in front of his forehead, forming a spiritual eye. The spiritual eye seemed to look beyond the nothingness of space and time. Even the background of space was captured, albeit only blurrily. A sense of dizziness began to arise, and Mo Wuji quickly consolidated his thoughts, causing the spiritual eye to disappear. Mo Wuji had nothing to say. Advancing to True God stage was something to rejoice about, and who knew that the Heaven Calamity Stone, which he carried high hopes for, actually allowed him to learn this extra sacred art. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Before the War. Chapter 338, Before the War. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After the lightning calamity had cleared, Mo Wuji changed into a new set of blue robes and stood within space. Shuaigua had long seen the opportunity to fly over and had already perched itself on Mo Wuji's shoulder. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across the crowd. No one stood forward to tall. At the same time, no one left. They were all seemingly waiting for Mo Wuji to say something. Mo Wuji didn't know whether any recognized him, but even if they did, he wouldn't care. Now, he was no longer that fleeing true lake cultivator. He was a true blue heaven realm expert. If they wanted to kill him, they better bring some worldly immortals over or they can forget about it. But since when were there so many worldly immortals in this world? I wonder if anyone has a spatial positioning ball and can sell one to me. Mo Wuji asked in a gentle tone. Hearing that Mo Wuji wanted to buy a spatial positioning ball, multiple cultivators each stood out with a positioning ball in their hands. Among which a gray-robed cultivator took an even bigger step forward and directly placed his positioning ball in front of Mo Wuji. Senior, my spatial positioning ball's record of locations is very complete. I'll give it to you. Many thanks, friend. May I ask how many spirit stones does this spatial positioning ball cost? Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude and accepted the positioning ball. This gray-robed man hurriedly waved his hands. Being able to offer Senior my positioning ball is my honor. How can I still accept Senior's spirit stones? Mo Wuji took a look at the other party's stance and he knew that giving this cultivator spirit stones would, on the contrary, make this cultivator disappointed. Many thanks, friend. May I know how do I address this friend? Mo Wuji nodded and kept the positioning ball. The gray-robed cultivator clasped his fists and said, I am Wenbashi, I'm extremely willing to have served Senior. Then I will accept Brother Wen's kindness. We will meet again if fate permits. Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude again, then brought Shuaigua flying into space, soon disappearing with a trace. Mo Wuji's heart was lamenting over the pursuit those years ago. Regardless of the reason, the root of the problem was that he wasn't strong enough. Now that he had broke through the Nihility God stage and ascended to True God stage level 1, even if he was recognized, people might not dare act against him. In this sort of place, it's truly power which speaks reason. After Mo Wuji left, the remaining cultivators all hustled together. Some who knew Wenbashi had already started congratulating him. Being able to earn the favor of an expert like Mo Wuji would definitely be a great help in the Universal Hall. Some even deeply regretted for not acting faster, allowing Wenbashi to steal the glory. Wenbashi contentedly mentioned some words of courtesy, saying that he didn't even need Mo Wuji to help him, and that it was already enough that he got to meet the expert who easily defeated Li Xiaoran. Kiki, Dao Friend 1, aren't you worried of incurring Grandmaster Wuxian's wrath?
Grandmaster Wu Xiang had previously destroyed entire clans before.
At the same time, some people started pouring cold water.
When Bashi simply said, "I merely put a positioning ball." Would Grandmaster Wu Xiang even care about that meager act? Since when Bashi had already said this, the other cultivator didn't have much to say. That person looks really familiar. Of course he looks familiar. Because everyone knows that the mortal board rank 1 rogue cultivator 2705 also used a steel pole. No, I feel that he looks from that Mo Wuji from those years ago. You're talking about the one who killed Yin Yandong, wanted by the Yin clan, then pursued by the coalition of 8 great halls, 10 over big sects and clans, and even multiple smaller sects? That Mo Wuji? Right, that's him.
Even though he no longer has a pale, white face, but one with a huge beard, I still feel that he looks like Mo Wuji.
Kiki, isn't your thinking a little too illogical? No matter how strong Mo Wuji is, to enter the extreme frost sea for so many years, do you think he can still be alive? Not just him, do you think that even an expert at the Great Circle of True God stage can enter the extreme frost sea and survive? The cultivator, who recognized Mo Wuji, pondered and also felt that he might have been wrong. Actually, he had also never seen Mo Wuji personally, he only saw a simple visual recording. Now, he didn't even know where that visual recording had ended up in. After all, Mo Wuji was merely a true lake cultivator those years ago. Even if Mo Wuji had extreme ice affinity spiritual roots, entering the extreme frost sea before the worldly immortal stage would only lead to death. Since Mo Wuji was already dead, it meant that this expert who passed his tribulation here at Heaven Calamity Stone wasn't Mo Wuji. The Universal Hall was the most important place in the entire Mo continent. This place defended against the invasion of aliens, and a copious amounts of cultivation resources came from space through the Universal Hall. The Universal Hall also had a Hall Master, but the real person who actually made decisions wasn't this Hall Master. Instead, it's the Star King Mountain and the 10 over big sects in Mo continent.
Seeing that the half-moon immortal palace, which only appeared once every 3,000 years, would appear again. The dense clouds of war loomed over the Star Wars battlefield. Almost all of Mo continent's experts, including the Star King Mountain's Star Lord and the 10 Hall Masters, had gathered at the Universal Hall's conference area, Universal Palace. Even though it said that the Mo continent had 10 armies, and that these armies practically belonged to the Star King Mountain, but before any Star War, several of the larger powers will also participate for the conference at Universal Palace. After all, there were experts from these powers within the 10 armies. Even a place as strong as the Star King Mountain didn't have a hold over everything. Within Universal Palace, Star Lord Chiton was at the seat of power. The Universal Hall Master Gong Bao, on the other hand, sat below him. The conference had already come to a conclusion, that was during this appearance of the half-moon immortal palace, all 10 armies would be dispatched, no alien cultivators or space beasts were allowed even half a step into the half-moon immortal palace. One must know that the half-moon immortal palace was grand and vast. Besides the 99 Dao gates, there were also treasures everywhere. Star Lord Chiton looked at the experts within the Universal Palace and sighed inwardly. Even though there were so many experts sit here today, the warring capabilities would not be as strong as what it might seem. Be it the 10 grand halls, the 19 big sects, or even the 3 great clans, no one was willing to truly fight wholeheartedly for Mo continent. Now that the half-moon immortal palace was emerging, everyone's hearts were probably thinking about how to maximize their benefits from it. This appearance of the half-moon immortal palace is cardinal to whether our Mo continent can continue to maintain a foothold in this universe. Everyone, I know that some of us sitting here have a half-moon key on you. But that's alright. As long as the half-moon immortal palace's treasures end up within our Mo continent, it's already a cause for celebration. I only hope that, whether you possess a half-moon key or not, everyone would give it your all during the next Star War. Chiton's voice was slightly low-spirited, containing a bit of uncertainty.
Star Lord, Tianqi Manor's Manor Lord Yin Huimeng has arrived. The doors to the Universal Palace opened and an Annihility God reported. Have Manor Lord Yin come in? Chi Tong nodded, speaking with a genial tone. While aware of the fact that the Tianqi Manor would not be participating in this pre-war conference, the Universal Hall still extended an invitation to them. Even though Tianqi Manor did not participate in Jinemo continent's power struggles, no one dared to underestimate Tianqi Manor. In all of Jinemo continent's history, almost all of the most gorgeous beauties originated from Tianqi Manor. This place was truly a beauty haven. And all these beauties from Tianqi Manor would marry the head of a major power without exception. Even among the hall masters, 2 of them had Dao companions that came from Tianqi Manor. As for the various big sects, their ties with Tianqi Manor were even more inextricable. So even though Tianqi Manor did not participate in any power struggles, it was definitely one of the most influential powers. Even the Star King Mountain's Star Lord had to be especially courteous with the Tianqi Manor. As Yin Huimeng brought 2 disciples into Universal Palace, the eyes of all the experts in Universal Palace lit up. Yin Huimeng herself was an extremely beautiful woman, but her 2 disciples beside her were simply capable of toppling cities. Being able to attend this conference, which of the people here wasn't an expert of Jinemo continent? They've seen more than a fair share of beauties, but they've never seen a matchless beauty like Zhuangzi yet. It's truly not an exaggeration that Tianqi Manor abundant with beauties. Tianqi Manor's Yin Huimeng greets the Star Lord, various hallmasters and sect heads. Tianqi has arrived late for this conference at the Universal Palace. I seek everyone's forgiveness. Yin Huimeng extremely casually bowed towards the experts in the Universal Palace. She was graceful and her voice was pleasing to the ears. The experts present didn't dare to nitpick with Yin Huimeng, as they all returned the courtesies. All of them knew that while Tianqi Manor qualified to take part in such conferences, they wouldn't even meddle with army affairs. Their arrival here was definitely because of some other incident, or it might also be because of the half-moon immortal palace. Manor Lord Yen, please take a seat. Chi Tong still maintained his courtesy as he gestured for Yin Huimeng to sit down. Yin Huimeng walked to her designated seat and sat down. Zhuang Siye and Shi Qing obediently stood behind her. Manor Lord Yen, we have already come to a conclusion in our conference. I wonder whether Manor Lord Yen has any further details to add. After Yin Huimeng sat down, Shi Tong asked. When he said this sentence, he didn't even mention any of their plans for the upcoming war. Even he knew Yin Huimeng definitely wasn't here because of the Star Wars. He had never seen the Tianqi Manor involve itself with the Star Wars, so he wasn't really concerned with Yin Huimeng's opinions. Yin Huimeng hurriedly said, everyone is naturally more experienced than me. Since we've already come to a conclusion, my Tianqi Manor will naturally agree with it. After saying this sentence which was within everyone's expectations, Yin Huimeng changed the topic. I actually wish to congratulate the Star Lord for accepting an outstanding disciple. Why do you say that? Chi Tong asked doubtfully. After the conference began, except for a few which had the rights to take part in the conference, a typical small matter wouldn't be reported. That's why the matter regarding Lei Hongji snatching the number 1 position on the Earth board was not known by not only Chi Tong, but everyone else here as well. Yin Huimeng smiled and said, your disciple Lei Hongji is already rank 1 on the Earth board. I believe that he would soon face his tribulation and become a true expert of the Heaven realm. Earth board rank 1? After hearing Yin Huimeng's words, shock struck the hearts of everyone in the Universal Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Grandmaster Wu Xiang. Chapter 339, Grandmaster Wu Xiang. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Previously, when Lei Hongji was ranked 16, everyone already knew that Lei Hongji was not simple. But they would never have thought that Lei Hongji would actually rise to the number 1 of the Earth board.
Qi Tong startled and immediately came to a realization. He chuckled and said, "That kid truly did not let down my expectations. On the other hand, I do wish to congratulate Grandmaster Wu Xiang. It looks like Xiaoran has already advanced past the Earth realm and ascended the true God stage." The crowd's gaze turned towards a fat monk sitting on the second seat from the right. This monk was Grandmaster Wu Xiang. Grandmaster Wu Xiang was the hall master of the Star King Mountain's 10th hall, Wuxian Hall. Even though Wuxian Hall was ranked last among the 10 halls, no one dared to underestimate this Grandmaster Wu Xiang. The 10 eponymous armies were controlled by their corresponding halls. Likewise, Wuxian Hall controlled the Wuxian army. Among the 10 halls, only Wuxian Hall didn't bear the word star in it. Likewise, the Wuxian army was the only cultivator army which didn't have the word star. Even though the Wuxian army had the smallest number of people, there were some who believed that the Wuxian army's battle power could rank in the top 3. Being ranked as 10th among the halls was not a reflection of its true power. Moreover, Grandmaster Wu Xiang himself was extremely strong. He's one of the few experts expected to charge into the earthly immortal stage. Grandmaster Wu Xiang rubbed his bald head, his mouth curved into a smile, looking very simple and honest. However, no one here would think that Grandmaster Wu Xiang was a simple and honest man. He was a Grim Reaper. Previously, he exterminated 3 sects and 6 family clans in a single day. He literally killed an entire river of blood. All that was because one of his disciples had been killed by a member of one of the family clans, and this clan had ties with those sects and other family clans. All of them had incurred his wrath. One can clearly see, when Grandmaster Wu Xiang was infuriated, he could truly be a Grim Reaper. Yan Huimeng said smilingly, "Star Lord Qi, I only came here today for a minor matter. My disciple Xie is already in Nihility God level 7, and she is intending to temper herself in space. It's just that I'm worried about her going into space alone. I heard that the Star Lord's disciple Lei Hongji is a dragon among men. Thus, I specially came to ask whether the two could form a party and venture into space together. That would certainly put me at ease." The moment Yan Huimeng's words came out, everyone came to an understanding. She was here to matchmake. Since she had already said such words, if Star Lord Qitong didn't consent, it was akin to offending Tianqi Manor. This Zhuang Xie was so beautiful, as long as she wasn't retarded, anyone would be willing to agree with that request. Moreover, agreeing to this marriage with Tianqi Manor would be equivalent to having greater power. Unfortunately, only Qitong's and Grandmaster Wu Xiang's disciple met with the criteria of Tianqi Manor. Since Grandmaster Wu Xiang's disciple, Li Xiaoran, had already advanced into the true God stage, and Grandmaster Wu Xiang himself was a man of few words, Tianqi Manor Lord Yan Huimeng chose Lei Hongji. This was also within everyone's expectations. The moment Qitong heard that, he immediately came to an understanding, chortling as he said, "Being able to earn the appreciation of Manor Lord Yan is Hongji's fortune. As long as Lady Xie agrees, then I will call the shots. Let me get Hongji over and settle this in front of everyone." Zhuang Xie was so beautiful. Unless Lei Hongji had some problems with him, he would definitely be willing to be Dao companions with Zhuang Xie. Qitong was also clear that Yan Huimeng mentioned this here in front of everyone so that she could set things in stone. Both sides could not renege on their words. Being able to form ties with Tianqi Manor was simply a dream come true. Qitong immediately sent out a message, and not long later, a message was returned to his communication bead. Qitong was slightly apologetic as he said to Yan Huimeng, after attaining rank 1 on the Earth board, Hongji had already started preparing for his tribulation to advance to the true God stage. Yan Huimeng was full of smiles as she said, "That's of course. Space is so dangerous, the higher your power, the safer you will be." After saying that, she turned to Zhuang Xie, "Xie, what do you think about mine and the Star Lord's suggestions? Of course, you will make your own decisions." Zhuang Xie bowed towards Yan Huimeng, then towards Qitong who was the seat of power, before saying, "I will leave everything to Master to decide."
Tianqi Manor's most beautiful women were bound to be Dao companions with this generation's most promising men.
Before Zhuang Xie entered Tianqi Manor and became Yan Huiming's disciple, she had already known that. That's why for a long time, she would always go look up on matters about some heroic youths. Even though she had never met many people on the Universal Board and the 3 other boards, she knew much about their origins and stories. This was supposed to be a cause for celebration. However, at this moment, a flying messenger sword rapidly flew into Grandmaster Wu Xiang's hands. Everyone stared at Grandmaster Wu Xiang in astonishment, even Qi Tong's face turned slightly unsightly. In this conference of great gravitas, he didn't even turn on his communication bead. But a flying messenger's sword actually flew in so openly, this was simply desecrating the sanctity of this conference. Grandmaster Wu Xiang was also slightly startled, but he wouldn't care too much about Qi Tong's face as he broke the sword open. A moment later, his face changed drastically. He immediately stood up, his killing intent flooded in all directions. His violent killing intent surged towards Qi Tong. Everything in front of him was instantly disintegrated under this killing intent. Qi Tong was the Star King Mountain Star Lord, so how could he be a simple fella? He snorted, raising his hand to send out a gentle force. This force easily dispersed Grandmaster Wu Xiang's killing intent, and even managed to push Grandmaster Wu Xiang back by half a step. Hallmaster Wu Xiang, have you gone mad? After dispelling Grandmaster Wu Xiang's killing intent, Qi Tong grunted angrily. In typical situations, he would not get infuriated like so, but Wu Xiang was truly going overboard. Everyone knew that there were many factions within the Star King Mountain, and he, as the Star Lord, didn't control all these factions. But in front of outsiders, the various Hall Masters and Generals had to show respect to his position as a Star Lord. However, Wu Xiang had blatantly broken this balance, directly attacking him, the Star Lord, so how could he not be infuriated? Grandmaster Wu Xiang raged with greater killing intent. He raised his arm and a gold Zen staff appeared in his palm. Grandmaster Wu Xiang, if there's something bothering you, let's discuss it amiably. You just acting against the Star Lord like that is really going out of hand. A worldly immortal expert stood up and said with an unkind tone. Wu Xiang was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to conquer the entire Star King Mountain. Moreover, this was the Universal Palace where almost all the experts in Jinemo continent were gathered. Seemingly aware that he should not act rashly, Grandmaster Wu Xiang calmed down. He said with an icy cold tone, this old monk just received news that the old monk's disciple Li Shiran had been killed not long ago. Everyone came to an understanding. Now, rank 1 on the Earth Board was Qi Tong's disciple, Lei Hongji. So the previous Earth Board rank 1 did not advance to the True God stage, but was killed. Even if one was really obtuse, anyone could still deduce that Li Shiran had been killed by Lei Hongji. Qi Tong instantly furrowed his brows. Even though he had high expectations of Lei Hongji, and even predicted that Lei Hongji would surpass Li Shiran one day, but it did not seem possible for Lei Hongji to kill Li Shiran now. Moreover, he knew that Lei Hongji was not a fool. Even if he could kill Li Shiran, he should know not to do so. If he obtained a large amount of support, Lei Hongji might be able to enter the main Star King Mountain. Since it would affect his odds of entering the main Star King Mountain, Lei Hongji wouldn't kill one of the 10 Hall Masters, Grandmaster Wu Xiang's disciple. Yan Huiming stood up and said, Hall Master Wu Xiang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. When I just came, I heard that the Earth Board rank 1 wasn't Li Shiran, but Wang Er. Then, it was at the Universal Hall's challenge battlistage did Lei Hongji kill Wang Er to attain rank 1. I even thought that Li Shiran had already advanced to the True God stage. It looks like I had made a mistake. Are Manor Lord Yan's words true? A middle-aged scribe with a long beard stood up. His tone was also filled with killing intent. Looking at this man, Yan Huiming sighed inwardly. She also knew this man. He was the certain-less doc head Ranwan Zhang, worldly immortal stage level 3. But this man was also Wang Er's master. If not for the fact that Wang Er was already betrothed to someone, she would have considered marrying Zhuang Xie into certainless Doc.
Doc Head ran, this is true. Doc Head can confirm it for yourself, Yan Huimeng sighed. Ran Wenjiang clasped his fists towards Yan Huimeng, then turned and left the Universal Palace. Even though he was a worldly immortally, he did not dare act as unbridledly as Grandmaster Wu Xiang and clash against Star Lord Qitong. With his bit of power, it wasn't even enough to display in front of the Star Lord. If he dared to act, then this day next year would be his death anniversary. Qitong's disciple had publicly killed Wang Er. This was akin to slapping him in the face. What's the point in him, Ran Wenjiang, staying here? Seeing that Ran Wenjiang had disrespectfully left Universal Palace, Qitong didn't say anything. After all, this matter was indeed Lei Hongji's mistake. Since it was the challenge battlistage, he did not need to kill his opponent. Simply trumping over Wang Er would still put him at rank 1. Lei Hongji did have the talent, but he was a bit too murderous. Star Lord, I was too reckless just now. Wu Xiang would like to apologize. Even if he made a mistake, Grandmaster Wu Xiang usually wouldn't apologize. But the Star King Mountain's Star Lord was not to be trifled with. He could not care about other people, but when facing the Star King Mountain's Star Lord, he still needed to be respectful. Qitong waved his hand, indicating that he did not take things to heart. His face had turned unsightly, but this wasn't because his magnanimity was low and that he took this minor matter to heart. But it was because Lei Hongji had disappointed him by killing Wang Er. From whatever perspective, Wang Er should not have been killed. Certainless Doc's Doc Head Ran Wenjiang was an exalted worldly immortal. Killing Wang Er was equivalent to offending certainless Doc. This was also not the most important reason. The most important reason was that Qitong felt that with Wang Er previously being rank 2 of the Earthboard, his future was full of potential. However, being killed like that was a loss to Jinmo continent. Similarly, his heart also ached at the death of Li Shiran. Li Shiran was rank 1, if he wasn't killed, he would definitely have been a peak expert of Jinmo continent. 2 talented people had just died, wasn't this a huge loss to Jinmo continent? Manor Lord Yen, may I ask who killed my disciple Li Shiran? After apologizing, Grandmaster Wu Xiang turned, clasped his fists and asked Yan Huimeng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, Rogue Cultivator 2705 is Mo Wuji. Chapter 340, Rogue Cultivator 2705 is Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yan Huimeng slightly hesitated before saying, I'm not too sure about this. But I heard that after Li Shiran disappeared from the Earthboard, a Rogue Cultivator 2705 occupied the rank 1 spot. However, that Rogue Cultivator 2705 only stayed up there for 2 hours before it was changed to Wang Er. We all know what happened afterwards. Everyone gave each other glances. What Yan Huimeng was saying was that Rogue Cultivator 2705 had killed Li Shiran and occupied the Earthboard rank 1, and Rogue Cultivator 2705 then advanced into the True God stage, leaving the Earthboard. With rank 1 leaving the Earthboard, rank 2 Wang Er naturally became rank 1. But things were really too coincidental. Just as Rogue Cultivator 2705 left the Earthboard, Lei Hongji had challenged rank 2 Wang Er, not knowing that Wang Er had already become rank 1. Thus, after Lei Hongji killed Wang Er, he became rank 1 of the Earthboard. That means, within that short period of time, Earthboard's rank 1 position had shuffled through 4 people. Wait, that's not right. If Lei Hongji was soon going through his tribulation, then the Earthboard's rank 1 would consecutively go through 5 people in this short time. As for that Rogue Cultivator 2705, almost everyone knew about him. He was an existence that once occupied Mortal Board's rank 1, he originated from the Lost Continent. But very few of them knew that Rogue Cultivator 2705 wasn't only rank 1 on the Mortal Board but also the Mortal King Board. Being rank 1 on the Mortal King Board signified much greater things than the Mortal Board. Ha ha! Grandmaster Wu Xiang laughed hysterically. A mere rogue cultivator. He actually dares to kill this old monk's disciple. He's courting death. Everyone was silently pitying rogue cultivator 2705. Even if he was any stronger, he was merely in the true god stage. Now that he had been targeted by Grandmaster Wu Xiang, his days were numbered. Hallmaster Wu Xiang. Qitong suddenly opened his mouth and uttered. Wu Xiang turned his head and clasped his fists. Previously, he acted disrespectfully towards the Star Lord. That was his mistake. Even if his heart was filled with hate, he should not have ignored the Star Lord's position. Qitong nodded and said, Rogue Cultivator 2705 is a genius that has never been seen before in the past 100 years in Jinemo continent. His talent is even higher than Lei Hongji. Thus, I hope that Grandmaster Wu Xiang can cherish this talent, and let go of him this one time. Grandmaster Wu Xiang's eyes were instantly filled with coldness. Star Lord, just now I was wrong and I have already apologized for that. Now, I would like to ask the Star Lord, if Rogue Cultivator 2705 had killed Lei Hongji instead, would you have let him go? Qitong sighed. He knew that even if Rogue Cultivator 2705 killed Lei Hongji, he wouldn't bear to kill 2705. A majority of the people here were merely vying for their own benefits. How many of them actually knew that their planet was in a precarious position, and could at any time become some other person's backyard? However, he knew that even if he said that he would let go of Rogue Cultivator 2705, Grandmaster Wu Xiang wouldn't believe him. As expected, Grandmaster Wu Xiang did not wait for Qitong to reply, taking the initiative to say, as the adage goes, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Wait till Lei Hongji gets killed, I believe that the Star Lord would understand how I feel. Qitong's face turned ugly. A worldly immortal tried to speak up for him, but Xia Dandao stood up instead. Xia Dandao was the #1 Hall's Star Wars Hall Master. Even though the Star Wars army merely ranked as 5th among the 10 armies, no one dared to underestimate the Xia clan. Thus, since Xia Dandao wanted to talk, no one would interfere with him. Star Lord, various Hall Masters and sect heads. I stand here now to say some words of fairness. Rogue Cultivator 2705 killed Li Xiran in a life-and-death battle, so it's not actually a mistake. At the same time, I believe that the Star Lord's words are very logical, so I would also like to advise Grandmaster Wu Xiang to not kill Rogue Cultivator 2705. Supreme-level geniuses are becoming increasingly rare in our planet. To just kill him like that, it would truly be a catastrophe to this planet. Xia Dandao incited doubts within many people. Even if Xia Dandao wanted to support Qitong, he wouldn't do it by offending Grandmaster Wu Xiang. Moreover, some of them had heard that Xia Dandao's son, Xia Mu, wanted to steal Rogue Cultivator 2705's Dao companion. As a result of that, one of Xia clan's great circle true god perished in the Lost Continent. It was even said that one of Xia clan's worldly immortals went missing in the Lost Continent. The expression in Grandmaster Wu Xiang's eyes did not change. To him, Xia Dandao's words were like fart. He would still do what he wanted to do. Xia Dandao acted as though nothing happened as he continued, there's no need to talk about Lei Hongji and Rogue Cultivator 2705's talent, but Li Xiran was indeed a supreme-level genius. Now that he is killed, it's no wonder that Grandmaster Wu Xiang would feel upset. If it was me, I would be filled with grievances too. How about this, if Grandmaster Wu Xiang finds Rogue Cultivator 2705, you can be more lenient and accept Rogue Cultivator 2705 as your disciple. This would reimburse your pain and your loss. I would also like to advise everyone sitting here to immediately release the order to search for Rogue Cultivator 2705. This will aid Grandmaster Wu Xiang in finding another exceptional disciple as soon as possible. Hearing these words of Xia Dandao, most of them finally understood that this fellow was not up to anything good. He seemed as though he was trying to appease Grandmaster Wu Xiang and Qitong, but what he really wanted was to put Rogue Cultivator 2705 on a wanted list.
publicly saying there's no need to talk about Lei Hongji and Rogue Cultivator 2705's talent, but Li Xiaoran was indeed a supreme-level genius. Wasn't he implying that Li Xiaoran wasn't even comparable to Lei Hongji?
And he even asked Grandmaster Wu Xiang to find and accept Rogue Cultivator 2705 as a disciple? Kiki, Grandmaster Wu Xiang was more likely to extract Rogue Cultivator 2705's soul and torture it. Sitting near the back, Su Chi Huang couldn't take it any further. He suddenly stood up and said, Su Chi Huang, might be the weakest one here. But I have some words I need to let out. Our planet is increasingly targeted by more alien powers. If this carries on, there will be one day when we're trampled under someone else's feet. Rogue Cultivator 2705 was first on the Mortal King board, and I believe, even at the Earth King board, he would fare well too. This sort of genius, we should be seeking to nurture him. How can we constantly call for his death? Wu Xiang coldly swept his eyes across Su Chi Huang, then he turned and left. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the nagging of an elementary stage worldly immortal. Grandmaster Wu Xiang, it's up to you if you must deal with that Rogue Cultivator 2705. But there's one thing I must say, if you act against the other cultivators of the Lost Continent, even if I have to give up my position as the Star Lord, I will not let it go. Qi Tong's words were tinged with killing intent. An icy cold sensation pervaded throughout the entire Universal Hall, leaving astonishment brewing in everyone's hearts. Few knew of Qi Tong's true power, but this sort of killing intent was enough to show that Qi Tong's cultivation was definitely not shallow. Wu Xiang snorted and laughed. He was intending to first massacre all the Lost Continent cultivators that came over, then kill Rogue Cultivator 2705. Thereafter, he would still go to the Lost Continent and slaughter everyone there, not even leaving behind cats and dogs. Now that Qi Tong had actually raised this matter, he could only let things rest. He wasn't very sure about the Star Lord's power. But during his previous exchange, he understood that the Star Lord's power was terrifyingly higher than his. Wu Xiang understood his own power. He was an existence without equal among those below the earthly immortal stage. Since the Star Lord was stronger than him, it would mean that the Star Lord had probably advanced past the worldly immortal stage and had become a true earthly immortal. Following Wu Xiang's departure, the crowd started to take their leave. This was supposed to be a pre-war conference, but towards the end, it suddenly took a strange turn. After leaving Universal Palace, Xia Clan Xia Dandao immediately sent out a clan order, dispatching every cultivator at the True God stage and above to enter into space. They only had one purpose, that was to find Rogue Cultivator 2705's whereabouts. Actually, Xia Dandao could guess that Rogue Cultivator 2705 was Mo Wuji. The two had appeared at two similar timings. Moreover, Mo Wuji had used the steel pole before, just like Rogue Cultivator 2705. If Rogue Cultivator was really Mo Wuji, that would mean that he had at least 3 half-moon keys on him. As the day that the half-moon immortal palace opens drew closer, what would having 3 half-moon keys mean? At the same time, Yen Clan's Yen Shiren had gathered all of the clan's experts. Yen Shiren looked at the experts in front of him, and slowly said, according to the news I've just received, the cultivator that killed Li Xiaoran looks like Mo Wuji. Moreover, the two of them have certain similarities, they both use lightning skills, and they both possess a pole-type weapon. Previously, the Universal Hall's Nirvana Pole Shadow should have been purchased by Mo Wuji. Previously, all of us were sure that Mo Wuji was unable to survive in the extreme frost sea. But, what if? What if Mo Wuji didn't die in the extreme frost sea? Then everything would be explained. Mo Wuji is Rogue Cultivator 2705. Starcloud Hall Master Yen Shiren nodded, I agree with the Patriarch's words. The possibility that Mo Wuji is Rogue Cultivator 2705 is close to 90%. Even if he isn't, being able to kill Li Xiaoran means that this Rogue Cultivator 2705 is not simple. Those 3 half-moon keys belong to our Yen clan. We must immediately find it. I advise, immediately mobilize all Heaven Realm experts of our Yen clan, to take revenge for Yangdong.
No one stood forward to rebut.
Taking revenge for Yen Yandong was just a pretense. Killing Mo Wuji was their real goal. Taking revenge for Yen Yandong was fake, killing Mo Wuji was real.
But if Rogue Cultivator 2705 was really Mo Wuji, then a huge calamity would befall the Yen clan. 1. With Rogue Cultivator 2705 exceptional talent, then it was not impossible for him to advance into the earthly immortal stage. The moment Rogue Cultivator 2705 enters the earthly immortal stage, then the Yen clan that pursued after him would be wiped of the face of the planet.
At the same time, the Mao clan, the various Hall Masters all sent out their Heaven Realm experts, all to catch Mo Wuji.
This time, they were acting differently. Everyone was doing things stealthily, as though they were afraid that they would get caught.
Kakaka. On a shattered rock, the spirit pit stone mushrooms around Mo Wuji disintegrated. Mo Wuji stood up at that moment.
Shuaigua, the appearance of the half-moon immortal palace is near.
Let's go to the Universal Hall.
After 4 months of cultivation, Mo Wuji seemed to have depleted 70% of his spirit pit stone mushrooms, and he had barely managed to raise his cultivation to true god stage level 2. He was very clear, the moment he reached Universal Hall, there would be a grueling battle.
Yes, master.
Shuaigua had long been bored still. Now Mo Wuji wanted to go to the Universal Hall. It was simply a dream come true.
1. I don't understand why the author says this. Didn't they determine that the two of them are the same people, so didn't they already decide to kill Rogue Cultivator 2705 despite his talent?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 341, The Appearance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Chapter 341, The Appearance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Mo Wuji was too lazy to bother with Shuaigua calling him master anymore. This bird was still growing, so perhaps after a period of time as it interacted with more things and people, Shuaigua would start to correct himself.
Mo Wuji had no hesitation as he immediately directed the flying ship towards the Universal Hall.
With his cultivation level at the True God stage level 2 coupled with his grade 7 wind escape technique, even if he met an expert in the great circle of the worldly immortal stage, he would be able to escape easily. The difference between True God stage and worldly immortal stage was definitely not as great as the difference between the Nihility God stage and the True God stage. Nihility God stage belonged to the Earth realm while the True God stage belonged to the Heaven realm, so the gap between them couldn't be bridged with any technique. However, both the True God stage and worldly immortal stage belonged to the Heaven realm, just that the former was the first stage while the latter was the second stage of the same Heaven realm. To Mo Wuji, he was sick of hiding and he didn't believe that there would be so many worldly immortal stage experts lurking outside the Universal Hall. Many days later, just as Mo Wuji was reaching the Universal Hall, a flying ship charged directly towards him.
Mo Wuji stopped his flying ship and grabbed his Tianji pole.
He never expected to enter the Universal Hall peacefully, so he was always ready for a fight. If not for his worry that Jinxing might have already been taken over by the alien experts or space beasts, Mo Wuji would have even used his laser cannon to shoot a few times at the Universal Hall. Shooting a few of the shots of the laser cannon would make himself satisfied, but Jinxing would be doomed. Mo Wuji had friends both in the Jin Mo continent and the Lost Continent, so he would definitely not do such a thing. The incoming flying ship was black in color, and when he could see the person on the ship, he gave a slight smile and then hung his Tianji pole back on his back. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, and it seems like I'm right. The incoming ship stopped, and it was the black rogue man with a red ribbon, solitary red knot, who walked down from the flying ship. Mo Wuji kept his flying ship and laughed as he said, "If not for your saving grace many years ago, I would have died in the hands of Yen clan. All these while, I still didn't have the chance to thank you in person." He could tell that solitary red knot's cultivation level should still be in the elementary stage of the Nihility God stage. After all these years, even though his cultivation level was constantly on the rise, his speed would never match Mo Wuji's. The solitary red knot grinned but didn't continue talking about the past as he pointed to the direction he came from. You should know that many people are after your life in that place, right? Mo Wuji looked calmly at the direction of the Universal Hall and said faintly, I know many people want my life, but I'm still surviving well. The solitary red knot nodded his head. I didn't expect you to be the rogue cultivator 2705. Are you the one who killed all 6 of the worldly immortal stage experts who entered the extreme frost sea? It was me. Although Mo Wuji and the solitary red knot were not very close, Mo Wuji trusted him and knew he was a trustworthy friend. Sometimes when you knew someone for a lifetime, this person might not necessarily be your friend. Other times the moment you saw someone, you already knew that he was your friend. The solitary red knot would be the latter kind of person to Mo Wuji. Hearing that Mo Wuji killed all 6 of the worldly immortal stage experts, the solitary red knot didn't appear too shocked as he asked, do you know who are the people who want you dead currently? Even without waiting for Mo Wuji to answer, the solitary red knot continued to explain, Li Shiran's Master Wu Xiang is a murderous demon, and from the moment he heard you killed Li Shiran, he decided to extract and destroy your soul. The next one would be the 3 big clans, and because many people had already guessed that you're Mo Wuji, they even planned to act against you secretly. It could even be possible that the 3 big clans had already noticed our interaction now. Mo Wuji said apologetically, my apologies for implicating you. The solitary red knot laughed. If I, solitary red knot, was afraid of being implicated, I wouldn't have fined you so openly. I wanted to ask you if you dare to exterminate the entire Xia clan? Mo Wuji said unyieldingly, even though I am not capable enough to deal with the Xia clan now, I will exterminate them sooner or later anyway. The solitary red knot furrowed his brows slightly. So how did you kill all 6 worldly immortal experts back then? Don't you have your ways? Mo Wuji felt no vicious intent from the solitary red knot, so he took a deep breath and said, that's right, I have a way, but this method will work if I were to face the opponent head-on. It is considered a sneak attack. Great, then we shall plan a sneak attack on them. I know where is the encampment of the Universal Hall's cultivator army, and I know there are at least 3 worldly immortal stage experts and over 10 true god stage experts from the Xia clan there. Before the solitary red knot could finish speaking, Mo Wuji interrupted, as long as all the Xia clan members are clustered together, I will have a way to exterminate the Xia clan. As for the cultivator army, I don't really want to kill them, The 5 laser cannons that Mo Wuji possessed could even kill 10 armies without a problem. However, he didn't wish to act against the rest of the cultivator army because they have nothing to do with the Xia clan. Even though the reason people joined the cultivator army was to collect cultivation resources and contribution points, Jinxing was indeed protected by these people. Someone is coming over. Mo Wuji's spiritual will was far stronger than an average true god stage cultivator and could even match with an average worldly immortal stage cultivator. He could immediately sense when someone was coming over. These people were evidently charging towards him as their intention was clear. Boom boom boom. Gotcha. Just as Mo Wuji said that, a terrifying explosion could be heard in space, and then the space looked like it was ripped apart as cracks could be seen everywhere. A vast, endless voided aura surged into the space, and Mo Wuji's was shocked as he could feel an ancient, majestic, drastic change. This indescribable Tao surrounded his will as if in the next moment, he was about to control something new. Bang! The force that trembled the entire space surged over, and a massive door appeared faintly at the junction between the space and the voided space. This was a type of vastness and magnificence that people couldn't help but worshipped, as it possessed a realm worth of energy. Those experts that were charging towards Mo Wuji stopped in their tracks as they stared shockingly at the huge door far away. As the door solidified, it turned into the shape of a half-moon. Half-moon immortal palace? Mo Wuji and the solitary red knot sounded out surprisingly concurrently. Mo Wuji's heart was swaying because just the Tao halos of the half-moon immortal palace was enough to create an immense resonance in his heart and almost resulted in him awakening a new technique. What would happen if he entered the half-moon immortal palace? Even if there were no treasures at all, he would still benefit a lot from it. Kill. The two men just saw the half-moon immortal palace and the sound of fightings could be heard from space. Mo Wuji trembled once again as he had witnessed the $1 billion war against space beasts and the cultivator army, but judging from the number of incoming space beasts, this war would definitely be worth more than $1 billion. At this moment, he could no longer see the entrance of the half-moon immortal palace as this entire place was filled with space beasts. And this was not the most shocking thing, as what shocked Mo Wuji the most was the fact that there was an alien cavalry army across the space beasts charging towards them as well. The numbers of this army of alien cultivators was not comparable to the numbers of the incoming space beasts, as they only had about a few 100,000 cultivators. However, every single one of this 100,000 cultivators was wearing a black space armor and each holding a spiritual weapon. The incoming space beasts felt like they were dragging this piece of space along with them as the entire space was swept away. The aggressive charge of the space beasts meant that the space beasts need not stop to kill the cultivators blocking them, as the cultivators would just be crushed to pieces by them. Mo Wuji's heart shivered as he saw the Jin Mo continent's cultivator army. The Jinmo's cultivator army was more like a militia as compared to a legitimate army like the space beasts. The only strength of the Jin Mo continent's cultivator army would be the strength in numbers. Even though the Jin Mo continent cultivators had an imposing aura, the difference between the incoming army on the strong beasts and themselves was simply too huge. "Brother Mo, seems like we can't kill the Xia clan this time round," the solitary red knot said with some regrets. It would be odd if the Xia clan didn't stay in its encampment during such a huge war. Boom! The three big armies were already going against each other. The Space Beasts army, the hundreds of thousand terrifying alien cavalry army, and the Jin Mo continent's cultivator army were all crazily killing each other. Mo Wuji's spiritual will managed to scan the entrance of the half-moon immortal palace as he could clearly see that the entrance was still shut. It seemed like it wasn't the time to open it yet. Presently, there were countless of space beasts charging towards him as he raised his hand to release his boundless lightning rain. As he was in the True God stage level 2, he only needed the space beasts to be within a few meters radius of him to kill them with the lightning rain. Initially, Mo Wuji was only focused on barging into the entrance of the half-moon immortal palace, but now, he realized it would simply be impossible for him to do so, because regardless of how many space beasts he killed, more were charging towards him. At this moment, Mo Wuji was no longer thinking about how to barge into the half-moon immortal palace, as his heart was set on killing these space beasts wildly. Given his capabilities, even a Class 7 space beast would be a dead beast near him. As the boundless lightning rain and invisible sword were used continuously, they started to merge. After a few hours, a few enormous lightning swords were encapsulated within Mo Wuji's boundless lightning rain. This lightning swords brought along immense thunderous threats, and every shot released caused the space beasts to look like they were plowed over as empty spaces surfaced after every attack from Mo Wuji. Although the not far away solitary red knot was also busy killing the space beasts, he was secretly shocked when he witnessed Mo Wuji's power. He knew from this moment that after this big war, Mo Wuji would at least ascend the main universal board and be ranked within the top 1,000. He personally witnessed Mo Wuji awakening a new lightning sword which was even capable of producing thunderous threats. This was simply a weapon tailor-made for killing space beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, The Tangled War in Space. Chapter 342, The Tangled War in Space. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The Half-Moon Immortal Palace has appeared on the Star Wars battlefield. The Star Wars is ongoing fiercely, and I've heard that it is between three forces: our Jin Mo continent's cultivator army, the alien demonic beasts cavalry, and the space beasts. All sorts of news were spreading across the Universal Hall, and the moment most of the cultivators heard about this, they didn't even wait for confirmation before heading straight from the Universal Pier into the Star Wars battlefield. This Star Wars that was triggered by the appearance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace was the best opportunity to earn space contribution points. If one had the luck to enter the Half-Moon Immortal Palace,
that could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the face of such a good opportunity, unless one was really unable to leave, there were only a few cultivators willing to stay behind to watch the show. Nobody even bothered about the fact that one's life could be easily lost in this tangled war. Which one of these cultivators came to the Universal Hall with no experience of life-threatening crisis before? If one didn't want to make a name for himself, he wouldn't be here at the Universal Hall. Those who were here at the Universal Hall had to go to the Star Wars battlefield, and those who go to the Star Wars battlefield had to face death threats. In this large-scale Star Wars, as long as one was careful enough, there would actually not be too many life-threatening crises. In the Universal Hall Plaza, Bae Suting was wearing a veil as she walked out of the transfer array. She knew that the Half-Moon Immortal Palace was about to surface, and she wanted to take a look at it in the Star Wars battlefield. Concurrently, she wished to find out more about Yen-Er, because ever since Yen-Er went to find Mo Wuji in the battlefield previously, Bae Suting had not heard anything about her as she grew worried. Before entering the Universal Hall, her eyes naturally fell on the faraway Universal board and her body shivered. She even suspected if she saw the wrong name. Mo Wuji, space contribution points, 33843, ranking, 9833. What was going on? Not only did Mo Wuji not die, he managed to ascend the Universal board for the second time? And ranked 9833? Bae Suting was on the Universal board herself, so she knew how tough it was to even be ranked on the Universal board. The reason why she could be on the Universal board was because she met and killed a herd of Class 7 space beasts in the battlefield. But one must know that she was in the worldly immortal stage. Even if Mo Wuji didn't die, he should at most be in the nihility god stage. In the very next moment, she was astonished yet again as she noticed there were changes in the ranking again. Mo Wuji, contribution points, 38811, ranking, 9762. Bae Suting scratched her head as she wondered what technique Mo Wuji was using to increase his contribution points by a few thousand in such a short period of time. Even when she were to face such a large scale of space beasts, she had to constantly kill numerous Class 7 space beasts to have such a quick increase in contribution points. Very soon, Bae Suting noticed that Mo Wuji wasn't the only one whose points were constantly on the rise. The points of many other cultivators were increasing quickly too, and some people even disappeared from the Universal board. The only possibility would be the appearance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace, and the huge war to fight for the Half-Moon Immortal Palace had begun. Bae Suting didn't stay too long as she hurried into the Universal Hall, then from the Universal Pier to the Star Wars battlefield. Nobody could ignore the appearance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace, not even herself. Furthermore, she had to at least let Mo Wuji know that Yen-Er had been looking for him all these while. One more reason was that no matter how strong Mo Wuji's mass-killing technique was to kill the space beasts, he would not be able to defend himself when faced with a true expert. She knew that there were simply too many people who wanted Mo Wuji's head. Mo Wuji's lightning sword technique became smoother as time passed, which caused fear in those beasts as they turned and attacked other cultivators. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on the war between the Jin Mo continent's cultivator army as well as the alien cavalry army. The alien cavalry army was like his lightning sword, as every time they attacked, the cultivator army was crushed and scattered. Even as the cultivator army had some magic skills which could kill a few individual alien cavalry, these losses meant nothing when you looked at actual size of the alien cavalry army. A few true god stage experts who wanted to charge past the alien cavalry army were spotted and surrounded very quickly. Mo Wuji realized that these cavalry had a combination attack technique, and this technique would not only block off the true god stage experts' attack, it could even restrain the true god stage experts. A Jin Mo continent's worldly immortal stage commander saw that things were not going well, so he opened a path for himself in the middle of the crowd of space beasts to charge towards the cavalry army. Before this worldly immortal stage expert could go close to the cavalry army, one cavalier came out from the army towards this worldly immortal stage expert. A ridiculous amount of elemental energy exploded around the two experts, and everyone around them were directly wounded by this crazy explosion of elemental energy. This hidden alien cavalier was actually an worldly immortal stage expert too. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because he wondered just how many worldly immortal stage experts were hidden within the hundreds of thousand cavaliers. Under such a mad explosion of elemental energy, the two worldly immortal stage experts showed no signs of convergence as their counters were even stronger than before. Mo Wuji had already reached the true god stage, so he was no longer like before in terms of his strength and judgment. Mo Wuji could feel that the world immortal stage cavalier's magic skill rule was evidently different from the Jin Mo continent's worldly immortal stage expert. Or this could just be the difference in Tao spirituality between the two planets. The more contribution points awarded for killing an alien cultivator of the same stage would probably be because of this difference too. This was just like the time when the lost continent was invaded by the alien cultivators. "Brother Mo, we should retreat a little," the solitary red knot landed beside Mo Wuji. Because he was too close to Mo Wuji, the solitary red knot could feel Mo Wuji's state of mind, and as compared to his, it was slightly more relaxed. Mo Wuji understood the meaning behind solitary red knot words. The half-moon immortal palace entrance was still shut, and with the strong alien cavalry army charging towards the entrance, one would simply be courting death if he were to fight for the entrance now. He wondered what would happen if he took out the laser cannons and fired a few shots here. However, Mo Wuji tossed this idea out of his mind very quickly. The moment he dared to fire here, he would at most have the opportunity to shoot 3 cannons. The area of the Star Wars battlefield was simply too vast, so no matter how strong his laser cannons were, 3 cannons might not be able to wipe out everyone. There were as many experts as clouds in this Star Wars battlefield, so after his 3 cannons, his small life would definitely be locked on by the many experts around. "We have to retreat, but not now. I have a premonition that the half-moon immortal palace is about to open up. Furthermore, I need some space contribution points urgently," Mo Wuji said in a deep voice. He had to enter the half-moon immortal palace. He would have forgotten about it if he didn't see it, but now that he saw it and even had the half-moon key, he would never be able to forgive himself if he didn't enter. Before the solitary red knot could react, a jade box was shoved by Mo Wuji into his hand. "There is a half-moon key here, and it all depends on your fate if you're able to open a door." "Ah." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that Mo Wuji had already rushed to the place with the most number of space beasts. He lowered his head as he looked at the jade box in his hand, and emotions were filling him up. That's right, he did save Mo Wuji before, but that was because he admired Mo Wuji and wanted to form an alliance with him to deal with the Xia clan. It was only until now that he finally knew what was considered to be a truly majestic mind. Half-moon key, this was something even the Star Lord of Jinxing wanted. Why did the 3 big clans and so many sects wanted to kill Mo Wuji? Was it really because of the small girl that was killed? Only a ghost would believe this lie. There could indeed be a few sentimental small sects and clans who felt that way, but most people used it as an excuse. Their true motive was very clear, as they were all after the half-moon key. Mo Wuji actually casually gave him the half-moon key that countless of experts coveted for. Furthermore, it was in this situation where the half-moon immortal palace was right in front of their eyes. Even if it was the solitary red knot, he might not be able to do so. He didn't misjudge Mo Wuji because he was indeed a true friend. Since he needed the contribution points, the solitary red knot would do whatever it took to help him. At the thought of this, the solitary red knot kept his jade box, shifted his body and charged towards Mo Wuji's position. He was even too lazy to wonder why Mo Wuji needed the universal contribution points. Wherever Mo Wuji went, any crowd of space beasts would have turned into ashes under the attack of his lightning rain and sword. Boom! Finally, an insane burst of elemental energy managed to restrain Mo Wuji's lightning sword, and a few meters tall huge wolf threw himself at Mo Wuji. Before the wolf could land on Mo Wuji, its white eyes were filled with killing intent, as if to tell Mo Wuji that under its claws, no one could escape alive. This was a white-eyed space wolf in the advanced stage of Class 7, and his fighting capabilities surpassed an average Class 7 beast. Mo Wuji's elemental energy was just dispersed, and he could feel the strength of this huge wolf. Under normal circumstances,
other than the murdered Class 7 space beasts, Mo Wuji would not be bothered to collect resources from the lower class space beasts. As for the Class 7 space beasts that he killed, they were mostly in the elementary stage and their fighting capabilities were nothing compared to this huge white-eyed wolf. Mo Wuji had long kept his boundless lightning rain, ignited his meridians, and all 100% of his elemental energy was absorbed into his Tianji pole as he swung towards this huge white-eyed wolf. The huge wolf, which was initially charging towards Mo Wuji, unscrupulously stopped in its tracks as Mo Wuji swung out his Tianji pole. Its front two claws scratched out countless of mysterious marks, and then a 10 meters long, 2 meters wide white wolf blade was piercing towards Mo Wuji's waist. This was still not this white-eyed wolf's true technique, as behind this horrifying space wolf blade was the change in positioning of the wolf in an instant as its back claws turned into a few meters wide radius claw shadow to block out Mo Wuji's retreat route. The huge wolf's white eyes had traces of ridicule and thirst for blood, and if it didn't personally witness Mo Wuji's incredible strength, it wouldn't have used this method to deal with an ant who just advanced to the true god stage. That's right. Even if it was only in the advanced stage of Class 7, the other Class 7 demonic beasts and true god stage cultivators were merely like ants to him. Translator's thoughts. Sparrow translations. Event day, we will be posting a total of 3 questions, one with every chapter, and we want to hear each and every one of your opinions. These questions have been specially curated, so you guys really should try to aim for our highest tier of rewards. Rewards: 50 answers, 1 extra chapter, 100 answers, 2 extra chapters, 150 answers, 2 extra chapters plus defining spoilers. Bonus: if our ratings on our main page on Chidian gets to 4.8 stars and above, we will be doing this for one more weekend too. Point to note, meaningless spams would not be entertained or counted as answers. Question 3, do you think Xiao Ruoyin is a fleeting character? Or is there more to her? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Killing a Worldly Immortal Stage Expert. Chapter 343, Killing a Worldly Immortal Stage Expert. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji pulled his glance away because a wolf was already crafty in nature, and this was actually an advanced Class 7 space wolf getting ready to enter Class 8. From the onstart, Mo Wuji didn't look down on this huge wolf, and as he saw the white-eyed huge wolf teleported and concurrently locked onto his blind spot with his Strong's blade radiance, he knew that he didn't misjudge this white-eyed space wolf. It was strong and capable of producing cunning tricks. If it was any other person, after using all their strength to swing the steel pole, it would be impossible to alter his spatial position and angle. In the face of this 10 meters long space wolf blade with a trace of killing intent, if Mo Wuji was strong enough, he would be able to just block the wolf blade with his Tianji pole. If he was not strong enough, he could only choose to dodge. As he dodged his blind angle, the white-eyed wolf had already shifted to wait for him. If he was any weaker, even without action from the wolf, Mo Wuji would have died because of the scarily imposing manner of Space Wolf Blade. However, Mo Wuji was not only strong enough, he was also vicious and smart enough. Mo Wuji had even killed cultivators who were of higher cultivation level, so how much threat could this white-eyed wolf, which was on the same level as he was, possibly posed? Even though the white-eyed wolf did plot against him, it still had to depend on its own strength to restrain Mo Wuji. This wolf had already calculated and predicted that Mo Wuji would not be able to dodge his incoming Space Wolf Blade, but he misjudged Mo Wuji's true strength. However, what he didn't know was that Mo Wuji also had tens of methods to break the incoming Space Wolf Blade into pieces even if the wolf didn't misjudge his strength. As he awaited Mo Wuji's attempt to dodge the attack, he could feel his own death drawing close. Before he could figure out where that feeling was coming from, he looked shockingly at his wolf blade, which had brought along an immense amount of aura and killing intent, being thrown away by an invisible force as it pierced past Mo Wuji into the endless space behind him. What method is this? No, where is the opponent's steel pole? Crack. The white-eyed wolf could hear the cracking of its entire skull, and it didn't even know which direction Mo Wuji's steel pole appeared from. No,
this was not possible. This white-eyed space wolf's heart was still raging intensely as it fell into the endless darkness in front of it.
It didn't understand how Mo Wuji's pole changed its position in such a huge space. It didn't understand why, despite clearly being stronger than his opponent, it didn't even last a round against him. Presently, Mo Wuji had no time to bother about this white-eyed space wolf as he felt an even more terrifying killing intent aiming at him. This was definitely a fellow with a much higher cultivation level planning a sneak attack on him. Mo Wuji didn't even care about retrieving this white-eyed wolf's corpse as his body turned into a slight wind and shifted away. Puff! Blood mist exploded from Mo Wuji's waistline and both a pungent smell and smoke came out from that blood mist. A strong toxin was immediately absorbed by his detoxification channel and turned swiftly into spiritual energy. Mo Wuji stood unsteadily in space with a pale face as he looked at a golden-robed middle-aged man with a death stare. He was astonished in his heart because this fella who sneak attacked him was really strong.
Mo Wuji couldn't dodge the attack even though he knew it was coming. I am Yen Shiren, the patriarch of the Yen clan. It is considered to be your good fortune to survive till this date after killing a member of my Yen clan and stealing from us. This golden-robed man revealed a flash of disdainful look as it only took him one step to cover the gap between Mo Wuji and himself and to land next to Mo Wuji. Yen Shiren, how dare you attack a Jin Mo continent's cultivator sneakily? Your Yen clan really have huge guts. An enraged voice could be heard, and even before the person arrived, a sharp killing intent could be felt. Yen Shiren didn't even care about the enraged body behind him as he reached his hand out to grab Mo Wuji's storage ring. Even though he didn't care about the enraged person behind, 90% of his focus was on the man behind him. He knew who the opponent was: Star King Mountain Su Chi Wang, a worldly immortal stage level 1 like himself. Now that he had violated the promise of the Jin Mo continent's cultivator army to sneak attack Mo Wuji, others might not dare to do anything to him, but Su Chi Wang definitely dared to do something. Mo Wuji was struck with a deadly poison and was bound to die. Even if Mo Wuji wasn't poisoned, why would a worldly immortal stage expert like himself care about an elementary true god stage cultivator? So what if this true god stage cultivator was previously ranked first on the Earth board? What Yen Shiren needed to be cautious of was the attack from Su Chi Wang. Just as his hand was about to touch Mo Wuji's storage ring, a lightning calamity with strong killing intent was directed straight at his chest. Because of the short distance as well as the speed of the counterattack, even if Yen Shiren was a god, it would be hard for him to dodge the attack. Furthermore, his focus was still on Su Chi Wang behind him. Despite this, Yen Shiren still managed to shift his body slightly. Puff! A long lightning sword pierced through Yen Shiren's chest as blood flew out yet again. Presently, why would Yen Shiren still care about anything else as his body suied and was about to escape? Since Mo Wuji chose to counterattack, he was never planning to let Yen Shiren off like that. Yen Shiren had no idea where the Tianji pole appeared from as it smashed his head. The next pole, Mo Wuji's Nirvana pole shadow technique. Puff! Yen Shiren's primordial spirit started to disperse, and before his primordial spirit could escape, Mo Wuji landed yet another lightning bolt on him. Why? How did you defend against my deadly poison? Yen Shiren asked, but it was a pity that he couldn't get the answer, or rather, he didn't have time to get the answer. Mo Wuji's death stare had already disappeared, and the space wolf that he killed not too far away was brought over by his spiritual will into his storage ring. He kindly accepted Yen Shiren's storage ring, and as for his corpse, Mo Wuji kicked it into the crowd of space beasts. As of now, the solitary red knot landed close to Mo Wuji as he stared in disbelief at Mo Wuji. He knew from the start that Mo Wuji was strong, but it was a little too ridiculous that he was strong enough to kill Yen Shiren. Who is Yen Shiren? He was in the worldly immortal stage level 1, patriarch of Yen clan, one of the 3 big clans in Jin Mo continent. A reputable person like him was actually killed in silence by Mo Wuji. You actually killed Yen Shiren? Su Chi Wang stood firmly in space and looked shockingly at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji reached out his hand and the suspended Tianji pole landed in his hand. If I don't kill him, should I wait for him to kill me? I don't have such virtue. The Su Chi-Huang in pursuit finally stopped before taking in a deep breath before saying, I know you because I've been to the Lost Continent and I've heard your name, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Killing Yin Shiren was fine, but you really shouldn't have killed that white-eyed wolf. After finishing, he didn't wait for Mo Wuji to ask as he took the initiative to explain that white-eyed space wolf was from the Space Wolf clan and he is one of the Wolf King's favorite offspring. By killing him, I'm afraid you might invite infinite troubles in the future. Mo Wuji sneered and didn't bother replying Su Chi-Huang. Not only the descendants of the Space Wolf King, even if its ancestors were here to kill him, Mo Wuji wouldn't have any shreds of hesitation to kill them as well. In his eyes, there wasn't a question of whether he dared to kill but only the question of whether he should kill. Seeing Mo Wuji's ignorant face, Su Chi-Huang sighed and said, Do you know how strong the Space Wolf King is? How influential he is? Mo Wuji didn't know Su Chi-Huang very well, and even though Su Chi-Huang did call out to Yin Shiren to stop and distracted him, Mo Wuji would have still been able to kill Yin Shiren by surprise, just not so easily. Therefore, he didn't have a very pleasant impression of Su Chi-Huang and he wouldn't change his attitude towards him just because he was a worldly immortal stage expert. In this world, might makes right. I don't know what the Space Wolf King was and I wouldn't put it to heart even if I heard of it, Mo Wuji said calmly. There were countless of stars and space in this vast universe. Wouldn't it be too shameless for a lone wolf in space to call himself the Space Wolf King? Su Chi-Huang looked at Mo Wuji and said in a serious tone, You are Rogue Cultivator 2705 and also Mo Wuji, right? You are truly the glorified genius cultivator of so many centuries. After the Star Lord saw that you were also ranked 1 in the Earth King board, he even mentioned that you are the future of Xinxing. That Space Wolf King was at the peak of Class 9, and if not for the fact that we are not able to break through the void in this world, the Wolf King could have broken into the next realm. Just as Su Chi-Huang was speaking, a large group of cavalry was charging towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji heard Su Chi-Huang's words and was wondering what the broken void was and was thinking he could ask for tips from Su Chi-Huang about stages after the earthly immortal stage. Who would have guessed that the cavalry would charge over towards him now? One must know that he was still a distance away from the entrance. What did these cavalry want by charging over here instead of towards the Half-Moon Immortal Palace? 2705, follow closely behind me. Su Chi-Huang hurried to call out as he saw the countless number of alien cavalry. He was really worried for Mo Wuji. There were simply not many experts who truly care about the safety of Xinxing, and Su Chi-Huang was one of the few. He agreed with the Star Lord because Mo Wuji was ranked first on the Mortal King board, ranked first on the Earth King board, and could even kill Yin Shiren at the True God stage. He was definitely the chosen one to make Xinxing rise again. The Star Lord's words were still ringing in his ears. That Rogue Cultivator 2705 is 80 to 90% Mo Wuji. He would definitely appear because of the opening of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. If you were to see him, you have to protect him at all costs and never let the 3 big clans act against him. The truth was that before he found Mo Wuji, the patriarch of Yen clan had already found Mo Wuji, and even without acting himself, Mo Wuji killed the worldly immortal stage level 1 Yen Shiren. This was the first time in the history of the 3 big clans that a patriarch was killed by someone directly. No matter what method Mo Wuji used, he would still be the first true god stage cultivator to kill a worldly immortal stage expert. As Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan the surrounding, he finally understood why these strong alien cavalry army would suddenly charge towards him. They were at the faraway entrance of the Half-Moon Immortal Palace a while ago, and now they actually appeared behind him. Translator's thoughts. Sparrow Translations. Hi everyone, thank you for your kind support and for all your enthusiastic answers. As promised, we will post a total of 6+1 chapters today. The +1 chapter is because of Admiral Elliot's bestowment for all you readers. Thank you, Admiral Elliot, on behalf of everyone. We will be posting as per scheduled and ending the day off with 5 chapters. Do continue supporting us on Patreon too. Spoiler 1. Shuigui is a descendant of an ancient beast that can consume almost anything. Have a great day ahead, smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Coming Out Alive. Chapter 344, Coming Out Alive. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Go! Mo Wuji grabs solitary red knot and burst forth with elemental energy. A gentle breeze blew by. Mo Wuji used his fastest speed to charge out from the side. Even though Mo Wuji had pushed his speed to the maximum, he was still unable to break through the alien cavalry army's lines. That violent cavalry had started charging over. Hon! The hordes of troops and horses condensed a staggering amount of elemental energy, directly crushing Mo Wuji's protective elemental energy, resonating with thunderous roars as they charged by. Mo Wuji's heart sank. Facing this terrifying advance, even a worldly immortal might not be able to bear it, much less him who was only at true god stage level 2. He was not afraid of a worldly immortal elementary stage cultivator, but that didn't mean that he actually had the power of the worldly immortal elementary stage. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled that white-eyed giant wolf's special move, teleportation. If only he could teleport, that would be great. At this moment, perhaps only teleporting out of here could save him. The tumultuous elemental energy from the charge surged over. Mo Wuji's eyes turned red. Fight! Mo Wuji immediately raised both his arms up, forming 10 thick and huge swords of lightning which he sent flying out. Behind the lightning swords were multiple electro balls. Pang! Boom! The lightning swords out clumps of blood mist. Following which, the electro balls exploded, and a gap actually revealed itself in front of Mo Wuji. At the same time, Mo Wuji could feel the momentum of the charge slowing down. He had already infiltrated past the cavalry's frontal charge. Such a good opportunity, how could Mo Wuji let it go? At almost the same instant he felt the cavalry's charge slowing down, he immediately displayed his wind escape technique. The gap cut out by his lightning sword was still filled with blood mist, and had yet to be filled. Many thanks. Even a person who didn't fear death like solitary red knot was drenched in cold sweat. Mo Wuji turned back, and discovered that the gate to the half-moon immortal palace had been concealed once again. It was unknown when the gate would reappear, not even the shadows of the half-moon immortal palace could be seen. No wonder why these alien cavalry troops would slow down. Now that the half-moon immortal palace was gone, they no longer had a target. Mo Wuji, why don't you follow me over to the Star King Mountain? If you stay here, the moment the half-moon immortal palace reappears, the previous situation might happen again. Su Chi-Huang had landed not far away from Mo Wuji. Many thanks, Senior. But Junior still feels more at ease staying here. Mo Wuji could feel that Su Chi-Huang was genuinely trying to help him. But to ask him to go to the Star King mountainside, that was simply not possible. He had bad ties with the Star King Mountain's 3 great clans, 10 halls, and several other factions. So what use would there be in going over? Compared to being like a fish caught in a net, he would rather roam free here. Moreover, he had even killed the Yen clan's patriarch Yenshiren not long ago. He was even more unsure as to how many members of the 3 clans he had killed when he was pursued previously. To be within the zone of the alien cavalry army's charge the first time was due to his carelessness. But if this sort of thing happened again, then he was really an idiot. Su Chi-Huang thought that in Mo Wuji's predicament, when he extended an invitation to Mo Wuji would definitely be immensely grateful with tears in his eyes, and would follow him over to Star King Mountain. Su Chi-Huang would never have expected that Mo Wuji would unhesitatingly reject his invitation, without even a hint of reservation. This put him at a loss for words. The half-moon immortal palace has already disappeared. There would be no further purpose in continuing this fight.
the half-moon immortal palace would reappear, and before this happens, I suggest that everyone sits together and discuss. A leopard-headed man stood in the middle of space and hollered out. This was at least a Class 8 demonic beast. Seeing this leopard-headed man, Mo Wuji subconsciously raised his guard. Not long ago, he had killed a white-eyed giant wolf. I agree with Dao friend Baolai's words. Now that the half-moon immortal palace has hidden itself again, why don't we all take this opportunity to talk things over? But of course, if Gu Nuwa Star Tribe wishes to fight, I Chiton will be happy to oblige. The Star King Mountain Star Lord Chiton stood forward. This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing the Star King Mountain Star Lord, but when he saw the aura exuded by Chiton, he could not help but be dazed. This Chiton's power was definitely above the worldly immortal stage. He had very likely stepped into the earthly immortal stage. Mo Wuji was sure that if Chiton wished to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Unless he leaves immediately and lose all hopes of ever entering the half-moon immortal palace. However, he had some half-moon keys on him, and the half-moon immortal palace was just right in front of his eyes. How could he just abandon that? Even though he knew that his greed might cause him to lose his life, Mo Wuji was still not willing to go. Mo Wuji sighed and swiftly retreated, and at the same time, he started gesturing to somewhere far away. Not long later, a hiding Shuaiguo raced over, landing on Mo Wuji's shoulder. Now that Mo Wuji had done such actions, it showed that he had already had thoughts on giving up on the half-moon immortal palace. Solitary Red Knot had also arrived by Mo Wuji's side. He had wandered across space for so long, when he noticed Mo Wuji's retreat, he immediately knew that Mo Wuji was preparing to make an escape. Brother Mo, this person is the Star King Mountain Star Lord Chiton. I suspect that he had already entered into the earthly immortal stage. However, you don't have to worry that he would do anything against you. Among the few experts I see favorably in the Star King Mountain, perhaps that Su Chi Huang is one, but this Star Lord is not bad either. At least, he is really thinking about the greater good of the planet, Solitary Red Knot whispered and explained beside Mo Wuji's eyes. As he spoke, he was sizing up Shuaiguo who was perched on Mo Wuji's shoulder. The usually talkative Shuaiguo was unusually silent. Those hordes of demonic beasts, in this war, were merely cannon fodder. And among those cannon fodder, most of them were stronger than it. If it wasn't hiding just now, it would have long been killed. Gu Nuwa cavalry, form up. An alien expert riding on a demonic beast broke off from the cavalry army. At the same time, he ordered for the halt in the cavalry's advance. He understood Chiton. If the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's cavalry army continues to charge forward, he might alter the war dynamics, where the Jin Mo continent might team up with the space beasts to deal with their Gu Nuwa Star Tribe. On the surface, the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe appeared dauntless, but they were truly afraid of such an incident. The Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's cavalry soldiers looked brave and courageous, as though nothing could block their way. But the moment those boundless amounts of space beasts congregated and clashed against them together with the assault from the Jin Mo armies, this cavalry army might be completely routed. With the expert of the three leaders, the chaotic battlefield soon eased down. Jin Mo continent's armies and cultivators gathered at one area, the space beasts gathered at another area, while the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's cavalry gathered at a different area. In terms of numbers, the space beasts were the most numerous. However, Bao Lai was very clear, the combat power of the space beasts was the lowest. Jin Mo continent and the space beasts had frequent wars. If Chiton allied themselves with Gu Nuwa Star Tribe, then even with their superior numbers, the space beasts might be completely eradicated. However, Chiton was not a fool, he naturally wouldn't join hands with the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe. In comparison, he felt more averse towards the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe than the space beasts. The Gu Nuwa Star Tribe had as many experts as there were clouds, and they were also expert beast tamers. At this moment, the Gu Nuwa Star Tube urgently needed to create new cultivation resource hinterlands, and Jinxing, 1, met its demands in terms of resources and proximity. If not for the Universal Hall's years of hard work, Jinmo continent might have been trampled under the beasts of the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe. The word suggested by Bao Lai was exactly what Chi Tong also wanted. At least, he knew that Mo Wuji 3 half-moon keys, and he was also sure that other people in Jinxing had some half-moon keys. As long as they could successfully enter the half-moon immortal palace, then they would definitely be able to reap much benefits. It didn't matter who those treasures entered up with, it would only be advantageous to their continent. Dao friend Bao Lai, Dao friend Sid, this time, the half-moon immortal palace has appeared close to my universal hall. But I believe that the treasures inside belong to the fated ones.
Chi Tong intentionally lowered Jinxing's position.
Bao Lai was a Class 8 space beast, while Sid and Gu Nuwa expert at worldly immortal stage level 8. Moreover, Chi Tong was sure that there definitely was a fella stronger than Sid within the Gu Nuwa troops. As for the space beasts, there was still the Space Wolf King, which was vastly more powerful than him. It was at the Great Circle of Class 9, which was equivalent to an expert at the Great Circle of the Earthly Immortal stage. Don't think that the battles between Jinxing and the space beasts had been evenly matched. In reality, if he dared to kill a Class 8 demonic beast, that Space Wolf King might pay a visit to Jinxing. Bao Lai and Sid did not bother about Chi Tong's words, they were clear that it was the upcoming words which were more important. As expected, Chi Tong continued, the half-moon immortal palace will appear soon. It is exactly as Dao friend Bao Lai says, if the half-moon immortal palace reappears and we're still entangled in our battles, then it would be useless. According to our calculations, there are close to 20 Dao gates in the half-moon immortal palace which have yet to be opened. Moreover, there are treasures all over the half-moon immortal palace. I suggest that the 3 factions each send a portion of our people in, how about that? Hearing Chi Tong's words, Gu Nuwa Star Tribe Sid stepped down from his beast. Standing within space, he snorted and said, Dao friend Chi's idea might be good, but it doesn't favor the abled ones. If my guess is correct, this might be the final appearance of the half-moon immortal palace. It's said that during its final appearance, at the final instant, all the Dao gates in the half-moon immortal palace would automatically open.
That's why I suggest, before the half-moon immortal palace opens again, we will construct a stage.
Each side can choose people to send up on stage according to the number of half-moon keys each side has, each key would entitle 10 people. They will then battle on the stage, and the ones that survive would enter the half-moon immortal palace. Of course, the cultivators that battle on the stage should be below the worldly immortal stage, and within the nihility god stage and above.
Alright, I agree with this.
Bao Lai extended his scarlet red tongue and licked his lips. The space beasts were plenty in numbers, but most of the fighting force was not very strong. But if they only had to choose in multiples of 10, then the space beasts wouldn't be in a disadvantage. Moreover, he knew that they had 5 half-moon keys on their side, that was already 50 people. Quick, invite the young wolf prince over. This time, he will lead the team. Bao Lai chuckled. He knew the young wolf prince's fighting capabilities. The wolf prince was in existence infinitesimally close to the worldly immortal stage. Chi Tong saw that both Bao Lai and Sid had both agreed. He sighed inwardly as he said, my Jinemo continent also agrees. He had to do so. If he rejected it, he would give the space beasts and Gu Nuwa Star Tribe an opportunity to collude against him.
After giving his agreement, his gaze landed at Mo Wuji's side.
Just now Su Chi Huang had told him that Mo Wuji had arrived.
At least Mo Wuji had 3 half-moon keys, that meant that he could bring 30 true gods up onto the stage.
1. Jinxing is the name of the planet which Jinemo continent and the Lost Continent reside in.
Translator's thoughts. Sparrow translations.
Thanks for the overwhelming responses, but we noticed that not all readers want to hear spoilers because it would affect their reading experience.
So instead of posting them on Shidian, we will be posting them on Patreon instead.
Please visit www.patreon.com/sailorboys if you still want to find out more.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 345, Enemies on All Sides. Chapter 345, Enemies on All Sides. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. What? The young wolf prince has been killed? Who? Who did it? Bao Lai roared ferociously. The white-eyed young wolf prince might not have been the first heir to the Space Wolf King's throne, but he was one of the Space Wolf King's favorite descendants. Moreover, the young wolf prince had tagged along with him for this venture, and now that the young wolf prince had been killed, Bao Lai would not be able to escape from blame. It's that man. A Class 7 demonic beast pointed in Mo Wuji's direction. It had wanted to report of this matter, but the Leopard King had always been talking, so it didn't even have the chance. Wha? I'm going to kill you. Bao Lai howled, and could no longer be bothered about the previous agreement as it directly pounced towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had already been prepared for this, and now that he saw Bao Lai pounce over, he did not hesitate as he immediately displayed his wind escape technique. He could give up on the half-moon immortal palace, but he couldn't give up his life. Moreover, this Bao Lai was likely to be a Class 8 demonic beast, so no matter what method he used, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. Boom! A burst of elemental energy exploded, sending ripples of waves into space. Bao Lai had been blocked, and the one blocking him was the Star King Mountain's Star Lord Qitong. Mo Wuji also stopped in his tracks. He never expected that the Star King Mountain's Star Lord would stand out to help him. Qitong, what's the meaning of this? This person has killed the young wolf prince. You're bent on protecting him? Do you actually think that the Universal Hall can defend against the wrath of the Wolf King? Bao Lai roared fiercely. Qitong heard these words and his heart went into a flurry. He immediately turned towards Mo Wuji. Before Mo Wuji could answer, Su Chi Wang took the initiative to explain to Bao Lai, just now, the white-eyed young wolf prince had assaulted Mo Wuji in a sneak attack. In his self-defense, Mo Wuji accidentally killed it. Ha ha ha. Bao Lai chortled loudly. You're saying that under the young wolf prince's sneak attack, this person could still accidentally kill the wolf prince? Who is he? Is he some expert that's going to break into the earthly immortal stage? Qitong immediately furrowed his brows. He never expected Mo Wuji to actually kill the young wolf prince. Things were definitely going to get messy. He had never suspected whether Mo Wuji was capable of killing the young wolf prince. Mo Wuji was rank 1 on the Earth King board, and that white-eyed young wolf prince was merely in the same stage as Mo Wuji. No matter how strong it was, it had to be dreaming if it wanted to beat the Earth King board's rank 1. Anyone on the Earth King board was a talented genius, much less the Earth King board's rank 1. One must know that the most prestigious board in Jinemo continent wasn't the Heaven King board, but the Earth King board. After all, the number of Heaven Realm experts in Jinemo continent was not many. As long as one steps into the worldly immortal stage, with some slight competition, one would be able to rise up the Heaven board. Since the requirements for the Heaven board were lower, the Heaven King board was naturally not much higher. That's why he had a favorable impression of Mo Wuji. Even though Lei Hongji was also rank 1 on the Earth board, his ranking on the Earth King board was below rank 10. However, he was worried about the Space Wolf King. With the Space Wolf King's power, even the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's experts might not be able to deal with it. As for Jinxing, there wasn't even any expert that could fight evenly with the Space Wolf King. In battle, anything can change within a single breath. Accidental deaths and injuries cannot be prevented. Since the incident has already happened, my Jinxing is willing to compensate you. Qitong said aggrievedly. Now, he truly didn't dare to fight against the Space Wolf King. If he did that, then Jinxing would be completely screwed. If Jinxing really clashed against the space beasts, with Gu Nuwa Star Tribe eyeing at them greedily at the side, when Jinxing was at its weakest, Gu Nuwa would step into the stage. That's when Jinxing would be completely wiped off the face of this planet. Qitong, you are really going to protect this man? Bao Lai's face was filled with killing intent as it prepared a flying messenger sword. It was helpless against Qitong,
but it could inform the Space Wolf King of this matter.
Chi Tong's heart skipped a beat.
At the same time, a deep sense of disappointment brewed in his heart. He was disappointed at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji wasn't even able to protect himself, but under such circumstances, he actually killed that white-eyed wolf. If Chi Tong continued to protect Mo Wuji, he would be sending the all of Jinxing's cultivators directly into the fire. Star Lord, we have always had a good relationship with the Space Wolf King. Since this person has killed the young wolf prince, I believe that we should strip him of his belongings and hand him over to Dao friend Bao Lai.
A devious voice rang from the back.
When Bao Lai heard these words, his rage and anger was temporarily quelled.
Solitary Red Knot whispered in Mo Wuji's ear, "That man is called Yen Pingji.
He is the Star Cloud Hall Master, and a member of the Yen clan." I agree with Hall Master Yan's words.
We should capture Mo Wuji, strip him of his storage ring, then send him to the Wolf King for punishment.
Another man sternly said. That's the Xia clan's patriarch Xia Dandao. He is also the Hall Master of Star King Mountain's first hall, Star Wars Hall.
Solitary Red Knot once again explained to Mo Wuji.
He felt that today, albeit him or Mo Wuji, would need to face a life and death experience.
Dao friend Chi, what do you say?
Seeing that there were several people supporting him, Bao Lai decided to stare at Chi Tong and pressure him. Chi Tong sighed. He knew that he if protected Mo Wuji today, he would definitely be fraught with trouble in the future. At least he still had a Lei Hongji. He subconsciously turned his head back. Lei Hongji should also be here. Mo Wuji saw the melancholic expression on Chi Tong's face and knew that things weren't going to be good. It was as though he was treated as cannon fodder. But at the same time, he had never intended for Chi Tong to help him. To ask for that was simply not practical.
Red Knot, prepare to run. With that, Mo Wuji had already sent his spiritual will extending outwards.
However, he was immediately met with a bucket of cold water over his head. He kept thinking that Bao Lai would block his way, but he never anticipated that Yen clan and Xia clan would step out too. The two of them had blocked out his other two directions.
Elemental energy constantly roiled around their body, seemingly as though they were ready to strike.
Who is Rogue Cultivator 2705? An aggravated voice filled with killing intent resounded from afar.
Mo Wuji immediately saw a bald monk with a Zen staff rapidly approaching him.
This person must be Monk Wu Xiang. Mo Wuji's heart was already filled with desolation. At this instant, he was really facing enemies from all sides. The only one that wanted to help him was Chi Tong, but that person did not dare speak at this moment. A stream of spiritual energy converged in front of Mo Wuji's forehead. His spiritual will might not be able to find a way out, but he did not give up.
As long as there was a strand of hope, he would take it. Since that's the case, then today we'll die fighting. Solitary Red Knot started chortling.
Let me, Solitary Red Knot, see how the Star King Mountain will join hands with the space beasts to deal with us. Chi Tong's face was flushed hot. As the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, he had to always consider the big picture, but he had always been trapped in passiveness. Solitary Red Knot's words were not aimed at him, but it was a slap against his face. A spiritual eye condensed from spiritual energy appeared in front of Mo Wuji's forehead.
Any gap within space clearly appeared in from of Mo Wuji's eyes.
What disappointed Mo Wuji was, no matter where he ran, he was unable to shake off the pursuit of a worldly immortal. At this moment, Wu Xiang was getting closer and closer to him. Just as Mo Wuji turned his head and prepared to charge out, his spiritual eye detected a faint outline of a half-moon gate.
The gate was even left unlocked. The half-moon immortal palace was going to appear? When this idea bounced into Mo Wuji's head, he immediately grabbed Solitary Red Knot's arm.
A light breeze swept up beside him, as he immediately disappeared. Seeing that Mo Wuji had actually tried to escape, Bao Lai laughed maniacally and pounced over.
At the same time, Yen Pingji and Xia Dandao also charged towards Mo Wuji.
Mo Wuji had half-moon keys on him. This was the main reason why they wanted to grab Mo Wuji. Following closely behind the three was monk Wu Xiang, who had just arrived. Su Qihuang speechlessly slapped his palm against his forehead.
How many people did this fella offend, ah? Boom!
Multiple bursts of elemental energy collided, tearing space apart. These bursts of elemental energy was supposed to have struck Mo Wuji, but that Mo Wuji had suddenly disappeared. Before anyone could react, they heard a cry, "Half Moon Immortal Palace." That's right, the Half Moon Immortal Palace's gate had appeared again. This time, not only had it appear, it was even left unlocked.
By this time, even a fool knew that Mo Wuji had entered the Half Moon Immortal Palace. But no one could even be bothered to care about Mo Wuji. Now that the Half Moon Immortal Palace's gate had opened, if they didn't rush in immediately, then were they supposed to wait outside like fools? Everyone had long forgotten about the previous agreement. Since someone had already entered the Half Moon Immortal Palace, who would foolishly wait outside to build a stage to compete on it? Countless cultivators charged into the Half Moon Immortal Palace's Half Moon Gate. Whether it was the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's cavalry army, or Genemo continent cultivators or the Space Beast hordes, they all rushed in. At this instant, there was only one destination, the gate to the Half Moon Immortal Palace. The Half Moon Immortal Palace's gate was only so big. Even if everyone orderly lined up to enter, who knows how many days it would take for everyone to enter? A chaotic battle erupted again. This time, it didn't matter who you are. As long as you were blocking the way to the Half Moon Immortal Palace, then there's only kill. 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 The moment Mo Wuji entered the Half Moon Immortal Palace, he was stupefied. This was simply a vast and limitless maze. His spiritual will extended thousands of miles in, but he still couldn't find an end. He estimated that even if 1 billion people entered, it would still be like a drop of water entering an ocean, disappearing within a trace. With such a huge maze, how was he going to find the Tao Gate for his half-moon key? As Mo Wuji thought of this, he suddenly felt a sort of call beckoning to him. This call seemed to originate from the half-moon key in his storage ring. Brother Mo, I felt it. I felt the existence of that Tao Gate. Solitary Red Knot said emotionally. It seemed like he was like Mo Wuji, he felt the call from his half-moon key. Hurry and go. If it's fated, we'll meet again at Universal Hall. I will go first. With that, Mo Wuji brought Shuaigua and immediately entered a passage of the maze, vanishing without a trace. Seeing that Mo Wuji had disappeared, Solitary Red Knot did not dare wait around as he charged into another passage. At almost the same instant the two disappeared, crowds of cultivators flooded in. Moments later, these people also vanished in the boundless maze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, The Staggering Discovery. Chapter 346, The Staggering Discovery. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The great circle of the worldly immortal stage monk Wu Xiang was late to arrive, but among the first to enter. He was an unstoppable juggernaut who stormed his way into the Half Moon Immortal Palace. Any cultivator blocking his way was obliterated, directly turned into mists of blood, never to be seen again. When monk Wu Xiang swept his spiritual will inwards, he was immediately startled. It was also his first time coming here. The area inside was boundless and vast, and the entire area seemed to be a maze. How was he going to find that rogue cultivator 2705? Mo Wuji also stopped. He discovered that the passage he entered wasn't really a passage. When he scanned the Half Moon Immortal Palace from the outside, it appeared as though the Half Moon Immortal Palace was filled with limitless number of paths and passages. However, after he entered, he could only see a vast land which was thousands of kilometers wide. This only gave him one impression: this was an unfathomably wide desert. Moreover, his spiritual will had been restricted, and he wasn't even able to release it out. Mo Wuji even tried activating the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel, but it was also affected by the domain's restraints.
Fortunately, the spiritual will from his spirit storage channel could still be extended to form a radius of 3 meters around him. This place seemed to be under a huge seal, and this seal was specially used to seal a cultivator's spiritual will. The call of the half-moon key was still beckoning, allowing him to know what direction he should be heading in. Once again, Mo Wuji tried condensing his spiritual eye. He wanted to test whether his spiritual eye would also be sealed. Soon, Mo Wuji was met with glee. With his spiritual eye, a whole new layer seemed to have formed over the boundless desert. The place he was standing in was actually still the passage. In this passage, there were some areas which were as wide as 5 kilometers or even more, while there were also some areas which were only 1 meter wide. He previously felt that he had landed into an unfathomably huge desert, because this place was a peak-grade illusion array. Mo Wuji also had a shocking discovery. Not only was he able to discern the situation in his illusory passage, he could even observe the situation in the neighboring passages. On the passage right next to his, he even saw the space beast worldly immortal expert, Bo Lai. The moment his eyes discovered Bo Lai, the thought of eliminating this beast fleeted across his mind. But he was soon able to calm down. Bo Lai was not Yan Shiren. 10 Yan Shiren might not even be able to beat 1 Bo Lai. Ambushing Bo Lai with his current abilities, even if it succeeded, might result in consequences he could not bear. It was best to simply wait till the treasures of the half-moon immortal palace gets in his hands before he does anything else. When he thought of this, Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual eye. In just that bit of time, Mo Wuji's head already started aching. Ostensibly, this spiritual eye could not be casually used. Originally, he thought that the spiritual eye sacred art he gained enlightenment on would have as much value as chicken ribs. To think that these chicken ribs actually helped him escape with his life previously, and even helped him see through this peak-grade illusion array. Truly, there were only sacred arts which one might not know how to use. There weren't any chicken rib sacred arts. At certain times, support-type sacred arts were more valuable than attack-type ones. By the time Bei Sutting rushed to the previously chaotic battlefield, what she saw was an even more chaotic battle. The only difference was, everyone was madly fighting to enter the half-moon-shaped gate. Bei Sutting immediately understood, the half-moon immortal palace had truly appeared. She swept her spiritual will outwards, but she was not able to find Mo Wuji's figure. Facing the half-moon immortal palace, even if she didn't have any half-moon keys, she still didn't want to miss it. Her figure flashed, as she dashed towards the half-moon gate. The radiant sword in Bei Sutting's hand shone with sword chi. The crowds of people in front of her were immediately carved into a road of blood. Immediately, her figure transformed into a shadow, traversing this blood road into the half-moon immortal palace. All the other worldly immortals had entered through the same method. Naturally, there was no gentle way to enter the half-moon immortal palace. After Bei Sutting entered the half-moon immortal palace, the flood of cultivators rushing to squeeze into the gate started to ease down. A few cultivators trying to enter the palace and pick up some leftovers soon came to understand, this was a place where only nihility gods and above could enter. If they, as low-leveled cultivators, tried to squeeze into the gate, they would instead be sending themselves to their deaths. Because every time a worldly immortal comes over, he would directly turn them into a road of blood. Gotcha! A sharp knife suddenly appeared from nowhere, directly stabbed towards Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji didn't dodge, he might have been directly sliced in half. At the very first moment, Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye, and he did not hesitate to rush towards the opening the knife appeared from. As expected, the moment Mo Wuji dashed over, the knife started to dissipate. On the other hand, a lance appeared from Mo Wuji's side. This lance was an actual weapon. If Mo Wuji had chosen to be affected by that knife and dodged in that direction, then he would have thrown himself towards the lance. This made Mo Wuji worried. He wasn't worried about himself, but solitary Red Knot. In this huge illusion array, there were even many deadly traps. However, when he thought that solitary Red Knot had spent a longer time than him in space, he guessed that solitary Red Knot should be more aware of such stuff. Thus, Mo Wuji cast his concerns aside. At this instant, the call from his half-moon key became increasingly intense. He simply pulled out the half-moon key and swiftly moved in the direction of the intense beckoning. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji stopped. In front of him was a half-moon-shaped gate. This gate was slightly smaller than the one which appeared in space, and on the half-moon gate, there was a relatively small keyhole. Mo Wuji did not try forcefully opening the door. If the half-moon gate could simply be opened by brute force, then there wouldn't be a need for the half-moon keys. He truly didn't have time to try anything. What he needed now was to quickly raise his capabilities. When the half-moon key approached the keyhole, it was as though there was a vacuum from the other side of the keyhole, instantly sucking the half-moon key in. Crack! With a series of crack sounds, the half-moon gate opened and the half-moon key landed on the floor. Mo Wuji picked up the half-moon key and extended his spirit storage channel's spiritual will inwards. He immediately noticed a strong corrosive force from within, but with the opening of the half-moon gate, the corrosive force started to dissipate. Mo Wuji also saw what was behind the door. It was a stone house which was only a few meters wide. In the center of the stone house, there was a circular table with some crudely made teacups on it. At the corner of the stone house, there was also a chain of shackles extending from the ground. However, the shackles did not seem to be restraining anything. As to a treasure, Mo Wuji didn't even see anything. However, he did see a ring. This ring was placed not far from the shackle, looking rather jarring. Perched on Mo Wuji's shoulder, Shuaiguo was chirping around with disdain. After seeing what was inside the stone house, it clearly didn't think that there was any treasure here. Mo Wuji walked over and slowly picked the ring up. He found that the ring was filled with various kinds of seals. Mo Wuji carefully studied the restrictions and he soon discovered that these restrictions had not been placed by the ring's owner. No one would restrict his ring like so. Even with spiritual will, the owner would find it hard to access the ring in a short period of time. Much less in this place where spiritual will was sealed. For an average person's sealed ring, not only would he allow his spiritual will, he would also allow his willpower to access what was inside. However, this restriction could not be accessed through willpower. Here, Mo Wuji also couldn't use his spiritual will. But he had the spirit storage channel. The spirit storage channel's spiritual will instantly enveloped the ring. With Mo Wuji's understanding of seals and restrictions, coupled with the erosion after time, Mo Wuji merely spent an incense's time to break through the ring's restrictions. After breaking the external restrictions, what was inside was exactly as Mo Wuji expected. There was another layer of restrictions. From Mo Wuji's perspective, this layer should be the one set up by the ring's owner. It was just that the ring's owner had already perished, so the restrictions had become extremely thin. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will merely needed a single flush and the ring was easily opened. Mo Wuji could finally have a clear look of what was inside the ring. The space inside was not that big, compared to Mo Wuji's own ring. It wasn't bigger by much. However, Mo Wuji could clearly feel that stability of the world in this ring was much more than all the rings he had combined. In a corner of the ring was a pile of earth-grade spirit stones. However, this mountain-like pile of earth-grade spirit stones did not catch Mo Wuji's eye. His attention was focused on 10 over spirit stone slags piled next to the earth-grade spirit stones. These spirit stone slags looked like they were at a higher grade than earth-grade spirit stones, but at the same time, they weren't heaven-grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji casually took a stone slag out. A sort of pure yet violent elemental energy flooded into his meridians. In merely a moment, Mo Wuji felt as though his meridians had been fully filled with new spiritual energy. He then looked back at the spirit stone slag in his hands. It did not seem to have become much smaller. This was a new type of spirit stone which was superior to earth-grade spirit stones, but not exactly the same as heaven-grade spirit stones. In terms of helping a cultivator break through a bottleneck, it could not be compared to a heaven-grade spirit stone. However, in the cultivation process itself, it was no less than a heaven-grade spirit stone. The key thing was that it contained vastly more spiritual energy than a heaven-grade spirit stone. Its purity seemed to also be higher by a bit. Could this be the spirit stones used by earthly immortals? At this instant, Mo Wuji seemed to understand why the Star King Mountain's 3 clans were able to rise to where they were today. This sort of thing could definitely give a great circle of true God stage cultivator the chance to advance into the worldly immortal stage, or even the earthly immortal stage. If this was paired with a supreme cultivation technique and a sacred art, then Mo Wuji's gaze soon turned towards some jade letters. He held one jade letter in his hand. With a quick sweep with his spiritual will, he immediately knew that this was a cultivation technique, and it was even one at the treasured heaven grade. Its name was Gold Cloud Formula. It could be said that except for Tsinshuin's Typhoon Formula, there was no other technique in Jinemo continent that could compare with this. At the back of the jade letter, there was even a pseudo-sacred art, the Fallen Cloud Gold Arrow. Mo Wuji shook his head and kept the jade letter. Whether it was a pseudo-sacred art or a treasured heaven-grade technique, this was a great treasure which would send reverberations through the entire Jinemo continent. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in them. As for the other things in the ring, Mo Wuji didn't care about them. He carefully stored the ring in a jade box, then walked to the wall corner, picking up that steel shackle. Even though countless years had passed, the shackle still exuded an unyielding aura. This was no immortal palace. Mo Wuji was sure, this stone house was merely a prison cell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Half Moon Prison. Chapter 347, Half Moon Prison. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This place once confined a cultivator, and the ring he just obtained belonged to that cultivator. As for the exterior restrictions on the ring, they should have been inscribed by the person who confined that cultivator. What made Mo Wuji curious was, why did that person go through all that trouble to inscribe restrictions over the prisoner's ring, instead of taking it away? After all, there was a treasured heaven-grade technique inside, and even spirit stones which far outstripped earth-grade spirit stones. If it was some other person, he wouldn't have thrown these stuff here, right? Unless. As Mo Wuji thought of this, his heart started to race faster. Unless the things in the ring didn't even catch that person's eye? Or that person might not even be bothered to open it. How was this possible? A treasured heaven-grade technique was already one of the best things in Jinxing. Even if he didn't need it, he could still sell it away for a huge sum of money. To not even care about such things, how godly was that person? As Mo Wuji thought of this, he instantly furrowed his brows. He knew that there was nothing that was impossible in this world. If it happened, it meant that it was possible. Let's say that there was a storage bag filled with Huang-grade spirit stones, and there was even spirit condensing pills coveted by channel opening stage cultivators. If he was in the channel opening stage, that storage bag would simply be the best thing that happened to him. But now? If he found it resting at the side of the street, he wouldn't even be bothered to bend down to pick it up. If it was really such a case, then how powerful was that prison warden? He must definitely be stronger than an earthly immortal. A cultivator past the earthly immortal stage, would that be a whole different realm? There were a total of 99 Dao gates in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. According to his conjecture, that was enough to imprison 99 cultivators. The more Mo Wuji thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. But what use did a cultivator past the earthly immortal stage had in imprisoning these cultivators who only had earth-grade spirit stones? Even though Mo Wuji racked his brains, he still couldn't understand the reason. The only thing he could confirm was, the Half-Moon Immortal Palace was a prison. The treasures in each Dao gate were the items left behind by the cultivators imprisoned there. As for those prisoners, they were very likely to have been eroded after time. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and shot out a ball of Scholar's Heart. The fireball landed on the shackle and burnt for a few minutes. However, there wasn't any change in that shackle. Even though the scholar's heart was still weak, but its temperature was enough to even melt celestial sunflower gold. At this moment, it couldn't even burn a bit of the shackle. Mo Wuji swiftly exited the room. He took out the full moon key formed from the fusion of two half-moon keys. However, this time, he did not manage to feel any form of call or direction. Once again, he condensed his spiritual eye. Mo Wuji intended to use his wind escape technique to traverse this passage. He guessed, the final Dao Gate must definitely be the deepest place in the half-moon palace. He never expected that the moment his spiritual eye condensed, Mo Wuji saw the person he wanted to see the most, Xia Mu. This fellow was the Star King Mountain Star Wars Hall Master Xia Dandao's son. Mo Wuji had never personally met Xia Mu, but Chu Qianlu did show him a drawing of Xia Mu's appearance. When Chu Qianlu mentioned that Xia Mu had forced Sun Shuyin into the thorny wind gate, the seed of revenge had already sprouted in Mo Wuji's mind. The instant he saw Xia Mu, killing intent exploded out from Mo Wuji's heart. He hoped that Xia Dandao didn't only have this only son. Otherwise, the Xia clan was going to lose its last heir. Mo Wuji swiftly passed through two passages, arriving not far from Xia Mu. Before he acted, he heard Xia Mu constantly looking around in all directions, and at the same time, softly calling, "Uncle Guan Yuan. Uncle Guan Yuan." Mo Wuji hurriedly stopped his actions. This fella actually had a bodyguard. Xia Mu himself was in true God intermediate stage. If that Uncle Guan Yuan was Xia Mu's bodyguard, then he should be a worldly immortal expert. Mo Wuji was still wondering, why would Xia Dandao allow Xia Mu to explore in the half-moon immortal palace alone? One must know that a true God intermediate stage cultivator really didn't count for much in the half-moon immortal palace. So this fella actually had the protection of a worldly immortal awe. However, no matter how Mo Wuji's spiritual eyes searched, he didn't see anyone in the surroundings. But from Xia Mu's appearance, he did not seem to be blindly calling. The Uncle Guan Yuan should have been beside him not long ago. After calling out a few times to no avail, Xia Mu just took out a half-moon key, and carefully proceeded onwards. Mo Wuji somewhat came to an understanding. This place wasn't simply under an illusion array, there might actually be some transfer arrays around. Those with the half-moon key did not seem to be affected. Those without might actually be casually transported away at any moment. That Uncle Guan Yuan was very likely to have been transported away. What gave Mo Wuji a pleasant surprise was, Xia Mu actually also had a half-moon key. Mo Wuji swiftly rushed over. Xia Mu's cultivation was a few levels higher than Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji approached him, he could feel it. Before he could do anything, Mo Wuji's lightning sword had already sliced through space, slashing towards Xia Mu's waist. Xia Mu's cultivation might have been slightly higher than Mo Wuji, but in terms of abilities, he really couldn't compare. Moreover, Mo Wuji was sneak attacking him. Xia Mu didn't even have the chance as he was directly forced to the ground by Mo Wuji's lightning sword. "It's you?" Xia Mu was immediately able to recognize Mo Wuji. Previously, when Mo Wuji was surrounded by several experts, including his own father, Xia Mu had saw it all. "My wife was forced by you into the thorny wind gate?" Mo Wuji slowly walked over, and directly snatched the half-moon key out of Xia Mu's hand. As for Xia Mu's storage ring, Mo Wuji didn't go and touch it. Xia Mu was the Star Wars Hall Master's darling child. There was definitely some tracking imprint on the storage ring. Actually, Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of Xia Dandao's ability. But Xia Dandao was also in the half-moon immortal palace. Mo Wuji truly did not want to waste his time entangling himself with such an expert. Wait till his power rises, he would just find Xia Dandao himself. "I'm the Star Wars Hall Master's only son, and I'm even the future heir to the Star King Mountain. I suggest for you not to kill me, otherwise, you might not be able to escape this half-moon immortal palace. As long as you give up on acting against me, the half-moon key is yours, and I'm also willing to swear a poison oath." Xia Mu's tone was calm, and he avoided the crucial points, directly avoiding Mo Wuji's question. Before he could complete his words, his head was directly trampled by Mo Wuji's feet. I asked you a simple question. Where did all these nonsense come from? Xiaomu's heart sank. He dreamt that Xia Guanyuan would appear by his side at this instant. Just as he was thinking of how to deal with this, he heard Mo Wuji say, "Since you don't wish to say anything, then forget it."
"No, I'll talk," Xiaomu hurriedly shrieked. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji didn't give him any chances. Stepping down forcefully, Xiaomu's skull was directly trampled into meat juice. Xia Dandao, who was not much far away from Xiaomu, seemed to feel something. He lifted his head and scanned the four surroundings, and suddenly rushed towards Mo Wuji in a crazed manner. Even though Mo Wuji and him were getting increasingly closer, unfortunately for him, the two were separated by a passage. He also didn't have the means like Mo Wuji to see through the passage's illusion array. Mo Wuji light-heartedly exhaled a breath of air. In his heart, he silently said, "Shuin, I've helped you taken a bit of revenge." Just when he was about to destroy Xiaomu's corpse, his spiritual eye saw Yanpingji rapidly approaching. With Yanpingji's speed, it would at most take a few breaths' time to reach here. Yanpingji was a worldly immortal. Mo Wuji did not dare to hesitate as he hurriedly rushed away with his wind escape technique. Xiaomu's half-moon key had helped him feel a new direction. Mo Wuji did not see Xia Dandao, who was now 2 passages away from him. If he did, with his personality, he would definitely use some tricks to cause an enmity between the Xia clan and Yen clan. Not long after Mo Wuji left, Yanpingji's figure landed by Xiaomu's corpse. This is Xia clan's Xiaomu? Who was actually so ballsy and actually dared to kill him? Yanpingji doubtfully stared at the dead Xiaomu. Thereafter, he bent his waist and placed his hand at Xiaomu's waist, which had been sliced by Mo Wuji's lightning sword. So it was actually Mo Wuji. Yanpingji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his head and looked at the direction Mo Wuji ran at, and swiftly raced over. Mo Wuji's spiritual eye also saw the chasing Yanpingji. Unfortunately, his abilities weren't high enough for him to ambush Yanpingji. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing a worldly immortal. If this was outside, Mo Wuji would truly be helpless when facing the pursuit of a worldly immortal. But in the half-moon immortal palace, he only needed to change to the next passage and he could avoid Yanpingji. Half-moon immortal palace's illusion array, even Mo Wuji himself didn't fully understand it. But this was not important. As long as his spiritual eye could see through the array's domain, that was enough. Half an incense's time later, Mo Wuji used Xiaomu's half-moon key to open another Dao gate. Just like his previous gate, he saw a shackle, a stone table, and the same crudely made teacups. This time, no matter how Mo Wuji searched, he wasn't able to find any ring. Could the ring here already have been taken away? Mo Wuji bent his waist and examined the shackles with his spiritual will. The shackles were the same as the previous one, but the only difference was, these shackles lacked the unyielding killing intent which the previous one had. Since there was nothing in this gate, Mo Wuji no longer wasted his time searching, but raced towards the end of the passages. The half-moon immortal palace was like a maze, with passage after passage, coupled with various kinds of illusion arrays. For an average person to follow a passage to the end, was not possible. If Mo Wuji was not able to condense his spiritual eye, he also would not have been able to reach the end. With these passages filled with various illusions, perhaps he might reach the halfway mark before being lost again. Along the way, he constantly used the wind escape technique to move. With the help of his spiritual eye, Mo Wuji spent a whole half a day before stopping. In front of him was a red full moon gate. The keyhole of the gate was the shape of a full moon, which was the same as the key in his hand. Mo Wuji didn't immediately open the door. His eyes landed on the top of the full moon gate. There were a few huge black words on the top: Yongning 11th Prison, Half Moon Prison. What dogs had Half Moon Palace? This was really a prison, and it was actually given the name of Half Moon Prison. As for Yongning, what kind of place was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 348, where geniuses are imprisoned. Chapter 348, where geniuses are imprisoned. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Mo Wuji placed the full moon key into the red full moon gate's keyhole. A light, crisp sound rang, and the red full moon gate started to open automatically. Before the full moon key could fall on the ground, Mo Wuji grabbed it in his hand. In front of him was a small courtyard, and in the center of the courtyard was a small patch of land. However, there weren't any forms of spiritual plants growing on that land. That land seemed to have been barren and wasted for a long time. In the center of the barren land was a stone path. The stone path led to a pavilion. Behind the pavilion was a house. Mo Wuji was just about to go take a look when suddenly the door closed behind him. Seeing that there was still the full moon-shaped keyhole, Mo Wuji did not care too much about it. He could just open the gate again later. Mo Wuji walked across the stone path and arrived at the pavilion. After entering the pavilion, Mo Wuji discovered that there was a corpse lying at the side. This was different from those prison cells where the corpses had disappeared. This corpse was actually considered quite complete. Its skeleton still emitted a slight gold luster. Clearly, this corpse's cultivation was not simple. It might actually have been an earthly immortal expert. Mo Wuji bent down and examined the corpse carefully. The corpse didn't have any sort of storage ring or treasure. Cautiously turning the corpse over, Mo Wuji discovered that the bones at the back of the corpse had turned black. It seems like the person had been backstabbed, and he had been stabbed with a poison knife. Circumventing the corpse, Mo Wuji walked into the house. Compared to the stone houses in the other prison cells, this house was much bigger. It looked like there were 2 rooms, and there was even a guest reception room. In the center of the guest reception room, there was a tea table. On the tea table, there was a teapot and some jade cups. From the looks of it, Mo Wuji could tell that they had been displayed there and had not been touched for many years. The first room was unlatched. Mo Wuji swept his spiritual will inwards and found that there was another corpse within. Ascertaining that there wasn't any form of danger, Mo Wuji swiftly opened the door and went on. Indeed, there was a corpse behind the door. This corpse was facing downwards. The silk brocade clothing on him had yet to decay. In his hand was a brush, but the brush had gone dry and the brush tips had already fallen off. Once again, Mo Wuji flipped the corpse around. At the center of the corpse's forehead was an entire patch of black. Ostensibly, this person had died under the same hands as the person outside, and they had died under the same poison. The brush in this person's hand was actually an actual writing brush, and not some sort of magic treasure. Moreover, seeing that his fatal wound was actually at his forehead, it meant that this person wasn't guarding against the person who was right in front of him. To be without guard, there were 2 possibilities. 1, the 2 had an extremely close relationship, so this person trusted the other. 2, the difference in their statuses was extremely wide, so in this person's eyes, the other wouldn't even dare to kill him. It was exactly the same as the previous corpse. This fella didn't have a ring on him. Mo Wuji was a little speechless, and started to search more detailedly. If the 2 rings were still here, there might have been precious treasures which are better than what's found in an earthly immortal's ring. Mo Wuji started to size up the room. The room was roughly the area of 20 squares. At all 4 sides, there were many books. These books were arranged very neatly. At one angle of the room, there was a writing table. On the writing table, there were some manuscripts. By the side of the manuscripts was a set of shackles. Mo Wuji slowly walked over. He was worried that these manuscripts were too old, and even a slight breeze would cause them to crumble. Mo Wuji slowly approached the manuscripts and pinched it with his hands. He found that this paper was made from some unknown material. It was actually extremely tough, and it did not show any traces of erosion from time. Could a prisoner have been brought in here? Then that prisoner suddenly erupted and killed the prison warden? This possibility was highly likely, but Mo Wuji felt that it should not be the case. Even if the prisoner had been brought in here, the prison warden should not have completely let down his alertness and allow that person to stab him right in the forehead. Mo Wuji picked up the topmost paper. On it was a simple poem. It could be seen that this warden was a poem enthusiast. The second and third pieces of paper, on the other hand, were filled with some messy drawings. Mo Wuji wasn't able to discern them. Placing these papers down, Mo Wuji bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the floor. Mo Wuji was instantly engrossed with its contents. Mangyin San, Red Lightning Star Earth-type cultivator. Yangning 845 calendar, year 3111, 14th day of the 6th month, ascended to the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongying's 11th prison, Half Moon Prison Room 31. Honest personality, 5-star genius. Ever since he started cultivation, he took 196 years to ascend to the heavenly immortal stage. During his time in Half Moon Prison, Mangyin San performed extremely well. He was well behaved and not rebellious. On Yangning 845 calendar, year 32-24, 2nd day of the 7th month, he formed a blood oath, forever willing. The writing abruptly stopped here. Thereafter, something sudden seemed to have taken place. Mo Wuji held the paper in his hand and looked towards the table and position of the seats. Instantly, the scene of the murder appeared in his mind. The warden was sitting on the chair, while Mangyin San was sitting across the table. It seems like Mangyin San was a good actor. He had promised to swear a blood oath to pledge his loyalty to this allegiance, so this prison warden was extremely trusting of Mangyin San. He even helped Mangyin San open the shackles, and casually left the shackles on the table. At the same time, he recorded down the information. Just as this warden was recording down Mangyin San's information, Mangyin San suddenly attacked and killed this warden. Perhaps the actual process was much more complicated than his conjecture, but Mo Wuji's understanding of this half-moon prison seemed to have deepened. Firstly, to be locked in this half-moon prison, one must first be an extreme genius. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified to be locked in here. As for what Mangyin San's classification of 5-star genius, Mo Wuji wasn't very clear. But if that fella could ascend into the heavenly immortal stage in over 190 days, he definitely wasn't a simple fella. Under the watchful eye of the half-moon prison warden, he honestly stayed for 100 over years, before he made this sudden strike. One could see how tolerant he was. As for that record of his honest personality, Mo Wuji did not believe a half bit of it. Mangyin San could be so tolerant, then suddenly made a move to kill the prison warden. How was he an honest person? Moreover, if this half-moon prison warden was in charge of all these geniuses, he wouldn't be any worse himself. This Mangyin San must have spent the 100 over years he spent here to secretly practice and bide his time. Thereafter, he made use of the time when he was about to pledge his blood oath to suddenly erupt. Who was the owner of this half-moon prison? To actually lock up so many heavenly immortal geniuses. What about heavenly immortals who weren't geniuses? Mo Wuji thought about the broken void that Su Chi-wan mentioned previously. Perhaps that might have been what happened when an earthly immortal ascended to a heavenly immortal. If that was the case, then after one became a heavenly immortal and entered the broken void, he would be welcomed by the half-moon prison. No, that's not right. The half-moon prison was just one of the many prisons. Moreover, to enter into half-moon prison, one must first be an exceptional genius. Mo Wuji walked to one of the books by the side and casually flipped to the first page. Lu Qingyi, Ring Abyss Star Metal Type Cultivator, 6-star genius. Yangning 844 calendar, year 8721, 21th day of the 11th month, ascended to the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongying's 11th prison, Half Moon Prison Room 19. Stubborn personality. The back was further detailed information on Lu Qingyi, even what cultivation technique he used was recorded within. Placing this book down, Mo Wuji fetched a second book. The contents on the first page was around the same. Gene Dai, Clear Mill Star Water Type Cultivator, 5-star Genius. Yongning 845 Calendar, Year 321, 13th day of the first month ascended to the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongying's 11th prison. He didn't express any words of joy. On the same year, the 24th day of the 9th month, he died. Mo Wuji continued to flip through 10 over books, they were all of similar records. If the cultivator died early, then the book would be thinner. If the cultivator died after a long time, the book would be thicker. There were so many of such books. Clearly, many people had perished here. Yili, Earth Star Wood Type Cultivator, 4-star Genius. Yongning 844 Calendar, Year 7690, 3rd day of the 4th month ascended into the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongying's 11th prison, Half Moon Prison Room 13. Mischievous personality. When Mo Wuji saw this page, his heart started racing. Could this Earth star be Earth? Unfortunately, the later pages recorded what happened to Yili within Half Moon Prison, and didn't touch anything about Earth. Mo Wuji also guessed that it might not be Earth. On Earth, spiritual energy was sparse. It was hard to cultivate even with a cultivation technique, much less ascend through the void. Even though these books weren't treasures, Mo Wuji still lifted his hand and swept everything into his storage ring. There were many detailed contents which he still wanted to slowly see when he had the time. Mo Wuji then kept the shackles before leaving this room and entering the next one. Just as Mo Wuji reached the entrance of the other room, a dazzling white light shone from within. At this instant, Mo Wuji discovered that this room was actually the central hub. Mo Wuji was knowledgeable on arrays, and from that light, he knew that someone was actually refining this place. Ostensibly, this half-moon prison was a magic treasure. It was probably a treasure which even exceeded supreme-grade spiritual equipment. Unfortunately, the place to refine the half-moon prison wasn't here. He also didn't know who was the fellow with the F*King luck to actually find the place to refine the half-moon prison. No matter who it wasn't his friend. The moment that person refines the half-moon prison, then he would be screwed. The first thing Mo Wuji did was to immediately flee. However, he immediately recalled that if he leaves Half Moon Prison now, he would be sending himself to his death. Luckily, Mo Wuji understood arrays and runes, and from the central hub of the Half Moon Prison, he could understand a few of its rules. Even though he could not stop the refinement of the Half Moon Prison, he could spread this information to everyone else here. There were so many people here, and refining the Half Moon Prison wasn't something that could be done within 1 to 2 days. If that fella that was secretly refining the Half Moon Prison gets discovered, that fella would be screwed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Star-Lord dies. Chapter 349, Star-Lord dies. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji threw out multiple array flags. The white light from the central hub immediately dimmed down by quite a bit. Following which, the entire Half Moon Prison started to tremble. Even though there were illusion arrays throughout Half Moon Prison, this did not mean that the cultivators within were unable to feel that someone was refining the Half Moon Prison. As expected, the moment Mo Wuji touched the central hub, that fella refining the Half Moon Prison immediately felt it. Instantly, that fella slowed down. Clearly, he was afraid that someone would find him. On the other hand, Mo Wuji walked into the room and stimulated the central hub's array. Even though Mo Wuji didn't know what would happen by doing so, it would still be better than waiting for that fella to refine the Half Moon Prison. Boom! The moment Mo Wuji stimulated the central hub's array, a wave of roaring sound resounded throughout the entire prison. The illusion arrays within Half Moon Prison started to clear up. Not only so, the spiritual restrictions suddenly disappeared. Mo Wuji could instantly send his spiritual will sweeping outwards. Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. He could see countless cultivators each rushing out of Half Moon Prison. Solitary Red Knot was among those cultivators, and had already reached the entrance of Half Moon Prison. Right now, Mo Wuji was only worried whether he would be detected by others' spiritual will. Just as Mo Wuji was worrying frantically, he heard a kacha sound. Suddenly, an array entrance emerged within the room. What was pleasantly surprising was that this array entrance was actually a spatial gate which led into the vast space. Clearly, this was a second exit to the Half Moon Prison. If he didn't leave now, then when? The moment Mo Wuji stepped out of the spatial gate, a light breeze blew past him, his figure transformed into a flash as he disappeared into vast space. The instant he flew away, Mo Wuji scanned the surroundings with his spiritual will. He saw countless space armies. However, he didn't leave through the first Half Moon Gate, but a hidden spatial gate. Thus, when he raced out of Half Moon Prison, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were still on the Half Moon Gate. While countless of cultivators were rushing out, there were still some that were trying to force themselves in. Mo Wuji did not stop and deliberate. If it was some other time, he might have used this opportunity to earn some space contribution points. But now, what he needed the most was to raise his own abilities. There's no need to talk about others, just to deal with that monk Wu Xiang alone would require him to at least be in True God Advanced stage. There was no one who could depend on here. Mo Wuji constantly used his wind escape technique for an entire day. Only then did he fetch out his round flying ship, dumped Shuiguo inside, and continued on his journey. After Mo Wuji left, the battle in front of the Half Moon Gate did not ease down because someone was refining Half Moon Prison. In fact, the moment the space beast Bao Lai emerged from the gate, he immediately sent out the attack order, sending the innumerable hordes of space beasts clashing against the Mo continent's cultivator armies. If this was somewhere else, Shi Tong could choose not to partake in the battle. However, the Universal Hall was right behind. Shi Tong had no other option. Bao Lai brought countless space beasts and charged over. He could order the Mo continent's soldiers to defend against the charge. If it was only the space beasts, then it was still manageable. However, when Gu Nuwa Star Tribe City emerged, he actually mustered his cavalry army and charged towards the Mo continent's cultivators. Shi Tong's greatest worry was the coalition between the space beasts and Gu Nuwa Star Tribe. Now, his worries had truly appeared. Hallmaster Xia, Hallmaster Yen, Hallmaster Wu, immediately bring the Star Wars Army, Star Cloud Army and Northern Star Army to intercept the Gu Nuwa cavalry. I will handle the space beasts. Shi Tong issued out the orders as he led the charge towards Bao Lai. He was not willing to have a head-on battle with Bao Lai. After all, Bao Lai was an advanced Class 8 space beast, and he wasn't even able of killing it. However, the space beasts now wanted to occupy Universal Hall. So how could he allow that? Soon, Shi Tong was dumbfounded. Besides Wu Lingji, who listened to his orders and brought a portion Northern Star Army to welcome the enemy's charge, the other portion of the Northern Star Army didn't move. As for the Star Wars Hall Star Wars Army and the Star Cloud Hall Star Cloud Army, they didn't even budge an inch. Shi Tong cried out with grievance, Xia Dandao, Yan Pingji, hurry and order your troops. If the Star Wars Army and the Star Cloud Army didn't intervene, the half of the Northern Star Army led by Wu Lingji would be utterly defeated. Yan Pingji blandly said, Star Lord, that Mo Wuji is the perpetrator who killed my Yan clan patriarch. In the Half Moon Immortal Palace, he also killed the Xia clan genius, Xia Mu. Moreover, he even killed the Space Beast's young wolf prince. So we all hoped that Star Lord could hand over Mo Wuji, and this would settle all the enmity. Yan Pingji's words represented the intentions of the three great clans and multiple hall masters. Even Bao Lai and Gu Nuwa Star Tribe Sid understood the meaning behind his words. He was implying that the person who was currently refining the Half Moon Immortal Palace was the one who held 3 half-moon keys, or even a full-moon key. Mo Wuji actually had the galls to refine the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Wasn't that because he had the support of Shi Tong? Good.
Qi Tong's entire body was trembling.
He finally understood the severe consequences behind the internal fractures within Star King Mountain. Previously, he thought that internal disputes were inevitable.
As long as everyone could remain united against outsiders during a war, that would be enough.
But now, at the most crucial moment, Star King Mountain was crumbling internally.
What hand over Mo Wuji? Didn't they know that he wasn't concealing Mo Wuji? Raising such a laughable excuse, weren't they just trying to borrow these external help to get rid of him, Qi Tong? How laughable. If Qi Tong was killed, would the space beasts and Gu Nuwa savages give up on their beautiful and bountiful Jinxing? Boom!
Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's cavalry finally clashed with the half of the Northern Star Army led by Wu Lingji. Despite being the #1 army in Jinemo continent, the Northern Star Army couldn't handle the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe's charge, much less an incomplete Northern Star Army. They were like weeds, being cut down at large patches at a time. Qi Tong almost coughed out blood as he shouted, "Brave soldiers of my Jinxing, no matter where you're from, the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe and the Space Beasts wish to take over our beloved Jinxing. As long as I, Qi Tong, have a single breath in me, I will not allow it to happen. If anyone is willing to fight with me, Qi Tong, then charge. Those who are unwilling can wait quietly by the side as Jinxing gets destroyed. Maybe you will live well as a Space Beast slave."
Qi Tong paused.
At this moment, he was already fighting against multiple experts, one of which was even an earthly immortal from Gu Nuwa Star Tribe. A few hot-blooded cultivators rallied with Qi Tong's call, charging towards the chaotic battlefield.
But the three big clans' army and Wu Xianghal's army didn't move.
Among Jinemo continent's 10 armies, only 4 of them didn't participate in battle. However, facing the combined army from Gu Nuwa Star Tribe and the Space Beasts, Jinxing's cultivators were constantly killed and forced into retreat. Qi Tong's entire body was riddled with injuries, his entire person was stained red. Several of the Star King Mountain's worldly immortals had already perished. After fighting for 2 consecutive days, Jinxing's numbers were constantly declining. By this time, even the spectating Jinxing cultivators felt that something wasn't right. Gu Nuwa Star Tribe and the Space Beast Horde don't look like they simply want to get rid of Qi Tong then force out the Mo Wuji who is currently refining the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. They really look like they want to invade Universal Hall. At this time, a series of loud roars suddenly reverberated throughout space. Following which, a colossal black palace completely appeared in space. This black palace had a half-moon gate. The moment this black palace appeared, it rapidly started to shrink. "It's the Half-Moon Immortal Palace." Someone immediately called out. "Someone has refined the Half-Moon Immortal Palace." Another person added. The truth was already clear. The Half-Moon Immortal Palace continued to shrink rapidly. Finally, it became a speck of light which shot into a youth's forehead. Lei Hongji. Many cultivators who recognized this youth cried out in shock. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. The one who refined the Half-Moon Immortal Palace was Lei Hongji. They thought that it was Mo Wuji was refining the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. After all, Mo Wuji held 3 half-moon keys. "Hongji, hurry and come over." Seeing that Lei Hongji had refined the Half-Moon Immortal Palace, Qi Tong celebrated and called out hurriedly. As long as Lei Hongji comes over and unleashes the Half-Moon Immortal Palace, coupled with his elemental energy, they might be able to defend against the enemies. Lei Hongji silently looked at Qi Tong. Then, his figure flashed, and a talisman lit up. Soon, he disappeared into boundless space. Very clearly, he had used a peak-grade wind escape talisman. Qi Tong stared blankly at Lei Hongji's disappearing figure. He did not believe what his eyes had just seen. Even though he didn't teach Lei Hongji much, he truly treated Lei Hongji as his son. Now, Lei Hongji had actually deserted him after refining the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. This was simply condemning him to death.